एकदम मागायला एकदम मागते म्हणजे पाहिजे का कोणाला तुम्ही टाकून तेच म्हणलं होतं चिल कर जरा कमी पडलं तर
On behalf of Indian Medical Association INDACON, I welcome all the faculties, delegates for INDACON 2023. Now may I request Dr. our own faculty for this presentation. Thank you.
Good morning everyone. So let's start with the first session. For this session, I would like to invite Dr. Namdev Garde and Dr. Vinod Rajpure to chair the session.
Good morning everyone. Our today's first lecture is by Dr. Rohan Hegde. Sir has done MBBS, MD in General Medicine, DNP Cardiology, and currently working as interventional cardiologist in Apollo Hospitals, Bangalore. Topic of today's lecture is cardiology practice in small centers.
Good morning to everyone. It's a great privilege to be back amongst family and friends. not linger around too much and start with my topic. So, आपण जेव्हा कार्डिओलॉजी सुरुवात केली तेव्हा असं डिस्कशन होतं की इट इज अ व्हेरी सोफिस्टिकेटेड ब्रांच आणि what extent can we actually go in small centers? That we'll all be surprised if everything starts very primitive. If you look at the evolution of cardiology in the United States, I was reading an article, and in the United States, treatment of myocardial infarction was to give the patient, administer the patient a shock. That's all. There was no other set protocol to treat MI. So the physician faculty amongst us, not just the physicians, but everybody will be kind of, they will vouch for this, that there is absolutely no role of DC shock unless there is an arrhythmia. But they actually shock करायचे, प्रत्येक MI च्या पेशंटला शॉक करायचे तिकडे. That was considered to be the gold standard. So, with the advent of most advanced stents and device therapies, minimally invasive cardiac surgery, but still cardiology has not yet reached its potential, the true potential that it actually holds. So there are many ways to get your heart broken, and if you look at how heart disease actually presents, 48% of cardiac are actually heart attacks. So I don't think there is any other branch which has so many emergencies. So there starts our challenge, in regards to infrastructure, आपण काय करू शकतो, what we can achieve, and with such a large amount of emergencies, and of course a heart attack can go anyway. Even while doing an angioplasty, before doing an angioplasty, before we lyse the patient, we end up losing patients. So that is the real challenge. When आपण जेव्हा विचार करतो की आपण आता इंदापूरच्या लेवलला किंवा अजून रिमोट जागांमध्ये आपण काय अचीव करू शकतो, तर it's a massive challenge actually, because you are actually the patients, it's not in your control even if you have the best of infrastructure. So if we look at the epidemiology, India has finally become the #1 as far as number of people are concerned. We have already crossed China, I think, and we are the diabetes capital of the world, cancer capital of the world. So no prizes for guessing that we are also the cardiovascular disease capital of the world. So the enormous burden of these patients actually come from rural areas. Even when we work in Bangalore, in a city like Bangalore, 50% of heart attacks बाहेर नाही येतात rural areas मधून. आणि how they reach, then what we do, rest of the things are kind of history. So not everything becomes outdated with time. Fibrinolysis for MI is still recommended form of therapy. PCI, pacemakers, transcatheter aortic valve replacement, device therapies are the present. And with the advent of robotic PCI and robotic cardiac surgery, I think they are going to become the gold standard in future as far as treating patients is concerned. However, I'll emphasize this point again in my talk. Clinical cardiology will still always be the cornerstone to all therapy and decision making. So whether you have the infrastructure or where you are sitting doesn't matter. Decision making is what ultimately matters. So remote monitoring for the remotest areas. With wearable devices especially, the best known is the Apple Watch, which even the American Heart Association has vetoed and approved. So with patient कुठेही बसला असला तरी काही फरक पडत नाही. You can get to know from his certain changes in his weight. आता आपल्याला सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे पल्स, या बाकीच्या गोष्टी ऑक्सिजनेशन याचा तर तुम्ही आरामात ट्रॅक ठेवू शकता. बट व्हेरी सटल साइन्स ऑफ एनी काइंड ऑफ डिटेरियोरेशन इन अ कार्डियक पेशंट कॅन बी very precisely picked up. So COVID made us push boundaries, and patients sitting hundreds of miles away. It doesn't matter where the cardiologist or the physician is. You can keep track of your patients very comfortably, and even the patient themselves, if they are aware, there is absolutely no issue where the patient is sitting, and this wearable devices are the way forward for anybody who is in a remote area, who has a cardiac problem, who has heart disease. Need not worry so much, because this is the future. Wearables are the future of cardiology. So there are so many companies. I just put this image through. Some of you may be aware of it. This can record a 6-lead ECG basically. ही जी छोटीशी डिव्हाइस आहे, आणि it doesn't need expertise. You just have to kind of train the patient to take record the ECG, and then it just keeps on coming. Apple has gone one step forward, and you have the rhythm, rate, even the subtle changes in STT segments are very well detected. आता तो ऍक्च्युली हेडेक होऊन बसलाय आम्हाला, कारण रात्री 12 वाजता पेशंट फोन करतो की सर ॲबनॉर्मल रिदम आहे, काय करू. काहीच नसतं ऍक्च्युली, पण ठीक आहे ते काय. So I just want to run you across a real life scenario that I happened to encounter. The patient was not very comfortable in sharing his reports and other details, so I've just kind of mentioned what happened that day. तर हा माणूस एका कंपनीचा CEO आहे. हा माणूस एका फॉरेस्ट गेस्ट हाऊसवर होता. लांब होता खूप, म्हणजे ही वॉज ॲट अ व्हेरी रिमोट प्लेस. हिज ॲपल वॉच वॉज देअर. ही डिड नॉट हॅव एनी सिम्पटम्स. त्यांना फक्त एक ॲबनॉर्मल रिदम आहे, देर इज समथिंग ओमिनस सिनिस्टर असं काहीतरी द ॲपल वॉच नोटिफाईड, आणि दॅट ट्रिगर्ड पॅनिक. आता most of these alarms when the patient is asymptomatic may be false alarms, but look at how this gentleman, what happened next is kind of startling. He panicked and he wanted to seek medical care. पण आता सर्वात जी जवळ म्हणजे एक जे काही मोठं सेंटर होतं ते 100 किलोमीटरवर होतं. लकीली ही फाउंड अ PHC. आता त्याला कुठून PHC तिथं सापडली काय माहित नाही, पण त्याला सापडली, आणि तिथे ECG फॅसिलिटी होती. एक CAD फाउंडेशन म्हणून आहे कर्नाटकामध्ये, डॉक्टर कामत रन करतात. तर दे हॅव इवन द रिमोटेस्ट ऑफ PHCs इन मँगलोर डिस्ट्रिक्ट, एस्पेशली इन कोस्टल कर्नाटका. त्यांनी सगळ्यांना ECG पुरवलेले आहेत. ते ECG तिकडं कोण एखादा ट्रेन स्टाफ असेल तो घेतो आणि तो शेअर करतो. त्याच्यामध्ये देर आर हंड्रेड्स ऑफ कार्डिओलॉजिस्ट बेसिकली इन दोज व्हॉट्सअप ग्रुप्स. बट नाव व्हॉट हॅपन्ड वॉज, हा माणूस तिकडे पोहोचला आणि तिथे त्याला चेस्ट पेन चालू झाला. ECG घेतला, इट वॉज अन इन्फेरियर वॉल MI. सो आय मीन लुक एट द सिनारिओ. ही वॉज असिम्प्टोमॅटिक मे बी 1 hour बॅक, काहीच नव्हतं. ॲपल वॉचने काहीतरी रिदम नोटिफाय केली. नाव दिस आय मीन इट इज व्हेरी हार्ड टू कोरिलेट अँड से व्हॉट द वॉच डिटेक्टेड, पण लुक एट हाऊ द थिंग्स वेंट आफ्टर दॅट. आता इन्फिरियर वॉल MI आहे, तिथे एक रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर होता, त्यांनी व्यवस्थित डायग्नोज केलं. द कार्डिओलॉजिस्ट आय मीन त्या ग्रुपवर तो ECG शेअर झाला. दे विटोड दॅट इट इज अ MI. यू रश द पेशंट टू द नियरेस्ट मेडिकल फॅसिलिटी. तर आता हे टर्शरी केअर सेंटरला म्हणजे बेसिकली बँगलोरला यायला निघाले, आणि एका गावात, एका पर्टिक्युलर गावाला ते पोहोचले, आणि इथं हा माणूस, त्याला सडन ऑनसेट पाल्पिटेशन झाले आणि हा अनरिस्पॉन्सिव्ह झाला. तर इट वॉज प्रॉब्ली अन अरिथमिया. आता हा प्रायमरी केअर रिस्पॉन्डर जो आहे, ही शोड ग्रेट प्रेझन्स ऑफ माइंड ऍक्च्युली. त्यांनी नॉट ओनली डिड ही अँड हिज टीम मॅनेज टू locate a physician nearby. They started off manual compressions. There was nothing. It was just a primitive ambulance. मला वाटतं फक्त गाडीच असेल ॲम्ब्युलन्सच्या नावावर, काहीच नव्हतं त्यात तिथे. तर आता या फिजिशियनने, दिस पर्टिक्युलर जेंटलमॅन, ही कार्डिओवर्टेड हिम. ओके, आणि ही टूक अ व्हेरी बोल्ड डिसिजन. इफ यू सी, आता हा कोणतरी कुठून आलाय काय त्याला माहित नाही, एक VIP पेशंट आहे. त्याच्याकडे स्ट्रेप्टोकायनेस होतं फक्त. ही लाईज हिम, ही थ्रॉम्बोलाइज हिम देअर इटसेल्फ. आणि ऑन फ्लो थ्रॉम्बोलिसिस असताना त्यांच्याकडे आता त्या फिजिशियनकडे कार्डियक ॲम्ब्युलन्स होती, आयनोट्रोप्स दे कुड स्टार्ट. Trust me, that patient became conscious oriented after he was lysed. आणि हा पेशंट बँगलोरला येईपर्यंत अगदी खणखणीत होता. He was on single vasopressor support, but he had become conscious oriented. He was almost pain free. What the ordeal that he narrated to us was कि after the chest pain he probably doesn't, I mean he just collapsed after that chest pain. पण नंतर when he woke up he was feeling much better. So याला नशीब म्हणायचं, याला डिवाइन इंटरव्हेन्शन म्हणायचं, वॉट एव्हर, बट माय पॉइंट, आय एम कमिंग टू माय पॉइंट नाव. हा माणूस इकडे आमच्याकडे आला, वी डिड एन अँजिओ, बघितलं आरसीए, देर वॉज अ डिस्टल टिमी3 फ्लो, इट वॉज अ फ्लोइंग वेसल बेसिकली आरसीए, पण देर वॉज अ थ्रॉम्बस देर. इट वॉज अ नॉन ऑक्लुसिव्ह थ्रॉम्बस. प्रॉब्ली जे काय ऑक्लुजन होतं ते बिकॉज ऑफ दिस, इट वॉज अ सक्सेसफुल फिब्रिनोलायसिस. एसटीटी चेंजेस हॅड रिग्रेस्ड बाय देन. आता आमच्याकडे आलाय म्हणजे मी असं म्हणू नये ऍक्च्युली, पण वी डिड अ कॉस्मेटिक थ्रॉम्बोसक्शन, काहीतरी केलं बाबा आम्ही हे दाखवायला, नसतं केलं तरी चाललं असतं एखाद्या वेळेस. तर आता बट द थिंग इज दिस जेंटलमन ही हॅज अ TVD, म्हणजे RCA ऑल्दो वॉज फ्लोइंग, ही हॅड व्हेरी बॅड डिसीज ऑन द लेफ्ट साइड. So we reckon that nothing can be done. We have already, the culprit artery has been addressed with fibrinolysis and this thrombosuction. Flowing vessel आहे, patient stable आहे. We have advised him open CABG. आता अजूनही CABG झालेली नाहीये. He is fine. He is taking his overseas trips. The thing is, he is not very convinced. आता I don't know. Probably all our cardiac surgeons are scary maybe. They have not been able to convince him so far to go under the knife. But this gentleman is doing absolutely fine. आता प्रश्न असा पडतो, टर्शरी केअर मध्ये केलं काय आम्ही? ऍक्च्युअली जर बघायला गेलं, येस अँजिओग्राम करणं आवश्यक होतं टू एस्टॅब्लिश व्हॉट इज गोइंग ऑन. बट त्या फॉरेस्ट गेस्ट हाऊस पासून त्याची जर्नी जी आहे, हिज लाईफ वॉज सेव्ड by the presence of mind and the enterprise of the resident doctor. I don't know what his qualification was, but look at how they responded, how much they responded, and the physician especially who was there in the small town. And I think they are not celebrated as much as they should be, but this gentleman actually saved his life. I mean, literally, if he would not have even come to us, nothing would have happened. I am pretty sure this guy would have been absolutely fine. त्यामुळे when we talk about small centers and when we talk about preventive
स्मॉल शहरामध्ये आणि स्मॉल सिटी आणि रुरल एरियामध्ये ज्या पद्धतीने प्रॅक्टिस करता येते, म्हणजे कुठेही जावा, पण आपण ज्या पद्धतीने सांगते सिनेरिओ सांगितला एका पेशंटचा, VIP पेशंटचा, एका छोट्याशा डॉक्टरने म्हणजे XYZ असेल तो, किंवा PG असेल किंवा कुठल्या डिग्रीचा असेल, त्यांनी जो सिनेरिओ सांगितला अशा पद्धतीने सर्वांनी कार्डिओलॉजी बद्दल अशा पद्धतीने प्रॅक्टिस करावी अशी छान डिफरन्स रुरल आणि शहरी भागात सांगितला. आणि जो त्यापेक्षाही त्यांनी सांगितलं, आपण असं समजतो की शहरी भागात जास्त MIचे पेशंट असतात, पण त्यांच्या कार्डिओलॉजिकल स्टेटसनुसार ग्रामीण भागात सुद्धा कार्डिओलॉजीचे जास्त पेशंट आहेत. अशा पद्धतीने छान त्यांनी आपल्याला इंदापूरमध्ये येऊन कार्डिओलॉजी बद्दल 4 शब्द सांगितले, त्याबद्दल धन्यवाद. इंदापूर आहे.
Our next speaker is Dr. Prasad Bhatte, and his topic of presentation is refractory GERD and role of fibroscan in non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. I request Dr. Prasad Bhatte to deliver his lecture. Thank you.
Dr. Bhatte has done MBBS, MD Medicine, postgraduate diploma in geriatric medicine, and DM in gastroenterology. He has also done fellowship in advanced therapeutic endoscopy. He is a PhD scholar. Currently working as consultant gastroenterologist, transplant hepatologist, and therapeutic endoscopist at Aditya Birla Memorial Hospital, Pune. Enrolled as PhD scholar for Dr. D.Y. Patil Medical College, Pune. Sir has also got great experience in endoscopic surgery.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Very good morning to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizing committee of this wonderful event and Dr. Manoj Wakmore. Recently, I have come to know that he has started doing endoscopies in Indapur, which is a very bold step. And as Sir just mentioned, the place doesn't matter, people matter, and I wish him all the best. So today I am going to talk about fatty liver and GERD. Basically, these are the lifestyle diseases. I know that this is a mixed crowd, so I won't go into the technical details. So, grade 1 fatty liver, I think it is the most ignored type in the sonography report which we see. I remember during my medicine days, I used to tell patient की सगळ्यांना हे fatty liver असतं, याचं काही करायचं नाही, टेन्शन घेऊ नका. The thing is, once I entered my gastroenterology training, I came to know that, or I found that most of the cryptogenic cirrhotic patients are related to NASH. They don't consume alcohol, they don't have viral markers positive, but they do have metabolic syndrome, diabetes, truncal obesity, and they are labeled as NASH. So NAFLD or NASH is the leading cause of liver cirrhosis, HCC, and liver transplant in India. That is why we are discussing this NASH or NAFLD. So what we are going to see is what is NAFLD. NAFLD is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. NASH is one of the component of NAFLD. The spectrum of this disease, what are the complications, what is fibroscan and how to use it. So we all know that liver is the largest intractable organ. So as the fat gets deposited in our trunk, our tummy, it also gets deposited in our liver. So the liver size increases, the color of the liver changes, and excess fat is built up in liver is called as fatty liver disease. So there are many causes of deposition of this fat in the liver. Alcohol is one of the major cause, but those who are obese or those who have truncal obesity or metabolic syndrome, they also have tendency to deposit fat in the liver. So how do we define NAFLD? There is presence of hepatic steatosis. Maybe ultrasound, MRI or elastography can tell us about the amount of liver fat. Then there are no other causes of fat accumulation like heavy alcohol consumption or some drugs or hypothyroidism. This is important because these NAFLD patients or NASH patients can lead to cirrhosis, and it is one of the leading cause of cryptogenic cirrhosis. So it is a major public health problem because of the obesity pandemic. Again, diabetes, India is called the capital of diabetes, and this NAFLD is closely related to this obesity and diabetes. So what is the spectrum of NAFLD? So there is something called as isolated fatty liver, NASH and cirrhosis. How to differentiate between them? So when the liver inflammation and scarring is not present, it is called as isolated fatty liver. Once the inflammation starts in, which can be easily diagnosed by doing liver function test. The symptoms can be related to esophagus, even reflux curve, reflux laryngitis, reflux asthma, and dental erosions are also associated with this GERD. So on endoscopy we can differentiate between erosive and non-erosive esophagitis, and we need to do a pH meter or impedance meter to find out whether the reflux is acidic or not acidic. So most of the prevalence is so much that everybody of us also has suffered from these symptoms, and it is underreported. Patients take over-the-counter PPIs for many years and they self-treat, so it is very underreported. So what is the abnormal physiology? Some patients may have hiatus hernia, low ALS pressure. There are some increased transient ALS relaxations, ineffective clearance. There is sometimes problem with esophageal motility. Then there can be impaired esophageal mucus defense and delayed gastric emptying, which is associated again with diabetes mellitus. So upper GI endoscopy will rule out esophagitis, tell us whether there is esophagitis or non-esophagitis. Esophagitis can be associated with GERD, esophagitis, autoimmune diseases which affect esophagus, then Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, eosinophilic esophagitis. If the patient doesn't have any esophagitis, it can be associated with non-acid reflux or functional heartburn. So when we ask patients to do endoscopy for GERD, then patients have alarm features. Like any patient who is more than 60 years and has recent onset dyspepsia, we advise him upper GI endoscopy. If there is iron deficiency anemia, anorexia, unexplained weight loss, dysphagia, odynophagia, persistent vomiting, and any first degree relative having GI cancers, then we advise this patient to undergo upper GI endoscopy to find out whether there is any organic disease or not. These are the differential diagnoses. I won't go into much details. Again, the treatment is PPIs. PPIs have very good healing rates in erosive esophagitis. Lifestyle modifications which I advise is avoidance of specific lifestyle activities that trigger these symptoms. Like some patients do exercise and do abdominal crunches and they have reflux symptoms. I ask them to avoid those things. Then head end of bed elevation and dietary modification. Some patients get beautiful benefit by just following these dietary modifications, refraining from assuming supine position after meals, avoidance of tight-fitting garments, avoidance of alcohol, smoking, coffee and tea can also lead to much symptomatic relief. So at the end of the day, if we want to prevent or treat these lifestyle diseases like MASH and GERD, we have to have proper nutrition, do physical activity, and have some hobbies so that we can have some rest and get okay. So thank you very much again for the patience. So if there are any questions, we can discuss. I finished this early because I knew that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dr. Bhatt sir, sharing such a valuable topic. We have INDACON.
Hello. Thank you, Dr. Bhatt sir. Let's move on to the next lecture. It's my honor to invite Dr. M.K. Inandal sir for the next lecture. His topic of presentation is emergency room at rural settings.
Sir has done MBBS, MD Medicine from Miras Medical College. Sir is a medical director of Ashwini Hospital, working at grassroots level from last 43 years. Everything is medicine, right from ECG to bypass surgery. All types of scopies are done under one roof. Corporate type healthcare at affordable price. He is the final word in medicine for all of us.
At the onset, thank Indapura for inviting me for this beautiful study. I congratulate all my members for organizing this conference. It's very important and essential in the health area. This topic I will just highlight is nothing more that if you follow the protocols and if rigidly प्रणालीमध्ये म्हणतो केल्याने होतं आहे आधी केलेच पाहिजे. त्यामुळे इमर्जन्सीमध्ये जेव्हा काही करतात तेव्हा ते पूर्ण विश्वासाने आणि पूर्ण ताकदीनं केलं तर त्याचा आउटकम नेहमी चांगला असतो. My set of emergency is routine for our hospital. Daily we take about 5-6 emergency cases. Sometimes it is so difficult that even a second or a minute matters so much. In a year, we manage about 10 to 12 straight line patients. Straight line, when patient comes, there is a straight line and there is no sign of liveliness. Then we reset and then they come up very nicely. Overall, about 100 to 150 emergencies, very dire emergencies, where the life is already lost, we revive them and do this. So I thought that it's better that I can tell you that it's very dedicated service to mankind. This is the most integral part of the hospital. The emergency or emergency room is very integral part of emergency. And this is really a mirror of the hospital. When you enter the emergency room, you treat the emergency patients. It can really tell you that how the hospital is working. कारण हॉस्पिटलमध्ये इमर्जन्सी रूममध्ये पेशंट आला ती इमर्जन्सी रूम किती महत्त्वाची आहे की किती पेशंट तुम्ही डायरेक्टली आत पाठवू शकता हॉस्पिटलमध्ये, किती पेशंट तसेच तिथून बाहेर काढू शकता इमर्जन्सीमध्ये ओपीडीमधून, आणि किती पेशंट इमर्जन्सी रूममधूनच वर जातात हे त्याच्यावरच अवलंबून असतं. कारण इमर्जन्सी रूममध्ये जस्ट इमर्जन्सी करायला मिळतं किंवा कॅज्युअल इमर्जन्सी आहे तर बरेच पेशंट तिथंच राहू शकतात. त्यामुळं दिस रिअल मिरर हॉस्पिटल वर्क डिसाइड्स ओव्हरऑल साइट ऑफ द क्रिटिकल इल पेशंट्स. Many fruitful and astonishing results are available daily, and so many astonishing results we get, and that's why we get an encouragement that we should do more and more good emergency services to these patients. So better the ER, better the outcome, surely for one reason. How it should be? It should be 24/7 by 65 days. Because it is never that you are relaxed and that time only emergency comes and then it becomes a problem. So almost you should be ready on the toes for this. So at least one doctor who is trained enough in emergency should be around in the hospital so that he can come immediately and this. For this we have done, because we treat most of the critically ill patients, we have done an alarm system. From OPD, if patient comes, it is very critical, then we put an alarm. That alarm goes to almost all of our 4 ICUs. When primary doctor sees that this patient is very critical and requires absolutely many helps, then the alarm is put so that all ICUs, ECU, ICU, and surgical ICU, all doctors, they rush to this and many hands are available. So this is one of the this. Then the person who is there, he just quick assessment of the situation and then he gives call to the other people. Provision of immediate and appropriate life-saving treatment is very important. So when the emergency comes and it is really a bad emergency, then you have to have a different task for different people. That's why we always do. For example, if the patient of cardiac arrest comes, there is a straight line, then there are many things you have to do, and there is a bumble always that what to do and who will do. So if I say that operation, then the doctor there nearby will say that I am Dr. Maske, Anand Maske, comprehensive. Means he is a compression, so that work is done given to him. Nobody else will do that. Then I will tell put a line, so the other doctor will say that putting a line. He will name and then he will XYZ putting a line. And adrenaline, the nurse will say that doctor, nurse so and so giving adrenaline. So So that type of work, if you do it fast, within 2 minutes, every work is assigned. So there is not a fumble. One person doing this, same person is doing that, same person is doing that. So that is very important that we should do it. That reduces your work. So once I say that one person is doing this job, then there is no part. Compression so many times is so important. Compression is a life in emergency, as I say that. So many times we have to compress the chest for 30 minutes, more than 30 minutes of. And that's why it's a huge duty who is assigned for that work. And you will call the ward boys, our assistants, and this who are taught how to do compression. And then every 10 minutes or 5 minutes, some person will come and do it, so that the person doesn't get exhausted. So that type of work, if you do, then there is a good result, because this is especially when there is a cardiac arrest. आपल्याकडे नेहमी पद्धत नाही की कोण पेशंट आला कोण पेशंट आला की पेशंट तोपर्यंत जीवन कसं चांगला आहे तर नदीपर्यंत नदीच्या पुलावर पेशंट चांगला होता तिथून तो स्टॉप झाला सो देर इज अ टाइम वी नो दॅट वी कॅन रिवाइव इट अँड सो मेनी टाइम्स इट हॅज हॅपन्ड दॅट पेशंट्स आर रिवाइव्ड व्हेरी वेल. सो दिस वर्क इज टीम टुगेदर वर्क. BLS and ACLS is always applied logically and very sincerely. Briefing to the relatives is very important. As soon as patient comes, we have to say that patient is stop झालेला आहे, पण आत्ताच झालेला आहे, त्यामुळे we are trying प्रयत्न करतो निघण्याची शक्यता आहे, पेशंटवर बाहेर येण्याची शक्यता आहे, किंवा पेशंट काही होऊ शकत नाही. Then education, training and our research continues with this, because if you are successfully treating one patient, then naturally next patients will know that you have experience of one more. So you do it, and repeatedly if you do it, there is a good success. So the emergency comes at the right time. It comes in the right time, right person, right place, right person, and you are in the hand of good person and right resources. Everything is available there. Then emergency speedily gets this. There should be a sympathy for this and science behind treating all these emergency patients. So outcome significantly improves in patients all these conditions, that cardiac arrest, acute myocardial infarction, tachyarrhythmia, snake bite, organ of hospital poisoning, acute massive pulmonary embolism. Pulmonary embolism also, one thing that estimated incidence is much more, especially in our this. I'll take one example. Patient of fracture femur, nearby hospital, operated, and second day patient had sudden arrest. So तिथं काही जागा नव्हती म्हणून लिटरली आम्हाला जे ट्रॉली असते त्या ट्रॉलीवर पेशंट ठेवलेला होता आणि त्या गाड्यावर हातगाड्यावर पेशंट आमच्याकडे आणलेलं. We were knowing that because the doctor has already phoned me. So the post-operative cardiac arrest is invariably pulmonary embolism. So we resuscitated and then little pulse came. So immediately the ultrasound was taken. We saw that in that few pulsations that RARV is hugely dilated. So straight away, even though this patient was having immediate surgery history, we ignored that because it was bleeding. There was no open area. So we thrombolized it. Then immediately we gave this thrombolysis connective place. Patient came out literally 5 to 10 minutes, but again succumbed. So there was massive infarct. So we had to give double dose of diagnostics. And within 24 hours, patient absolutely was revived very well. And the whole of the thrombus got dissolved. And the patient was fine because he is very young. So there was no much comorbidity. The patient come out very nicely. So these pulmonary embolism patients, in a year we treat about 7 to 8 pulmonary embolism patients with almost good result. Sometimes if it is very late, then it becomes a problem. In-house, if it is pulmonary embolism, then it is more easy to take than patient coming from outside the this. But friend called me that this is surgery. Surgery is done and patient is arrested. So we always tell them that you, while doing resuscitation and compression, you bring the patient. So that compression is the first important sign, that first important regimen you should do, that it never gets failure. So compression, compression and compression. Nowadays, if you see the emergency, this should always should be there. Even in systems like INDACON and if doctor continues to have a compression in arrested patients, still these patients can be survived. Because we usually use so many times compression for more than 30 minutes and then patients come out very nicely. Because that is simple way of putting a pulse oximeter and compressing the chest. If you get a wave of pulse oximeter with the compression, that means your compression is very successful and you should continue with that. So these emergencies plus acute strokes, polytrauma, status epilepticus, respiratory emergencies like asthma, COPD, and anaphylaxis. These are the few of the emergencies which come up across so many times. There is few more emergencies which I just want to mention. Sometimes we have done up till now almost 5 to 6 emergency trachea studies, anaconda type trachea study. Patient coming with a acute stridor and without waiting anything, the tube is not doing, 5 number, 6 number tube is not doing. So directly take an extension and do a start trachea study. That is very important. So that equipment also you should have in your emergency room. So location of the emergency is very important because it should not be a clumsy. The approach to the emergency room should be very fast. Most possible, if it is possible, then it should be near to the road, main road, so that directly ambulance comes to your doorstep. Then you get the entrance of the patient very well, and then immediately the treatment can be started. So again, location should be near to the OPD. So many times we have seen that in a huge OPD, patients, they don't know how to approach the doctor. Patients with acute problems, they wait hours together in the OPD. And patients with chronic problems, they will hesitate, they will start poking the doctor that please take me out, please take me out. So sometimes patient is in the OPD waiting and then has the arrest there. And then patient is rushed. खाली पडल्यानंतर पेशंट त्यामुळं ते ओपीडीच्या शेजारी असतं पण बऱ्याच वेळा होतं. असे हॅपनिंग असे बॅड इन्सिडेंट्स सुद्धा बऱ्याच वेळा होतात वर्षभरामध्ये की 2-4 दिवस पेशंट आला ओपीडीत थांबलेला आहे आणि त्या एकाएकी पडलेला असतो. त्यामुळे नंतर विचारलं तर छातीत दुखतंय, 24 तासापासून दुखतंय, दाखवायला लागलं, त्यावेळेस त्याला तिथं त्यामुळे ओपीडीमधून तो अप्रोच चांगला झाला पाहिजे. Passage for carrying patients should be straight, broad and easy. It should be adequate to move trolley the patients along with all these accessories if the patient is coming from outside. Well lighted, hall should be there. Light should be proper, even in day and night time. It should be adequately. This is my role, and there is an emergency. Within 5 feet you can reach the emergency. This is again a shabby to this my rural hospital. How to receive the patients, very important. This is I am telling you that patient येतो तिकडून कॉलेज आपल्यासाठी असं असतं हायपोटेन्शनमध्ये शॉपमध्ये चेस्ट पेन आहे, कदाचित मायग्रेन असेल, पेशंट आणतो त्याच्यामध्ये त्याला सगळे लोकांनी वाजोपेसन लावले असतात, सगळे लावले असतात. पेशंटचा आपल्याकडे असं आहे की ॲम्ब्युलन्सचा ड्रायव्हर किंवा व्हेकलचा ड्रायव्हर त्याला काही माहीत नसतं. आज बसल्या माणसाला काही इमर्जन्सी माहीत नसतं. डॉक्टरनी नीट लावून दिलेलं असतं. पेशंट comes to the hospital, doctor, driver said that I will think that patient is alive and I have brought the patient here. The inside health workers also said that I am happy that patient has reached hospital. मग ते काय करतात, सगळं नीट जास्त त्या सगळ्या काढतात त्याच्यापासून सगळ्या टीप काढतात आणि त्याचं म्हणतो त्या पेशंटला केला पाया ठेवतात आणि पेशंट आपल्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये येतात. त्यामुळे सगळ्या टीप्स मॉनिटर्ड टीप्स असतात, ॲड्रेनलिन नॉर्मल सगळ्या बदलून आणि पेशंटचा BP तिथं 90, 70, 95, 70 वगैरे असतो. पण द मुवमेंट पेशंट इज टेकन आउट ऑफ पम्प्स, BP goes down. So it's a very practical. We never allow patients to come inside. If the patient, we wait in the door for ambulance to come. If somebody has phoned me, that patient is coming, always our 2 persons are meeting in the so that if ambulance comes, we should step in first. Doctor will step in the ambulance first. we'll revise this situation. How is the patient? How is the this patient alive or dead? Not that we dead patients we don't take. If we take and we know the history. The patient is all right and now he will stop. We take him inside and do resuscitation. But if the patient is alive on the then we see that what it is going on. So we take our machine there. We start titration of the fluid, and we then check these all patients for microdreams, and then the patient is taken. So that yesterday only one thing happened that my own patients, I even last week very low ejection fraction, patient was at Musward, and there he dropped down. So they resuscitated him very well. A Musward patient came to my hospital, and while bringing patient, taking inside all treats were taken out. तसं कधीच फ्लुइड जात नाही, मला पंप नसेल तर ते कधीच हे होत नाही. आणि त्यामुळे येऊन बघतो पेशंटचा बीपी जो होतो तो पण स्ट्रेट लाईन झाला. सो रिसर्सायटेड इमिजिएटली. And second time his resuscitation was done because he had arrest and we had to do everything and then he came out. So after 3 days of this again he was discharged. So this critical patient treatment is approach is very important. So when you take the patients with a known history, we should always go in a ambulance, see the situation and then take the patients inside. All ventilatory settings and drip settings should be done, should be matched to the hospital equipment, and then patient is to be taken to the. It's very important. Why I am telling you that so many times patients are arrived in your door and while entering patient doing that. बऱ्याच वेळा पेशंट आपल्याकडे खेड्यामध्ये इतके असते की कोणीच नसतं. पेशंट आणतात ते खांद्यावर आणतो, म्हणजे पेशंट बेशुद्ध असतो, ऑलरेडी एस्पिरेशन झालेलं असतं आणि खांद्यावर आणतो. त्यामुळे इमिजिएटली आपण that we should take a stretcher there and ask the patient to, ask the relations to keep the patient flat. That also very important. So equipment, you know all equipment what it should be. But in my setting, I always insist, and the checklisting is done. Then mock drill so many times is done. Very important equipment for me. This all will be available. There is no problem because ventilators will be available, endotracheal tubes will be available from all this. Then all drips will be available, defibrillators will be available. But so many times they are so haphazard that you don't get those. But the very important equipment which I always feel it should be there, that your presence of mind and your application to that patient, that is very important. So all these equipments, again I will tell you that it should be in pair, because असं नेहमी होतं की इमर्जन्सीमध्ये तुम्ही डायग्नोस्कोप उघडला आणि बल्ब दिसतात, असं अगदी इन्व्हेरिएबली होतं. So you should have 3-4 diagnoscopes in your stock. So this sometimes this can happen. No. Ventilator बऱ्याच वेळा चालतो on sitting, so more than one ventilator should be there. All equipment in the hospital, I always feel that including assistants, doctors, nurses, and all these equipment should be in pairs. Should be there. So if the line is there, the electricity may go down. So that you should have this generator set, that two generator sets. One generator goes down, then second generator will come up within 3 to 5 seconds. Both generators go, then you should have plugs which are continuously UPS system. I have all ventilator points, almost 60 to 70 points who are on this UPS. So if the generator doesn't come up, this UPS goes on. So never there is a break in the. That is also very important, and that should be there in emergency room. It's very important. Then only this, because the time is a life. If you lose the time, then life also is a loss. So that's very important. So always I particularly tell my assistant that you should have everything in duplicate. One is not working well, except this is in our office and hospital, not in our house. You should not have any spare assistants. All essential equipment should be in pairs. That's very, very important. That is a sign that you should you are taking abundant precaution and patients are safe. All ultrasound machines, echocardiography machines, that's very important. Patient comes to you with severe breathlessness and your PCG is not conclusive. It is very much inconclusive. Then your ultrasound will help you. In a minute you can know that this patient is of pulmonary embolism or myocardial infarction. So that's very important. Yes. So it should be applied properly and immediately. Then ER should be close to OPD, OT, ICU, radiology and endoscopy. That's very important because so many times patients come with a breathlessness. We have done a tracheostomy, patient has gone home, patient has come after 2 months with a senior spider and patient very breathless. There is no other diagnosis than tracheostenosis. So you should have this equipment very much there with a staff tracheostomy, with all type of endotic intubation. If it is possible, if it is not possible that with a 5-number endotic intubation you are not going to go in, then surely you have to do a staff tracheostomy. So every equipment should be there. So life-saving drugs. All lists I should not enumerate now, but these are the list. पण अंबर का डॉक्टर राहुल I tell you that एक अजून एक औषध माझ्याकडे महत्त्वाचं मी ठेवलं नाही आणि ते हायड्रोजन पॅरॉक्साईड. कारण स्नेक बाईटला बऱ्याच वेळा प्रॉब्लेम असा असतो की बाईट इज देअर, पेशंटचं जाण माहीत नसतं, ती क्रिटिकलमध्ये बाईट झालेलं असतो, सोलमध्ये किंवा पाममध्ये, and that time there is no mark. So if you put a hydrogen peroxide, clearly you get a distinct blue mark. It's very important. I always insist that hydrogen peroxide should be there at my place where I always come across with a snake bite. So that diagnosis is done there only. Because physician will come to know whether this is a cobra bite or viper bite. We are not bite marks. So if hydrogen peroxide is that to put the medical weather that you should have that this. So that is very much important for always I go and check this. I don't know which are the hydrogen peroxide I have. But that is so many things like this. And so you can know what type of bite is there. So all different types of drugs should be there. Should be, for me it is I am fortunate because my emergency is just next to medical store. So we get treated hardware this, but it should be in a emergency room itself. So these are all we should always have. Protocols for resuscitation, as you know that the AHA guidelines, according to that we should resuscitate the patient and surely that will give a good result. This I have not enumerated. So most of the time I am telling that this I do every day and there are really astonishing results. I will tell one example that patient came in the morning in my OPD with one physician attending this patient had arrested physician's list. He was my friend, Dr. Sambhaji Raut's friend's father. So Dr. Sambhaji was here in INDACON. So I told him that he is arrested to do a trial. So he we resuscitated the patient. We treated him, he revived, we thrombolized him with this platelets and we took him to the cath lab and angioplasty was done. Before Dr. Sambhaji Rao could come to Apurus, the patient was absolutely fine with the angioplasty done. So that type of incidences so many times in a year, almost 15 to 20 times this happens. One of my politicians from Apurus, his relative, dropped dead at Sadashiv Mahavidyalaya, in the busy evening time. So from there to bring the patient to my hospital, it took almost 12 to 13 minutes. Then afterwards we resuscitated. He came out, we thrombolized him. Pupillary reaction was not much there. I told them that I put the patient in CCU and then his angioplasty was done. And then 4th day patient came totally conscious and he's still alive with a very well health. So these type of incidences are there. In one patient, my Dr. Samir Bandar, my student, his concern is that he told me, sir, patient infarct आहे and patient arrest झालेला आहे, ठीक आहे पाठवले. Distance is very less. So patient came to my hospital. I resuscitated him. I took him in a cath lab. Within 4 minutes 29 seconds, his pacing was done and his angioplasty was done. So this type of incident, I am not in a habit of presenting these cases, but every day we see this. The patient survival is our success, and that should be there always. So नेहमी बोलतो की केल्याने होत आहे रे आधी केलीच पाहिजे, आणि त्यामुळं आपण हे करायला पाहिजे. ह्या माझं एवढंच आहे की या सगळ्या एक्सपिरियन्स मधून तुम्ही लोकांनी भरपूर इंथुजियास्टिक पेशंट ट्रीट केले तर ते अतिशय चांगल्या पद्धतीने ट्रीट होऊ शकतात. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच.
व्हेरी व्हेरी थँक्यू सर. आपण खूप छान पद्धतीने इमर्जन्सी रूम ॲट रूरल सेटिंग, पण मी म्हणेल आपण आतापर्यंत 43 वर्षे फक्त 90 ते 95% पेशंट इमर्जन्सीज बघितले आणि 10 ते 20% पेशंट फक्त नॉर्मल बघितले. त्याबद्दल आपल्या इंडिकॉनमध्ये येऊन आपण छान पद्धतीने इमर्जन्सीबद्दलची छान माहिती सांगितली. त्याबद्दल इंडिकॉन 2023 आणि IMA इंदापूर ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटी याबद्दल आभारी आहे. थँक्यू.
Now I request our chairpersons to felicitate the lecturers. I request Dr. Namdev Garde sir to felicitate Dr. M.K. Namdar sir. I request Dr. Vinod Rajpure sir to felicitate Dr. Rohan Hegde sir. I request Dr. Vinod Rajpure to felicitate Dr. Prasad Bhate sir. I request Dr. Shrenik Shah to felicitate our chairpersons, Dr. Namdev Garde and Dr. Vinod Rajpure sir.
At Gram Panchayat level in 1996. He had done exclusive work in toxicology, saved more than 5,700 lives of venomous snake bite, recognized by national and international level. He is president of IMA Shivneri and his mission is Mission Zero Snake Bite Death Project since 2000.
Sorry for the delay. So these are in the first year. So around 80,000 to 1,38,000 patients annually, and more than 4 lakh people need permanent amputations. In India, there are 20 to 25 lakh snake bites every year, and annual mortality is around 60,000. 80% of the global deaths occur in India due to snake bite. Most common in Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, UP, Bihar, Maharashtra is one of them. Snake bite deaths are, there is ratio of 2:1 for HIV and AIDS. According to only 10% of the snake bite deaths, the cases are reported. So this is a very huge burden. So who are added this snake bite in most neglected tropical disease in 1918, and now the goal is to reduce the mortality by 50% till 2030. And all of us know risk factors like floods, then seasonal increase in the agriculture workers, fishermen, everything. So venomous snakes, there are 2,700 venomous snakes in all over the world. Out of that, 500 are venomous. India is around 275 species, 62 are species are venomous, and we should know that this is our area where the incidence of snake bite due to gas and cultivated land is increased. This is the west north part of the district. We should know these non-venomous snakes. I am not wasting time in this thing, but we should be able to identify non-venomous and venomous snakes at least. And it doesn't take a long time. You just have to see the picture of snake carefully for a few seconds, and then easily you will be able to identify. These are the most important venomous snakes, medically important. Common crate, Indian cobra, Gazelle swiper, and Shropshire viper. And these are the average yield per bite and lethal dose of the venom in the snake bite. So all these venom composition contains enzymes, proteins, acetylcholinesterase, hyaluronidase, and PLA2s and proteolytic enzymes. These are very dangerous. There are more than 200 toxins in each venom. And you can see one drop of the snake venom can kill the patient. These are some tips to identify the venomous and non-venomous snakes. In venomous snakes, fangs are hollow like hypodermic needles. Teeth are two long fangs. Pupils are elliptical, and tail is concave and solid. So these are some side effects: neurotoxicity, myotoxicity, anticoagulant effects, platelet aggregation inhibition, cytotoxins, hemolytic toxins, then microbial toxins, inflammatory and hypotensive toxins, cardiotoxins. So these are, I am not wasting time in this also. So all these are, we must know symptoms. Most common is asymptomatic. When the patient comes initially after snake bite, there are no symptoms at all. Especially in case of snake bite or when there is a dry bite. So we must observe these patients very carefully. Early symptoms include nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, severe headache, heaviness of the eyelids, inappropriate drowsiness or ptosis, ophthalmoplegia, collapse due to hypotension and shock, early spontaneous systemic bleeding, oliguria, anuria, and cases of dark brown or myoglobinuria. Local symptoms: fang marks present or not, there is local pain. Many times fang marks are not seen, local bleeding, bruising, spreading of local swelling very rapidly, lymphangitis, lymph node enlargement, inflammation, blistering, local infection, abscess formation, and necrosis. In elaborate cobra and crate, there are 5 Ds and 2 Ps. Which are 5 Ds? That is diplopia, dysarthria, dysphonia, dysphagia, and dyspnea. And all these symptoms occur in few seconds to minutes. Especially in case of cobra bite, we have to be very careful. 2 Ps, ptosis, and paralysis. Pathophysiology of neurotoxic bite, presynaptic affection in case of crate bite. So it takes a long time for symptoms to start, and it remains for a few days, 2 weeks. And in case of cobra bite, it is postsynaptic. So these are some symptoms. In naja bite, you can see easily ptosis, excessive salivation. You can see blisters and swelling. These blisters occur in few hours. Swelling is very rapidly progressive and local in case of cobra bite, and in case of Gazelle swiper, swelling is generalized. See, this is the severe necrosis. All these cases are of cobra bite. Many patients require skin grafting. So this is a 4-year boy, was admitted in cardiac arrest after the cobra bite. He was taken to government hospital and reached to our hospital in 2 hours after bite in cardiac arrest. He was resuscitated successfully, and Dr. Nanda said CPR and all medical emergency we do at a doorstep only, and then he was revived successfully. This is the case of thread wipe. You can see the patient is taken on ventilator immediately, and we have developed good communication system with the doctors and medical officers. And as soon as patient gets in the hospital, or many even common people, they are calling us and telling us that we had a snake bite, and we keep everything ready at the door. Many patients are survived due to emergency resuscitation. More than 100 patients are revived in the cardiac arrest of snake bite. And this is very remote area. This is the 4 months boy, baby, had a thread bite, and she also needed ventilator and revived successfully. She is young doctor, 24 years, had a thread bite in Sakan, and he was taken to the KM hospital, Pune. Luckily, I was in Pune, they called me, but nobody, no consultant from Pune was willing to give anti-snake venom, because there is no pain, there is no swelling, only mild cellulitis is there. The consultant said you use at your own risk and and patient survived. He was near gasping. So this young boy also had a thread bite. See, the very small bite marks. There is no swelling at all. He had a bruises and he began gasping. He survived after intubation. All these 3 girls of 15 to 20 years brought in a semi-conscious or gasping stage early in the morning, in the same day, from different villages. In all the girls who have suspected thread bite, and retrospectively, thread was found in bed of 2 patients. All 3 needed ventilator and they survived. Now, let us swipe the bite. I am going to doses later on. We will be showing few cases first. You can see symptoms are RV bite. There is a swelling, bleeding at the site of bite. There is bleeding marks are very far, that is 2 centimeters or 1.5 centimeters. There is blisters, there is severe necrosis at the bite site, generalized swelling up to the scrotum or anterior abdomen also. Use necrosis, subconjunctival hemorrhage, scrotal swelling and hematuria. This 14-year girl had a result swiper bite on the right foot near ankle joint, and she was admitted 12 after the bite. She had anuria, developed severe local necrosis. Her tendo achilis was necrosed. The debridement was done twice, and back therapy, skin grafting required. She required total 5 surgeries. Flap cover of tendo achilis was done, and ARF was managed only with the fluid management. She recovered completely after 5 months. This lady also had a little swiper bite near left ankle of the left foot, and she was admitted in shock, breathlessness. Bite marks are seen oozingly is there, swelling in the thigh and anterior abdominal wall. We have given her 30 vials of anti-snake venom. She required 2 blood transfusions, IV antibiotics, necrosis extended up to the mid leg, debridement was done, and the limb was also saved. Skin grafting is also required. This lady of Rajat swiper bite had a non-olivary renal failure. Means her urea creatinine is increased, creatinine is more than 8, and she had normal urine output. So we have managed her only with the IV fluids and electrolyte correction. We have not done any hemodialysis. Only antibiotics and glycerin dressing helps for these bites. So investigations in snake bite, all of us know routine investigation. Most important thing is whole blood clotting time. WBC, I am not wasting in this. This is a very simple test. All of us should know. You should take blood in a plain glass test tube and keep glass tube straight for 20 minutes. Don't tilt it. After 20 minutes, just tilt it slightly and see if there is coagulation or not. If it is not coagulated, then it is 100% vascular toxic snake bite, and it is very confirmatory, diagnostic, and it helps in treatment part also. So doses of anti-snake venom are depending on this test. So you have to repeat this test every 3 hourly or 6 hourly and give the doses of anti-snake venom. This is very important test. There is no bleeding or clotting profile or coagulation profile required. This is a snake venom detection kit we have seen in Australia. It is not possible to diagnose from this in our country. It's costly. from history you must be able to diagnose time and place of bite, activity of the time of the bite, examination of the bite, site, identification of species, which sometimes doctor tell relatives to go to the place of the snake bite and bring the snake alive or killed and wasting their time. So don't do that. So it is very important. Killed snake, don't read it every time. You can diagnose from syndromic approach. This syndromic approach is very important. See, local pain in case of cobra and results viper and Saucian viper and Ampnose viper is present. And painless in case of crate bite. Most important thing, this is very important slide. Ptosis, it is common in neurotoxic like cobras and crate and sometimes in results viper vitals. Not present in Saucian viper and Ampnose viper. Then hemotoxic abnormalities only in case of results viper and Saucian viper. Only in case of vascular toxic snakes. Then renal complications in case of results viper only. Response to neostigmine mainly present in case of a cobra bite and response to ASV in all these venomous snakes. Management, first and early and safe transportation, these are very few tricks. So we have to reassure the patient, transport the patient immediately to the nearest hospital and safe transportation is very important. He should be kept on the left lateral position if it is neurotoxic, otherwise vomiting while during transportation he will aspirate and die. Management of cardiac complications, management of acute renal failure, management of local edema, necrosis, gangrene, management of consumption coagulopathy. ABC, as Dr. Nandar has told, identification of snake, though important, don't waste time in that. Rule of 24 hours. If unknown bite is there, don't discharge patient immediately. Some patients of crate bite develop symptoms 24 hours or 36 hours after the bite. So we have to observe patient for 24 hours minimum. Bite marks may confuse for identification of diagnosis. Traditional medicines, you must ask history, chances of aspiration, time of very important in case of crate bite. There is always early morning bite in the bed around 12 to 6 a.m. Treatment, pain management, handling of tourniquet is also important point. Don't hurry to release the tourniquet. Patient goes in shock immediately if tourniquet is released and start IV, if diagnosed, start ASV and then release the tourniquet. Antivenom treatment, it is the most important part. All of us are not knowing the WHO and National STG guidelines, so we must follow that. Antivenom is the only antidote for the specific antidote for the snake venom, and it should be given only to patients in whom its benefits are considered likely to exceed the risk. That is most important. Don't give anti-snake venom in case of non-venomous snake bite. Many times we start anti-snake venom immediately. In case of neurotoxic snake bite, cobra and crate, 10 vials in first 1 hour diluted in 100 ml NS or 1 bottle of NS and 10 another vials depending on the clinical progression of symptoms if required. In case of hemostatic snake bite, 10 vials initially and depending on WBCT, clotting or not, another 30 vials. Maximum we require 30 vials. Very rarely we require 40 to 45 vials. So this is very important. No contraindication in case of venomous bite for anti-snake venom. Adrenaline prophylaxis is 0.25 ml subcutaneously. You must give polyvalent. All in all these things. No test dose is required. Many times, still medical officer wasting time in giving test dose. In normal saline, no intramuscular injection in case of vasculotoxic snake bite, or no intramuscular anti-snake venom. No at the bite site. Many people are giving at the bite site. Close monitoring of vital signs and symptoms after starting ASV. Till ASV is very important. You must be able to identify anaphylaxis as early as possible. Yawning is the first sign of anaphylaxis. Antivenom neutralizes circulating venom. Be aware of adjuvant treatment. All these things are there. Then indications are most important. Rapid progressive swelling, more than one joint swelling after bite on the digits. Local bleeding, necrosis, development at the enlarged tendon lymph nodes, draining the bitten limb. This is most important. Systemic neuroparesis, cardiovascular abnormalities like hypotension, shock, arrhythmia, bleeding gums, brown urine, hematemesis, abdominal pain, backache and vomiting. Unless these symptoms are there, don't give ASV. Many times people start anti-snake venom and transport the patient in an ambulance and patient lands into anaphylactic shock and reaches to the hospital. So early anaphylactic reactions, pyrogenic reactions, late reactions. Adrenaline is the only good part for the management of anti-snake venom reactions. Few minutes only. The management of fibrinogen deficiency, FFPs, is not needed all the time. Platelet transfusion. If there is only active bleeding, then only you platelet transfusion. Adverse reactions. This flow chart is important for the snake bite management. You can take picture of this. We have started zero snake bite project in our area. There is proper good communication, awareness programs, doctors training programs, and early and effective management. This is a success story. Till date, we have treated more than 6,000 patients successfully without mortality. Initially, our colleagues were laughing with this vision, how this is possible, but this is made possible, and we have received guidance from many international dignitaries also for this. So this is community awareness program. We are involving all the people from community, from tribal villages, school teachers, doctors, and politicians, everybody, wherever possible we are approaching. This is preventive measures for the snake bite. Do it right. We should know what to do, reassure the patient, immobilize, transport the patient immediately to the hospital. This is our ICU and cardiac ambulance. We are doing research on some these things. We have prepared a mobile free app. You can also use it for identification of snakes. This is the use of mobile technology. Patients are taking picture of the snake after bite and showing us. This is the part of awareness also. I have presented my listing in Oxford, then Saudi and Nepal many times. These are some of the achievements. We have these challenges, snake bite presented recently, wound care and saving limbs. In addition to saving lives, we have saved limbs also. This is very important. Proper wound management in case of snake bite is very important. These leopard attacks patients in our area now, you are also getting some leopard attack patients. We are starting dedicated research care center for the snake biting. Thank you.
For your wonderful guidance.
Hello. Thank you, sir, for your excellent talk. Hello. Thanks on behalf of INDACON. Thank you.
I invite our next speaker, Dr. Chandrakant Lahane. His topic is approach to thrombocytopenia.
Dr. Chandrakant Lahane had done his MBBS, MD Medicine and DMB in Clinical Hematology. Dr. Chandrakant Lahane is currently associated with Sahyadri Hospital as hematologist, hemato-oncologist, bone marrow transplant physician. His area of practice includes all hematological disorders, including both benign and malignant blood diseases. Dr. Chandrakant Lahane has completed his MBBS from Ambedkar, post-graduation from Aurangabad. He completed his DMB from Deccan Sahyadri Super Speciality Hospital. He is extensively trained as independent consultant in hematology for 4 to 5 years. His skills include benign hematology, malignant hematology, thrombotic disorders, and hematobiopathies. He has published many articles in index journals. I request Dr. Chandrakant Lahane to express his views.
Should I start?
Hello everyone, myself Dr. Lahane. Today I am discussing the approach to thrombocytopenia in OPD. Basically what I do in for thrombocytopenia I am going to discuss. So outline of talk is the basic mechanism of the thrombocytopenia, definition, common causes, initial questions, stepwise approach, lab investigations and few cases. So for thrombocytopenia, you should know all these basic mechanisms. Because of this, there will be a thrombocytopenia. The platelets are produced from the megakaryocytes in the bone marrow. So in cases of decreased production like aplastic anemia, acute leukemia, CMPN like myelofibrosis, you will have a thrombocytopenia. In cases of ineffective production like megaloblastic anemia, myelodysplastic syndrome, you will have a thrombocytopenia. In cases of increased destruction like ITP, HLH, you will get the thrombocytopenia. Increased consumption, though these are because of the non-immune mechanism like the DIC, disseminated vascular coagulation, TTP, massive bleeding, and also causes the increased consumption, so there is a thrombocytopenia. The splenic secretion also causes a thrombocytopenia. In routine practice, we got all these multiple combination of the above. So definition will be the mild, moderate and severe. If it is in between the 1 lakh to 1.5 lakh, it will be mild thrombocytopenia, moderate 50,000 to 1 lakh, and severe it is less than 50,000. So practical importance of the thrombocytopenia: 1/3 of all hematology consults in general hospitals are for thrombocytopenia. 5 to 10% of the all hospital patients are thrombocytopenia. In ICU, the number increases to 35%. Thrombocytopenia patients in the hospital suffer 2-fold greater mortality rate than those who are not. So for the basically for the pediatric and adult patients, there are the different causes, but some are the more common causes, and both are same for the thrombocytopenia. I'm going to tell you. Then immune thrombocytopenia, it could be primary or secondary to HIV, HCV infection, secondary to SLE or proliferative disorder like CLL, NHL, or hematolymphoid malignancy like leukemia, lymphoma, MDS. Then rare causes like aplastic anemia, drug-induced thrombocytopenia, liver disorder. In liver diseases, thrombocytopenia is because of the liver produces the thrombopoietin. In liver disorder, the thrombopoietin is not produced in good amount, so there is thrombocytopenia. In liver diseases, there is a high splenomegaly because of the liver disorder. So that also causes the thrombocytopenia because of sequestration. And also in the cases of extra hepatic portal vein obstruction, we can get a thrombocytopenia. Drugs causing thrombocytopenia. Any drug can cause thrombocytopenia, but these are the drugs which are usually causes thrombocytopenia. So you require good history in patients for the thrombocytopenia, like rifampicin, abciximab, sulfonamides, INH, beta-lactam antibiotics, vancomycin, etc. Initial questions in the thrombocytopenia evaluation. First of all, when you get the patient in the OPD for thrombocytopenia, you should ask these 3 questions. This is the most important questions that is required, and we usually don't ask them. Is the thrombocytopenia real? Because like the patient is having no symptoms, nothing, and patient did the hemogram on routine basis and found to have the platelet count of 12,000. So in those cases, it may be because of pseudothrombocytopenia, congenital macrothrombocytopenia. Is the thrombocytopenia is new. So then after that the patient came again. So in these cases, this could be the ITP that you have treated with inadequate. So depending on the history and regulation, you should do the investigation. If you are having a pancytopenia and you are looking for the marrow examination. It could be a leukemia also. So please do the marrow examination. It could be a leukemia also. So as usual, I have a microscope in my OPD. So I examined him. I got his previous reports. So he was having a thrombocytopenia like 70,000, 80,000. So this is important. You should ask, is the thrombocytopenia is real? Is the thrombocytopenia is new? Or is the other hematological parameters are there or not? So history and examination, not significant. Hemogram 15.6, 6,400, 12,000 is platelet. MCV 96, differential normal. MP was 10.6. LFT, RFT, LDH was normal. Okay. So before going for the bone marrow examination, I see the smear. There was a EDT induced aggregation. So in those cases, in few of the patients we have EDT induced aggregation. So if the patient is not having any signs and he is having thrombocytopenia, you should rule out the EDT induced aggregation. In those cases, you should collect the sample in the citrate sample, and if you run this, you will get the platelet count in the 2 lakh means above the normal. Second case was it was during the COVID time. 33 years male carpenter in Fursungi, thrombocytopenia since 6 to 8 months. Treated as dengue fever because sometimes IgG positive, IgM positive, B positive, ITP with steroid, platelet transfusion. Platelet was not improving above 70,000. So he went for so many. He did a window shopping for so many doctors, but he wants to. I want to platelet above normal, above 1.5 lakhs. So history I have taken. She was from Bihar, settled in the Pune as a carpenter in Fursungi. No history of bleeding tendencies. So I did the hemogram 13.6. MPV was differentials was normal. Platelet was 70,000. The mean platelet volume. So I just previously told that the mean platelet volume is in the range of 8 to 9.5. So here it is 15.6. So clinically he was not having any means no bleeding tendencies, no petition purpura. MP was 15.6. LFT, RFT, LDH, everything was normal. Serology was negative. PBS, large platelets, no abnormal thrombocytopenia. His platelets was on the very higher size. Means those were counted as RBCs. In Coulter, the machine counts the RBC depending on the size, platelets depending on the size, WBCs depending on the size. So the platelets were counted as RBCs. RBCs are in the millions. So in those cases, we should ask for the history. History is most important. So I told him that you are this northeast belt from India. The patient from UP, Bihar, Odisha, Kolkata, they have a 5% population of our population have the congenital macrothrombocytopenia. In those cases, you should ask for the ethnicity of the patient because of those these people are shifting to the Maharashtra, Pune, nearby Pune. So we should look for the congenital macrothrombocytopenia. Again, 29 years female with 7-month ANC from Indapur, asymptomatic with platelet count of 32,000. First time done in pregnancy, referred to SSS for evaluation. Okay, not symptomatic. History examination, NAD. Hemogram was normal except for thrombocytopenia. MP was 9.6. DCT, ANA, DRBT negative, LDH, PT, PTT normal, serology negative. So it could be a gestational thrombocytopenia or immune thrombocytopenia. So basically, how to differentiate between gestational thrombocytopenia and immune thrombocytopenia? Gestational thrombocytopenia, usually before pregnancy, the platelet count is normal. Okay, you should ask for the previous platelet count. So she must be having a platelet count of 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, and in the second trimester you get a platelet count in the range of 70,000-80,000. And in third trimester is usually goes not below the 30,000. So it is not the digital. But in pregnant patients, you should ask for the previous platelet count. If she was having a previously low platelet count, so then she must be having the ITP. Okay. So it could be gestational thrombocytopenia, ITP. I did the work for ITP, ANA, DCT, DRBT, all came negative. So I cannot label it could be gestational thrombocytopenia or ITP. And now the plate, she's 7-month ANC and 32,000 platelet count. There is no need of steroids at this stage. If the patient is having reaches 34-35 weeks, 30,000, then pulse Dexa, 40 mg OD for. In those cases, if okay. We do the normal delivery around above 30 required, and after gestational thrombocytopenia, if after delivery the platelet count improves after 2 to 4 days or after within 1 week. So you have to follow for that, because gestational thrombocytopenia may occur again in include the patient occupation, physician from the INDACON did a hemogram, that HIV HBCG, and he was referred to me for the evaluation. I did a third investigation that SCD came SCD positive. So don't cut the corners for investigation for the patient. If you do the HIV HBCG SCD for the thrombocytopenia, then you will get the diagnosis. In female patients, if you are having a thrombocytopenia, 4-5 months ANC, you should rule out for the apple. So you have to supplement with the injection glycogen, despite the platelet count is in the range of 50 to 70,000. So you should do the DRUVT, anti-cardiology and antibiotics also. In patients with thrombocytopenia in pregnancy, you should also rule out the preeclampsia HELP syndrome, acute fatty liver pregnancy. If the 9-month ANC, normal delivery LSCS, cut off the platelet count, I already told you, and please provide to the pathologist. It is required to give the history to the pathologist. 25 years female, menorrhagia, economic patches. From the abuse, came for assessment with platelet count 16,000. History, acute onset, other non-treatment, examination, no report, no organomegaly. Platelet is 16,000, NPV 12.6. Other ANA workup was active workup PCOS plus ANA positive. Bone marrow aspiration biopsy, platelet destruction. So it was a active EVA syndrome, active hemolytic anemia plus ITP. In these cases, we require immunosuppression. I prefer to do bone marrow study before starting steroids in any cases of thrombocytopenia. If you are suspecting from ITP or ITP. Something about ITP. It is active platelet destruction, WBC total and differential loss, but anemia is proportionate to the blood loss. There are no blood. Workup for the secondary ITP, HIV, HCV, HBCG, SLE, ANA, lymphoproteic disorder, etc. and drugs you should look for. ITP is no improvement. History acute, no CR. We don't find it anything. We did the marrow. It was hypocellular. So cases. Steroid for the 2 days, referred to SSS. Hemogram 9.6, 5,600, 23,000. He waited for 2 days. PBS, history acute, not significant past history, weight loss, 20 plus, gum, bleeding plus, gum, hypertrophy was there, no liver, no liver, just palpation. So PBS, bicytopenia with abnormal promyelocytes. Pulmonary aspiration biopsy, acute promyelocytic. We did the piece for PML RARA, that was transcription 1570, it was positive. PTPTT delayed, fibrinogen low, high chances of DIC and ICC. So in cases of thrombocytopenia, anemia, I'm repeatedly stressing that you should provide a history to the pathologist and before don't give steroids directly, and it will require a PBS smear examination. Treated with arsinox atra protocol in remission, now on maintenance. Please provide history to the pathologist. Don't give steroid without PBS examination. 24 years male, dengue. In dengue fever, the timing of thrombocytopenia is usually from the day plus 3 to day 8. Recovery is in between the day plus 8 to day 15. After day 15, if the thrombocytopenia persists, you should look for the dengue-induced ITP. Can give steroids after the PBS examination. Guidelines for the platelet transfusion is below 10,000. I usually use the 20,000. In dengue fever patients, if you have to do the platelet count twice a day. If the on day 1 it was the platelet count was 1,30,000, day 2 it is 70,000. Then you should suspect that on day 3 the platelet count will be the 30 or 40. So you have to maintain the platelet inventory. You should ask for the related to prepare for the platelets. We have to give the platelet on the next day. So it doesn't mean your platelet count is 40,000, you should not give the platelet. Because next day you will have a platelet count below 10,000. Do confirm with the lab person, pathologist asks me a review. If no clinical correlation, repeat platelet count, collect sample in citrate or infrared, ask for previous platelet count. Don't transfuse platelet without diagnosis. You may add fuel in the fire in cases of DTP. Don't give steroids improperly. May mask leukemia or
Thank you, Dr. Lani. You have presented a very excellent topic. We will be put in our routine practice also. Thank you from the INDACON 2020.
Our next speaker is Dr. Mahesh Lakhe, and his topic is GNP infections.
Dr. Mahesh Lakhe is MBBS and DNB in Internal Medicine and Infectious Diseases. He had done fellowship in Tropical Medicine and HIV Medicine. He is currently working as Consultant Infectious Disease at Sahyadri Super Speciality Hospital, Pune. He was Group Lead of Infectious Disease and Infection Control in Colombia, Asia. I request Dr. Mahesh Lakhe to express his views.
Thank you. A very good morning to everyone, and thank you IMA Indapur for giving me this opportunity to my presentation. So what I've done is I've taken a case, and we'll be seeing all of us know how to treat gram-negative infection. But what are the recent advances or top papers in this regard that we are going to see? So I'll start with this case. He's a 59-year-old principal of a college in Pune, retired recently, diabetic and hypertension last 10 years, not very well controlled on OHS. He's a teetotaler, non-smoker. He traveled to his native place in around Nagpur. So he presented with 1 degree Fahrenheit temperature. First rate was 130, was tachycardic. His blood pressure was low, so he had hypotension. Respiratory rate 24, saturations 96 on room air. So he was actually, breathing heavy. He also had a renal line tenderness. However, there was no rash organically or any confusion observed. rapid malaria negative, counts were 24,500, urine routine was showing infinite pus cells, creatinine was 1.9, it was acidotic as well. Ultrasound earlier which was done, it showed mild hydrogen presence on the right side earlier before. So urine culture outside was done, it was Klebsiella pneumoniae, which was sensitive only to cholesterol. So we got a CT and you can see he had a right renal abscess predominantly in the periphery. So what can be done for this patient? So should we continue with meropenem and add cholesterol, or should we add polymyxin with the meropenem, or should we directly go for a newer kid on the block, that is ceftazidime avibactam? Should we add aztreonam to ceftazidime avibactam, or should we continue only meropenem with just fluid management and all the stuff? So when it comes to cholesterol monotherapy versus combination therapy, so this is a recent paper which was actually looking or addressing this issue of monotherapy versus combination therapy. It was again, most of the organisms they included or they put together is XDR, extremely resistant Acinetobacter baumannii, XDR pseudomonas, carbapenem resistant enterobacteria like Klebsiella and E. coli. Then cases of pneumonia, bloodstream infections, UTI have been taken. Kind of case record they have taken. So this was the overcome study, which was an international randomized double-blinded placebo-controlled trial, where they randomly assigned participation to receive cholesterol with a loading dose of 5 mg per kg, which roughly comes around 9 million units, followed by 1.67 mg per kg every 8 hours. That comes to roughly 3 million units twice a day. For the treatment of pneumonia and or bloodstream infection caused by XDR, baumannii, CREs. And the primary outcome was 28-day mortality, and secondary outcome included clinical failure and microbiological cure. So if you look at this, the Kaplan-Meier curve, which this curve for trial of these patients treated with combination therapy, that is with meropenem or placebo. The combination therapy with meropenem, had shown a slight point above the monotherapy arc. So basically, if you look at the cause of mortality, overall mortality with cholesterol alone was around 43%, and with meropenem it was 37%. But the p-value was not that significant. And if you look at other parameters like pneumonia, bloodstream infection, and the kind of organism they have seen, there also the p-value was not significant. So this study between 2012 and 2020, a total 464 participants were randomly assigned to treatment. 423 were eligible, and A. baumannii was 2.5 grams twice a day along with aztreonam, and patients started improving. So also along with that, we have chipped in the urologist. Urologist said let's try the interventional radiologist, and renal access was drained percutaneously, and the pus culture also proved the same organism, that is Klebsiella pneumoniae. Patient improved hemodynamically at the end of a week with septal ivacum with aztreonam, but went on to receive mechanical ventilator support for a slightly longer time. He developed pneumonia and respiratory failure. For that, we got his bronchoalveolar lavage fluid multiplex PCR pneumonia panel, which again, Acinetobacter baumannii 10^4. Also, there were CTXM, NDM, and 12. Here where with Pseudomonas. Is it 5 days, 1 week, 2 weeks, or 3 weeks? Are there any newer treatment options for carbamazepine resistant Acinetobacter baumannii for VAP? Whether to repeat the blood culture in these kind of patients, because we know for Staph aureus bacteremia, it is recommended to repeat the blood culture at the end of 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, etc. Same is the story with candidemia, whatever candida species you have. But is it also applicable for multi-drug resistant gram-negative infections, especially Pseudomonas and Acinetobacter, like non-formal? Versus 15 days of antibiotic therapy for Pseudomonas aeruginosa VAP in adults. And VAP remains a major cause of morbidity and mortality in ICU, accounting for almost 25% of infections with ICU patients, or sometimes more. So North American and European guidelines recommend a short duration, even if it is a non-fermenter like Pseudomonas or Acinetobacter. So as less as 5 to 7 days. But most recent meta-analysis showed a non-inferiority of a short duration for mortality and recurrence rate of pneumonia. The recurrence was more frequent after short duration therapy for cases of VAP due to NF-GLD without a difference in risk of mortality. So only problem was like basically, like if you shorten the duration to 5 days, you might just see the recurrence of pneumonia in these patients, but it may not affect directly on the mortality, or there is no mortality benefit if you prolong the antibiotic therapy for 2 weeks or so. So it is the first randomized control trial specifically focused on Pseudomonas aeruginosa VAP. It is nationwide randomized, open-label, multi-center and non-inferiority randomized control trial in France. VAP, Pseudomonas aeruginosa VAP included clinical suspicion and confirmation by Pseudomonas aeruginosa positive, quantitative cultures or a respiratory sample after antibiotic therapy was initiated just after the bacteriological respiratory sampling, and antibiotic therapy interrupted either at the end of day 8 or day 15 according to the randomization of the group. So this is the patients with 8-day group were twice as likely to have Pseudomonas aeruginosa VAP recurrence as those in 15 days group. So furthermore, the fine and grey model show a higher risk of Pseudomonas VAP recurrence considering the competing risk of death in 8-day group versus 15-day group. Because if you are giving a 8 days therapy and just stopping it, many times, they are almost 50% of the time it is recurring. And the secondary endpoints were in favor of a shorter antibiotic duration, like, development of Clostridium difficile diarrhea or antibiotic resistance in your ICU. These were some of the secondary ones. So the percentage of reaching composite endpoint of mortality with PFAP recurrence was 25.5% in 15 days versus 35.2% on day 8 group. The trial did not demonstrate non-inferiority of 8 days duration of antibiotic therapy compared to 15 days due to higher number of recurrence. So even if there is a higher number of recurrence, it is not recommended to consider or continue your antibiotic therapy for like 15 days. So when we are talking about the era of antimicrobial resistance, because of a huge amount of antimicrobial resistance, we hardly have any antibiotic molecules now remaining to treat our transplant patients or patients with hematology malignancies, and patients undergoing surgeries like CABG and other heroic surgeries, because antibiotics are like a gold rush. With that umbrella of proper antibiotic, we could come to this level of the advancement of medical therapy. But with increasing antimicrobial resistance, which is again a global challenge, WHO has declared this as a global emergency, and we might lose more and more patients annually than we have lost with COVID. So a duration of 8 days of treatment cannot be ruled out, but this study findings invite a prudent approach based on a close clinical and biological monitoring. Biomarkers could be assessed to monitor specifically the duration of treatment in this setting. So especially procalcitonin and CRP are good markers, along with total leukocyte count and maybe a chest X-ray and simple clinical measures like fever, respiratory to de-escalate it to just a week. Other molecules like cephadrocol compared to cholesterol-based regimens for the treatment of cramps. I'll just run through this. So the preferred treatment for carbapenem-resistant acid-about infection is unknown. Combination approaches are recommended in the moderate to severe cases to overcome multiple mechanisms. But the results of A-Balmony infection in this study or credible trial were disappointing. However, real-life use of cephadrocol, we don't have cephadrocol, but it was about to come this by the end of this year. But again, if a physician jumps to a newer molecule like a kid jumps on a toy, then ultimately we are going to lose all of them. So this was one of the interesting trial. I thought of just mentioning this because whatever we generally think when we study it it might show us a different thing. So this is association of follow-up blood cultures with mortality patients. Of course, in this patient we have repeated the blood culture. We have shown that this is negative after the end of treatment of 2 weeks, especially for bloodstream infection with Klebsiella. Also, we have done a proper source control with intervention radiologist draining the abscess. So I'll just go to the conclusions. So obtaining the follow-up blood cultures was also said with decreased mortality in patients with gram-negative bloodstream infections. That in this study includes had consistent association between obtaining follow-up blood cultures and decreased mortality with a little heterogeneity. So this made the intriguing finding that the mortality benefit of obtaining follow-up blood cultures, especially in drug-resistant organisms, was only notable for patients with a Pitt-Patrimat score greater than 0. So there is a Pitt-Patrimat score where it shows the organism and the kind of clinical picture the patient has. So all these parameters if you take in those patients, if you repeat the blood culture and then manage your duration of therapy, that really helps. So I'll just run through this. This is again a gram-negative bacterium solid organ transplant recipients, clinical characteristics and outcomes as compared to the immunocompetent non-transplant recipients. So this was just a new and very interesting study. So I thought, see, basically what this says is, so no evidence of mortality difference between solid organ transplant and non-SOT patients with GNP. So generally what we think that the higher the immunosuppression, the mortality might be more in these patients, especially when it comes to gram-negative rod infection. But in fact they have seen that inverse association between the level of immunosuppression and the risk of septic shock and respiratory failure among solid organ transplant recipients with GNP. So in fact the higher the number of immunosuppressants, the mortality benefit has been seen. So this study was interesting, so I thought I have included this in my top 5 papers of GMP in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lani. Precise talk on GMP infections. And thank on behalf of INDACON 2020.
Our next speaker is Dr. Srinivas Kulkarni. His topic is recent advances in oncology.
Dr. Srinivas Kulkarni had done his MBBS and DNB in Internal Medicine and Medical Oncology. Currently, he is working as a consultant in Medical and Hematology Oncology, Department of Medical Oncology at Sahyadri Super Specialty Hospital, Pune. I request Dr. Kulkarni sir to express his views.
So today, oncology patients here in 3 to 4 months. So many of the aware are also more or less same, but I would like management of oncology patients, where we were 20 years back and where we are now. So if we see the top 10 countries affected with the cancer all over the world, as per the American Institute for Cancer Research Report 2021, Australia tops the list, New Zealand second, Ireland third, USA fifth, and the list goes on. These are the numbers per 1 lakh population. If we see, the Syria has the lowest cancer rate in the world of 85 cases per 1 lakh people. Bhutan, Algeria, Nepal, Oman also scores less than 100. Here, I would like to point one thing, and the sir is still there. He asked me last time why the Syria has the lowest incidence of cancer, and I would like to answer his question now after 3 to 4 months. So there are multiple variables, and one of the most important variable why these countries has lower rates of cancer was underreporting. Majority of the factors of the rising. Not at all. In 2018, lakhs cancer cases were diagnosed. In 2020, 30 cases, 0.7 lakh new in 2025. Yes, these numbers are really worrisome. Malignancy, and the fifth is esophageal. We see the top 5 cancer tops the list. And the fifth management. Theoretic about metastatic lung cancer, and the first paradigm shift is when we didn't have stage 4 management of stage 4 lung cancer used to be chemotherapy, and the utility was actually unclear. The response rates were merely 20 to 30%. If we see the median overall survival that time in 70s and 80s, it was 6 to 8 months for a stage 4 lung cancer, and various randomized trials show combination chemotherapeutic options were of use in the management of this cancer, and the platinum doublet became the standard of care, and the survival increased to 8 to 10 months. So still the survival of 8 to 10 months for a stage 4 lung cancer is suboptimal. So then second paradigm shift came in 2004 when the scientists discovered the association between the EGFR mutation and the response to the EGFR targeted therapies. So the EGFR is mutated in more than 30% of the lung cancer in Asian population. So whenever a patient of suspected lung cancer comes to you, it is very important to understand the disease biology. We commonly divide the lung cancers into two, small cell and non-small cell. Even in non-small cell, you have two categories, adenocarcinomas and squamous cell carcinoma. And in adenocarcinoma, nowadays, we are testing each and every patient for something called as driver mutation analysis. And if we get some gene mutation positivity, these patients are treated with tablets. So this is basically a representative example. On the right side chest X-ray, we can see an elderly gentleman with pacemaker who came to us with breathlessness curve, found to have large left perihilar region lesion, which was biopsied. It was a metastatic disease. He turned out to be an adenocarcinoma. We tested him for EGFR mutation. He turned out to be an EGFR mutation positive gentleman. We started him on something called as TKI, tyrosine kinase inhibitor, anti-EGFR TKI, a simple and the basic tablet that is gefitinib. We all know that. And if we see on the left, on the right side, the chest X-ray showing resolution of that particular left perihilar region lesion. Another X-ray, if we see the left-sided X-ray, it is actually full of multiple metastases. We often call such X-rays as cannonball metastasis. This patient was also tested positive for EGFR. We treated with tablets and we can see the response after 6 months of therapy. Nowadays, the median survival of such metastatic lung cancer patients has gone up to 3.5 to 5 years. What we are talking about 6 to 8 months, 8 to 10 months, and today we are talking about 48 and 60 months. There is a rapid, drastic improvement in the survival of these patients. So there came the third paradigm shift in the management of lung cancer, that is the birth of immunotherapy. So these are the two gentlemen on the left, Tasuku Honjo, and on the right, James P. Allison. These were awarded the Nobel Prize in the subject of medicine in 2018 for their work and contribution in the field of immunotherapy. So what does immunotherapy do actually? So these are not the chemotherapeutic agents. They stimulate your own body's immune system to fight against cancer cells and kill them and control the cancers. And they are actually free of the virtual side effects or the practical side effects of the chemotherapeutic agents. So these are the various indications where the immunotherapy is currently being used from top to bottom, and the list is ever increasing. So the knowledge of cancer cell genetics and genomics has grown in breadth over the last 30 years. If we see this pictorial diagram on the left side, that was our basic understanding of a cell in 1975, and if we see on the right side, this complexity has evolved over a period of time in understanding the basic molecular structure of a cell, and even today this diagram has become more complex. So now coming to my second case, it is a targeted therapy in metastatic breast cancer. Yes, as I told you, breast cancer is the most common cancer in Indian females. Each and every one of us should be vigilant about the diagnosis. So she is basically XYZ, who is a 60-year-old postmenopausal lady with comorbidities of diabetes, hypertension, who was on regular treatment. She presented with a right breast lump and breathlessness initially on exertion, but later on progressed to even at rest. She was evaluated at Kolhapur, found to have large right-sided pleural effusion, which was positive for malignant cells. She underwent ICD insertion, was referred to us for further management of the further course of action. FNAC of the breast lump was positive for malignant cells. True cut biopsy showed infiltrating ductal carcinoma, and this was basically an immunohistochemistry, that is ER, PR, and HER2. Believe me, I would like to bring 2 minutes of your attention. Nowadays, the management of a cancer patient has become like a mathematical algorithm. It is 2 plus 2 is equal to 4. We can't go beyond deviations. Ultimately, we are the physicians, we are the primary caregivers whose decision is going to have a greatest impact on the quality of the life of the patient and the overall outcome. So we used to say, cancer patient, breast cancer, operate. No, the practice is changing nowadays. We need to understand the biology of the disease. Triple negative breast cancers, HER2 positive breast cancer, they should receive neoadjuvant chemotherapy or the treatment. So this neoadjuvant means treatment before the surgery, so as to bring down the disease, understand the response biology, and then take a call. If we are not following the protocol, believe me, we are really not doing justice to our patients. staging of that patient showed multiple nodules in the lung, pleural-based nodules, pleural effusion. So it was basically a stage 4 breast cancer who presented with ICD insertion. 20 years back, the treatment of such patients would have been really a chemotherapy. But nowadays, the picture is being changing. She was started on something called as targeted therapy, which is called as CDK4/6 inhibitor, along with hormonal treatment in the form of aromatase inhibitors, letrozole. She tolerated the treatment well, and within a span of 2 weeks, her pleural effusion subsided considerably with the removal of ICD. And she completed 4 cycles in the first week of March 2022, and the reassessment PET scan showed. So the PET scan, which is mentioned in the below, the lower row, it is basically the PET scan which was done as a baseline, and the upside PET scan is basically, we can clearly see the responses in the mediastinal nodes, pleural-based nodules, resolution of the pleural fluid. So without usage of chemotherapy, targeted therapy can do wonders. So these are the various pictures. So now coming to the third case, I will take maximum 10 minutes. Immunotherapy in management of metastatic RCC. So he's a 52-year-old gentleman who was diagnosed with left-sided RCC in 2015, underwent left partial nephrectomy, diagnosed at left RCC with sarcomatoid features. He developed recurrent disease in November 2015. Why I am insisting on usage of immunotherapy? This is a classic example. What is the importance of using immunotherapy nowadays in cancer patients? In December 2015, he presented with severe back pain, had a large mass in the left renal bed, which was a recurrence. Eventually, it was basically a stage 4 disease. If we can see the PET scan, we can clearly see a large recurrent lesion in the left renal bed. So treatment of choice in 2015 used to be sunitinib, something called as sunitinib, which was a treatment of choice for metastatic RCCs. He was started on sunitinib in 2015 and at a dose of 50 mg per day. He still has continued back pain, continued on oral morphine. In April 2016, he developed disease progression while on sunitinib after 3 to 2 months of sunitinib, and we can see clearly as compared to the previous PET scan, this is showing disease progression. So in April 2016, he became very symptomatic, increasing pain, breathlessness, bedridden status, admitted with pneumonia, developed septic shock, renal failure, managed with renal replacement therapy in the ICU, was intubated, was on ventilator. So in the normal course, we know what is the clinical outcome in such situation. Next comes DNR and death. But in 2016, there was a birth of immunotherapy, and the patient's relatives were eager to do anything. Even in that situation, patient's relatives were ready to fly to the abroad, do whatever is the best in the world. So actually, we procured something called as immunotherapy. It is a nivolumab injection, Optita, and we started him on nivolumab in May 2016 at a dose of 3 mg per kg. He completed 3 cycles at an interval of 15 days with no side effect. As we started immunotherapy, after 8 to 10 days of cycles, we started seeing relative improvement. Slowly flattening of the shock, renal replacement therapy was working, creatinine settling down, good urine output. Slowly he came out of RRT, extubated, off ventilator, he was discharged. It was not less than a miracle for us actually, because as I told you the clinical scenario in common clinical pictures, DNR and death comes next to intubation, ventilation, CRRT, septic shock. But he recovered, and believe me, I am very happy to share that he is still alive, comes and walks on his own. He was actually he was a biker. He used to love bullets, and he has 10 to 15 bullets at his house collection. He still drives bullet, and he is doing healthy after 7 to 8 years of diagnosis. Yes, he did receive immunotherapy only for 2 years and not more than that. And this is the beauty of immunotherapy. It is not a hit and run drug. It has something called as end of the tail curve, and it goes on. Once your immunity is stimulated, it kicks off and it keeps still responding. So we can see the differences. Initial metastatic RCC which has responded, and we can see actually no active disease anywhere in the body. Last communication with that patient was in December 2022. He is doing fine, and there is no active concerns as such. So this is my last patient actually. He is a young male, presented with fever, typical B symptoms, fever, weight loss, night sweats, and he was having generalized lymphadenopathy. So we did excision biopsy of that particular lymph node and found to have non-Hodgkin's lymphoma of follicular variant. invariably follicular lymphomas present with bone marrow involvement, and we always do the bone marrow for such follicular lymphoma patients, because if bone marrow is involved, the stage becomes stage 4. So this was basically a presenting PET scan of that particular patient, and looking at the burden, he was treated with something called as immunotherapy. It is called as R-CHOP regimen we treated him with, and we can see this was the response after 3 cycles of R-CHOP, and we continued him on 3 more doses of R-CHOP, and he still was on remission. His last follow-up was couple of months back. His last PET scan is remission. As indicated, it was a stage 4 follicular lymphoma. We can't leave these patients after immediate completion of the therapy, so he is present on something called as maintenance rituximab, which will be given for 2 years at an interval of 2 months. So we can see the responses, one, the disease burden at the lower part and the disease responses at the upper portion. So probably this is my last slide. I would like to share that being from Pandharpur, I used to come and visit Indapur and Anklos quite frequently. I used to come here first Thursday of every month at Indapur, and Anklos first and first Thursday of Indapur. So if in terms of cancer treatment or any guidance or help is needed, you are absolutely welcome. And मला नेहमी वाटतं, being a primary caregivers, it is our responsibility to guide them. You send the patient wherever possible, feasible, practical. पण तुम्ही जर म्हणालात की बाबा जा इकडे कॅन्सर सेंटर आहे, बघ काय होतंय मला माहित नाही, सो पेशंट स्टार्ट, आपण म्हणून त्याला की बरकटतो. पण आपण जर त्यांना सांगितलं की आज चांगल्या उपचार पद्धती अवेलेबल आहेत, यू कॅन स्टिल बी ट्रीटेड, they get some confidence and they seek treatment. What happens in Indian scenario, we trust more relatives, we trust friends, we trust close aides rather than doctors. त्यांनी आम्हाला सांगितलं इकडे जा, आम्ही हे केलं ते केलं. Mind you, a delay of 2 to 3 months can be life-threatening and enough to change the stage. I would like to also inform regarding cancer diagnostics and recent treatment advices. उद्या Z24 तासवरती माझी लाईव्ह मुलाखत आहे. You can definitely utilize that opportunity. आणि I am going to talk about these basic treatment options only. I always say it is important to spend time and money on diagnosis rather than getting some treatment. गडबडीत काहीच करायचं नाहीये. Invest your time and money on diagnosis. Once you establish proper diagnosis, treatment is easy. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for presenting a very excellent topic and present scenario and advanced approach and assessing a common cancer.
Means I have never heard anyone telling I can cure diabetes. I have never heard anyone I can cure hypertension. It's a lifestyle modification. But I can assure you, cancer is curable disease. Unfortunately, whatever advances have happened till now are happened in a metastatic disease. So the cost is very high when we treat with metastatic disease, immunotherapy, chemotherapy. But if we detect cancer at an early stage, you take any guidelines, any book, treat cancer in stage 1 and stage 2. Surgery is the only treatment. After surgery, we don't need any adjuvant therapy. Now, when it comes to the cure, the two things are very important. First, detect early and then treat. If we detect early, cure is always possible. Now, after cure, what comes is quality of life. If we are doing oral cancer surgery and the patient is not able to eat, chew or drink, then it's a very depressive situation. So the advances have happened in this. Then when it comes to the breast cancer, it is always a body self-image, psychological impact of females, and more and more females are at younger age. Breast conservation surgeries are the norm. So in short, I will go to the surgical aspect of cancer surgery and how it has been evolved. Now, if you see overall, previous speaker has presented the most common cancer in India. Having most common cancer in both male and female. If we take breast cancer is the most common. Second most common is oral cavity cancer, then cervix, lungs, and colorectal. But unfortunately, majority of our patients are at younger age, means 30 to 69. 30 to 69 age group is a very big productive age group for that family. A female working for her children, the male is a breadwinner for that family. And in such situation, if family develops cancer, then it's a really tough situation for them. And majority of breast cancer means happen in India are premenopausal age groups. If Western country we take, it is postmenopausal, and 16% of breast cancer occurs in age group between 30 to 40. So don't neglect any patient, any female having any breast. So India, if we take oral cancer, India is the capital of oral cancer in the world because of socially accepted addictions like tobacco, vodka, mama. Means father will choose tobacco, son choose tobacco, and it's easily available in the house. So and nobody says anything about all this. So this is really a difficult situation. And if you see oral cavity cancer, what we can detect an early stage. If you see this picture, in first picture, practically normal oral mucosa is seen, but when we do Wellscope screening, Wellscope is a newer device where we can see dysplasia, the black spot within the green spot is a dysplastic lesion. If we do breast cytology and if we found dysplastic cell with laser, we can ablate this and we can prevent cancer from happening. So these are some of the dysplastic lesions, normal mucosa. We can see white line before, but that is leukoplakia, but dysplastic cells are behind in the black. This is very important. Any tobacco chewer, visual examination along with Wellscope examination is very important, and with laser treatment we can, Now if you see, this is the laser treatment of leukoplakia. First picture you can see multiple white patch on the tongue. We excise laser 5 mm depth and you can see in 2 weeks tongue is absolutely normal. The prerequisite, such patient has to quit tobacco and alcohol. If they persist with tobacco and alcohol, they will again develop leukoplakia because oral cavity malignancies are field cancerization. Now this picture, this surgery, this lady has been operated by me in 2010-11 during my residency. You can see the first picture, a healthy young lady underwent mandibulectomy, neck dissection. In a year, she is cured, but see her face, facial expression. What will be the quality of life for such a patient? So now cancer surgery and oncology has moved beyond cure. It is cure along with quality of life. Now what we can do, if we see this picture, this was the traditional. I have done this surgery. I remember this surgery was done in the Fulton in J.T. Post Hospital. That time we have no options, and this guy we have to cure. He is cured, but such a big flap and pedicle flap, PMMC flap was the conventional treatment, and he is alive. But the quality of life, he may be happy being alive. But as a surgeon, I still remember his face, and I have made this because we need to see some progress. Now what comes as a goal, along with cure, we need function. If we are operating on jaw, the function of jaw has to be normal. If we operate on the tongue, the function of tongue, it is not only speech, it is swallowing, cleaning your oral cavity, all are the functions of the tongue. And as head and neck is the visible part of body, cosmetically it should be acceptable. So the conservative surgery has come into the role. You can see this picture, marginal mandibulectomy. Just to take negative margin, we can do this surgery, and we can see this face doing conservative surgery. But the requisite for such patients is early detection. Early lesion, we can do conservative surgeries and cure such patients. But when it comes to the advanced disease, we have to take some of the big flaps like radial foramen flap or flap from the fibula and reconstruct. But still, cosmetic outcome, functional outcomes are really good. This man has been underwent surgery almost 7 years back. Marginal mandibulectomy, buccal mucosa excision and radial foramen flap. You can see his quality of life. He is able to eat, able to chew, mouth opening is absolutely adequate. Similar way, this is another guy we have operated almost 5 years back, and same hemimandibulectomy, free fibula flap, and now no one recognizes that he has been underwent doing surgery. Similar way, hard palate lesion replaced with the free radial foramen flap. Even in elderly, because of anesthesia techniques are advanced, we can see elderly female with hard palates replaced by skin. That is the radial foramen flap. Young females, majority of young females, they are aware of cosmetic. No scar outside. Entire surgery is done intraocular and neck dissection with free flap surgery. Similar way, we can replace tongue with free flap. So, if patient comes at an advanced stage, we have to do free flap surgeries where we can give cure along with quality of life. If early disease, we don't need free flap. It's just 2.5 hour surgery, simple white local incision, neck dissection. If advanced surgery, it's an 8 hour surgery, cost goes high, plastic surgeons are involved, and all we have to do. Sometimes in unfortunate situation, we see such advanced cases and we have to do hemifacial excision, but still cure is possible in such situations. And we can see, we take free flaps from the bones, microvascular anastomosis like we do CABG, and we do reconstruction. These are some of the pictures of free fibula. Now what not to do is the first picture, patient is not able to swallow because he cannot close his mouth. But if you see second picture, the cosmetic is slightly affected, but patient is able to close his lips and he can swallow. So each and every organ in the oral cavity has its own function, and you have to think while operating, and you have to plan surgery in that. Similar way, if we go to the breast cancer, I will not go into the data, but most common symptoms, if you see the breast lump, any small changes in the nipple, any discharge from the nipple, or advanced lump like this are very horrible. We see in India, not in the Western country. Breast self-examination should be advised to all young women. They should aware of their breast, and most important, to screening mammography. 33% of the mortality has been reduced in US and UK only because of screening mammography. In our Indian scenario, as there are no program screening, we as a primary care physician should initiate and proactively advise all females above 40 to do screening mammography. If you see breast cancer surgery, it has evolved like human race has been evolved. You can see the older picture, first complete mastectomy is done, the lower down two picture, breast conservation surgery is done. In breast conservation surgery, even you cannot see scars. Now, in the breast conservation surgery, we used to do lumpectomy and axillary lymph node dissection. But more and more conservative surgeries have come now, and we have technologies like sentinel lymph node biopsy. What is sentinel node? The first node in the draining pathway of patient's tumor. If we identify that node, and if that node comes negative intraoperatively, you don't need axillary lymph node dissection. So it's a simple daycare surgery. Patient comes in the morning, just do lumpectomy, sentinel lymph node biopsy, patient goes in the evening. It's as simple as. So our job is to give cure with quality of life and cosmetic outcomes to the patient. Sometimes patient comes from remote places where the core biopsy is not done. Patient had underwent incisional biopsy. Practically this patient is periphery of the INDACON only. In such situation, we do breast reconstruction. This is the latissimus dorsi flap done in patient after lumpectomy, and still patients do well and are cured with malignancy. Some points about malignancies of the genital tract in female. Most common cancer in India female is cervical cancer, and most important, it is properly prevented by vaccines. HPV vaccines are available. If we go between age group 9 to 26, this can be prevented. And more importantly, secondary prevention is pap smear. Do pap smear every 3 yearly, or pap plus HPV DNA every 5 yearly, and if that is negative, patient can be monitored safely. And if the pap smear is positive, we need to scrutinize such patient with this. What is bare minimum requirement by WHO is at least one pap plus HPV DNA testing in an entire lifespan of a person. That is a so simple investigation anyone can advise on OPD basis and can do it. So preventive measures are important along with scientific advances. Detection of early disease is important. That is more important. So most common symptoms are abnormal bleeding, intermenstrual bleeding, postcoital bleeding are the common symptoms of cervical cancer. And if we detect at an early stage, simple surgery, laparoscopic radical hysterectomy with bilateral pelvic lymph node dissection, patient doesn't need even adjuvant radiation, forget about chemotherapy. Any guidance you take, early detection, stage 1, stage 2 disease, simple conservative surgeries, no adjuvant therapies, no chemotherapy, nothing is required. Only if patient goes into stage 3 or stage 4, all the advances unfortunately in oncology which has happened in metastatic stages, where we don't think of cure, we think only prolonging the life of patient. I think we should, advances should focus more on early detection and prevention in the treatment, like HPV vaccine, like hepatitis vaccine. Giving hepatitis vaccine prevents so many infections and so many liver cancers. Ovarian cancer is really tough to diagnose. There is no screening test. But what has advanced? Complete cytoreduction. You have to bear IVC, aorta, do complete lymphadenectomy. Whatever is there in the peritoneum, you have to remove, and you have to do intraperitoneal chemotherapy. That is hyperthermic intraperitoneal chemotherapy is the treatment of choice in stage 3 and advanced CMO. And this patient really do well. Almost 70-80% are 5 years survival. Something about colorectal cancer. Colorectal cancer is one more common malignancy in India. Simple fecal occult blood testing. Any patient with anemia, you should, along with your test, you should do fecal occult blood test. If fecal occult blood test is positive, that means you have to do colonoscopy and detect. I'll tell you, 30 to 40% of mortality of colorectal cancer has been reduced by doing simple fecal occult blood testing. It is so simple, it can be done anywhere. You don't need hi-fi life, you don't need any higher investigation. If FOBT is positive, go for colonoscopy. Any patient above age of 45, at least he should have one colonoscopy in his life. Most of the advances has happened in lower rectum, where in older days, in 1907, Ern Mile has described abdominoperineal resection for lower 1/3 rectal cancer. But nowadays, the goal is cure along with quality of life. Just imagine a person we are advising, you will not have normal stools, you will have to have bag carrying on your tummy every day, you have to clean 3 to 4 times in a day to be alive. Many a times patients do suicide. I have experience in my short practice that patient does suicide rather than having such surgery. But sometimes we have to go with this surgery. That is not absolute. But our aim is to modify things, and that has been done with healed. We have to better understanding of the anatomy. What is the anatomy of mesorectum? Means mesentery surrounding the rectum, how the disease spreads. And if we do neoadjuvant radiation, you can see the MRI. I would like to highlight that in rectum or in pelvis, uterus or rectum, MRI is the investigation of choice and not CT. Any rectal pathology, any uterine pathology, do MRI pelvis and not CT pelvis. You can see how the tumor is depicted, and we can see the resection margin. If it is threatened, in such situation you have to do neoadjuvant radiation, otherwise you can go ahead with surgery. And quality of surgery is very important in outcome of patient. Complete mesentery has to be removed. If third picture, if you see the mesentery is remained, that means nodes are remained behind and the cells are remained behind. A single cancer cell remaining nothing behind is the cause of recurrence. That surgery has equal value to 0. So this is very important. Now lower 1/3 rectal cancer, we have understood the sphincter anatomy more well, and if you see the first 3 pictures, type 1, type 2 and type 3, even internal sphincter is involved and external sphincter is well preserved. We can do in the sphincter resections and we can preserve patient's stoma. I have recently published 12 cases of intersphincter resection in younger population. That is very important. Preservation of anal sphincter and doing complete coloanal anastomosis is very important. Advances are in the staplers, which we can do lower anastomosis. There are advances like indocyanine green, where we can see the perfusion of the tissue when we do anastomosis, and we do all these surgeries laparoscopic. These are laparoscopic rectal cancer resection. This is again my publication in Journal of Endoscopy, where complete intracorporeal anastomosis is done. Only 4 centimeter incision is there, and first picture, if you see, the stoma is done, which is temporary diversion when we do lower anastomosis. Similar with some facts about gastroesophageal cancers, difficulty in swallowing, recent onset dyspepsia above age of 40, not reviewed by PPI, should be evaluated with endoscopy, because that may be the either Barrett's esophagus or some early signs of malignancy. So don't prescribe blindly PPI, just evaluate. Do endoscopy. Nowadays endoscopies are easily available in the periphery also. Last point, urological malignancies, we do routinely radical nephrectomy, radical cystectomy laparoscopically. My take home message to all, prevention is more important than advances, and what is important is oral cavity. Whenever patient comes, do complete oral cavity examination. All patients, female patients, when come, advise them breast self-examination. Take opportunity to tell patients to do mammography, and most important, vaccination and HPV DNA and PAP testing. This is completely preventable disease by primary prevention as well as secondary prevention. Colorectal malignancy, fecal occult blood testing is the investigation of child to prevent this. And most important, now the only intent is not cure. Along with cure, quality of life is most important. Patient has to be cured, along with he should be able to live his day-to-day normal social and family life. And most important, organ and function preservation is quite possible in today's era. Minimally invasive surgery is the standard of care rather than open big surgery. Thank you very much. And all these infrastructure facilities are available in the ProLife. We have made a 50-bedded dedicated cancer hospital. Whatever advanced treatments like immunotherapy, chemotherapy, all that is a part and parcel of any cancer institute. But most important, my sincere request to focus on the patients in early detection and prevention.
Thank you, Dr. Sumit. Thank you for giving us the surgical aspect of hormone cancer.
Thank you very much.
This ends our session here. I request chairpersons of the session to felicitate our faculties. I request Dr. Sagar Doshi to felicitate Dr. Sadanand Rao. I request Dr. Deepak Thoronle to felicitate Dr. Chandrakant Lahane. I request Dr. Sagar Doshi to felicitate Dr. Mahesh Lakhe. I request Dr. Deepak Thoronle to felicitate Dr. Srinivas Kulkarni. I request Dr. Sagar Doshi to felicitate Dr. Sumit Shah. felicitate our chairpersons. Our further session will be conducted by Dr. Ramaratna.
Hello. Hello. कृपया एकदा लक्षात एक दोन अतिशय महत्त्वाचे अनाउन्समेंट मी करणार आहे. सर्वप्रथम आता या ठिकाणी जो कार्यक्रम होणार आहे पॅनल डिस्कशन. पॅनल डिस्कशन मध्ये आपले 5 पॅनलिस्ट आहेत, एक मॉडरेटर आणि 4 पॅनलिस्ट. अतिशय महत्त्वाच्या विषयावरती लीगल बाउंड्रीज ऑफ मेडिकल प्रॅक्टिशनर या विषयावरती हे पॅनल डिस्कशन होणार आहे. त्या विषयाचं संपूर्ण सूत्र हे आपल्या महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे IMAचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे यांच्याकडे असणार आहे. डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे हे अतिशय ऍक्टिव्ह असे अध्यक्ष आहेत की ज्यांनी स्वतः 2,000 ते 3,000 लाईफ मेंबर, सोशल सिक्युरिटी मेंबर केलेले आहेत आणि 60 ब्रँचेस नवीन उघडलेले आहेत. अशा अतिशय कर्तृत्ववान व्यक्ती आहे की जी आजच्या या कार्यक्रमाचं मॉडरेशन करणार आहे. पॅनेलिस्ट जी मंडळी आहेत त्याच्याबद्दल ते स्वतः आपल्याला माहिती देतील. आता दुसरा प्रश्न असा आहे की ही कॉन्फरन्स आपली 2 दिवस चाललेली आहे आणि उद्या सकाळी पण आपलं एक वर्कशॉप आहे. तर या 2 दिवसाच्या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये आपल्याकडे एकूण फार्मा कंपनीचे आणि खाजगी काही असे 40 स्टॉल आलेले आहेत. वैशिष्ट्य म्हणजे ह्या स्टॉल्सना बरेच दिवसापासून आपण परवानगी दिलेली आहे आणि ते या ठिकाणी आलेले आहेत. पण कालपासून आपण इतके बिझी आहोत की आपल्याला त्या स्टॉलला भेट द्यायला वेळ मिळालेला नाही. हे आम्ही सगळं लक्षात घेतलेलं आहे. आपण काय केलेलं आहे याच्यामध्ये एक 40 स्टॉलचा फॉर्म तयार केलेला आहे. प्रत्येकाने प्रत्येक स्टॉलला जाऊन भेट देऊन त्या स्टॉलचे जे कोणी मॅनेजर असतील त्याची त्या फॉर्मवर सही घ्यायची आहे आणि तो फॉर्म घडी करून बॉक्स ठेवला त्याच्यामध्ये टाकायचा आहे. त्याला आपण 25,000 रुपयाची बक्षिसं लावलेली आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये पहिलं बक्षीस सारेगामा कारवा हे आहे. म्हणजे खरोखरच एक अतिशय चांगला उपक्रम आपल्या दृष्टीने आणि त्यांच्या दृष्टीने आपण केलेला आहे. त्याच्यामुळं कृपा करून ते फॉर्म आपण घ्या. आपल्या सोशल सिक्युरिटी स्कीम, प्रोफेशनल प्रोटेक्शन स्कीम किंवा आपल्या ज्या ज्या स्कीम्स आहेत ह्या स्कीम्स या ठिकाणी आपण एका ठिकाणी ठेवलेल्या आहेत. 18 नंबरच्या काहीतरी स्टॉलला तो 15 नंबरच्या स्टॉलला जिथे आपली मुलं बसलेली आहेत त्यांच्याकडून ते फॉर्म घ्या आणि सगळ्या स्टॉलना भेट देऊन त्यांच्या सह्या घेऊन फोल्ड करून त्या बॉक्समध्ये टाका. ज्यांच्या फॉर्मवर एका स्टॉलची सुद्धा सही नसेल तो फॉर्म या स्पर्धेतून बाद होईल हे लक्षात घ्या. कृपा करून आपण सगळ्यांनी सहकार्य करा. आणि ह्या कारणाकरता पॅनल डिस्कशन झाल्यानंतर आम्ही 40 मिनिटाचा स्वतंत्र ब्रेक देणार आहोत. 40 मिनिटं काही नाही, नुसतं फिरून त्या स्टॉलला भेट देऊन त्यांच्याकडे बघून त्यांच्या सह्या घेऊन फॉर्म टाकून देण्याकरता आम्ही हा वेळ आपल्याला दिलेला आहे. आता दुसरा अत्यंत महत्त्वाचा विषय म्हणजे डॉक्टर कुटे हे आता या कार्यक्रमाचं संचालन करतीलच. पण तत्पूर्वी मला ज्यांच्या नावाने हे आपण पॅनल डिस्कशनचं ठेवलेलं आहे त्या डॉक्टर कैलासवासी डॉक्टर माळींच्या बद्दल थोडंसं बोलायचं आहे. ज्यावेळेला आमची 1978 मध्ये स्थापना झाली इंडियन मेडिकल असोसिएशन इंदापूर शाखेची, त्यावेळेला आम्ही फक्त 12 सदस्य होतो आणि त्या 12 सदस्यापैकी डॉक्टर बाळासाहेब माळी हे एक सदस्य होते. अतिशय मनमोकळा स्वभाव, डेडिकेटेड सर्व्हिसेस टू द पब्लिक दिवस रात्र काही न पाहता काम करणं आणि ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टी लक्षात घेऊन सुद्धा त्यांचा एकंदर जे सोशल नेचर होतं ते खरोखर थक्क करण्यासारखं होतं. एकीकडे हे असताना दुसरीकडे निमगाव सारख्या गावामध्ये मेडिकल ऑफिसर म्हणून राहून त्यांनी रेकॉर्ड नंबर ऑफ टिबेक्टमीज केल्या म्हणून त्यांना गव्हर्नमेंटनी सेंट्रल गव्हर्नमेंटने स्वतंत्र सर्टिफिकेट दिलं होतं. इट इज समथिंग अ ग्रेट अचिव्हमेंट. त्याच्यामुळे मी डॉक्टर माळींच्या कैलासवासी डॉक्टर माळींच्या फॅमिलीला विनंती करतो की आपण येऊन त्यांना पुष्पहार आणि फुलं व्हावी म्हणजे आपल्याला हा कार्यक्रम सुरू करता येईल. प्लीज.
थांबा थांबा फोटो घ्यायचा आहे. रोहित
हॅलो. दुसरी अशी एक सूचना आहे की हे पॅनल डिस्कशन डॉक्टर कुटे हे नियोजन करणार आहेत आणि आपल्यापैकी कोणाला जर समजा लिगल बाउंड्रीज ऑफ मेडिकल प्रॅक्टिशनर ह्या विषयाच्या भोवती कुठलेही प्रश्न असतील तर ते अतिशय थोडक्यामध्ये लिहून एका कागदावर लिहून तुम्ही आमच्याकडे देऊ शकता. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. शशांक.
मॅम एक्सक्यूज मी, सेंटरला फोटो घेतो.
Thank you everybody. आता मी महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे आपले अध्यक्ष सन्माननीय डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे यांना पॅनल डिस्कशन सुरू करण्याची विनंती करतो आणि हे पॅनल डिस्कशन संपल्यानंतर आपला 40 मिनिटांचा ब्रेक आहे हेही जाहीर करतो.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ramankar sir, for arranging such an excellent panel discussion. Good afternoon, everyone. Sarvanna namaskar. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Ramankar sir and the entire organizing team of INDACON 2023 for organizing such an excellent conference. The registration physical exceeded 375 and online 500 plus to 700 plus. So hearty congratulations sir. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru साक्षात परब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरुवे नमः याची प्रचिती इंदापूरला आल्यानंतर आणि डॉक्टर राम आरणकरांना भेटल्याशिवाय राहत. Now there is an important discussion led Dr. B.B. Bayu oration and the scientific session is panel discussion on legal boundaries of medical practice. I would like to invite our panelists, Dr. Shivakumar Uttore sir on the dais, Dr. Jayant Navrange sir on the dais, Dr. Santosh Kakre sir, and DYSP Mr. Ganesh Ingre sir on the dais. I would like to welcome by offering a floral bouquet, and I will request Dr. Ram Alankar sir to welcome them with floral bouquet. Mr. Ganesh Ingre sir, he is EYSP at Baramati region. Welcome sir. Dr. Shivakumar Uttore sir, renowned surgeon, article in periods of practice published by IME reporter. Please sir. God bless.
Thank you, Dr. Kute sir. And before I start my talk, I think I must thank Dr. Arankar and his whole team in Indapur IMA for inviting us today. Let me tell you something. I think when there was the inauguration of this hall, I was there in 2017. It was a great moment at that time. And at that time it was declared that this hall was built purely by the medical practitioners' donations. not taking anything from any companies or pharma. So I think I must congratulate Indapur IMA, and then I've seen a lot of improvements have also been done in the building. Dr. Ram Arandkar, basically, as far as we are concerned, he is a guru in IMA. We have learned a lot from him. When we were, you can say primary section as far as IMA is concerned, this was the personality whom I still remember in his booming voice used to take part actively in every discussion in IMA. And thank you, sir. We have learned a lot from you. And I think today we have reached this level purely because there were leaders like you in IMA. I was supposed to be in 4 different places this weekend. But, when in brackets I would say request and absolute order from Dr. Arandkar, I had to come all the way to Indapur. So, thank you for calling me here today. Yeah, as far as the question which was put to me, what is ethical practice and the role of regulators? When we say regulators, it is basically the Maharashtra Medical Council for us, and of course the National Medical Commission now, which has replaced the Medical Council of India. I will not go into ethics because it's a big chapter. Everybody of us knows what is ethics. Unfortunately, all these years, this was one subject which was, if you went to any conferences, it was never touched upon. This subject was never spoken about all these years. Because we were happy in our practice, that respect we had in the society, especially the print media and the WhatsApp media and all had not yet started, writing against doctors. But over the years, unfortunately, when all these negative things started against the doctors, even I would say 98-99% of the doctors who are doing good ethical practices, have got caught up in this problem. So what do you mean by ethics has been defined. So I would not go into detail. It's a huge chapter which is there. The code of ethics is there of 2002 of how you should behave with your colleagues, with your patients, what you should do, what you should not do, all those details. Now as far as the regulator's role is concerned, as I was basically what happens is, and what we have done, I have been in the Maharashtra Medical Council for the last 10 years. What we have done is, we have almost made it compulsory for every conference to have at least one ethics session or lecture or whatever it is from a senior member. Why I tell you? Because unfortunately, the majority of us who have passed our MBBS, MD, MS, whatever it is, we were never ever unfortunately taught ethics during our college days. Do you ever remember there being a subject called ethics? No. Today the new generation is being taught what is doctor-patient relationship, what is bedside manners and ethics in their curriculum. So when why we were not taught is because at that time we had our gurus, we had our teachers whom we saw how they spoke with the patients and we learned from them automatically. Unfortunately, what has happened is, especially with this new entrance test and NEET test, very rarely students ever come to the clinics and we have lectures. Because I have been a medical teacher in JJ Hospital for almost 35 years. I have seen everything right from when I started my career as a teacher till I retired about 6 years back. That the students have changed over the years, and that change is not the fault of the students. I never blame them. The fault is our education system which has changed. And it has become so commercial, especially after CTA has come, that today those youngsters think, we used to think that this is a profession and this is a service. They think that this is basically what they are supposed to be doing is, they are supposed to give their services but earn money out of that. So that unfortunately has happened, especially with the new medical colleges and everything coming, the fees going up. I remember I paid, when I did my medicine, 250 rupees a term, 6 terms. So that, 5-year term, hardly anything I have paid. Today, even in the government medical colleges, they are spending in lakhs to do their studies. So obviously they are going to think about how to recover. So the importance of ethics comes into play. And we have started that, we have said that every every conference should contain at least one lecture on ethics, because what I call it is not teaching ethics but revisiting ethics. Things have changed, even the ethical aspects have changed over the years from what it was during our time. And there was a beautiful book which IMA headquarters along with AHPI, the Association of Health Practitioners of India. We have come out with a beautiful book recently which was launched in Delhi just about 6 months back, Perils in Practice, in which not only the doctors but lawyers and even from the police department and then from the journalists have written chapters of what we should do and what we should not do. Why is it become important, especially in today's time, is what we are finding is, suppose you do something unethical. Initially there used to be a complaint against you, that is all. Unfortunately today what is happening is that you get banned up, your institution gets broken down, and sometimes even the doctors are murdered because of this. And that is what really hurts us and why we should know what to do and what not to do. And therefore, as far as the council is concerned, and this is what we have also started in the council, if you go on the Maharashtra Medical Council website also, the whole chapter of ethics is, how many of you can really tell me you have read the 2002 Code of Ethics? See, that is your Bible of your practice, how you should practice. Your clinical aspect is different, but how you should practice. But rarely we ever. Please go onto the website of Maharashtra Medical Council, the Code of Ethics has been put down. It tells you exactly how not to do. And why you should know that is, tomorrow if anything goes to any of these regulators, may it be the council, may it be the courts or anything, ultimately the courts also refer to what is written in the 2002 Code of Ethics. So if you have done exactly what is there in the Code of Ethics, nobody can hold you responsible or nobody can, give you any punishment or anything. Second aspect, of course, is as far as the council is concerned, we have been very, very proactive as far as, we have to think from both sides. The doctor sides also and especially the patient sides also. So we have been quite transparent in the council. We have made everything online where the patient's complaints also come online, and let me tell you, the record is that till date almost more than 95% of the cases which have been filed by the patients, they are I won't say frivolous, but I would say that because of misunderstanding. And why this misunderstanding is, how you talk, not only what you talk with the patient, but how you talk to the patient also becomes important. And majority of the cases which come to us, the first thing that they tell us, we ask, what is your complaint? Then we ask the doctor to answer to that complaint. And then again the patient or the relative is asked to speak on that, and he says, unfortunately I was never told about all these things and how serious my patient was, by this doctor when he was treating him. Today I have come to know how serious my patient was, because they feel that any patient, however serious, brought to a hospital should go back hale and hearty home, which is not possible. Absolutely, it's not practicable also. So how you talk, and that is what I think we have been giving lectures all over Maharashtra, not only Maharashtra, all over India. National IMA also has got an ethics program. They have regular lectures by the best brains all over India. So please log on, it is put up in the Maharashtra WhatsApp also group. It is free of cost. Please, it is just about 1 or 2 hours program which is there once a month. Hear what they say, what they don't say, because your practice is going to be much, much better if you follow whatever has been said in all these lectures and by the councils, and it will be a peaceful practice for you. We have come at the fag end of our practice. We have enjoyed the practice, but let me tell you, I have seen what happens to someone against whom a complaint has been filed. May it be in any forum it is filed, but that destroys the peace of that doctor, and many of my friends have given up their medical practice. And see, we are the intelligent lot. So even if we give up the practice, we can always sustain on doing something else alternative. But that is going to be a loss, not only for the doctor, but even for the nation, because as it is, we are less of doctors. So every doctor that you lose from practice is going to affect the general health of the patients. So please, again I would say, read your Code of Ethics. It will take you hardly about half an hour to read through the Code of Ethics, but that will definitely teach you what to do and what not to do in your future practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ulpare sir. When he was working at Maharashtra Medical Council, for granting of credit hours, he had made a system that there has to be one lecture on medical ethics. And that is how the medical culture, IMA culture in Maharashtra has developed. Thank you very much, sir. Now I request Dr. Jain Navrange sir to guide the audience on medical certificates and records.
At the outset, I feel a little odd that our president is standing and we are sitting. Anyway, this is very kind of gesture on part of IMA Indapur and Dr. Arandkar in particular. And I entirely agree with Dr. Ulpare that he has been one of the guiding force for the whole of our generation. And I congratulate IMA Indapur and all their officers also, and thank them from bottom of my heart for inviting us over here. Sir has asked me to talk about certificates and medical records. They are huge chapters by themselves, but I will just give you the points which are salient points to be remembered and practiced. So first and foremost, I will talk about records because certificates is a part of records. So records is what is medical records? Whatever is written down, whatever is photographed, so whatever are the reports, whatever are the documents, photos, reports, everything, physical format or electronic format, what you are talking about the patient care is forming the medical records. So medical records are extremely important. The usual question is, do you need to keep the record? Answer is always yes. To keep the records is also ethical principle. Number two, how long to keep the records? At least for 3 years. At least for 3 years. Why I am saying at least, there are certain different aspects. For example, if it is a obstetric practice or if it is a pediatric practice, you need to keep the records related to those virtue patients up to their age of 21. Why? Because he becomes adult at the age of 18 plus 3 years. So 3 years is basic, but then 18 years has to be counted as a minority. Then records for MTP to be kept for 5 years, record for PCOS for 2 years, like there is a specification. Criminal case, police case, medical legally registered case, already registered, poisoning, suicide, accidents, keep them forever. Keep them forever till the doctor dies. Why I am saying so? Because government says keep for 30 years, but the things may come up anytime. Once a crime, always a crime. That is the principle, and therefore you need to keep those records. If medical legal case is registered after 5 years and you don't have a record, you have escapism. But if you have intimation that this was an accident case and you don't keep a record, it becomes a problem. Then other sorts of records, whenever the fiction has occurred, case complaint has been registered to the medical council or to consumer, keep them aside, keep them for at least 7 years. Income tax says keep the record books for about 7 years. So on an average, I would say hospital practice 10 years. Whether electronic records are possible, answer is yes. But still, I would say our judiciary is not up to the mark as far as electronic records are concerned, and therefore have both these types of records for police cases, for already registered cases. So this is a little about medical records. They should be truthful, they should be clean, they should be chronological, they should be truthful, everything is there. Now coming to the certificates. Whatever document is going into the patient's hands is legally important. See what I am saying? Whatever document you are handing over to the patient or his relative in connection with his treatment or certification is legally important, because it is going in somebody else's hand. You cannot modify it afterwards. So discharge card, very important. Any certificate you are handing over, very important. Then we come to certificate except death certificate. Because death certificate is very different. It's a separate topic. I know that whenever we go to such forum, the whole discussion will go on for 1.5 hours. So let us forget about certificates. It is also separate, different in one more aspect, that you should and you are allowed to charge for every certificate except death certificate. So this is another difference. So death certificate we leave aside and we talk only about the living certificate. So what are the characteristics of certificate? MCI and now MMC have given the guidelines how the certificate should be. It should be truthful, it goes without saying. It should never be retrospective. Please remember this. Never it should be. Today's what date? Today is 25th of February 2023. You shouldn't say that this patient I am giving certificate from 1st of February. Today onwards. Because there is always a problem in criminal cases where the person is in a jail. He tells you that I was sick and I had come to you on 3rd of February, and you just blindly issue the certificate and you go to jail. So that should not happen. Always give a certificate today and onwards. Thirdly, you should have seen the patient. Take the identity of the person on the certificate. Certificate should be prepared in duplicate and keep the carbon copy with you. They should be serial and numbered. Be specific about date and time. Extremely important. And do not give the same certificate again. No birth certificate, no death certificate, no certificate of that same nature should be given in duplicate. So it should be a single certificate. And keep the copy with you forever. And forever means those 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever I said. So certificate is a legal document, extremely important. Should be truthful. You are allowed to charge. Keep them in duplicate. Put the identity mark on the certificate. Give for a specific period. And whenever you give certificate, then it should be for the illness period or whatever convalescence period is there. But when they join the work, you have to give another certificate of fitness. I think this is more than adequate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jain Naurenge sir. There was an incidence of violence at Lonavala, and when the patient died, the relatives of the patient ran away with the records in the hospital. And the anesthetist, the owner of the hospital, gynecologist, physician, they were in trouble. Now what to do? There, Dr. Jain Naurenge was there to help them and guide them properly. So congratulations, sir. Now, Dr. Santosh Kakre sir, I request you to guide us on consumer cases against medical professionals and its preparedness to face. Yes, sir.
सगळ्यात सुरुवातीला मराठीतून बोलतो.
सुंदर.
इंदापूरमध्ये पहिल्यांदाच येण्याचा योग आला. मला जेव्हा विचारतात की तुम्ही कुठल्या गावचे, तेव्हा मी सांगतो मी इंदापूरचा. कारण आमचे पूर्वज इथे शेती आणि घर होतं असं मी ऐकून आहे. त्यामुळं इंदापूरमध्ये येण्याचा पहिल्यांदाच योग आला. मी आता पुढे नाही. तर त्यामुळं डॉक्टर आरणकर सरांनी ज्या वेळेला या कार्यक्रमाबद्दल सांगितलं त्यावेळेला मी लगेचच ते स्वीकारलं. आणि मला असं वाटलं की या निमित्तानं या भागातले जे आपले वैद्यकीय व्यवसाय बंधू आहेत त्यांच्याशी सगळ्यांची चांगला एक संवाद होऊ शकेल. आणि अर्थातच डॉक्टर कुटे सरांचं त्याला मार्गदर्शन आणि थोडासा जोर होता. त्यामुळं असं ठरवलं आणि आज थोड्या वेळापूर्वी इथे पोहोचलो. इथे आल्यानंतर पाहिलं की आपल्याला फार काळजी करायचं कारण नाही. उत्तुरे सर आहेत, त्यामुळे प्रश्न काही आले तरी उत्तुरे सर डू ऑल बॅटिंग, म्हणजे बॅटिंग याचा अर्थ उत्तर ते देऊ शकता. डाव्या बाजूला ऑफ द मेडिको लिगल फील्ड डॉक्टर नवरंगे सर गेल्या 40 वर्षापासून आपल्या सर्वांना नुसतं महाराष्ट्रातलं नाही तर पूर्ण भारतभरातल्या डॉक्टरना गाईड करणारे डॉक्टर नवरंगे सर आहेत. आजच्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये विशेष जे काय वाटलं ते म्हणजे या व्यासपीठावर एक DYSP उपलब्ध आहे आणि श्री इंगवले साहेब. तर खरं पाहता आजच्या या कार्यक्रमामध्ये पॅनल डिस्कशनमध्ये त्यांच्याकडनं आपल्याला मार्गदर्शन आणि इथे पुढे जे काही प्रसंग घडतील वैद्यकीय व्यावसायिकांच्या संबंधित तर त्यामध्ये त्यांची आपल्याला मदत, कारण व्हायलन्स अगेन्स्ट मेडिकल प्रोफेशनल्स या विषयावरती मी सुद्धा काही काम पुण्यामध्ये सर केलेलं होतं. आता आपल्या विषयाकडे येऊया. पुण्यातले जे IMSची जी सगळी टीम आहे त्याच्यामध्ये मराठी सर आहेत, अय्यर मॅडम आहेत, त्यानंतर बाकी इतर सर्वजण ते आहेत, डॉक्टर हळबे सर सिनियर मोस्ट इथले. तर या सर्वांना या ओव्हरऑल विषयाची सातत्यानं माहिती असतेच. मधल्या काळामध्ये 2017 ते 2022 म्हणजे आता परवापर्यंत गेली 5 वर्ष स्टेट कन्झ्युमर कमिशन म्हणजे कन्झ्युमर सिस्टीमचा हायकोर्ट याला न्यायाधीश म्हणून बसण्याचा एक संधी मिळाली. आणि यामध्ये जसं इतर सर्व्हिस प्रोव्हायडर्सच्या विरुद्ध केसेस असतात, बिल्डर्स आहेत किंवा बँक्स आहेत, इन्शुरन्स कंपनी आहेत, तसं डॉक्टर्सच्या अगेन्स्ट केसेस या बऱ्याचशा त्याच्यावरती या बाजूला बसून त्याच्यावरती निर्णय घ्यायला मिळाला. अर्थातच काही डॉक्टरांच्या बाजूने आणि काही डॉक्टरांच्या विरुद्ध हे निर्णय द्यावे लागले, कारण इट वॉज ऑलवेज मेरिट बेस्ड. थोडक्यात जो 5 वर्षातला अनुभव आहे तर तो मी आपल्याशी शेअर करू इच्छितो. तर त्याच्यामध्ये जेव्हा डॉक्टरांच्या अगेन्स्ट केस एखादी फायनल हिअरिंगला समोर येते तर त्यावेळेला ऑब्व्हियसली पूर्वीपासून असं वाटायचं की वकील जे डॉक्टरांची बाजू म्हणतात त्यांना तर मेडिसिन काय माहिती, ABC काहीच माहिती नाही, इकडे बसलेले न्यायाधीश आहेत त्यांनाही काही माहिती नाही. असं असताना डॉक्टरांच्या विरुद्ध निर्णय कसा काय दिला जातो, तर हे थोडंसं मला उत्सुकता होती. माझी LLB LLM नंतर लॉ PhD झाली ती लॉ गव्हर्निंग मेडिकल नेग्लिजन्स या विषयावर झाली. आणि त्याचा अभ्यास करताना आणि नंतर इकडे बसल्यानंतर असं लक्षात येईल की गायडिंग प्रिन्सिपल आहेत. सुप्रीम कोर्टाने काही जजमेंट दिलेले आहेत आणि त्या जजमेंटची त्याचे जे प्रिन्सिपल्स आहेत ती प्रिन्सिपल सुद्धा यामध्ये उपयोगी पडतात. आणि अर्थातच आपल्या सर्वांची ही तक्रार पण आहे डॉक्टरांची की बहुतेक वेळेला डॉक्टरांच्या विरुद्धच निकाल दिला. तर मला असं वाटतं की आपल्याला सर्वांना ते असं वेगवेगळ्या व्हॉट्सअप ग्रुप्समधून किंवा ह्याच्यातून आपल्याला ते माहिती असतं. आता इंग्रजीत बोलत त्यामुळे आता इंग्रजीमध्ये बोलतो. A consumer case when it is filed against a medical professional, the first reaction of a doctor is that he is always frightened and it becomes difficult for him to understand why the case has been filed against me. Isn't it? When the doctor performs all possible duties and treats the patient to the best of his knowledge, still a consumer case is being filed. Now, currently at the state commission level, there are at least 1,000 cases which are still pending against medical professionals for last 20 years. And at all peripheral consumer commissions, there are multiple cases which are pending still. So one of the most important experiences, whenever a case is being heard finally, the advocates who are representing doctors, most of the times the preparation for defending a doctor is lacking. I am making this blunt statement. And obviously what happens is whenever the opposite party advocate, that means the complainant's advocate, is well prepared, there were several incidences in which the advocates could bring out n number of, according to that advocate, n number of things, or we can say elements were discussed and found out, which we think that, we as a doctors, we think that, oh, these are not important. So that means, based on the medical record, this was actually beautifully explained by Lorenz sir, that medical record is far more important, and to my experience, most of the times, the medical record is not found in the file. Medical record is not filed. Or else, at a later time, those who are representing the doctors, they file some fabricated report. And most of the times what happens, that those who are sitting on this side, they identify this and then it goes against the medical profession. So that's the reason we always discuss with the IMA president, even past president as well as Dr. Bhute sir, that the medical profession should himself be ready and prepared to defend himself. As such, there is a process of a consumer case. A complaint is filed initially, then within 45 days of receiving the notice of the complaint, the doctor has to file a written statement, that is on whatever allegations have been made. So there is a limitation of 45 days. After that, second is the state of evidence, in which both the parties are supposed to file evidence. Evidence includes expert opinion, medical literature, and the third one is case laws. So these are the three things which are always included and accepted by the court. And the third stage is the stage of final hearing, in which both the parties, represented by advocates, or we always give permission to the doctors who themselves want to actually argue the case. So the final stage of arguments, after which the case is closed for the judgment. So these are the 3 stages. So there is a certain core practice skills which a doctor must know. That's what I think, in my opinion, I have discussed with several times with almost all the IMA teams in all districts when I visited all districts last year. So this is just a suggestion or what should happen. Now a word about violence against medical professionals. Nowadays, rather than
will come to the next round.
Yeah, nowadays, rather than filing a case or going ahead in the courts as such, because of multiple factors, the relatives take law in the hand and either beat or try to have, we can say, ransack the hospital. This is a worrisome thing, and I'm sure we definitely will come out in the discussion what solutions that there must be. Regarding consumer cases, I'm there to guide everybody, every doctor, because sports skills is now a part of your own knowledge. Now, there is only one question I'm going to ask you, or the 2 questions. The first question is that, according to all of you, what do you think will save you against you any case is filed before any of the authorities? So what will save? What is only one factor that will save you? Documentation. So documentation is the only thing. And during our medical education, we never learn what is ideal documentation. So in these conferences, definitely you must try to learn. And the last question is, what should be the only one thing which we should follow so that the number of cases or number of litigations against us may be reduced. I am using this particular point. So एक गोष्टी कुठली आहे ती जर आपण समजा फॉलो केली तर कदाचित आपल्याला ह्या सगळ्या नंबर ऑफ केसेस आहेत त्या थोड्याशा कमी होण्याची शक्यता आहे. एथिक्स, सोशल एथिक्स, मला वाटते आपण नागल सरांना विचारू. सर, मेडिकल एथिक्स, ओके सर. तर माहिती आहे बहुतेक सगळं, त्यामुळं पुण्याहून आलेलं नव्हतं माहिती आहे. The answer is order of information.
So socially should be very helpful to the society and
I think communication and empathetic behavior.
Society should be helpful, but society ला helpful व्हायसाठी आपलं जे overall त्यांच्याशी relation आहे तेच अवलंबून आहे. The answer is only one, that a medical professional should not criticize his own colleague at any point of time in his life. So that is the only thing which is going to help you as well as the other colleague in facing such kind of a scenario. So with this, let me stop here actually, because the question answer session will be there. I thank Dr. Arandkar sir, Dr. Putesh sir, the dignitaries who are sitting on the dais and sitting in the audience. एक शेवटचं वाक्य सांगतो. मेडिकल लीगल वर्कशॉप्स बऱ्याच वेळेला इव्हन नॅशनल कॉन्फरन्समध्ये जातो, हार्डली 10-15-20 लोक असतात, पण इथं आज हॉल फुल दिसतो. व्हेरी हॅपी अँड ऑल ऑफ यू. क्रेडिट गोज टू द ऑर्गनायझर्स. थँक्यू.
Thank you very much, Dr. Santosh Kakre sir. During his tenure, he visited 46 commissions, and after that he prepared a nice booklet, and that will be helpful for the next sitting person, what work he has done and what has to be done after securing that post. Now I request Mr. Ganesh Ingre sir. Sir, please guide regarding police response when case of negligence is filed to investigate.
सर्वांना नमस्कार. पहिल्यांदाच मी अशा प्रकारच्या प्रोग्रामला उपस्थित राहिलेलो आहे. हे सगळ्यात पहिल्यांदा डॉक्टर कुटे सरांचं खूप आभार मानतो या ठिकाणी मला कार्यक्रमाला बोलवलेलं आहे आणि ऑर्गनायझर त्यांनी मला कार्यक्रमाला बोलवलेलं आहे. मी माझ्याबद्दल थोडक्यात सांगतो, कारण बऱ्याच वेळा काय होतं की आता जवळपास मला 10 वर्ष झाले डिपार्टमेंटला. DYSP म्हणून मी जवळपास 10 वर्ष सेवा केलेली आहे. त्यामुळे मी सांगतो आहे की बऱ्याच वेळा काय होतं की जेव्हा समोरचा व्यक्ती बोलत असतो त्यावेळी त्याच्याकडे बघितल्यानंतर बाकीचे सगळे म्हणजे जे प्रेक्षक असतात ते थोडे विचार करतात की हा तरुण किती अनुभव आहे माहिती नाही. मी सांगतो की मी 10 वर्ष डिवाइस म्हणून काम केले 2013 पासून प्रमोशनवर आमची बॅच आहे. त्याच्यापूर्वी मी नायक तहसीलदार म्हणून काम केलेलं आहे गोंदियामध्ये आणि त्याच्यापूर्वी एक 7 वर्ष प्रायमरी टीचर म्हणून मी काम केलेलं आहे. वय 38 आहे तर मी का सांगितलं कारण माझ्यावर किती विश्वास ठेवाल कारण बऱ्याचशा वेळा मी बरेचसे सेमिनार अटेंड केलेले आहेत. त्याच्यामध्ये असं होतं पोलीस आणि डॉक्टर याच्यामध्ये 2 गोष्टीचं म्हणजे एका गोष्टीचं साम्य आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये काय आहे की आपल्याकडे येणारा प्रत्येक व्यक्ती म्हणजे नातेवाईक आणि मित्र सोडला तर काहीतरी त्याला इजा झालेली असते किंवा त्याला काहीतरी दुःख झालेलं असतं. शारीरिक असू द्या किंवा मानसिक असू द्या. आमच्याकडे थोडासा एक्स्ट्रा म्हणजे त्याला मालमत्ताविषयक इजा झालेली असते. त्याचं काहीतरी सोनं गेलेलं असते, घरातलं काहीतरी चोरी गेलेलं असते. तर अशा वेळेस पहिल्यांदा आपल्याकडे आल्यानंतर तर डॉक्टरकडे गेल्यानंतर पहिला पेशंटने जेव्हा त्याचं सगळं सांगतो की मला असं होतंय, माझं डोकं दुखतंय, ताप येतो, पोट दुखतंय, आपण त्याचं ऐकून घेतो. 50% दुःख त्याच कमी झालेलं असते. तसंच आमच्याकडे सुद्धा असतंय. पोलिसांकडे जर आलोय कोणी व्यक्ती आणि त्याला लगेच आरडाओरडा करायला लागलं तो व्यक्ती घाबरून जातो आणि मग मात्र तो तक्रार द्यायचं त्याची जी वर्डिंग असतं किंवा त्याचं जे सांगणं असतं थोडं विसरून जातो आणि घाबरून हे सगळं गोष्टी होतं. आपल्या याच्यामध्ये प्रोफेशनमध्ये ही एक गोष्ट साम्य आहे. आता सरांनी सांगितलं की मला कुठल्या बाबतीमध्ये सांगायचं आहे. मी 10 वर्षामध्ये जवळपास गडचिरोलीमध्ये सुरुवात झाली, नंतर रत्नागिरी, कोल्हापूर, बारामती या ठिकाणी मी सेवा करत असताना मला जाणवलं की बऱ्याच वेळा काय होतं की डिव्हाइस बेन अबोव अशा केसेसला व्हिजिट देतात ज्याच्यामध्ये एखादी महिला 7 वर्षाच्या आतमध्ये तिचं लग्न झालेलं आहे किंवा 30 वर्ष वय तिचं आहे आणि डिलिव्हरीच्या दरम्यान किंवा काहीतरी असं झाल्यानंतर मृत्यू झाला तिचा, काहीतरी संशयास्पद मृत्यू झाला किंवा नवविवाहित असताना तिचं डिलिव्हरी दरम्यान किंवा काहीतरी स्त्रीरोग त्यांच्याकडे गेले आणि तिथं मृत्यू झाला. अशा वेळेस त्या ठिकाणी DYSP भेट देतात किंवा त्याच्या वरिष्ठ अधिकारी भेट देतात. आता बऱ्याचशा केसेस जवळपास मी केसेसमध्ये जवळपास 100च्या वर केसेसमध्ये व्हिजिट केलेल्या आहे. प्रत्येक केसेसमध्ये काय होतं की त्या ठिकाणी भेट दिल्यानंतर मी जेव्हा जातो आणि मला अशी सवय आहे की मी त्या ठिकाणी डॉक्टरांना भेटतो, त्यांच्याशी बोलतो आणि बऱ्याच वेळेस काय होतं की डॉक्टरांना माहिती नसतं. बऱ्याचशा ठिकाणी DYSP काही जात नाही, त्या ठिकाणी त्यांना काही माहीत नसतं. बऱ्याच वेळा डॉक्टर घाबरून जातात. मी त्यांना बरेचसे प्रश्न विचारतो आणि प्रश्न विचारल्यानंतर डॉक्टर घाबरतात आणि मग नंतर काय करतात की कुठल्या तरी वकिलाला फोन लावणार किंवा कुठल्या तरी मोठ्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांना फोन लावणार की हे DYSP फार कोणतरी अधिकारी नवीन आले होते आणि ते फार प्रश्न विचारायला लागलेले आहेत, काहीतरी प्रॉब्लेम होऊ शकतो. मला आपल्याला हे सांगायचं आहे की त्याच्यामध्ये काही घाबरण्याचं कारण नाही आहे की बऱ्याच वेळा अशा केसेस झालेल्या आहेत आणि ह्याच्यामध्ये काय होतं की या जवळपास ह्या केसेसमध्ये 90% केसेसमध्ये नातेवाईकांचं काहीच म्हणणं नसतं, काही तक्रार नसते. पण त्याच्यामध्ये 5-10% काही नातेवाईकांचं जे आहे ते वेगवेगळ्या गोष्टी असतात. काहींचं कारण वेगळं असते, त्याच्यामध्ये मी काही जास्त डिटेलमध्ये सांगणार नाही. आता परिस्थिती पाहिल्यानंतर आपल्या सगळ्यांना माहिती ती परिस्थिती. त्याच्या व्यतिरिक्त नातेवाईकांमध्ये काय असते रोष की माझ्या पत्नीचा किंवा माझ्या सुनेचा किंवा माझ्या मुलीचा त्या ठिकाणी मृत्यू झालेला आहे आणि याला डॉक्टर जबाबदार आहे. डॉक्टरांच्या हलगर्जीपणामुळेच त्या ठिकाणी मृत्यू झालेला आहे. मी उदाहरण सांगतो तुम्हाला, त्याच्यामधून आपल्याला लक्षात येईल. आपल्याला कारण सगळेजण अनुभवी आहात, मी काही जास्त सांगणार नाही, परंतु उदाहरण देतो. एका जिल्ह्यामध्ये काम करत असताना त्या ठिकाणी अशा व्हिजिटच्या वेळेस मी त्या ठिकाणी गेलो आणि ती जी मयत झालेली महिला होती ती एका मोठा पत्रकार होता, त्या पत्रकाराची ती मिसेस होती. तो मोठा चॅनलवाला हे होता, पत्रकार होता आणि लव्ह मॅरेज झालेलं होतं. त्यामुळे त्या फार अतिप्रेम होतं त्या पत्नीवर आणि जेव्हा ते मृत्यू झाला 7 दिवसाचं ते बाळ होतं आणि 7 दिवसाचं बाळ आणि त्याच्यामध्ये त्या महिलेचा मृत्यू झाला. त्याच्यामध्ये काय झालं होतं, परिस्थिती अशी होती, आम्ही चौकशी केल्यानंतर ते जाणवलं की डिलिव्हरी झाल्यानंतर डॉक्टर जे आहेत ते डॉक्टर त्यांच्या नियोजित दौऱ्यानुसार परदेशामध्ये जाणार होते आणि परदेशामध्ये ते गेल्यानंतर काय झालं की डिलिव्हरीच्या बरोबर त्याच दिवशी ते परदेशामध्ये गेले. आता त्या ठिकाणी त्या दवाखान्यामध्ये, मोठा दवाखाना होता त्यांचा, त्या दवाखान्यामध्ये कुठल्याही पद्धतीने केअर इमर्जन्सी मेडिकल ऑफिसर किंवा असिस्टंट या ठिकाणी नव्हता किंवा कुठल्याही प्रकारचे डॉक्टर त्या ठिकाणी नव्हते. फक्त एक नर्स, दुसरी एक नर्स, जी नर्स होती ती काही प्रशिक्षित नर्स नव्हती, एक 10वी नापास झालेली त्या ठिकाणी महिला होती आणि ती वर्षानुवर्ष जवळपास 25-30 वर्षापासून त्या ठिकाणी कामाला होती. तर याच्यामध्ये झालं काय की डॉक्टर गेले परदेश दौऱ्यावर आणि नंतर डॉक्टरांच्या सांगण्यानुसार डॉक्टरांनी त्या डिस्चार्ज पेपरवर सही केलेली होती. त्यांची घरची परिस्थिती चांगली असल्यामुळे त्यांनी काय सांगितलं की आता आमची 5वीला आम्हाला घरी मुलाला कार्यक्रमासाठी न्यायचं आहे. महिलेला कार्यक्रमाला 5व्या दिवशी नेल्यानंतर त्याच दिवशी रात्री तिला दुखायला लागलं पोटामध्ये, काय क्रिटिकल कंडिशन झाली ती त्यांना माहिती. नंतर त्या दिवशी त्रास व्हायला लागल्यानंतर मग परत त्यांनी फोन केला, मिस्टरांनी फोन केला डॉक्टरांना. डॉक्टर तेव्हा बाहेर होते. नंतर मग ॲडमिट करायची वेळ आली तर त्यावेळेस त्यांनी काय केलं, दुसऱ्या डॉक्टरांना सांगितलं. पण दुसऱ्या डॉक्टरांनी काय केलं की ठीक आहे मी बघतो म्हणून सांगितलं आणि डायरेक्टली ॲडमिट करून घेतलं. आणि ॲडमिट केल्यानंतर त्या दिवशी पहाटे त्या महिलेचा मृत्यू झाला. आता दवाखान्यामध्ये त्या दिवशी कुठल्याही प्रशिक्षित डॉक्टर ॲडमिशनच्या वेळेस नव्हता. डिस्चार्ज पेपरवर ऑलरेडी सह्या करून ठेवलेलं होतं 3 दिवसानंतरच्या. हे तपासामध्ये सगळं निष्पन्न झालं. आता त्याच्यानंतर जेव्हा मृत्यू झाल्यानंतर तिचे नातेवाईक डायरेक्टली पोलीस स्टेशनला आले. पोलीस स्टेशनला आले की ह्या ठिकाणी कुठल्याही पद्धतीने डॉक्टर नव्हते आणि त्यानंतर कुठल्याही पद्धतीने तिला उपचार देण्यासाठी कुठल्याही व्यक्ती उपस्थित नव्हता. फक्त त्या ठिकाणी जी नर्स होती ती 10वी नापास आहे आणि जी दुसरी नर्स आहे ती सुद्धा अप्रशिक्षित आहे. अशा 2 नर्सच्या भरोश्यावर त्या ठिकाणी माझ्या मिसेसला त्या ठिकाणी जीव गमावा लागला. आणि मग त्या दिवशी आमची त्या ठिकाणी अगदी कसोटी लागली. कारण पोलीस डिपार्टमेंट हा जरी वेगळा हे भाग असला तरी पण आपल्याला काम करताना डॉक्टर आणि पोलीस त्याचबरोबर वकील हे सगळं आपल्याला एकत्रित मिळून काम करावं लागतं. विशेषतः डॉक्टर आणि आपल्याला तर विशेष व्यवस्थित काम करावं लागतं, मिळून काम करावं लागतं. त्या दिवशी आमचं पूर्ण अशा परिस्थिती झाली की आता काय करायचं. तर त्यावेळेस आमचे सरकारी वकिलांना बोलवलं आणि मग सगळं ती चर्चा चालू झाली. वरिष्ठ अधिकारी सगळे आले आणि तिथं सगळ्या बातम्या सुरू झाल्या. सगळ्या पेपरला तर नाही, न्यूज चॅनलला सगळं सुरू झालं. आणि मग त्या मिस्टरांनी मग अगदी वरिष्ठ लेवलच्या सगळ्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांना सुरू सांगितलं, मुख्यमंत्री साहेबांना, उपमुख्यमंत्री साहेबांना, सगळ्यांना सांगून झालं. सगळीकडून फोन सुरू झाले. मग त्यावेळेस पोलीस आणि डॉक्टर अशी परिस्थिती निर्माण झाली. आणि हे सगळं करत असताना त्या ठिकाणी आम्ही सगळा तपास केला आणि तपास केल्यानंतर त्यांचा जबाब घेतला. त्या जी पीडित होती म्हणजे जी मयत होती त्या महिलेचं सगळं आम्ही त्या ठिकाणी नंतर पोस्टमार्टमला वगैरे पाठवलं. इन्क्वेस पंचनामा झाला, पोस्टमार्टम झालं. त्यानंतर आम्ही एक ईडी म्हणून आकस्मिक मयत त्या ठिकाणी दाखल केलं. परंतु तो नवरा किंवा तो पती त्याच्यावर हे मानायला तयार नव्हता. तर त्याची तक्रार जी होती ती आम्ही नोंदवून घेतली आणि नोंदवून घेतल्यानंतर मग आमचं जे शासन निर्णय आहे किंवा शासन परिपत्रक आहे त्याच्यानुसार काय करावं लागतं या सगळ्या गोष्टी एकत्रित करून इन्क्वेस पंचनामा, PM रिपोर्ट, आकस्मिक मयतची FIR आणि त्याचबरोबर त्या ठिकाणी त्यांची तक्रार नातेवाईकांची कशा बाबतीत आहे हे सगळं पेपर्स आणि डॉक्टरांनी जे काही उपचार केलेले आहेत त्या महिलेच्या वर अगदी स्टार्टपासून म्हणजे अगदी सोनोग्राफीपासून तर आतापर्यंत ते सगळे पेपर्स गोळा करून मग त्या ठिकाणी एक समिती असते, चौकशी समिती, वैद्यकीय चौकशी समिती, ज्याच्यामध्ये सिव्हिल सर्जन साहेब हे अध्यक्ष असतात, जिल्हा आरोग्य अधिकारी हे त्याच्यामध्ये सदस्य त्याचे असतात आणि बाकीचे सदस्य त्याच्यामध्ये असतात. त्याच्याकडे आम्ही ते प्रकरण पाठवल्यानंतर परंतु हे हार मानायला तयार नाही, गुन्हा दाखल झालाच पाहिजे अशा पद्धतीने ते अडून बसले. आणि मग त्या ठिकाणी बरं डॉक्टर जे सिव्हिल सर्जन आहेत त्यांच्यावर सुद्धा त्या ठिकाणी प्रेशर आला आणि मग ते त्यांनी तात्काळ लगेच निग्लिजन्स हे डॉक्टरांच्या हलगर्जीपणामुळे झालेलं आहे अशा प्रकारचा अहवाल तात्काळ दिला. आम्हाला पण लगेच आला मग आता आम्हाला जेव्हा असा चौकशी समितीचा अहवाल आल्यानंतर की ह्याच्यामध्ये निग्लिजन्सपणा आहे, डॉक्टरांचा हलगर्जीपणा आहे, निष्काळजीपणा आहे, हे जेव्हा आल्यानंतर त्या ठिकाणी जी नातेवाईकांची तक्रार आहे की त्या ठिकाणी आम्हाला जर निष्काळजीपणा असेल, हयगई असेल तर आम्ही त्याच्यामध्ये 304 ये या सदराखाली आम्ही दाखल करतो. पण ह्या प्रकरणामध्ये असं झालं होतं की त्या ठिकाणी त्यांचं नातेवाईकांचं म्हणणं होतं की ह्याच्यामध्ये सदोष मनुष्यवध आहे, हे हयगईपणा नाही तर निष्काळजीपणा नाही तर हे सदोष मनुष्यवध आहे. आणि मग त्यावेळेस सगळं हे विचारमंथन सगळ्या गोष्टी झाल्या आणि मग पार्ट 2 दाखल झाला, सदोष मनुष्यवधाचा गुन्हा दाखल झाला. आणि मग हा का दाखल झाला ह्याच्या बाबतीमध्ये मग डॉक्टर आणि पोलीस असे दोन एकमेकांच्या विरोधामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी उभे राहिले आणि मग ती केस कशा पद्धतीने पुढे गेली त्याच्याबाबत मी थोडक्यात तुम्हाला सांगतो. याच्यामध्ये जेव्हा सेशन कोर्टामध्ये पहिल्यांदा पार्ट 2चा जेव्हा डॉक्टर साहेबांनी त्या ठिकाणी बेल ॲप्लिकेशन मांडला, डॉक्टर साहेब सगळे दोघं पण नवरा बायको दोघं पण मग त्या ठिकाणी त्यांना बाहेर राहावं लागलं आणि मग सेशन कोर्टात पहिल्यांदा आलं, नंतर हायकोर्टात आलं, नंतर सुप्रीम कोर्टात आलं. अगदी ते प्रकरण सुप्रीम कोर्टापर्यंत टिकलं, सुप्रीम कोर्टापर्यंत टिकलं. त्याला कारण काय होतं तर मी पहिल्यांदाच सांगितलं की ज्यावेळेस त्यांनी डिस्चार्ज दिला त्यावेळेस डॉक्टर त्या ठिकाणी अवेलेबल नव्हते. त्याच्यानंतर ॲडमिशन करताना त्या ठिकाणी कुठल्याही पद्धतीने डॉक्टर नव्हते. या सगळ्या गोष्टी आणि त्याचबरोबर ज्या ट्रीटमेंटसाठी ज्या कोणी तिथं उपलब्ध व्यक्ती होत्या त्या सुद्धा प्रशिक्षित अशा प्रकारच्या होत्या. हे सगळं बघितल्यानंतर सेशन कोर्टाने सुद्धा त्या डॉक्टर आपण त्यांना जामीन दिला नाही. हायकोर्टने सुद्धा ते जामीन त्यांचा फेटाळला. त्याच्यानंतर सुप्रीम कोर्टात गेले आणि तिथं सुद्धा त्यांचा जामीन नाकारण्यात आला. याच्यामध्ये काय झालं की बऱ्याचशा केस लॉज आम्ही बघितलं, बऱ्याचशा केस लॉज बघितल्या. त्या ठिकाणी हयगईपणा, निष्काळजीपणा जेव्हा केस दाखल झाली त्याच्यामध्ये डॉक्टर त्या ठिकाणी हजर होते. हजर असताना डॉक्टर हजर असताना किंवा प्रशिक्षित त्या ठिकाणी वैद्यकीय अधिकारी असताना त्या ठिकाणी जर काही हे झालं आणि जर त्या समितीने चौकशी समितीला वाटलं, चौकशी समितीमध्ये कोण असते तर सिव्हिल सर्जन आणि जिल्हा आरोग्य अधिकारी, जर त्यांना वाटलं की याच्यामध्ये हयगईपणा आहे, निष्काळजीपणा आहे, जर त्यांचा अहवाल आला तरच आपण त्याच्यामध्ये 304 प्रमाणे आपण गुन्हा दाखल करतो. अदरवाईज दुसऱ्या केसेसमध्ये जरी नातेवाईकांची तक्रार असेल आणि चौकशी समितीकडे आपण पाठवल्यानंतर त्यांनी जर निरंक किंवा निगेटिव्ह रिपोर्ट दिला की याच्यामध्ये डॉक्टरांचा कुठल्याही प्रकारचा निष्काळजीपणा नाही असं जर रिपोर्ट दिला तर आम्हाला त्या ठिकाणी गुन्हा दाखल करता येत नाही. म्हणजे हे सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं आहे. आम्हाला कुठल्याही पद्धतीने गुन्हा दाखल करता येत नाही. त्याच्यामध्ये बंधनच शासन निर्णयाद्वारे परिपत्रकाद्वारे घातलेले आहे. त्यामुळे ह्याच्यामध्ये अतिशय निष्कंटपणे आपल्याला आपलं कर्तव्य करणं अतिशय आवश्यक आहे. याच्यामध्ये कुठल्याही पद्धतीने पोलीस आणि डॉक्टर हे विरोधामध्ये कुठल्याही पद्धतीने राहणार नाही आणि हे सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं याच्यामध्ये हे आहे. आणि दुसरी गोष्ट बऱ्याच वेळा काय होतं की आपल्याकडे काही नातेवाईक येतात आणि मग आमच्या नातेवाईकाचा किंवा याचा मृत्यू हयगईपणामुळे झालेला आहे, डॉक्टर नव्हते, अमुक तमुक आणि त्या ठिकाणी हिंसात्मक काही गोष्टी करतात. तर अशा वेळेस आपल्या भागातील जे कोणी पोलीस अधिकारी आहेत जे हेल्पफुल आहेत त्यांची नक्की मदत घेतली पाहिजे. बऱ्याच वेळा मी अनुभवलेला आहे. आम्ही खूप वेळा डॉक्टरांना सांगत असतो की तुम्हाला जेव्हा नीड असते, जेव्हा काही वाटलं तर आम्हाला नक्की फोन करा. मला बारामतीमध्ये सुद्धा बऱ्याचशा वेळेस MSc रिपोर्टसाठी डायरेक्ट डॉक्टरांचा फोन येतो की तुमचे कर्मचारी आलेले नाही. मी डायरेक्टली मला फोन आल्यानंतर मी डायरेक्ट मला रिपोर्ट व्हॉट्सअपला पाठवा की त्या संबंधित पोलीस स्टेशनला पाठवतो आणि संबंधित पोलीस स्टेशनचे कर्मचारी त्या ठिकाणी येतात. बऱ्याच वेळा काय होतं की काही लोक नातेवाईक जे आहेत ते त्या ठिकाणी हिंसा करण्याचा प्रयत्न करतात. अशा वेळेस काय होतं की काही डॉक्टर काय करतात, फक्त ठराविक त्यांना नंबर त्यांच्याकडे असतात काही पोलीस अधिकाऱ्यांचे, मग ते बाहेरच्या जिल्ह्यातल्या पोलीस अधिकाऱ्यांना फोन करणार आणि तिथपर्यंत येईपर्यंत तोपर्यंत तोडफोड वगैरे काय बऱ्याचशा गोष्टी झालेल्या असतात. तर आपल्या भागात बरेचसे अधिकारी, पोलीस अधिकारी सुद्धा हेल्पफुल असतात याची माहिती आपल्याकडे असली पाहिजे आणि ह्याच्यामध्ये नक्कीच मदत आमच्याकडून नक्कीच मदत त्याच्यामध्ये होत असते. आणि मला जेव्हा कळतं त्यावेळेस मी तात्काळ म्हणजे इमिजिएटली ज्यावेळेस मला कळलं तात्काळ मी त्या ठिकाणी माझे अधिकारी, पोलीस कर्मचारी जे कोणी अवेलेबल असतात ते आपल्या मदतीला त्या ठिकाणी पाठवत असतात. कारण काय की आपण काम करत असताना चुका हे होणारच असतात. आपण ज्या चुका कोणाच्या होतात, जे काम करतात त्यांच्या चुका होतात, जे काम करत नाही त्यांच्या काही चुका होणार नसतात. त्यामुळे ह्या गोष्टी आपण लक्षात ठेवल्या पाहिजे आणि एकमेकांना हेल्प केलीच पाहिजे. या नेचरचा मी आहे आणि अशाच पद्धतीने आम्ही काम केलं आहे.
गणेश इंगळे सर, आपण हाडाचे शिक्षक तसेच हाडाचे आणि कर्तव्यदक्ष असे पोलीस अधिकारी आहात. कालच आपल्याशी फोन झाला आणि आज तुम्ही आमच्या कार्यक्रमात हजर. नाऊ विल गो टू दी नेक्स्ट सेशन.
With your permission,
Yes.
I would just like to add a few things. Very nicely he has told us. Some sections also he has told us. I thought Dr. Naurenge would get up and start. He is the most experienced. See, what you have to understand is there is something called civil case and criminal case. Okay? So what he was talking about is a criminal case. In criminal case, whenever there is, and that is where the importance of IMA and your local support comes in. Because all doctors, whoever it is, will get scared whenever there is a summons either from court or from council or whatever. Let me tell you categorically, please do not get flustered, because the more scared you get, the more wrong things you go and utter over there. So what if there is any mishap which has happened? We can anticipate, many a times we can anticipate a mishap. And that is the importance for having a close group of doctors under IMA who can respond, what we call as, we call it the first response. So that first response, at least if you have 3-4 of your colleagues to be there with you, definitely you will be far more better able to answer whatever the police ask you. Number one. Number two aspect, remember that many a times he is there over here, but let me tell you very frankly, the police department themselves don't know what is 304A. So just like they are more used to murders and all that 304, so invariably they try to apply the section 304. Now remember, in medical negligence they cannot apply 304, it is 304A, right? Not only that, even the arrest of the doctor, let me tell you, many a times we get a feedback that why have you arrested the doctor without a primary inquiry by a board? The board is supposed to give their opinion, yes there is negligence, only then they can be arrested. And invariably we get a response from the police department saying that the relatives and the crowd was making such a big halla-bulla outside. To protect the doctors, we have to arrest the doctors. I think that is not acceptable at all by the medical community. That answer is not acceptable, because there is a vast difference once you get arrested or 304 is there. Now again what he spoke about, when it goes to 304 and the papers go to that particular, maybe the civil surgeon over here or a medical college if it is there, it is purely on the documents which is submitted to them that they give the report. At least under the civil surgeon there is a little bit of hearing which takes place, but let me tell you, we have been fighting this with the government, that what goes to the medical colleges, it is only the papers which go to the medical colleges. So if your papers are not in order, the thing will go against you, and that is the importance of what I think both of them spoke as far as documentation is concerned. Your papers have to be in order. Number two. Number three, what Dr. Naurenge also told you is that, and he told you about how the organizations can help you out, and what lawyers you should try to get in. Don't get in a common lawyer. Get a lawyer who has got some education as far as medico-legal aspects. It's a unique aspect, and I think I'm very happy that a lot of doctors are doing now LLB, LLMs. And you will have, I think down the line, you will have a lot of them who can, support us in the future also. Because it is complete, even in the council what I see is, I can see a marked difference between a doctor who has become a lawyer and who comes and argues for the doctor in front of me, and a pure lawyer. Because the pure lawyer goes on only points of law. In medicine, points of law is not 100% like how it is in any other law. Simple example I will give you is PCPNDT, which we have made a big problem as far as the whole medical community is concerned. In PCPNDT, once the FIR is filed against you, what does the Central PCPNDT Act say? That the medical council is supposed to take action against you and suspend you till you get the result of that, from the court. Now imagine that court takes 2-3 years. Is that doctor to be suspended for 3 years? And then at the end of 3 years, the court says, okay, he has been, he is not likely, he doesn't come under PCPNDT. And he has lost, because we have suspended them, he has lost 3 years. Right? Now what happens, I have seen the difference, that when a normal lawyer comes, he will tell you, let them file a FIR, I will fight the FIR in court.
But what he doesn't understand is under PCP NDT, if FIR is filed, we are supposed to also do a hearing in the council and suspend. So what you should be filing is to get a stay order on the FIR itself. And this is understood by a person who has got a medical background and who has exclusively studied medical law. And I think hats off to Dr. Naurange. I know thousands of cases where he has helped out the doctors, and today, especially with Zoom and everything, it is so easy for you all to contact people like Dr. Naurange and take their advice as far as what to do. So please do that. So documentation and taking help of your colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I pray God that there should be police officers like Mr. Ganesh.
One thing I would like to tell, IMA Pune has established rescue teams for more than 3 to 5 years, but they are working well, continuously under the guidance of Dr. Sanjay Patil.
Thank you very much. We will rapidly go to the next session, that is violence. About 75% of doctors across the country face some sort of violence in their professional working, and the gravity of the hurt touching to the magnitude of grievous hurt to the murder. Just a few decades ago, medical profession was seen as a noble and with doctors viewed as healers and guides. Unfortunately, the situation has changed drastically. Rise in violence despite of special legislations. The IMA played pioneering role in the prevention of violence against medical professionals and damage to the Property Act, which has been enacted over 20 states. Now, in last 2 months, almost 16 cases of violence has occurred against the healthcare industry. Now, I proudly say that the Action Committee of IMA Maharashtra, Dr. Anil Pachnekar, and the State Dynamic Secretary, Dr. Santosh Kadam, because of early intervention, active involvement, and their relationship with the superiors, we could solve all the cases effectively. Now, the next session, I will ask Jay Naurange sir, why there are increasing cases of violence in healthcare industry.
Marathi book. Why there is increase? I think this is a very, very fundamental point. There is no clear-cut single answer. And violence is not necessarily just physical. It is mental, emotional, financial, reputation-wise. There can be damage to your property also, and of course there is a danger to your life also. So violence म्हणायचं झालं तर खूप ब्रॉड आहे. हा का होतो आणि अलीकडे तो का वाढलाय? खरोखरच विचार करायची वेळ आहे. आपण जेव्हा दुसरीकडे बोट दाखवतो तर 3 बोटं आपल्याकडे आहेत. तेव्हा 3 बोटं काय आहेत आपल्याकडे ते पटकन सांगून टाकतो, मग बाकीच्या गोष्टींचा वापर करू. पुअर कम्युनिकेशन, आय थिंक सर वॉज मेन्शनिंग, आपण दुसऱ्यांना पटकन तर तुम्ही त्याच्याकडे गेला असंच होणार. पटकन दुसऱ्याबद्दल वाईट बोलणं हा एक भाग आहे. जॉयस्टिक, मेडिकल जॉयस्टिक ज्याला म्हणतात ते आहे. नंबर 2 गोष्ट म्हणजे ॲरोगन्स. एक प्रकारचा ॲरोगन्स आपल्या बुद्धीचा असेल, आपल्या पोझिशनचा असेल, हा नकळत येऊ शकतो, आलेला असतो. आपलं स्कॉलस्टिक आपले जे अचिव्हमेंट असते त्याचा एक प्रकारचा ॲरोगन्स आलेला असू शकतो. आणि नंबर 3 इज पुअर कम्युनिकेशन. पुअर कम्युनिकेशन आणि पुअर कम्युनिकेशन इज टोटल युअर एंटायर सेक्टर. म्हणजे डॉक्टर स्वतः असेल असं नाही. मी व्हेरी पॉइंट पूर्वीपासून म्हटलं जातं, इव्हन गव्हर्नमेंट कॉलेजेसमध्ये, गव्हर्नमेंट इन्स्टिट्यूट्समध्ये डॉक्टर खूप चांगले आहेत, खालचे लोक खूप ॲरोगंट. त्यांना बिहेवियर हे गोष्ट शिकवलेली नाही, माहीत नाही, त्यांची घरची परिस्थिती असते, त्यामुळे ते भयंकर चिडचिडे झाले आणि बांगडे आहेत त्याच्यामध्ये. तर हा एक भाग जर सोडला तर बाकीच्या गोष्टी काय आहेत असं जर विचार केला, नंबर 1 कॉज टुडे ॲटलिस्ट इन डेव्हलप्ड सोसायटीज अँड इन मेट्रोपॉलिस सिटीज इज इंटरनेट, सो कॉल्ड व्हॉट्सअप एज्युकेशन. त्याच्यामध्ये इतक्या चुकीच्या पद्धतीने माहिती दिली जाते की लोकांच्या फॉल्स अँड हायटन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स, टेरिफिकली हायटन्ड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स. म्हणजे प्रत्येक, म्हणजे सरांनी मगाशी सांगितलं की हॉस्पिटलच्या दारात गेले तर जगलाच पाहिजे, हे तर होऊ शकणार नाही. वेन वी आर डिलिंग विथ लाईफ, वी आर डिलिंग विथ द डेथ ऑल्सो. तेव्हा हायटन्ड अनरिअलिस्टिक एक्सपेक्टेशन्सचा एक भाग आहे. नंबर 2 गोष्ट, वी हॅव टू ॲडमिट दॅट इट हॅज बिकम एक्स्ट्रीमली कॉस्टली अफेअर. मेडिकल साईड हॅज बिकम कॉस्टलिएस्ट अफेअर. याच्यातलं स्टॅटिस्टिक्स मी आपल्याला सांगू इच्छितो की आत्ता इन्फ्लेशन यंदा सगळीकडेच आहे. आफ्टर द युक्रेन वॉर इट इज ऑल अक्रॉस द वर्ल्ड. परंतु गेल्या 10 वर्षातलं इन्फ्लेशन आपण जर भारतातलं बघितलं तर हायेस्ट इन्फ्लेशन इज ओनली इन 2 fields. One is medicine, which is 20%. Another is education, which is 21% per year-on-year basis, which is huge inflation. आणि हे एज्युकेशनची अगेन मेडिकल कॉस्ट का वाढली असं जर आपण परत विचार केला तर त्या ठिकाणी मेडिकल एज्युकेशन डॉक्टर जो निर्माण होतो त्यांचीच पुढे कॉस्ट वाढलेली आहे. मेडिकल एज्युकेशन इज व्हेरी एक्सपेन्सिव्ह. नंबर 2 गोष्ट जागांचे रेट्स आणि मग आपल्याला हे प्रिव्हेंटिव्ह सगळे स्टेप्स घ्यावे लागतात. कंझ्युमर ऍक्ट इज देअर, वी टू टेक द हेल्प ऑफ आवर इन्शुरन्स, एव्हरीथिंग इज देअर. तेव्हा लोकांच्या हायटेड एक्सपेक्टेशन्स आर टू द ट्यून ऑफ 7 स्टार and they are ready to pay 1 star. That is the difference, the disparity. हा जो भाग आहे की एक्सपेक्टेशन इज 7 स्टार आणि पेमेंट मात्र मी 1 स्टार करणं इथे तो मिसमॅच आहे. त्यामुळे एक हायटेड एक्सपेक्टेशन हा दुसरा भाग आहे. आणि तिसरं मी सांगितलं तसं गॉसिपिंग आणि येणारा न्यूज मीडिया त्याच्यामध्ये आगीत तेल घालतायत. आणि लास्ट इझी ॲक्सेसिबिलिटी फॉर रिड्रेसल. आता या रिड्रेसलमध्ये एकच उत्तर देतो. रिड्रेसलमध्ये 2 भाग आपण करूया. इंटरनल रिड्रेसल मेकॅनिझम. आपल्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये काही इंटरनल रिड्रेसल मेकॅनिझम आहे का? सुरुवातीच्या स्टेजमध्ये खूप कंप्लेंट किरकोळ असते, ती सोडवली जाऊ शकते. कुठलीही गोष्ट बोलत घालली की वाढते. जसं सेप्टिक तुम्ही अर्ली स्टेजमध्ये केलं ट्रीटमेंट तर लवकर बरं होईल. इफ इट बिकम्स ऑल अक्रॉस सेप्टिसिमिया इट गोइंग टू बी व्हेरी डिफिकल्ट. तशा पद्धतीचा हा रिड्रेसल तो वेळीच झाला नाही तर तो एक्सटर्नल एजन्सीकडे जातो, विच इन्क्लूड्स पोलीस, विच इन्क्लूड्स सिव्हिल केसेस, विच इन्क्लूड्स कंझ्युमर. आणि मग त्या ठिकाणी एक्सटर्नल रिड्रेसल फॉरम इज बिकम व्हेरी इझी. एक ईमेल पाठवलं की काम येतं. आता सगळ्या केसेस ईमेलवरती रजिस्टर होऊ शकतात. सो इट हॅज बिकम एन इझी रिड्रेसल वेअर इज नो रिड्रेसल विदिन द हॉस्पिटल. These are some of the causes which I can think of. सगळ्यात शेवटचा महत्त्वाचा मुद्दा आमची कुटुंब सिस्टीम. आणि ती कुटुंब सिस्टीम काय आहे? मी आणि माझी स्पेस. आय एम थिंकिंग, द पेशंट इज थिंकिंग अबाउट हिमसेल्फ ओनली. माझी स्पेस मला इतकं मिळालंच पाहिजे. मी कोणाचं करणं लागतो हे नाहीच, दिलेलंच आहे. आणि माझा जरा पुढे पापड पडला की मी हातात कायदा घेतो. हा जो प्रकार झाला इनटॉलरन्स, दिस हॅज रिझल्टेड बिकॉज ऑफ द current social system. I think these are some of the causes of violence and disease.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, Dr. Sukumar Uttore, sir, how to prevent this violence? There are many challenges and legal hassles in front of medical practitioners, but we have to take preventive steps.
Yeah, I'll just, my experience, as I said, of 10 years sitting in the council and seeing all these cases which are filed over there. And many a times even, there has been violence in those cases also when they come to us. As Dr. Naurange has already said, the main thing is communication. More than 1 hour talk, and my first slide is what is the most important. 3 things as far as doctor-patient relationship, it is communication. What happens, I will tell you. When a patient gets admitted with us, that patient comes walking to us. Maybe he is in a bad state, but still he comes to us walking. After he gets admitted, then what the patients feel is that all the problems have started after he has got admitted, but they don't understand what is now. Why that happens is, when the patient comes to us, invariably when we examine, many of us try to, when we talk to the patient's relatives, we do not tell them what is the exact condition of that patient. So, for God's sake, you be very frank. No more, that we try to hide things. Even a simple cancer patient comes to us. Invariably, we never directly talk to the patient. We send the patient outside and we talk to the relatives and try to tell them that he's got cancer and everything. Why? Don't do that. Those days are gone now. So, if a patient is bad, you talk to the relatives as soon as you come. Another thing I have found, especially when it is a senior person, very busy person, we come for our rounds, we also go for our rounds. Invariably we take the rounds, see the patients and we walk off because there is no relative, especially if it's an ICU, which is the most important space where you should be talking to the patient. And we walk off. The patient's relatives do not know what is happening day to day, and we leave it either to those RMOs. Invariably those RMOs may not be MBBS RMOs also, or we leave it to the nursing staff to talk to the relatives of the patient. And they are not trained enough to talk to the relatives. So, especially I would say, if it is an ICU patient,
every time you inform the ICU that I will be coming for my rounds at 11 o'clock, please inform the relatives to be there at 11. I understand that the relatives cannot be there, nor you can be there for 24 hours. So that you talk to the patient when you go out and frankly tell them what is the condition. Frankly tell them if there is any complication. You know, we try to do, what we do is we try to hide the complication, thinking that we will be able to treat that complication and the patient will come back to normal. But many a times it does not happen. And that is where the patient's relatives feel that suddenly the patient has died because of some negligence in that hospital. And you know, patients, you have to understand the relatives also, they are emotionally also quite charged up. They are in so much of pressure when their patient gets admitted. So if you talk to the patients or the relatives properly, another thing is documentation of whatever you have spoken to the patient. How many of us really, after we take our rounds, especially in a bad patient, we document that the relatives every day have been, told these things. We don't, that the patients have been counseled. We do not write that down. Please remember that, write it down. Why I tell you? Because today it may be the son who is there, tomorrow it will be the brother who is there, day after tomorrow the wife who is there. And if they have not spoken to each other, because you know that son also tries to protect his mother by not telling her that the condition is very bad. So this is what happens in the family also. So document whatever you have counseled that patient and the relatives, and if you do that, definitely let me tell you, even today, only those where there have been problems come up in the social media. I think even Dr. Kakade will agree with me, and it happens in the council also. 95 to 96% of the cases which are filed are closed. That means the judgment is on the side of the doctors. But what happens is that 5%, just like how it happens in a practice, we practice for 30 years, 40 years, and thousands of patients get all right. But nobody puts in the social media that this doctor has made me all right. But the one patient in which they feel that something wrong has been done, everything comes in the social media. Same thing happens over here also. So let me tell you that very rarely ever the judges are against the doctors. Judges always take the side of the doctors in majority of the cases. So that's why I'm again repeating, if any case is filed against you, whenever I talk to my juniors, I tell them that we are a blessed, our age doctors are the blessed doctors. Because in my 45 years of practice, there is no case being filed against me, and that was a norm at that time. But just like in Western countries, the next norm is going to be that in your lifetime, at least 1, 2, 3 cases in some forum is going to be filed against you. So do not get bothered by that. 2 things you have to do. One thing is please take your indemnity. That is what I tell everybody. You must have an indemnity insurance. And second thing is, please keep in constant touch with people like, say, Dr. Naurange in your organization, so that you can just, even in the middle of the night, if you phone him up, he will pick up the phone and he will at least give you the primary answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, Santosh Kakade sir, how to face it? We are short of time.
Always, sir, actually. काही प्रश्न विचारायचा आहे?
असं एकाला सगळी परिस्थिती कल्पना दिल्यानंतर त्याच्यावर डिपेंडंट करावं असं आपल्याला वाटतं. मला वाटतं की आपल्या एकाची सही सुद्धा त्याच्यावर असावी असं वाटतं.
You can take that. This is exactly how we say in the consent form. Legally, the consent form requires only the signature of that patient, if he is an adult patient. But we do take the sign of his relative also, and this is a safety valve for us. So you can see whatever you do extra, so that you are safe, you can go ahead and do it legally.
Kakade sir.
खूप वेळेला जसं आता म्हटलं की व्हॉट्सअप युनिव्हर्सिटीमधनं सगळ्यांना हे कळत होतं की काय परिस्थिती आहे आणि कशा पद्धतीनं आपण फेस केलं पाहिजे, आणि शिवाय डॉक्टरला कसं बोलवलं पाहिजे हे सर्व लोकांपर्यंत व्हॉट्सअपमध्ये जातं. आत्तापर्यंत मी सगळ्या जिल्ह्यांमध्ये जेव्हा गेलो त्यावेळेला एक हायकोर्ट जज तिथले SP CP या सर्वांच्याशी डायस किंवा शेअर करणं आणि प्रत्यक्ष भेटीमध्ये मी ही गोष्ट सांगितलीच मी आज साहेबांना सांगू इच्छितो, ती अशी की आपल्या कार्यक्षेत्रातली पोलीस स्टेशन जे इथल्या पोलीस इन्चार्जेस यांना सगळ्यांना अशा प्रकारची कंप्लेंट आली तर त्याला लिगल काय स्टेप्स आहेत हे माहिती नसतं. तर हे माहिती करून देणं ही फार काळाची गरज आहे. वेगवेगळी सुप्रीम कोर्टची जजमेंट्स आहेत तर ही माहिती नसतात. काही वेळेला असं घडतं, काही अनुभव पण गौरव सर सांगतील, कमिशनर्स ऑफ पोलीस दे आर नॉट अवेअर ऑफ the Supreme Court judgment that doctors should not be harassed while such thing happens. तर त्यामुळं यामध्ये खरं तर IMA ॲज अ ऑर्गनायझेशन यामध्ये मोठी मदत करू शकतं की सगळे जे इन्चार्जेस ऑफ पोलीस स्टेशन्स आहेत तर यांना प्रत्यक्ष एज्युकेट करणं की अशा प्रकारच्या याच्यामध्ये व्हॉट लॉसेस, तर हे पॉसिबल आहे. मी विनंती करेन की आपल्या कार्यक्षेत्रातल्या यांना आपण ती संधी उपलब्ध करून द्यावी. आता प्रॅक्टिकली काय करायला पाहिजे ह्याच्यावरती आपण मी फक्त जे कोरोनाच्या पूर्वी जे काही आम्ही पुण्यामध्ये गेलो त्याच्याविषयी फक्त तुम्हाला एक माहिती म्हणून देऊ इच्छितो. ती म्हणजे आम्ही क्विक रिस्पॉन्स सिस्टीम 13 जानेवारी 2019 या दिवशी पुण्यामध्ये लॉन्च केली. त्यावेळेचे आता त्यावेळेला रिटायर झाले निवृत्त डायरेक्टर जनरल ऑफ पोलीस मिस्टर प्रवीण दीक्षित त्यांची ती कन्सेप्ट आणि त्यांच्यातनं पुण्यामध्ये पहिल्यांदा आम्ही लॉन्च केलं. रिटायर्ड पोलीस ऑफिसरची मदत घेऊन ठिकठिकाणी 10 जिल्ह्यांमध्ये टीम्स आम्ही उभ्या केल्या. या सर्वांच्या ट्रेनिंगला मी स्वतः गेलो पोलीस ऑफिसरच्या ट्रेनिंगला की इन नो टाईम यामध्ये कशा पद्धतीनं रिस्पॉन्स द्यायला पाहिजे. माझं नेहमी असं म्हणणं, माझं मी पर्सनल व्यक्तीला सांगतो की असा जेवढ्या प्रसंग येतो त्यावेळेला डॉक्टर्स जरी मोठ्या संख्येने तिथं गेले तरी देखील एका ह्याच्यामध्ये असं घडलं की त्या सगळ्यांवर हे केलं, दाखल केले. असं घडलं एका ह्याच्यामध्ये. तर त्यामुळं लेट द अदर्स डिफेंड अस, त्यांच्याबरोबरच ॲडव्होकेट टीम्स उभ्या केल्या. आता हे सगळं आपल्याला माहिती नसल्यामुळे मी जस्ट तुम्हाला सांगतो की ॲडव्होकेट्स ॲज सर राईट इज दॅट ज्यांना मेडिकल लिगल थोडं माहिती आहे तर अशा प्रकारचे जे आहेत तर त्यांची मदत डेफिनेटली होऊ शकते. साधा पोलीस स्टेशनमधनं कॉल आला की तुमच्या विरुद्ध एक तक्रार आलेली आहे, आपल्याला भीती वाटते, डॉक्टर म्हणून प्रॅक्टिस करत असताना आपल्याला काय आता करावा असा प्रश्न येतो. अशा वेळेला लेट द ॲडव्होकेट रिप्रेझेंट यू इन द पोलीस स्टेशन. याचं कारण स्पष्ट मी सांगतो की पोलिसांच्याकडे ॲडव्होकेट गेल्यानंतर नाही म्हटलं तरी थोडा का विना प्रेशर पडतं डेफिनेटली. आणि कुठलाही डॉक्टर हा जाणून बोजून कुठलाही गुन्हा करत नाही. फार कमी वेळेला हे असतात की अशा प्रकारचे काही उदाहरणं येतात पुढे, नाही असं नाही. पण ट्रीटमेंटमध्ये जर काही प्रॉब्लेम आला तर त्याला मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स मेडिकल रिझन्स असतात. तर त्या मेडिकल रिझन्सचं तुम्ही ऐन वेळेला आलेल्या जॉबला तुम्ही सांगू शकत नाही. तर त्यामुळे अशा वेळेला तुम्हाला डिफेंड करायला, रिप्रेझेंट करायला ॲडव्होकेट्स पाहिजेत. नंबर 2 म्हणजे रिटायर्ड पोलीस ऑफिसरची मदत फार मोठ्या प्रमाणात होऊ शकते. अशा प्रकारची एक सिस्टीम आम्ही 10 जिल्ह्यामध्ये केली आणि मी तुम्हाला सांगू इच्छितो की 6 मोठी व्हायलन्सच्या घटना या आम्ही डिफ्यूज करू शकतो. कारण तिथले जे सिनियर मोस्ट ACPs होते 40-40 वर्ष तिथे काम केलेले, तर ते तिथं गेल्यानंतर रिटायर्ड जरी असले तरी त्यांचा जबरदस्त तिथे प्रभाव असतो. आणि हे करू शकलो तर ही एक आम्ही तयार केलेली सिस्टीम आहे. फक्त तुमच्या कानावरती घालतो की अशा प्रकारचं आपल्याला करता येईल. आता प्रॅक्टिकली मी म्हटलं तसं आपल्याकडे अर्थात इंगळे साहेबांनी सांगितलं की फ्रेंडली पोलीस ऑफिसर इज ऑलवेज अ युजफुल वन. तर पोलीस ऑफिसर आपल्याला फ्रेंडली जर हवे असतील तर पोलिसांसाठी काही हेल्थ चेकअप्स आहेत किंवा हे आहेत तर हे करणं हे उपयोगी पडतं बरं. तर अशा प्रकारचं आपल्याला आपण त्यांच्याशी फॅमिलियर राहणं आणि हे करणं हे एक आवश्यक गोष्ट आहे. IMA नेहमी जे सांगतं ते डॉक्टर्सच्या टीम्स, तर डॉक्टर्सच्या टीम्स तर ते असल्याच पाहिजे. यू मस्ट बी अवेअर ॲज वेल एज कुणाला इमर्जन्सी याला कॉन्टॅक्ट करायचं ते आपल्याला निश्चितपणे आपण माहिती असलं पाहिजे. आणि म्हटलं तसं ॲडव्होकेटची टीम हवीच हवी. ही टीम हवी याचं कारण एखादा अवेलेबल आहे दुसरा नाही आहे असं असेल तर त्यावेळेला कोणीही आपल्याला डिफेंड करू शकतो. तर या झाल्या 2-3 गोष्टी. आपण काय करायला पाहिजे आणि कर्मचाऱ्यांनी काय करायला पाहिजे याविषयी पण डिस्कशन्स होत असतात. जशी आग लागल्यानंतर फायर फायटिंग सिस्टीम असते वेगवेगळ्या कॉर्पोरेट ऑर्गनायझेशनमध्ये ट्रेनिंग असतं पण तसं अशा प्रकारची घटना घडली आम्ही केलं ते पुण्यामध्येच काय आम्ही ठिकठिकाणी केलं. तर या ह्याच्यामध्ये आपण तयार पाहिजे, वी मस्ट बी रेडी. आणि अदरवाईज दुसरा जो ऑप्शन आहे सभा आपल्या सगळ्या की म्हणजे मेडिकल प्रॅक्टिस बंद करणं आणि दुसरं काहीतरी करणं. तर असं आहे आता बऱ्याच लोकांनी असं केलेलं आहे. तर हे आपल्याला करायचं नाही आहे. आपण जे काही डॉक्टर झालो त्याचा चांगला उपयोग हा सोसायटीला आपण करत आहोत. आपल्याकडे खूप मोठी उदाहरणं अशी आहेत की आता आरणकर सर आहेत किंवा डॉक्टर इनामदार सर आहेत. मी कुर्डुवाडीमध्ये जेव्हा माझी पहिली प्रॅक्टिस सुरुवात झाली 1995ला मी कुर्डुवाडीमध्ये वागळे हॉस्पिटलला सर्जन म्हणून जॉईन झालो. पहिल्या आठवड्यामध्ये, आता एक जस्ट लास्ट उदाहरण होतं, पहिल्या आठवड्यामध्ये जेव्हा डॉक्टर वागळे गावाला गेले आणि माझ्यावरती ज्यावेळेला एक लॅप्रोटॉमी करण्याची वेळ आहे, माझ्या याच्यामध्ये मी सुरुवात नुकतंच MS तिथं आलो आणि मी लॅप्रोटॉमी केली. सिव्हिअर पर्फोरेटिव्ह पेरिटोनिटिस होती आणि एक 8-1 दिवस पेशंट वॉज व्हेरी सिरियस. तो जाणारे 100% होता, वय 75 होतं. पण त्या नातेवाईकांची कसं बोलायचं की मला आठवत नाही, पण जेव्हा लक्षात आलं की आता काय हा काही खरं नाही. पण त्या माझं नशीब चांगलं, वागळे साहेब त्या दिवशी आले आणि त्यांनी त्या नातेवाईकांना समजून सांगितलं, ज्या पद्धतीने त्यांनी सांगितलं त्यातून मी शिकलो. पुढे नंतर कधीही रिलेटिव्हचं हे मला म्हणजे रिॲक्शन तर कधीच नाही, कारण आधीपासून काय पद्धतीनं त्यांना सांगायचं बोलायचं हे मी शिकलो. त्यामुळं असा कधीही प्रसंग माझ्यावरती त्या ह्याच्यामध्ये आला. तर इन शॉर्ट फायनली समरी जर याची करायची ठरवली तर वी ऑल मस्ट बी प्रिपेअर्ड, त्याला रिस्क मॅनेजमेंट म्हणतो, टू फेस व्हायलन्स. आता याला सुद्धा परदेशामध्ये खूप मोठ्या प्रमाणामध्ये अकॅडमिक इन्स्टिट्यूट्स आहेत. आपल्याकडे त्या मनाने ते काम कमी आहे. IMA इज द ओनली ऑर्गनायझेशन हु इज वर्किंग ऑन इट. त्यामुळे IMAच्या मदतीने हे सगळं आपण मेंबर्स आहोत, पण आणखी मेंबर्स करण्याचा प्रयत्न करायला पाहिजे आणि या सर्वांनी मिळून ते फेस करायला पाहिजे. एक खूप चांगलं सांगितलं उत्तरे सरांनी, ते म्हणजे प्रोफेशनल इंडेमिनिटी आपल्याकडे असली पाहिजे. अशा काही इन्शुरन्स कंपन्या असू शकतील की सरही सांगू शकतील की नुसत्या कन्झ्युमरच्या केसेस नव्हे तर काही वेळेला क्रिमिनल केसेसमध्ये सुद्धा काही पार्ट कव्हर करणारा इन्शुरन्स मिळू शकतो आणि तो कमीत कमी 1 कोटी रुपयाचा आता घेणं आवश्यक आहे. तर याचे डिटेल्स आणखी त्याविषयी बोलायचं झालं तर संध्याकाळपर्यंत बोलता येईल, पण आपल्याकडे वेळेची मर्यादा आहे, त्यामुळं मी इथं थांबतो. लेट मी थँक ऑल ऑफ यू, कुठे सर, आरणकर सर आणि
Thank you very much, sir. And now we'll be coming to the final round. Only 6 to 8 minutes, 6 minutes. How to tackle cases of negligence? Dr. Shivkumar Utture sir at council level, Dr. Jain Naurangi sir at criminal level, Dr. Santosh Kakre sir at CPL level.
Very important, I think. Again, 6 to 8 minutes. That means I get only 2 minutes, and that is my lecture of almost 2 hours on that aspect. Anyway, in short, I'll tell you what happens is whenever there is a complaint against you by any patient, first the papers go to the register, MMC register. It does not come to the president or any MMC member. The MMC registrar sends these papers to you with a note saying that within 15 days you have to answer to whatever complaints have been filed against you. Now, if you want more time, there is a provision where you immediately write back to the registrar that I will require more time to collect the papers and the evidences, and up to 1 month at the registrar level only you get enough time to do that. So first thing, even if your papers are ready, you must write and ask for that time, because the more time you get, your defense is much more better. Number 2, again when you answer, don't be emotional when you are answering, because you feel that you have done the best for the patient, but they get the patient has complained against you. You are supposed to answer point wise whatever the patient has alleged against you, and for that either is it necessary to have a lawyer? I would not say. If you have done whatever is right, you do not require to spend money on the lawyer, but definitely, as I said, take the help of some medical legal expert of your community. That means IMA. Every branch must have a medical legal committee which is there. Take the help to draft whatever. See, invariably what happens is whenever there is a complaint, that person or that doctor, he says, "Arey, Dr. Utture baita na, wo apna dost hai. I don't require to respond." No, you are supposed to respond, because it will be taken, if there is something called ex parte. If you do not respond, only what the patient says will be taken into consideration, and then you will be in trouble. So you must respond. Many a times when you respond, and then the papers comes to the president, and the president feels that yes, whatever answer has been given is right and there is no negligence, that file closes there and there. It does not go further. If there is a little bit of doubt, then it goes to the ethical committee which we have formed in MMC, and there is only one hearing in the ethical committee. And let me tell you again, almost 95%, per day we have around 15 to 16 cases which we hear in the ethical committee. Hardly 1 or 2 really go forward. Majority are closed down in that ethical committee in the very first hearing itself.
Those which go down to the next level is where there is actual negligence which has taken place. Then what we do is that just like how when it is FIR is filed against you, so same thing, there are under some, the patient may have 10 complaints against you, but we find only 2 complaints to be taken into consideration. Then the charge sheet is filed against you and we send you the charge sheet. Now at this level, definitely you must take help of a medico-legal expert. Because very fact that it has come to the level of the charge sheet, that means prima facie there is something wrong in this case. So it is better you take, and that is where the indemnity helps you, because wherever you have the indemnity, they give you lawyers who are experts in that particular field. Then you answer, those experts will formulate both the medical aspect and the legal aspect also and send it to the MMC. And once it comes to the MMC, then it will be called for an actual physical hearing. And in that physical hearing, the patients will be called, the doctors will be called, and even you can bring in your witnesses, expert witnesses, which today Maharashtra Medical Council is allowing. You can also have a lawyer who will be representing you, which today the Maharashtra Medical Council allows you, but unfortunately the new NMC draft, if you see, the new NMC draft says that no lawyers will be allowed to come over there, number 1, and number 2, that only once you are allowed to call those witnesses or whoever are there, expert witnesses. Once that happens, then of course the whole thing is discussed in the council, and if we find that something is wrong with you, the punishments can be given right from reprimanding you, that means just giving you a warning, to giving you suspension for 1 day, 1 month, one year, whatever it is, depending on what fault you have done, or especially in gross cases and especially in PCP cases, up to 5 years we can give you suspension. This is how basically the whole process in short in MMC goes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
फार मोठा टॉपिक आहे, लिटरली 2 मिनिटात संपवतो. पहिली गोष्ट, क्रिमिनल केस आपल्या विरुद्ध जेव्हा दाखल होते, व्यक्ती जिवंत आहे का गेलेली आहे हे पहिलं बघा. व्यक्ती गेलेली आहे, 304A लागलेला आहे किंवा आणखी त्याच्यावरचं सेक्शन लागलं असता, ताबडतोब आपल्याकडे मेडिकल पोलिसांचं समजतं येतच, परंतु त्यांनी जेव्हा तुम्हाला एन्क्वायरीला बोलावले असते तेव्हा जायला पाहिजे. ते जाताना IMच्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांना घेऊन जा किंवा मेडिकल लिगल एक्सपर्टला घेतलं तर जास्त बरं, आणि हे कोणीच नसते तर निदान लॉयरला घेऊन जाणं अत्यावश्यक आहे. सगळ्यांकडूनच बोलायला आहे असं दिसतंय. पोलीस स्टेशनवरती जाताना आपले केस पेपर त्यांनी आधी घेतलेले असतील किंवा आपण घेऊन जायला पाहिजे. बरोबर एक तरी व्यक्ती घेऊन जा असं माझं प्रामाणिक मत आहे, कारण आपण संध्याकाळी सगळे डिस्कस करू. दुसरी गोष्ट म्हणजे डोंट बी अफ्रेड ऑफ द अरेस्ट. देर आर इनफ जजमेंट्स वेअर 304A इज टू बी अप्लाइड, आणि त्यांनी जर 304 चुकून लावला किंवा दुसरा कुठला लावला, just under the pressure, I would like to make very clear that second judgment following that Jacob Matthews clearly mentions that courts will take suo motu actions against the erring police officers. तेव्हा इथपर्यंत क्लिअर असताना तुम्ही खरोखर अरेस्टशीट हे बाळगू नका. 3 जजमेंट्स तुमच्या समोर कायम कागदावरती पाहिजेत, आय मीन लॅपटॉपवरती पाहिजेत किंवा तुमच्या मोबाईलमध्ये सेव्ह करा. एक म्हणजे जॅकब मॅथ्यूज वर्सेस स्टेट ऑफ पंजाब, second is Martin D'Souza versus State of Punjab, again State of Punjab is there, and third thing is Maharashtra Prevention Act of Violence. तेव्हा या 3 गोष्टी लिंक्स तुमच्यावरती कायम तुमच्या लॅपटॉपवरती, डेस्कटॉपवरती, मोबाईलवरती सेव्ह पाहिजेत, कारण अनफॉर्च्युनेटली दीज आर नॉट सेंट्रल लॉज, आणि त्यामुळे त्यांना त्याच्यातल्या इंट्रिकसीज माहीत नसतात. कित्येक वेळा ॲटलिस्ट फॉर 3 कॉन्सिक्युटिव्ह टाइम्स पुणे म्युनिसिपल कॉर्पोरेशन आणि पुणे पोलीस कमिशनर, वी हॅड टू गिव्ह दिस जजमेंट्स, underline them, see the section 33, I mean paragraph 33 what it mentions. ते झाल्याबरोबर एकदम डोळे उघडल्यासारखं होतं. I won't take the names, but they are very respected police officers and we had then afterwards very good relations with them. एकदा त्यांना आपण समजून सांगितलं की त्यातल्या टेन्युअरमध्ये तरी ते पुन्हा असं अप्लाय करत नाही. So 304 is to be applied. आता 304A कधी लावला जातो? 304A is also applied and FIR is also registered after the expert committee gives an opinion that there is a prima facie evidence of negligence done by the doctor or hospital. त्यातही पुन्हा गंमत अशी आहे what the judgments have expected that the committee should mention that this is a criminal negligence. Unfortunately, they are not very clear about it. त्यामुळे ते नुसतं negligence असं म्हणतात. जॅकब मॅथ्यूज केसमध्ये त्यांनी क्लिअर 6 levels of negligence दिलेले आहेत. इट्स ओनली द एक्स्ट्रीम आफ्टर negligence that criminal law constitute. हे सगळं कागदावरती आहे. प्रत्यक्षात काय होतं? सरांनी मगाशी सांगितलं त्याप्रमाणे ही इज अ व्हेरी लर्नड अँड व्हेरी फ्रेंडली ऑफिसर. परंतु हे सगळीकडे नाही आहे, वस्तुस्थिती आहे. 304 लावून मोकळे होतात, 304A2 लावून मोकळे होतात. त्यानंतर त्यांच्या विरुद्ध ऍक्शन घ्यायचं आमची ताकद उरत नाही, हे वस्तुस्थिती आहे. पण एका केसमध्ये आम्ही घेतली अगेन्स्ट द पोलीस कमिशनर आणि केस इज इन हायकोर्ट. तेव्हा त्या पर्टिक्युलर केसेसमध्ये आपण निर्धास्त राहून पहिली गोष्ट घाबरून जाऊ नका. तुम्हाला हार्ट अटॅक येऊन देऊ नका, तुम्हाला स्ट्रोक येऊन देऊ नका. हे झालंय, हे झालंय म्हणून मी बोलतोय. तेव्हा टेक द हेल्प ऑफ IIM, टेक द हेल्प ऑफ पीपल लाईक डॉक्टर उत्तरे, डॉक्टर संतोष काकडे इज ऑल्सो देअर. आणि आपल्या IIMची मदत घ्या. सेंट्रल लेवलला कळवा, ते तुम्हाला ताबडतोब सगळे या ठिकाणी यांना भेटा. दुसरी गोष्ट जाताना कोणतरी बरोबर घेऊन जा. तिसरी गोष्ट आपले डॉक्युमेंट्स बरोबर पाहिजेत. चौथी गोष्ट व्हॉट एव्हर यू स्टेट, मेक अ स्टेटमेंट द पोलीस हॅज व्हेरी लिटल एव्हिडन्शियल व्हॅल्यू. तिथे जरी चुकलं तरी दिस कॅन बी ऑलवेज रिव्हर्टेड इन द कोर्ट्स. तेव्हा एवढं घाबरून जाऊ नका, हे सांगायचा उद्देश आहे. निर्दोष व्हा म्हणजे निर्दोष व्हा असं नव्हे. काही पण करा आम्ही सोडायला मोकळे असं अजिबात नाही. कायदा हा कायदा आहे. तेव्हा त्या ठिकाणी सांगायचा उद्देश एवढा आहे की कायद्याचा प्रॉपर अर्थ लक्षात घेऊन 304A इज ॲप्लिकेबल हा लक्षात घ्यायचा मुद्दा. त्याच्यासाठी IIM संपावर पण जाईल तुमची केस जर तेवढी स्ट्रॉंग असेल. सांगायचा मुद्दा फक्त 304A लागला. आणि त्यात फरक काय ते पण सांगतो की 304A when we say is applicable to doctors, it is by default a variable offense. Variable म्हणजे काय? Police will offer you the bail. You need not go to the magistrate. Rest are non-variable म्हणजे काय? Magistrate will give the bail. तेव्हा समजा 2 दिवस अटकेत गेला, फारशा जीवाला लावून घेऊ नका, त्यातनंही तुम्ही बाहेर या.
IIMचं नेटवर्किंग आणि सपोर्ट हा फार स्ट्रॉंग आहे. ब्रांच लेवल, स्टेट लेवल किंवा हेडक्वार्टर लेवल. 3 cases of violence occurred at Chandrapur in 1 week. आणि ते ब्रांचने मदत केली, स्टेटने मदत केली, and there was a phone call from headquarter also. Now, आपले
एक छोटंसं उदाहरण. डिस्ट्रिक्ट फोरम म्हणजे कंझ्युमरचं डिस्ट्रिक्ट कोर्ट थोडक्यात. त्यांनी डॉक्टरला निग्लिजन्स नाही असं हे दिलं जजमेंट. त्याच्या अगेन्स्ट आमच्याकडे आल्यावर ही केस डिसाईड झाली आणि झालं. त्याच्या अगेन्स्ट आमच्याकडे आल्यानंतर त्यातला अनुभव असा की ॲडव्होकेट हू वॉज रिप्रेझेंटिंग दी पेशंट त्यांनी त्या जजमेंटमधनं 22 ग्राउंड्स काढले. 22 ग्राउंड्स. आणि त्यामुळं त्या 22 ग्राउंडला उत्तर देणारा मूल्यबळ ॲडव्होकेट हा पलीकडे असायला हवा. माझा अनुभव सांगतो नव्हता. आणि त्यामुळं हे अनप्रेडिक्टेबल आहे. मी तुम्हाला घाबरत नाही, तेवढंच तुम्हाला सांगतो की एव्हरीथिंग इज अनप्रेडिक्टेबल. त्यासाठी स्वतःची तयारी, स्वतःला माहिती असणं ही काळाची गरज आहे. नो व्हेरी गुड ॲडव्होकेट मे बी एबल टू रिप्रेझेंट यू प्रॉपरली. त्या मी ब्रँड स्टेटमेंट आहे, मी तुम्हाला डेफिनेटली हे करू शकतो या बेस्ड ऑन द एक्सपिरियन्स. त्यामुळे मला काय वाटतं की मगाशी मी ॲनाटॉमी ऑफ कन्झ्युमर सिस्टीम मी सांगितली तुम्हाला 3 स्टेजेसमध्ये. आता तसं सांगायचं तर पूर्ण दिवसभर बोलायला लागेल, पण इन शॉर्ट एवढंच मी फक्त सांगेन की घाबरून जाऊ नका आणि हार्ट अटॅक घेऊन देऊ नका असं आपण समजा म्हणलं कोणाला तर ते पॉसिबल नाही. तर त्याच्याकरता आपण प्रिपेअर असणं हीच गरज आहे. माहिती करून घ्या. तुम्हाला जेव्हा माहिती असेल त्यावेळेला तुमची ॲप्रिहेन्शन जे आहे किंवा जे काही हुरूर असते तर ही सगळी हुरूर कमी होऊन जाण्याची खात्री आहे. त्यामुळे नॉलेज विल ऑलवेज गिव्ह यू पॉवर. ट्राय टू लर्न दॅट आणि त्याच्यासाठी तयार राहा. आणि मग तुम्ही ते मला माझी खात्री की चांगल्या प्रकारे डिफेंड करू शकता. तर यू युअर सेल्फ डिफेंड आणि इट इज नॉट डिफिकल्ट. आम्ही आहोत, आम्ही तुम्हाला शिकवण्यासाठी इथे तयार आहोत. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच.
थँक्यू सर. नाव गणेश इंगळे सर. जेव्हा अशा केसेस घडतात आणि IIMचा आमचा मेंबर पोलीस स्टेशनला जातो, त्याला FIR साठी त्याला सांगितलं जातं कॉन्स्टेबल, हवालदार किंवा त्याच्यावरचे जे अधिकारी का हा मेडिकल ॲक्ट काय आहे हा आम्हाला सांगा, आम्हाला माहीत नाही. नाव आपण काय स्टेप्स घेतल्या पाहिजे टू म्हणजे अवेअरनेस ऑफ दिस ॲक्ट, मेडिकल ॲक्ट.
ह्याच्यामध्ये मला असं वाटतं की आता सरांनी सांगितलं होतं बघा की त्यांनी पुण्यामध्ये तशा प्रकारच्या टीम्स हे तयार केलेले होते. अशा प्रकारे आपण त्या भागामध्ये आपण इंदापूर तालुक्यामध्ये आता जर विचार केला तर इंदापूर तालुक्यामध्ये सुद्धा अशा प्रकारचे काही सेमिनार आपण ठेवू शकतो की ज्याच्यामध्ये वर्षातून एकदा जरी असं आपण सेमिनार ठेवलं त्याच्यामध्ये पोलीस अधिकारी असतील, त्याचबरोबर काही लॉयर्स असतील, डॉक्टर्स असतील आणि त्याचबरोबर बाकीचे प्रतिष्ठित जे काही वेगवेगळ्या NGOs वगैरे असतील किंवा प्रतिष्ठित नागरिक वगैरे असतील, तर अशा पद्धतीने जरी सेमिनार झालं आणि त्याच्यामध्ये पत्रकारांनी त्याला जास्त परिस्थिती दिली आणि आपला व्हॉट्सअप युनिव्हर्सिटी तर आहेच त्याच्यासाठी, याच्या माध्यमातून जास्तीत जास्त प्रसिद्धी घेऊ शकतो. आणि त्याचबरोबर पोलीस अधिकाऱ्यांसाठी तर आम्ही अशा पद्धतीने सेमिनार आयोजित करतो. आता मी थोडक्यात सांगतो की 10 वर्षामध्ये मी ज्या ज्या ठिकाणी काम केलेलं आहे अशा कुठल्याही ठिकाणी आम्ही कधी डॉक्टरांवर खूप 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 अशा पद्धतीने केसेस दाखल होण्यासाठी आमच्यावर खूप प्रेशर आला होता. अगदी बारामतीचे उदाहरण सांगतो, अगदी अॅट्रॉसिटी दाखल करा अशा पद्धतीने आलं होतं, पण त्याला आम्ही फेस करायला समर्थ आहोत एवढंच आम्ही सांगतो. आम्ही तुमच्या सोबत आहोत एवढंच मी सांगतो. कुठल्याही पद्धतीने खोटं आम्ही होऊ देणार नाही, चुकीचं होऊ देणार नाही एवढं सांगतो. आणि IMAच्या प्रेशरचं सांगतो मी तुम्हाला की माझी मगाची जी केस होती त्याच्यामध्ये आमच्यावर खूप मोठा प्रेशर आला होता IMAचा. आणि त्याच्या प्रेशरचं सांगतो, प्रेशर का आला होता की आमचे IG सर जे होते त्या IG सरांच्या मॅडम ज्या होत्या त्या डॉक्टर्स होत्या आणि त्याच्यामुळे आम्हाला खूप फेस करावं लागलं याच्यामध्ये IMAच्या प्रेशरमुळे, काउंटर प्रेशर त्याच्यासाठी की हा 304 पार्ट 2 का लावला म्हणून सदोष मनुष्यवधाचा गुन्हा का केला याच्यासाठी आम्हाला खूप फेस करावं लागलं. कारण खूप मोठा स्ट्रॉंग तुमच्या पाठीमागे तुमचं असोसिएशन आहे, IMA आहे, त्याच्यामुळे घाबरण्याचं अजिबात कारण नाही आहे. आणि बाकीच्या गोष्टीमध्ये PCPNDT ऍक्ट मध्ये सुद्धा डायरेक्ट FIR दाखल होत नाही त्याच्यामध्ये सुद्धा. त्याच्यामध्ये पहिल्यांदा जो कोणी अथॉरिटी आहे या ठिकाणी वैद्यकीय क्षेत्रामधील सरकारची, तर ती डायरेक्टली JMFC मध्ये त्या ठिकाणी त्यांची स्वतःची कंप्लेंट, प्रायव्हेट कंप्लेंट दाखल करते आणि 15 दिवसाची नोटीस त्या डॉक्टरांना दिली जाते आणि त्याच्यानंतर पुढची प्रोसिजर जी आहे ती होते. तोपर्यंत कुठल्याही पद्धतीने होत नाही. आणि 304A मध्ये आम्ही कुठल्याही पद्धतीने डॉक्टरांना कधी आतापर्यंत तरी मी माझ्या पाहण्यात तरी नाही आलं की मी डॉक्टरांना अरेस्ट करताना माझ्या विभागामध्ये कुठल्याही पद्धतीने कधी डॉक्टरांना अरेस्ट केली नाही. कारण 304A जो आहे तो बेलेबल आहे आणि त्या ठिकाणी आम्ही नोटीसवर. आणि दुसरी गोष्ट सांगतो सगळ्यात महत्त्वाचं, एक सुप्रीम कोर्टाचं जजमेंट आहे, 7 वर्षाचा जर आतला गुन्हा असेल, 7 वर्षातला आतला गुन्हा असेल तर त्या ठिकाणी पोलिसांना अरेस्ट करण्यासाठीचे जे पॉवर्स आहेत ते कमी केलेले आहेत कोर्टाने. त्यामुळं आणि कायद्यामध्ये सुद्धा CRPC मध्ये सुद्धा 41 जे सेक्शन आहे त्याच्यामध्ये क्लिअर कट सांगितलेलं आहे की 7 वर्षाच्या आतला गुन्हा असेल तर त्यासाठी 5 कारणं दिली जातात आणि त्या 5 कारणांसाठीच आपल्याला अटक करता येते. त्याच्यामध्ये तो जर त्याला मोकळं सोडलं तर तो परत अशा प्रकारचा गुन्हा करू शकतो. असं काही होत नाही, डॉक्टर काही गुन्हा करायला काही गुन्हेगार नाही, त्याच्यामुळे ते कारण तर त्याच्यामध्ये बसणार नाही. त्याच्यानंतर दुसरं कारण हे आहे की जर अरेस्ट केले नाही तर डॉक्टर म्हणजे ती व्यक्ती पळून जाईल, न्यायालयापुढे येणार नाही. तर डॉक्टरच्या बाबतीत असं काही होत नाही. त्यामुळे बाकीचे जे 4-5 कारणं आहेत कुठल्याही पद्धतीने त्याच्यामध्ये बसत नाही. आपल्या जर नोटीसवर सुद्धा तो प्रकारचं जे काही पुढचं गुन्ह्याचा तपास आहे त्याच्यामध्ये होऊ शकतो. आणि जो सदोष मनुष्यवधाचा जो गुन्हा आहे त्याच्यामध्ये फार काही कधी अशा प्रकारचा फार क्वचित रेअरली होतो आणि आपल्या पाठीमागे IMA असल्यामुळे असं काही आपल्या बाबतीत घडणार नाही. पोलीस विभाग आपल्याला चुकीच्या पद्धतीने कुठल्याही अडचणीत आणणार नाही, कारण आम्हाला सुद्धा आपल्याकडे यावं लागणार आहे.
महाराष्ट्रात पुढे काही घटना घडली तर पहिला फोन आमचा तुम्हाला येईल पुढे.
त्या बाबतीत नक्कीच मी हे करतो. आणि एक उदाहरण सांगतो फक्त की एका ठिकाणी मी एका जिल्ह्यामध्ये काम करताना त्या ठिकाणी बघितलं की आमचे चांगले रिलेशन होते त्या आणि मोठं हॉस्पिटल होतं, परंतु जेव्हा त्यांच्याकडे घटना घडली एक वेडा माणूस आला आणि तो सगळं तोडफोड करायला लागला, सगळ्या मूर्त्या वगैरे तोडफोड केल्या, सगळ्या हॉस्पिटलचं हे केलं. आणि मग त्यांनी काय केलं, आम्ही रात्रीला त्या ठिकाणी हॉस्पिटलच्या बाहेर होतो, मला फोन आला नाही, आमचे बाहेरच्या जिल्ह्यातल्या अधिकाऱ्यांना फोन केला आणि तोपर्यंत जवळपास 1 तास 1.5 तास झाला. तो बाहेरच्या ऑफिसरनी नंतर त्यांना फोन कर त्यांना फोन कर आणि नंतर आम्हालाच फोन आला. आम्हाला फोन आल्यानंतर आम्ही विथिन 5 मिनिटात म्हणजे काही सेकंदामध्ये हॉस्पिटलमध्ये पोहोचलो. तोपर्यंत आम्हाला काय चाललं काहीच माहित नव्हतं. मला हे सांगायचं आहे की आपण एक म्हणजे थोडंसं तरी हे ठेवलं की नक्कीच विश्वास ठेवा. पोलीसमध्ये सुद्धा चांगले अधिकारी चांगले कर्मचारी आहेत. मला जाणवतंय, मी स्वतः जेव्हा पोलीस ऑफिसर होण्याच्या आधी माझं सुद्धा पोलीस विभागाबाबत थोडंसं निगेटिव्ह मत होतं, पण जेव्हा मी पोलीस विभागात आलेलो आहे आल्यानंतर बघितलं की काहीतरी 5-10% लोक तर अधिकारी चांगले आहेत, कर्मचारी सुद्धा चांगले आहेत, त्यांच्यावर विश्वास ठेवून हे करावं आणि अशा पद्धतीने आहे.
थँक्यू सर. इंडियन मेडिकल असोसिएशन has got its own scheme, professional protection scheme. And Mr. Milind Chilate, Mr. Milind Chilate is looking after this professional protection scheme. गेले 2 दिवस मिलिंद या ठिकाणी. Mr. Milind is here 24th and 25th of February. तर मला हे सांगायचं वाटेल का मिलिंद इथे इंदापूर सोडून अजूनही आजूबाजूच्या 25 ब्रांचेस या ठिकाणी सहभागी झालेले आहेत. यू टेक देअर कॉन्टॅक्ट नंबर्स आणि नंतर सावकाश येऊन प्रत्येक ब्रांचला तुम्ही ते समजून घ्या आणि यू स्टार्ट द प्रोफेशनल प्रोटेक्शन स्कीम ॲट ब्रांच. ओके सर. आणि दुसरं आज या ठिकाणी इंडियन मेडिकल असोसिएशनचा जगदीश रामचंदानी या ठिकाणी उभा आहे. ज्यावेळेस आम्ही त्यांना सांगितलं स्टॉल घ्या, आता त्यांच्याकडे फार्मास्युटिकल नव्हता, ते म्हणाले मी स्टॉल बुक करतो. पुढे काय त्यांनी इंडियन मेडिकल असोसिएशनचा महाराष्ट्र स्टेटचा स्टॉल त्या ठिकाणी लावलेला आहे आणि सर्व स्कीमचे फॉर्म्स वगैरे त्या ठिकाणी उपलब्ध आहे. त्याचाही फायदा सर्व सदस्यांनी घ्यावा.
Visit the stall, you will do it online as far as 20 lakhs I am paying today at the rate of 12,115, correct? 1215. Right. So you can see if you go for a crore also, whatever is outside is hardly 1/10 of it. Please do that. And Dr. Naurani is also here. We will also do SSS and any other scheme in the Maharashtra. Thank you, sir.
I also thank Dr. Ravindra Puda sir, Dr. Santosh Kadam sir, and Dr. Ram Arankar sir also for inviting me. And Dr. Puda sir has given me opportunity to speak about myself. Basically, I take care of entire IMA PPS scheme. So presently, I also interact with the branch president, secretary, and float the information about the IMA PPS, like brochures, the presentations. We also do. Okay, we also do like seminars, like interacting with the doctors, guide them the coverage. आता थोडक्यात सरांनी सांगितलं की कुठला स्कीम घ्यायचं, प्रोफेशन घ्यायचं की हॉस्पिटल इंडस्ट्री घ्यायचं, रिस्क कव्हर कसं घ्यायचं. अप टू 5 CR पर्यंत आपला स्वतःची स्कीम आहे. दिस स्कीम इज मेड बाय डॉक्टर्स अँड फॉर डॉक्टर्स अँड IMA is giving me lot of opportunity to speak to the doctors, conduct seminars, interact with them, and last and very most important is that we give the right coverage to the doctors, guide them. आता मेडिकल लीगल बद्दल बोलणार नाही कारण की मी मेडिकल लीगल बद्दल बहुतेक मध्ये इन्फॉर्मेशन घेतलेली आहे, तर सर्वांचा सपोर्ट आहे इकडे. फक्त एवढं सांगायचं आहे की IMA ची स्वतःची जी स्कीम आहे, IMA महाराष्ट्र स्टेट PPS प्रोफेशनल प्रोटेक्शन स्कीम, याचा तुम्ही म्हणजे फायदा घ्या, बेनिफिट घ्या. माझा नंबर मी परत तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना देतो. इट्स 70450 21897 आणि ब्रोशर मध्ये माझा नंबर अपडेटेड आहे. तसं मी ब्रांच लेवल आहे, प्रत्येक स्कीमचे ब्रोशर इन्फॉर्मेशन मी फ्लोट करणार आहे आणि सर्वांचा सपोर्ट माझ्याकडे राहणार आहे. थँक्यू फॉर दॅट.
मी हॉस्पिटलच्या साईडने थोडं भाग घेऊ इच्छितो की एवढ्या सगळ्या डिग्रीच्या व्हायरसमध्ये डॉक्टरांचं पण काही स्वतःचं कर्तव्य आहे आणि स्वतःला प्रोटेक्शन स्वतः करून घेणं अतिशय महत्त्वाचं आहे असं मला वाटतं. माझ्या सगळ्या मित्रांना मी सांगितलं की मग अशी लेक्चर करताना सांगितलं की इमर्जन्सी आली तर माझ्याकडं वॉर्निंग बेल असते, जिथं इमर्जन्सी तुमची चालली की संपूर्ण 4ही ICUमध्ये जाते आणि ते कुठले सगळे डॉक्टर पळत येतात मदत करायला, त्यामुळे त्याचा मृत्यूचा दर बराच कमी होतो. तसाच तुमच्या विरुद्ध काही व्हायलन्स सुरू झाला तर ही बेल प्रत्येकाने स्वतःच्या ह्याच्यामध्ये ठेवावी. आताच फॉर्च्युनेटली माझी संख्या लोकांची जास्त, काम करणाऱ्या लोकांची जास्त आहे. एका ड्युटीवर एका वेळेस 60 लोक असतात, तर ती एकदा धावत आली जर बेल दाबली, एस्पेशली मी त्याला सांगितलं माझ्या कन्सल्टिंगमध्ये जर बेल गेली, आत्तापर्यंत कधी फॉर्च्युनेटली गेली नाही, पण कन्सल्टिंगमध्ये गेली तर राईट फ्रॉम वॉर्ड टू बॉईज टू मावशी एव्हरीबडी रेस्ट टू. आणि जर ICUमधून गेली तर ICUमधून फक्त डॉक्टर्स आणि नर्सेस काम करून द्या. तर असं जर झालं तर एका वेळेस 50 लोक तुमच्या विरुद्ध आले तर ते अटॅक करणारे लोक सुद्धा दमून जातात किंवा ते कुठल्याचं. दुसरं महत्त्वाचं म्हणजे आपण आम्ही असे चित्र केले की 10 लोकांचा फरक केलेला आहे की काही झालं तर मी फक्त IMA प्रेसिडेंटला फोन केले की मी इमिजिएटली कॉन्टॅक्ट ऑन पीपल आणि विदिन 5 मिनिट्स पेशंट सिनियर प्रोसीड करूया. सो हे सगळं इथं करायला पाहिजे. मी तर म्हणेन की हॉस्पिटल छोटं जरी असलं, तुझा स्टाफ थोडा असला तरी बेल द्यायला काय थोडं सपोर्ट द्यायला लागतं. मी आजूबाजूच्या गल्लीत सगळ्यांना भेटलं. माझ्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये काय झालं तर बेल वाजली तर मी सगळे परत माझ्याकडे या हॉस्पिटलच्या कारण तेवढं त्यावेळेस व्हायला चुकून जातो गेल्यानंतर सगळं हे होतं. परंतु होऊ नये म्हणून इमिजिएट हे करण्यासाठी ही सिस्टीम अतिशय महत्त्वाची की लोकांनी सपोर्ट करणाऱ्या लोकांनी एका वेळेस भरपूर यायला पाहिजे. आणि सगळ्यात महत्त्वाची गोष्ट म्हणजे DYSPC आणि PI साहेबांची मैत्री करा त्यांना आणि फॉर्च्युनेटली अनफॉर्च्युनेटली लोकांना अजूनमध्ये गेले 10 वर्ष जे डिवाइस करतात ते डॉक्टर झालेले असतात तर मग डिवाइस करायला.
नंबर एक सुद्धा एक आहे आपल्याकडे 112 नंबर आहे. 112 पूर्ण देशभरामध्ये आता सुरू झालेलं आहे की त्याच्यामध्ये सेपरेट गाडी आहे आपल्याकडे आणि सेपरेट कर्मचारी आपल्याकडे अवेलेबल आहेत. म्हणजे कुठले पण तुम्ही कुठे अडचणीत असाल 112 कॉल केला की तात्काळ तो मुंबईला सेंटर कॉल सेंटर त्या ठिकाणी जातो किंवा मग जास्त कॉल झाले तर नागपूरला जातात. तर ते तात्काळ लगेच रिस्पॉन्ड करतात आणि पोलीस कर्मचाऱ्यांना आणि अधिकाऱ्यांना ते बंधनकारक आहे की कमीत कमी कालावधीमध्ये त्या ठिकाणी रिस्पॉन्ड करायचा आहे आणि तात्काळ मदत करायची आहे. त्यामुळे 112 नंबर हा हॉस्पिटलमध्ये जर केला जास्तीत जास्त सगळ्या कर्मचाऱ्यांना ते माहिती होईल.
मी मगाशी बोलताना मी डॉक्टर अनिल पासडेकर आय एम प्रॅक्टिसिंग इन धारावी फ्रॉम द लास्ट 38 years. आणि मी मगाशी संतोष काकडे साहेबांशी बोलताना मी मगाशी सांगितलं होतं की यू शुड बी व्हेरी वेल सोशली अक्लेम पर्सनॅलिटी. मी 1985 ला प्रॅक्टिस चालू केली आणि तेव्हापासून मी धारावी पोलिसांचे सगळे मेडिकल कॅम्प ऑर्गनाईज करतो आहे. फ्री मेडिकल चेकअप कॅम्प फॉर द पोलीस पर्सनल्स. त्यामुळे सिनियर SCP DCP आणि ते DCP साधारण दाते साहेब आज कमिशनर झाले तरी माझ्याशी रेग्युलर कॉन्टॅक्टमध्ये असतात. 1 फोन कॉल हवे. DN शिवानंद युनिट 8 DCP and additional CP and joint CP in Mumbai. They are all in close contact with me because of the, as we said, that we should have a good rapport, good communication with each other and all because we are a part and parcel of the things. आणि परत सांगतो की अशा 2-3 गोष्टी झालेल्या आहेत की आपल्या एका डॉक्टरने पेशंट आला टाके मारले आणि तो म्हणाला की साहेब 7 दिवसाच्या अगोदर तुम्हाला सर्टिफिकेट द्या म्हणून वगैरे आणि त्याने सर्टिफिकेट दिलं ऑन गुड फेथ. थोडा पोलीस आले चला तर म्हणे तो मर्डर करून आला होता म्हणे आणि त्याने काल मर्डर केलेली आहे आणि तुम्ही सर्टिफिकेट दिली औषध गोळ्या घेतो म्हणून वगैरे. तो लेटरही चड्डीतच मुतला आपला डॉक्टर. त्याने मला फोन केला सांगतो सत्य घटना आहे. त्याने मला फोन केला. आता समोर पोलीस ऑफिसर कोण होता मला माहित नाही. मी शांतपणे म्हणालो म्हणतो सर पहिली गोष्ट चूक झाली आहे. चूक झालेली आहे त्यात काही शंका नाही. पण दुसरी गोष्ट सर इट हॅज बीन डन ऑन द गुड फेथ. कारण पेशंट आला होता त्याला टाके मारले आणि सर आम्ही ते सर्टिफिकेटचे काय दाखवा आणि करोडो रुपये घेत नाही सर 100-200 रुपये वगैरे घेतो आम्ही जनरल प्रॅक्टिस म्हणतो वगैरे. तर थोडं ॲमिकली विचार केला तर बरं होईल साहेब म्हणलं. आय एम टेलिंग यू आय वॉज नॉट नोइंग हू इज ओव्हर देअर बट ही सेड की ओके सर मी मदत करतो आणि ही लेफ्ट दॅट डॉक्टर आणि इव्हेंटर्स जस्ट दिस इज प्रॉपर कम्युनिकेशन विथ अदर्स दॅट हेल्प्स अस. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच.
Thank you, sir. Now, vote of thanks. I am thankful to the panelists, learned panelists. जो 1 दिवसाचा 2 दिवसाचा अशा प्रकारचा सेशन आपण 1 ते सव्वा तासामध्ये त्या ठिकाणी चांगल्या प्रकारे मांडला. सो आय एम थँकफुल टू डॉक्टर शिवकुमार उत्तोरे सर, डॉक्टर जयंत नवरंगे सर, डॉक्टर संतोष काकडे सर आणि मिस्टर गणेश इंगले साहेब. त्याचबरोबर मॅनेजिंग कमिटी चांगला विषय आपण या ठिकाणी निवडलेला आहे. तर आरणकर सर आणि त्यांची सगळी एंटायर टीम ऑफ इंडॅकॉन थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. अँड लास्टली द स्टुडियस सिन्सिअर ऑडियन्स. आज 2:20 झाले आहेत. आपण तहान भूक विसरून या ठिकाणी बसलेले आहात आणि हा आस्वाद आपण या ठिकाणी घेतलेला आहे. इट्स अ ग्रेट अकॅडमिक फीस्ट. तर सर्व इंदापूर आणि सर्व ब्रांचेसच्या नियर बाय ब्रांचेस आय एम थँकफुल. त्यालाही आपल्याबद्दल चांगले उद्गार जगदीश हिरेमठ सरांनी काढलेले आहेत आणि दाद देणारे श्रोते खरोखर पहिल्या अर्थाने आम्हाला इंदापूरला भेटले. वक्तांची वक्ता नव्हे श्रोते मिळणं. आपण कितीही चांगली तयारी केली मांडणी केली परंतु समोर जर श्रोते नसतील तर त्या भाषणाला काही उपयोग होत नाही. आणि खरोखर इंदापूरकरचं मी आभारी आहे तर चांगल्या प्रकारचे श्रोते आपण या ठिकाणी उपलब्ध केलेले आहेत. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. Now, Felicitation on behalf of the organizing committee, Dr. शिवकुमार उत्तोरे सर, आरणकर सरांना मी विनंती करतो त्यांचं पेमेंट.
धन्यवाद फ्रेंड्स, आपण इतक्या मोठ्या संख्येने इथे उपस्थित राहिलात आणि फार वेळ आता या कार्यक्रमात लावणार नाहीये. एक अतिशय चांगलं पॅनल आपल्याला या ठिकाणी उपलब्ध झालं आणि महाराष्ट्राचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे यांनी अतिशय पॅनल डिस्कशन अतिशय लाईव्हली आपल्याला हे केलं, अतिशय लाईव्हली इन्फॉर्मेटिव्ह आपल्याला हे सेशन आपल्याला मिळालं आणि यासाठी अतिशय चांगले पॅनलिस्ट आपल्याला मिळाले आणि म्हणून इंडॉकॉन 2023 च्या वतीनं मी सत्कार करू इच्छितो आणि मी सर्वप्रथम आमच्या महाराष्ट्र INAचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे सर यांना विनंती करतो की आमच्या पॅनलिस्ट सत्कार त्यांनी करावा. सर्वप्रथम मी डॉक्टर जयंत नवरंगे सर की ज्यांचा आपला अतिशय जवळचा स्नेह आहे आणि या कार्यक्रमामध्ये नेहमीच त्यांचं मार्गदर्शन लाभलं, त्यांचा सत्कार रवींद्र कुटे सर यांनी करावा अशी मी विनंती करतो. आणि नवरंगे सरांचा एक वाक्य फक्त लक्षात ठेवा की निर्धास्त राहा पण निर्लज्ज होऊ नका. ह्या मात्र टेकून मेसेज तुम्ही घेतला पाहिजे. हे आवर्जून या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्तानं मी आपल्याला सांगू इच्छितो.
नाही काय सर आहे फ्लॅश.
यानंतर आमच्या इंदापूरचेच भूमिपुत्र म्हणले मी असे डॉक्टर संतोष काकडे सर यांचा सत्कार डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे सरच यांनी करावा अशी विनंती करतो. खरं तर काकडे सर माझे सिनियर आहेत आणि माझ्या वर्गभगिनीचे जे मिस्टर असताना ते माझे दाजी आहेत. माझ्या दाजींचा सत्कार करायला मला खूप आनंद होतोय. तर त्यांच्याकडून अतिशय मेडिकल लिगल इन्फॉर्मेशन आम्हाला मिळालेली आहे, त्यांचाही सत्कार होतोय. यानंतर आमचे ज्येष्ठ आणि MMCचे मेंबर महाराष्ट्र INAचे माजी अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर शिवकुमार उत्तरे सर यांचा सत्कार अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे सर यांनी करावा. उत्तरे सरांनी अतिशय खूप अशी आपल्याला माहिती दिली आहे की डॉक्टरांनी कसं राहिलं पाहिजे, कायद्याचे काय बाबतीत काय आहे हेही या ठिकाणी उत्तरे सरांनी आवर्जून सांगितलेलं आहे. आणि असेच वेगवेगळे सेशन्स आपण INAच्या वतीने आयोजित करू. आणि शेवटचा जो सत्कार आहे तो आमच्या विभागाचे DYSP श्री गणेश शिंगळे सर यांचा करावा असं मी विनंती करतो. की खरं तर गणेश शिंगळे सरांनी सांगितलं की मी इतका लहान दिसतो की कोणाला काही वाटणार नाही, मी तर सिनियर आहे. परंतु गणेश शिंगळे सरांच्या DYSP पदाबरोबरच त्यांच्यातला शिक्षकी चेहरा सुद्धा खरं आम्हाला पाहायला मिळाला. एक शिक्षक कसा एखादी गोष्ट समजून सांगतो त्या पद्धतीने इंग्रज सरांनी सांगितलं. आणि इंग्रज सरांच्या बाबतीत टेकून मेसेज एवढाच सांगेन की पोलीस अधिकाऱ्यांकडून मैत्री करा, त्यांचा वर्ग असतो तुमच्या बरोबर राहू द्या, हा टेकून मेसेज घ्या. आणि यानंतर हा जो सत्कार आहे शेवटचा तो आमच्या महाराष्ट्राचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे सर यांचा सत्कार आहे. आणि तो सत्कार माझे ज्येष्ठ गुरु डॉक्टर MK इनामदार सर यांनी करावा अशी मी सर्वांना विनंती करतो. या संपूर्ण कॉन्फरन्सच्या मध्ये डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे सरांचं अगदी डे 1 पासून आम्हाला मार्गदर्शन झालेलं आहे. कमिटीज कशा स्थापन कराव्यात, कॉन्फरन्स कशी अटेंड करावी, स्टॉल्स कसे मिळवावेत, लेक्चर्स कसे मिळवावीत, याचं अर्थशास्त्र कसं करावं आणि व्यवस्थित नियोजन कसं करावं. आणि म्हणूनच कालपासून आमच्या पाठीवरची थाप मिळते. खरं याचं बहुतांश श्रेय हे डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे सरांचं आहे. आणि तितकंच हे माझे गुरु डॉक्टर MK इनामदार सरांचं पण आहे. आणि म्हणून आज रवींद्र कुटे सरांचा सत्कार इनामदार सरांच्या हस्ते करताना मला स्वतःला मनस्वी आनंद होत आहे. आणि सगळ्यात महत्वाचा आभार मला खरं तर आपल्या श्रोत्यांचे मानायचे आहेत की इतका चांगला सजग आणि रिस्पॉन्सिव्ह श्रोतृवर्ग आम्हाला भेटला. आणि खरं तर या सगळ्याचं श्रेय माझे सहकारी डॉक्टर शिवाजी खबाले यांना जातं की श्रोतृवर्ग कसा जमा करावा. खरं तर आपण याच्या पुढं राजकीय सभांची सुपारी घेणार आहेत की श्रोते कसे जमा करावेत. तर त्यांचेही आभार मानतो. आणि आपण सर्वांचे आभार मान्य करून आता आपल्याला सर्वांना भूक लागली याची मला जाणीव होते. त्यामुळं स्वादिष्ट आणि सुरुची भोजनाचा आनंद आपण अपस्टेअर्सवर घ्यावा. आणि त्यानंतर या ठिकाणी आपण मुद्दाम 40 मिनिटाचा हॉल दिलेला आहे की जेणेकरून आपण सर्वांनी आम्ही जे काही आवर्जून 40च्या वर स्टॉल्स मिळवलेले आहेत त्या स्टॉल धारकांनाही थोडासा समाधान मिळावं म्हणून आपण तिथं व्हिजिट द्यावी, त्या ठिकाणचा जे काही खरेदी असेल ते पण करावी आणि तिथली माहिती मिळवावी अशी विनंती मी आपल्या सर्वांना करतो. आणि आत्ताचं सेशन संपलं असं जाहीर करतो. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र. आणि यानंतरचं सेशन जेवणानंतर प्रकाश मराठे यांचं सेशन आहे. त्याचबरोबर आपण ज्यांच्या लेक्चरची आवर्जून वाट पाहतोय असे डॉक्टर बावस्कर हे आवर्जून इथे उपस्थित आहेत. तर आपण वेळेमध्ये उपस्थित राहावं अशी विनंती या वेळी आम्ही व्यक्त करतो. जय हिंद.
आपको हर जगह ऐसे आपको होना लगता है. यस गाड़ी है नंतरांची आहे ड्रायव्हरची
टाकून घे मग नंतर मला दे ठेवून टाक. काकडे साहेब हो काकडे साहेब हे अनिल अनिल
talking on the topic of social security, the security which is very essential for all of us. So we have specially kept the lecture as a special oration, and this oration is in the memory of our senior most practitioner from Indapur, Dr. M.V. Pense sir, Urf Bahu. Dr. M.V. Pense sir is the senior most practitioner from Indapur. He completed LCPS from Grand Medical College in 1940. After completing LCPS, he had done his medical officer post in Chiprur, Mahabaleshwar, Sakar, and afterwards in 1945 he came to Indapur. He was working as a medical officer in government hospital in Indapur, and while doing medical officer post, he was doing his private practice. In 1945 to 50, the infrastructure was very poor. Road connectivity was not there, transport system was not there, and that's why he has to travel on barefoot, sometimes on the horse, on cycles. So people liked him very much, and he was very fond of people. He was very patient friendly, and that's why people from Indapur insisted him to be here in the private practice. So in memory of our senior most practitioner, Dr. M.V. Pense, this oration is there. I request his elder son, Dr. Ashok Pense sir, to offer the prayers and the flowers to his image. आता या निमित्तानं मला एक दुसरी अनाउन्समेंट करायची आहे की खरं तर माझ्यासाठी अतिशय हृदय अशी अनाउन्समेंट आहे, थोडीशी दुःखद अशी अनाउन्समेंट आहे की आपले सिनियर मोस्ट प्रॅक्टिशनर डॉक्टर अशोक पेंडसे सर, की जे डॉक्टर एम.व्ही. पेंडसे सरांचे ज्येष्ठ चिरंजीव आहेत, हे 45 वर्षाच्या इंदापूरमधील प्रॅक्टिस नंतर आता आपल्याला इंदापूरला बाय बाय करून ते पुण्याला कायमस्वरूपी निवास होत आहेत. तर त्यांच्यासाठीच हा एक थोडासा सेंड ऑफ कार्यक्रम मी म्हणेन, म्हणून मी डॉक्टर अशोक पेंडसे सरांना विनंती करतो की आपण पुढे यावं आणि एक आमचं टोकन ऑफ लव म्हणून बुके आणि मेमेंटो विनंती मी आमच्या प्रॅक्टिशनर
and so many members from IMA Pune and all across Maharashtra state have come for this conference. And the topic what they had decided about social security scheme. It is a child of senior people like Dr. Ram Arankar, Dr. Jayant Nabange. And this particular concept of social security scheme has to be moved forward in the next generation. And unless and until the opportunity is given to present such talks in the conference, probably this idea of social security scheme will not be motivated in generation next. So I am taking this opportunity to present to you about the Maharashtra state IMA scheme, that is Social Security scheme. So in the memory of late Dr. M.V. Pense, this particular memorial oration is being given, and the topic allotted is Social Security scheme. Dear friends, Social Security scheme is the scheme, one of the important schemes of IMA Maharashtra state. The office of Social Security scheme is situated at Pune premises, IMA Pune premises, though IMA Maharashtra office is at IMA Mumbai. So don't get confused whenever you want to contact in relation to IMA Social Security, contact IMA Pune premises. And this is the email ID and mobile number and all those communication details there on the screen. Social Security scheme, basically there are office bearers of IMA Maharashtra state, along with that there are office bearers of Social Security scheme. Our guide and the peer of IMA Maharashtra Social Security scheme, Dr. Jayant Navrenge sir, is here in the audience in the first row. He is the chairman. Under whose leadership we have been working for this particular scheme. I am working as Honorary Secretary as Dr. Prakash Marathe. Then my friend Dr. Suhas Nene is treasurer and Dr. Amrit Shade is Honorary Joint Secretary. Though these are the office bearers, it is not the only team. There is a team of almost 20 volunteers which is situated at Pune premises, and they have been working very hard and helping us. Then the managing committee of Social Security scheme, the members are there across Maharashtra state, also working fantastic. And Dr. Ravindra Kutte, who is president, Dr. Kadam, who is secretary, and all office bearers of IMA Maharashtra state are helping us a lot. And it is with members of IMA Maharashtra state across the state, probably we are taking this movement forward. You can see this particular slide. The transition was there in this address. The scheme started at Pune in the year 1990, and till 2005 it was in Pune. But due to some reasons it was shifted from 2005 till 2019 to Mumbai. In Mumbai premises there were some hurdles, and then again the scheme was shifted to Pune office thanks to Dr. Ram Arandkar sir's guidance. And after that, after 2019, so we have been working very hard till today for this particular scheme. What are the objectives of scheme? Why this scheme is there? It provides immediate financial help to the family of deceased member to pop up the financial crisis in the immediate period after death of only breadwinner in the family. Suppose there is a death, unfortunate death, there is nobody to help. Whenever there is a birthday, whenever there is a marriage, you go to that particular occasion and you give some gift. When there is a death, the incident is unfortunate. You go there, show sympathy, but you don't pay because it is not the custom. So something has to be given to the family, and that is the thing which is provided by Social Security scheme. This is the main concept you have to remember. And second thing is increased brotherhood amongst Indian Medical Association Maharashtra state life members. This is one of the activities. What I am is doing for members. So many people are asking this question, and this is the answer for those people. See, this is the graph. You can see that when the inception of the scheme, this one was the number. And day by day, the number is increasing. And now, the enrollment number is more than 8,500. This slide is very important. Most of you eat mango, but that mango tree is not planted by you. It is planted by your forefathers. And if you plant the tree, probably your generation next will may be eating those mangoes. The same way, you sow and nominally reaps. It is not the selfish nature of human being. You have to keep something for your generation next. And if you give these FFCs, these particular installments for your own benefit, it is not only your benefit, but it is the benefit of your family, that is generation next. The same way, what is the basic aid? It is a financial assistance to period family of member doctor to overcome the crisis period. Just now I have told you. Difference between LIC. Now, most of the members, they ask us a question. See, suppose we invest in mutual funds, we invest in LIC, we invest in shares, we are getting more returns. What we tell them? Yes, that is true, partially that is true. But this scheme is a little different. Don't compare this scheme with LIC or mutual fund or any other investment schemes. Because it is comparatively small. There is variable premium. In LIC probably it is a fixed premium. Here the premium changes according to number of deaths in that particular year. And low operating cost because it is not a very big corporate company. And third point which is very important, that is this was spent only on death. See, this is the difference because you are not going to get this money in your lifetime. Your next generation will get. And no premium liability after 25 years. So you have to pay FFC, that is the premium we can call it as, for 25 installments. After that you are not supposed to pay, but the benefit will be given to your family after your sad device. Now important thing is when you are going to LIC, probably medical examination is asked. Here no medical examination. But one clause is added, except age 55 to 60 years. Nowadays we have added this clause because there were members who were taking undue advantage of that thing. With some illness they were trying to take admission in that scheme. So after 55 to 60 we are admitting the members, taking them in the scheme, but medical examination is needed. So important thing is promptest of payment. We are doing it within 24 hours, maximum 2 to 3 days if the procedure is done properly. So usually 1 to 2 weeks is the maximum. So documentation to be received. And then least formalities, that is the thing. What are the benefits of the scheme? So benefits start after 1 year of membership. Suppose today you have taken membership. Till next year, suppose there is a death, the membership, even if it is taken, you are not going to get benefit. Of course, your nominee will not get benefit. Except there is one clause. In case of accidental death, even from the very next day, it is covered. So where benefit is extended even before completing 1 year. So just remember, up to 1 year, you are not going to get benefit. And the same way, you are not going to pay FFC for next year also. So there is the rest year you can call it as. So about tax benefits, people ask us the questions. What are the tax benefits when you not invest, but when you put your amount in this particular scheme? So no tax to beneficiary and tax exemption on premiums. Just remember this. And contribute for 25 years, that is fraternity fund contribution, that is called as FFC. So it is for 25 years only. Suppose you are becoming the member of around say 25 to 40 years, you are not going to pay for lifelong, only 25 installments, that's what you have to remember. As the membership number grows, the death claim benefit may increase. So this depends upon the new entrants, new admissions, new membership in the scheme. The people are going to leave, the people are going to die, people are going to stop paying FFC for 25 years, but then new members should come in. What are the highlights of this particular scheme? IMA Maharashtra Social Security Scheme was established in the year 1990, as I have said. The founder chairman of this scheme was Dr. Y.G. Kelkar from Pune, and there were like-minded people like Dr. Junulia, then Dr. Ram Arankar. These people took this movement forward. And today the legacy is continued under leadership of Dr. Jayant Naurenge, Dr. Shyam Damle, Dr. Pansay and all others. Effective membership, that is the enrollment number, it is around 8,500. And into bracket what I have written, because if you delete, that is the number of deaths and expelled members. So it is 6,884 plus new members around 35 for this year. And after the inception of scheme, around 533 members died so far, but their families were benefited. This is important. What is our goal? See, after giving this oration, this lecture, you should get motivated. The number one thing is you must be MBBS doctor. If you are MBBS doctor, you can become IMA member. If you are IMA member, you can become member of Social Security. So that is the stateway equation. So get membership. Of course, most of you are members. If your colleague MBBS doctors are not members of IMA, ask them to become members of IMA. If they are members of IMA, ask them to become members of Social Security. The only eligibility is the age must be less than 60 years. That's very important. So what is our goal? We have reached up to suppose 8,500. Our aim should be 10,000. That is minimum 500 members we must gather every year. And that is the challenge in front of us. So this is the motivation for you and your colleagues to become member. Now what about the death claim benefit? The death claim benefit is rupees 8,40,800. That was for the year 21-22. So it is around 8, 9 or 10 lakhs. That's what you have to remember. On the purpose fund, you may think what is done with your FFC. whatever you think about your investment, this is very safe in the custody of Social Security scheme that all the corpus fund is invested in nationalized banks, mutual funds and other safe securities permitted by Charity Commissioner as well as income tax. So it is very well saved on our part. How does the scheme work? You must be thinking, when 25 FFCs are taken and disbursement is done 8 to 9 lakhs, how the scheme works? The eligibility, as said, the person must be life member of IMA up to the age of 60 years, must be completed. But before that, not even a 1 day more than 60 years of age. So don't wait. Why to wait? If you are less than 60 years, I have given forms with Dr. Ramaranthar sir. The forms are also available at the counter. And you can ask for those forms and get those forms filled completely and we will be there to help you out. So requirements, what are the requirements? Apart from proof of life membership of IMA, that is the eligibility. Duly completed application form, age proof must be there because 6 years beyond is not permitted. So your age is confirmed by that. You can pay the initial amount that is online or by check or DD of appropriate amount. The name and signature of nominee is very important. Passport size photograph of member and his nominee. Aadhaar and PAN card of both. There is no medical examination required before 55 years of age, but required afterwards up to the age of 60. Out of FFC of rupees 200, how much are you supposed to pay? 200, but not only 200, 200 per day. So out of this 200, rupees 140 is paid to the nominee and rupees 60 goes to corpus. So interest on corpus takes care of FFC payment after 25 years when you are not going to pay. As the member ceases to contribute. So that is taken care by this corpus amount. This is the fee structure, just look at that. If we can look at that 4 and 5, that is 50 to 55 and 55 to 60, maybe admission fee is little more because age is more. But if you are younger, probably admission fee is little less. So take benefit of younger age and take the admission in Social Security scheme as early as possible, today only. Now, what is the schedule of FFC payment? How are you going to pay for this FFC? That is yearly payment. So notice of demand of FFC is given in the month of April. So just remember, 1st April, every year 1st April, financial year starts. So on the same day, you should plan to pay your FFC. So up to 15th of April, probably the notice is sent, maybe by post or email or SMS, but don't wait. Even if light bill doesn't come to you, MSCB says, okay, you have to pay. It is not the light bill comes to your doorstep. So don't wait for your post and then that notice of FFC. Inquire yourself. How to pay and what are the slots available? You can pay up to 6 months. That is first 2 months. That is April and May. That is latest by May end. For example, the FFC was 16,632, but there was no late fee. With next 2 months, there was additionally late fee, and the amount increases by 118 rupees. Again, August to September, that is the slot of last 2 months. It was 16,986 because the late fee of rupees 354 was added. So why to wait? Pay in first 2 months only. But if you are not paying on 31st of September, this is very important line. If you are not paying by 31st September, you are treated as defaulter. And in defaulter, there are 2 categories. I am going to talk about it in the next slide. But before that, how is the calculation? Sometimes you people ask us, how much this amount is calculated? Basically, number of deaths. If the number of deaths are 56, you are multiplying that 56 by 200. Then comes annual subscription of 200. So 11,200 plus 200. Then disability claims, probably 200 and they were 2. So that is 400. And exited members, it was there in the past. Now it is not there. They were 5. So it was up to 120 multiplied by 5. And there was GST on that. And contribution of additional mandatory fraternity contribution deposit because number of deaths were increased across 2000. But it will not be there this year. Remember, so the FFC will be getting decreased this year. Number of deaths are also less comparatively. 2000 as security deposit will not be added, so FFC will be less this year. So just remember, every year it will not be more. It is calculated because of three things, because GST was added and there is no exemption on GST. Suppose the person is not paying by September end, so there is automatic delay. This is the miserable thing. You are paying for 10 years and then you are not paying on one fine day up to 31st of December. What is happening? Your name gets deleted. All the benefits are gone. So automatic deletion, but can be, see, this is very important provision in state social security. National security, social security is not there. It can be restarted till next 2 years. You have still got a chance. And that is called as revivable defaulter. Revive after defaulter. With refilling of forms, extra payment, that is maintaining your seniority. Your seniority is maintained. Whatever amount you have paid, it gets calculated. This is known as revivable defaulter. Suppose you are sleeping for those 2 years and not paying anything, then you are permanent or total defaulter. Everything is gone. So don't fall in that category. So what you have to remember, apart from first slide, none of the should offer. What is the first slide? Paying first 2 months, that is April and May. So from 2020 May, these payments are also accepted online. We have a payment gateway on our website. So just click the button and pay your FFC. It is very easy. Or you can pay by check also. These are the two modes available to pay FFC of Social Security scheme. About some people think that I am going abroad to my son's place, my daughter's place, and then I may not be coming for next 6 months. What should I do? There is a provision of putting voluntary deposit. So voluntary deposit can be minimum of 15,000 and then in multiples of 5,000 can add. You can put that voluntary deposit with the scheme. So it takes care of your further FFC of that year. No interest to be paid on this particular amount. This is totally voluntary. And statement of balance, that is advance deposits, will be sent each year by email or post. Of course, if the post is working, because in the COVID era, post was not working. So important resolutions were passed in the AGM of 2020, and what were they? That cancel the exit policy. So exit policy at present is non-existent. Then managing committee meetings we used to call twice a year physically. Out of them, first we can have online, and we are doing that. And second one is optional, either physical or online. So that is being followed. And next one is resolution regarding medical checkup. What I said that 55 to 60 we are asking for medical checkup. We have seen some cancer patients, heart patients taking undue advantage, getting admitted at the age of 58 and 59. So we have done that compulsory medical checkup, so that those people who are taking undue advantage should be avoided. About few words about National Social Security Scheme. The way it is Maharashtra State Social Security Scheme, there is National Social Security Scheme. It also runs almost on the same basis. There are around 17,000 members. They are also giving death claim benefit around 11 lakhs. That amount what they are given in 2020. So what you can do about National Social Security, also the eligibility is almost similar. Age is less than 60 years. But what they are following one important rule, that is, of course, must be a life member, but since last 3 years. In Maharashtra State IMA, there is no such criteria. But national level, you must have been the member for IMA's headquarters for 3 years. But if you are junior enough, 30-35, less than 40 years of age, then they are not asking for that. I'll take only 2 to 3 minutes. What are the requirements? Same as IMA Maharashtra Social Security Scheme. You can get your membership certificate downloaded on the website. So present scenario, almost 50,000 members are there. Dr. Kute is working very hard, or Maharashtra State President. You are working very hard. There are members around 50,000. Then in that, only 8,500 are members of Social Security Scheme. Again, National IMA around 3.5 lakhs are members. But they are having members of 17,000. So, Pune IMA having membership of 5,000. But members are around 1,100. So that proportion of state, headquarters and local, we must have minimum of more members for Social Security Scheme. That is the message. So a large gap and hence big scope to enroll for both Social Security. So you can get many more schemes to be enrolled, and maybe 25 lakhs up to that particular amount you can get. So dear members, those who are admitted in the year 1990, probably they have just paid 35,000 and they are getting 8 to 9 lakhs. So if you pay today, probably tomorrow you are going to get more. So by paying just 200 per day, so that is your friend. Your friend's family going to get. I want to say for birthday you go, for marriage you go, you do some gift. Here no gift is given. This is the gift to the child family. Your contribution towards that. So in short, I am managed to Social Security scheme and National Social Security. In total you can get around 20 lakhs or more. And IMA Pune is helping you a lot. You take help of all those volunteers, managing committee members, or patron like Ram Arandkar sir, Dr. Ravindra Pute, Dr. Jayendra, all of us definitely are going to help you. So collect the forms today. I have given forms to Dr. Ram Arandkar sir. The forms are available. Till then today, get the membership done. Pay 25 years FFC and have safeguard journey sail through very nicely in Social Security scheme. So there was the COVID era, the deaths were increased, and this is the scheme which helps you in that particular scenario. So don't forget to get membership of such schemes and don't waste your time, and I am not also going to waste your time at concluding my talk of Social Security scheme. This is my team headed by Management President Dr. Pute sir, who is luckily here, our Chairman Dr. Navarkar sir, who is also here. And I am thankful to all of you for listening my talk very quietly. But the fruits of this talk will be there in increasing the membership of Social Security. Not only the talk is good and everybody has heard it properly, so probably your motivation towards the scheme of Social Security will help us a lot. Thank you so much for your.
Thank you, Dr. Prakash Marathe sir, wonderful presentation. Now I request Dr. Ashok Penile sir to felicitate Dr. Prakash Marathe. May I request all IMA members to become a part of Social Security scheme. Forms are kept here. Thank you.
Now the next lecture, it is also memorial oration, and it is the memory of our senior surgeon, Dr. Vasant Kandalkar sir. He was the senior most surgeon from our area. He completed his MBBS and MA General Surgery from Government Medical College, Miras, and then he shifted to the Valchandnagar, where he was a medical officer in the company hospital, worked for a long time in the company hospital, and then after he started his private practice in the आणि डॉक्टर कांडोलकर सरांचे क्लासमेट डॉक्टर एम के इनामदार सर हे उपस्थित आहेत.
हां
मी डॉक्टर हिम्मतराव बावस्कर सर यांना विनंती करतो की आपण डायसवर यावं. डॉक्टर हिम्मतराव बावस्कर who is MBBS MD from विजय मेडिकल कॉलेज, भोकरदन जिल्हा जालना इथे जन्म झाल्यानंतर सरांनी बुलढाण्यामध्ये प्राथमिक शिक्षण आणि हायस्कूल शिक्षण घेतलं आणि त्यानंतर गव्हर्नमेंट मेडिकल कॉलेज नागपूर येथून ते MBBS झाले. त्यानंतर सरांनी विजय मेडिकल कॉलेज पुणे येथून MD मेडिसिन पूर्ण केलं आणि बिरवाडी तालुका महाड जिल्हा रायगड या ठिकाणी त्यांनी वैद्यकीय अधिकारी म्हणून काम पाहायला चालू केलं. परंतु सरांच्या लक्षात आलं की या भागामध्ये स्कॉर्पियन स्टिंगमुळे किंवा स्नेक बाईटमुळे होणारी मॉर्टॅलिटी फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर आहे आणि म्हणून सरांनी त्या दृष्टीने काम चालू केलं आणि स्कॉर्पियन स्टिंग मध्ये जी काही ट्रॅडिशनल मेथड आपल्याकडे होती, बीटा ब्लॉकर्स असतील, हायड्रोकॉर्टिसोन असतील किंवा काय वापरत असेल, तर याच्यापेक्षा प्राझोसिन नावाचं जर ड्रग आपण वापरलं तर त्याच्यामध्ये आपल्याला सक्सेस रेट खूप आहे आणि यासाठी सरांनी इंटरनॅशनल आणि लॅन्सेटमध्ये सुद्धा सरांचे पेपर प्रेझेंट झालेले आहेत.
Better safe than cure. You want to be a saint, then the sorry, because that's why nobody is ready to take responsibility. Severity and emergency thrown to the government hospitals. Social, this is consumer protection has come the harm to the medical profession and too harm to the patient. Now important is why we want to go to advance. Why doctor is student till late, very serious to he dies. Why we should study advance? Around 80 and 90, our professor used to taught us, beta blocker is totally contraindicated in congestive cardiac failure. In 2000, beta blocker is the first drug approved in congestive cardiac failure. We are not doing the various action of aspirin. We are not doing the action of setting the anti-inflammatory, anti-diabetic drugs. We are not knowing the various anticoagulant available. That's how we should always update. And doctors should be student till date. If you want to be a doctor, you want to doctor, you should be student. Most important, see the article. No sooner I become MD. MD even MBBS 1978. 1972, 77 I published first article in Immunotherapy. Before MD, my first article was published in regarding scorpion sting, and there were reflect article we treated by rototimpunicates. There in 1952, Brunwald was first scientist who had advised rotation to get available. I used in 1978 published the article long there, and since then we are using many articles, many publications. Remember where you work is immaterial. How you work, how you analyze data, how you interpret your knowledge, how you update, this makes a difference. Somebody working in Bombay may not know the update today is in medicine, but who is working in Singapore are more brilliant than who work in Pune. So that's how, this is my menu. See, this is my menu where I am working for many subjects. HIV lipodystrophy. Nobody knows today's treatment because 40-50 years ago they are on oral antiretroviral therapy and they are getting bump on the posterior side and that is stigma to the body and no treatment today is available. We should go for that. Cirrhosis we are studying. Cadmium toxicity, the farmers used to die every day. 2 to 3 farmers of one village died due to cadmium toxicity. We analyze and find the cadmium in the drinking water is come from phosphate manure and ultimately use surface water and kidney failure disappear. New polynesthesia, new biomarker and search of clinically to diagnose early dementia. Thyroid, hypothyroid. Why there is increased hypothyroid? We feel hiding hydroxide is free to have hypothyroid in Maharashtra. We proved beyond doubt. COVID, how we treated COVID, full tocilizumab without remdesivir, and the mortality remains same as with the remdesivir E. Vitamin D, vitamin B12. No diet, no food today contains vitamin B12 and you see some no that is the reason why villages suffer of ISD stroke because of homosexuality, dementia, loss of memory, loss of hair, and that is homosexuality rate. Early so this already knows. Now late toxicity is very common. Symptom, a patient come with a total cardiopulmonary disease. No history available. He was gym worker. He was a healthy fellow. Then he come to me. He consumed Dexone and Fertility. We do the hypokalemia and stuff like that. Prevent dextrotoxicity, formation pushes from buckle up. Now Chinese, why the patient of Chinese come after 12 hours with the Chinese syndrome? Because the MSG, monosodium gluconate, adds to the hypothalamus, not directly. That is the reason after 12 years. That spinal cell radiation, it is now we are working very hard, various subjects. So this is the menu. Everybody should add the menu every year. New thing should be added. Now let us see. Let us see lipohysterectomy. We study in detail lipohysterectomy. The woman come to me, doctor, this is 6 months too much. Here 2 months. Because everybody recognize me. Yes, this is I see on antibiotic. Now detailed pattern, no treatment available in the literature. Lipohysterectomy is because of inner PPR receptor stimulation. More receptors are stimulated. Increase lipid level, increase triglyceride level, LDL level also. Next thing, what look like a Cushing syndrome. So what I read in this patient, we started salgobilitol, which is the PPR receptor agonist. If you reduce the lipid accelerator level, we got cycloheptadine. Because Cushing-like syndrome, ACTH stimulated, and for the Cushing syndrome, stimulation of ACTH occurs by the neurotransmitter serotonin, and serotonin inhibits the cycloheptadine inhibits serotonin. And next important we knew I had metformin also. So why not try? The drug the disease which has no treatment, we must try. When you try, you got sound basic knowledge. Then we try. Now these 2 patients are under the treatment. Now today's student is busy. They are least bothered about what medicine. They are least bothered their parents, least bothered relative, they least bothered of social activity. They are only bothered of the MCQs. And parents are more worried of MCQs. काही झालं तरी चालतो डॉक्टर झालाच पाहिजे त्याच्या मनात नसलो तर तू डॉक्टर झालाच पाहिजे कारण त्याला समोर बँक बॅलन्स दाखवतो इतके करोड जमा आहे आपल्याकडे though he don't have passion. That is the reason why medical profession is deteriorate very fast, unstudied, unrequired. Artificial passion is for the children. My dear friends, please don't do that. And next important, see, we must have passion like this leader. In Satara, this 80+ leader was delivering a talk here, election gathering, in the torrential rain without interpreting the lecture. इतलं पॅशन असलं तर डॉक्टर व्हा किंवा डॉक्टर करायला तर होऊ नका मित्रांनो. This was passion. Now, in 25 July last year, there was torrential rain in my heart. Whole hospital, 10 feet water, flood water in my hospital, everything was lush. I was not bothered about everything, but I was worried about my corona papers. I collected my corona papers from and make them dry on the second floor and take a photograph, and that's during that period we did the lectures, various lectures, even the cattle shed, we did not talk in the cattle shed, and remember we take the photographs. How I dried up my corona papers and not waiting for the defibrillator, ECG machine, and important matrices, not at all. And that paper photograph was sent to the Lancet published. It's called passion of the research. पैशाना गरज नसतो. पैशाना फक्त नातेवाईक जवळ येते, Lancet जवळ येत नाही. It remains away from you. You want to become the world. You want to love the world. You love the research, not the money at all. Why is it? He's a clinical skill. He's available ultra modern infusion. Headache CT scan, prenatal sonography, normal CT scan of abdomen. What was you are taught in clinical medicine for corona fear? What is purpose? You should learn the clinical skill. You should add to the investigation after confirmation of your diagnosis. Just don't send the chip. It's available. You see, many people, many doctors sharing a CT scan machine. What for? In one, एका लाईनीमध्ये 2 डॉक्टरच्या 2 CT scan machine काय जरुरी हो? They are using CT scan machine as an ordinary resource. Why? Because they have own competence of their own knowledge. Remember, this is what. When one CT scanner, no other scanners were around because CT scan is just their user radiations. Now remember, this patient has I diagnosed miliary because chest PA, what just need a diagnosis. Gone to the other patient and got CT scan, CT because 1,000 रुपये commission भेटतं. विसरा मित्रांनो आता पैशाला. Now the government is going to reform a law. against the cut practice. Margin has declared it out, and I was the first person to give the birth to the cut practice again in 1902. So this is important. Why? We are making the government to go against, because we are no more conducting being a Nobel Award, Nobel professional. And that is the reason why the patient, everybody is going again. My name is, this is why clinical medicine. Clinical medicine, you must go to the patient, take the history, detailed history, drug history. Everybody forget taking a drug history. काय होते तुला 1-2-3-4 झोप पुस्तक काहीच नाही. You must take detailed history. आपलं MBBS ला नॉलेज दिलेलं प्रोफेसरनी कृपा करून विसरू नका. That is golden treatment, golden advice, because his teeth gives everything to you, and you then go to the examine the patient, and then go to the room and read what is missing in that patient, and go in the ward and confirm your sign. That is the way to learn medicine. See, look at this patient. Yesterday this patient come with the bleeding in the nose and continuous intractable cough. Antibiotic, antibiotic, antibiotic. I just say, what drug you are taking? She was taking warfarin. She had atrial fibrillation, and because of cough and bleeding chapter because of warfarin. Though I know that this is important, taking drugs. Now next important, you see, this is what clinical medicine is still versatile. Namaskar. One fellow in the right side is a Hansen, this is a diabetic nephropathy, another Hansen neuropathy. Same. This is equal, but science say. Same patient, same doctor and mother come with one is a chicken pox. Doctor come with chicken pox, another herpes zoster. The same virus, but it was a different way, depends on immunity and the disease, immunity of the person. This is very important. So that is the reason why we should examine the patient detail. Look at this patient. Has come with a Bell's palsy. Look at the Bell's palsy. हे कधी पुस्तकात दाखवलं असेल का Bell's palsy कसं पाहिजे डोळे बंद केले बोर पिकू जातं. आता दाखवू व्हिडिओमध्ये this is a Bell's palsy with the infection on the palate. Blades on the palate, nothing but herpes zoster infection. That's called Ramsay syndrome, which is common. Now this patient has come with a migraine, diagnosed as a migraine headache. Various drugs were given for migraine, beta blocker, everything. A patient will come to me, doctor, disease was a 15 years old, this guy's treatment, I just examined this is Tavakano, there was herpes zoster. It's simple. जे पुस्तकात दिलं ते खरं करायचं नसतं आपण पुस्तक चुकीचं हे सांगायचं असतं हो दॅट इज फॉर सायन्स नेक्स्ट इम्पॉर्टंट सी दिस पेशंट कम गेट ओबेडी I just examined detail corneal reflex was upset. What is corneal reflex? Afferent sixth nerve, efferent seventh nerve feel like a CT angle tumor. And the corneal reflex is I diagnose CT angle tumor, confirm a CT scan. जब मैं डायग्नोस करतो ते सिटी स्कॅन करतो लाईट 10 वर्षांनी वाढतं बरं मित्र एंडोर्फिन वाढतं ब्रेन मध्ये बायको तो 10 मिनिटं बोलतो मला मी डायग्नोस केलं दिस इज इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग वी शुड लर्न इट मेडिसिन नेक्स्ट इम्पॉर्टंट लुक एट दिस acromegaly simple passing patient is followed for years together increase in acromegaly can like second get acromegaly disqualified some qualified tomorrow easily prognosticism lower just come forward headache diabetes hypothyroidism. Now, another patient will show this is a virilization. If I was saving Karachi, Balcony, main balcony, virilizing ovary is a simple thing. It is denied, but he was denying it was surgery. So this is a simple clinical examination. Later, my second, Madhurapur. Everybody say Madhurapur has no treatment, amputation, now we study the Madhurapur. Antifungal, etc. For 6 months, not less than 6 months, treatment to be given. Remember, आदिवासी होता. तो 10 दिवसात औषध मी घेऊ शकत नाही म्हटलं, मी पैसे करतो. पण चला रस्त्यावर चालताय केला, मनुष्य दिला ह्या जमिनीला. त्याचं कुटुंब उभं केलं. समजलं? हे कुटुंब उभं करण्याचं मेडिसिन हो, त्याला म्हणतात नोबेल, बिकॉज ऑफ दिस वी कॉल नोबेल फॉर दिस. त्या कुटुंबाला मनुष्य दिला, त्याचा आधार दिला, त्याच्यापासून आपण हे घालायचं तिथे चिल्ड्रन वगैरे आपण प्रिव्हेंट केलं. दिस इज द वे. नाव यू सोसायटी वुड हॅव ॲडेड वन बेगर टू द सोसायटी विच कॅन बी प्रिव्हेंटेड. सो नेक्स्ट इम्पॉर्टंट, दिस इज नॉट gout is very common. Don't neglect. Normal level of serum in India is 6. though it may say sound wrong. Indian normal liver 6. Uric acid is most hazardous in India. Uric stone, then atherosclerosis, memory loss, and infarction. When there is doubt or top, take ECG, there is other body part or ischemic heart disease, which is a critical. Now next important now, we will see later on, allopurinol, which you use. Now we give Preventive, but allopurinol, when you start today, reaction allopurinol occur after 3 weeks, not immediately. By this time doctor forget, no, allopurinol nahi. Patient को तो allopurinol तो 3 आठवड़े. Reaction of allopurinol after 3 weeks, not immediately. So one should take. Now this is look again. This side, नखं अरे सब लोग बारीक तपासलं पाहिजे की असं सुनो टाइम द्या पेशंटला फरक लागत पैसे जास्त घ्या तपासाचे का पेशंट काही म्हणत नाही कारण मला पेशंट कधीच काही बोलणार की बरं डॉक्टर पाहिजे तेवढे घ्या पण मला निदान करून द्या साहेब. That is what the patient needs. Now these signs, hepatic liver abscess, big liver abscess. Now this is green pigmentation of patient comes the green pigmentation, green coloration of neck bed. So you say, doctor, he किती चांगलं जातं. पण तुला रोग काय आहे? Sickle cell disease, hydroxyurea. Yes, I am taking hydroxyurea. Hydroxyurea is responsible for forget it will remain, but hydroxyurea treatment of sickle cell anemia. These are very important. Now this patient has gone to the surgeon, orthopedic surgeon, giddiness. चक्कर येते गिडीनेस आता कॉमन कॉज सर्वायकल स्पॉन्डिलोसिस. हे बघा आपल्या इंडियामध्ये काय झालं जनरली फिजिशियन सुद्धा आपल्याकडे पेशंट दुसऱ्याकडे न जाता कामा नये. चेंज दी सायकोलॉजी टुडे माय डिअर फ्रेंड. न्यू यंग डॉक्टर्स ब्रिलियंट डॉक्टर्स गिव्ह देम चान्स. नाउ दिस फेलो वाज डायग्नोज सर्वायकल स्पॉन्डिलोसिस. गिवन कॉलर पेशंट कम आफ्टर थर्ड डे अगेन से हे म्हणजे डॉक्टर साहेब मी पडले की मेल्यासारखं होतं मला सडन येस आय एम डाइंग. दिस इज नॉट सिम्पटम ऑफ समथिंग रॉंग. Now they yes gone MRI, CT angio, everything was normal. The wife of the patient said, doctor, Vascular नहीं होगा. Vascular क्या समझते हैं जब लेके ये सारा का स्पॉन्डिलोसिस है दूसरा क्या है? Patient come to me. Just I am you see. Assistant वर कृपा करून physician, surgeon, expert जो specialist त्यांनी assistant वर विश्वास ठेवू नका. You will control the side. ते कधी बीपी अॅक्युरेट घेत नाही लावलं की 120 आहे त्याच्यावरच कमी येत पल्स रेट आहे 70 आहे त्याच्यावर कधी जात समजलं. दिस इज लाईक दिस. दिस पेशंट आय हॅव डन द पेशंट इन डिटेल. पल्स रेट वॉज 27. ही हॅज अ कंप्लीट हार्ट ब्लॉक and that is stroke alarm syndrome what he complained. On same day was rushed to the Bombay, put pacemaker and improved totally, complete improvement with the pacemaker. So this is for the preventive clinical examination. Next important psoriasis. After remember joint should be examined in psoriasis is very common. A joint treatment has no treatment today in psoriasis. At least we can do the good treatment for psoriasis. Next important we are going to talk about the B12. Now how the B12 is formed? B12 is formed the colony bacteria that is deposited in the colony of B12 and absorbed. Now our myth is that all vegetable contain B12. Bacteria grows on vegetable, secrete the B12. When you wash the vegetable, B12 disappears. When you cook the vegetable, B12 disappears. Salad धुवून घ्या, B12 खपवा. Salad आपण काय तो धुवून घ्या, धुवून आणलं का नाही. Then if we collected the meat of it, different meat, keep up with same substitute, and now this B12 doesn't contain beta cells, not even pearl, and this B12 is for pigmentation, nail bed pigmentation, black pigmentation. Also, this tongue pigmentation is very important. Look at this patient. Patient has megaloblastic anemia. With megalo we get polymorph, aged polymorph, hypermature polymorph, hypersegmented polymorph, and megaloblastic. This is simple thing. We call B12. Hemoglobin is normal. Megaloblastic hemoglobin content is normal. But MCV3 कारण remember hemoglobin report पाहून सगळं वाचा आणि hemoglobin आणि WBC, MCH, MCVC हे आपले बस की बात नहीं. Now this what we say. Now here B12 decrease B12 increase the homocysteine level. Hypertension, CV, ischemic heart disease increase as the homocysteine level. Even cervical sinus thrombosis, which is common in B12 deficiency. These the B12 sir. Patient come with convulsion, cervical papilledema, cervical sinus thrombosis, B12 deficiency will improve the improvement of B12 deficiency. This patient has convulsion. heavy, just bleeding, this or bleeding of thrombocytes in the brain with convulsion and B12 deficiency, or there was B12 homocystine 34.95% normal less than 10, and B12 was less than 82, and this patient with simple replacement of B12 has improved the conversion, improves the CNS mentality. Next important, we get S1Q3, S1, S2, Q3 T3 syndrome. That is pulmonary embolism. We commonly say patient come with a chest pain and breathlessness, X-ray shows pulmonary embolism, and homocysteine was raised, and raised homocysteine, folic acid was reduced, homocysteine 56. The patient replacement of B12 is improved with homocysteine and correct the thromboembolism phenomena. Next, look at this now. B12 contains various species. Black crab contains more than B12. Next important, meat 1, 2, 3. Before cooking, raw cook, high level of B12. After cooking, B12 is just disappear. Green vegetable, curd, commercial curd, and homemade curd, no B12 deficiency. Now what I studied? We studied in the this tribal combinations, there is no B12 deficiency. 200 tribal children today examined. There was no B12 deficiency at all. Then why? Can we get a distillery water in the head of tribal community? Adivasan B12 distillery water asते का? Zero filter and birth of B12 distillery water give the birth of B12 deficiency. त्यामुळे हॉटेलमध्ये गेला कुर्बा करून कॅन्सर पाणी प्यावं, ते बिस्लरी मागू नका. This is reason B12 bacteria. किंवा याच्यावर गेल्यानंतर पाणीपुरी एकदा तरी खा, थोडा B12 bacteria. आदिवासी B12 साधं पाणी पितात, भाजीपाला धुवून खात नाही, आणि हाफ फ्राईड म्हणतात. त्यासाठी जसं ॲडव्हान्स नॉलेज चाललं, जसं स्वच्छता झालं, स्वच्छ भारत, त्याच्यामुळे सगळं. तर बी अवेअर ऑफ दिस B12 which we forgot them today. Next important, look at this patient has come quadriplegia. Now the patient has come with a quadriplegia, just a profound weakness, fatigue, no reflexes. This is shows the UVO serum potassium 1.5. The woman says, the wife says nothing, I don't know what happened. The person says, no, I will not consume it. I said, we'll complain the police. So they bring the tablets, and this tablet we take to the chemist. It was the Dexone and Ciprofloxacin. This is for gym tonic, increase the weight. Now Dexone increase the weight will cause Cushing syndrome. Ciprofloxacin will prevent development of buccal Cushing syndrome. And Ciprofloxacin will increase the weight by appetite. So how brilliant these people are. That's called gym tonic, which I published long back. Next important, look at, I think this fever, fever is very common. This is a 7-year-old baby, was admitted in the pediatrician for fever, congenital congestion, urticaria. For 7 days, IV, सगळं saline, सगळं देऊन सगळं झालं. आणि त्याच्या आईने त्या pediatrician सांगत होते, डॉक्टरच्या पाठीवर काहीतरी झालं बघा. Incomplete knowledge, illiteracy, innocence in ignorance of medical professions, extra taxable to the society. लोक आपल्या विरुद्ध का उठतात, कंझ्युमर प्रोटेक्शन आपलं का म्हणतात? Because of ignorance and illiteracy. Now the mother was showing, hitting the target. Now patient was brought and next day it is ISA, that is rickettsial fever. It's a rickettsial fever. We just give 3 doses of azithromycin, fever disappears, no admission at all. So this is very important. The pediatrician just forgotten this. This is essential team, some sarm of them. And next important, how the science? Tropical fever, rickets is common in India, but the article published in the Lancet that rickettsial fever patient serum contain the protein which inhibits the HIV virus. किती मोठा रिसर्च आपण चालल्या गेलो आपल्या. Can you believe this? The plasma contains of scrub virus patient has a protein which inhibits the HIV virus infection. केवढा मोठा रिसर्च हातातून दिसून गेला वाटतं. Next important, look at now. Remember, don't take any drug as a simple drug. Diclofenac, orthopedic, injection देऊन टाका आणि 15 मिनिटात डॉक्टर पेशंट कसं काय बोलणार ते बस लागत ते चेक. So diclofenac don't take so easily. Severe pain, shock, Anaphylactic shocks can occur, sudden development of it. Look at the edema, sudden development, edema. Need adrenaline, intramuscular. Anaphylactic to be treated by intramuscular adrenaline. नंतर IV दिलं, टेक्सोना दिलं, इस्कॉर्टिन दिलं, हार्टिकॉटिन दिलं, अँटीहिस्टामिन दिलं, सलाईन लावलं, नंतर पेशंट गमवतो First drug of choice is adrenaline. Remember this. And when you give diclofenac, wait around the patient for at least 30 to 40 minutes if she is developing any reaction. Next important is, this is the Chinese restaurant syndrome. 12 hours after your patient dysphagia, difficult to be unable to talk. You all are studying the base of the time, unable to solve at all. And this patient will, because of MSC, monosodium gluconate absorbed, go to the brain and hypothalamus stimulated after 12 hours. Patient come after 12 hours with your syndrome. Next important other is PPR, protein pump inhibitor, simple drug. OPD मध्ये one drug patient have consumed the 20 milligram PPR and brought to me in it is known to Gastroenterology, that is Pownis syndrome, allergic, vasculitis of coronary spasm, coronary disease, and arrhythmia, sudden death can occur. I am not threatening, so drugs should not be taken so easily and manageable. Now look at this patient. This patient, I received a phone call from the Nepali at midnight. The doctor said, doctor, patient has a snake bite and nothing but Nepalias. I said, video, send me the video. The patient, no pulse, no breathing, no respiration. So anaphylaxis to the venom toxin. Venom itself contains a cocktail of toxin, histamine, various toxin can cause anaphylaxis. Adrenaline and patient improves substitute anti-venom. So this one should not cause it. Because of bradycardia, this is the risk in the vessel vacuum can cause shock. Next important is thrombosis. Now look at this. Now important thing is prolactinoma. This is a prolactinoma. Prolactin level is raised. Even carbapenem can cause severe reaction. That is the reason. And the important thing is carbapenem should not be given. Bromocriptine should not be given prolactinoma. Why? Because it was more fibrosis, difficult to do surgery, transnasal surgery. So if you diagnose the adenoma of the fetal tumor, surgery. No bromocriptine, which cause more fibrosis, difficult to remove the adenoma by transnasal surgery. So this is very important. The drug is antagonist, still we avoid this. Next important, tobacco. Look at the tobacco tree. So there are two ways to prevent tobacco. Either show the photograph, cancer. This is one indirect way or direct way. I have a mirror in my consulting room. When they put a tobacco, I allow to see the side of where they look at like a direct in the mirror. So this is a direct biopsy, non-invasive biopsy. Direct way, look, yes, this is a cancer, yeah, why? So this is typical community approach. I am doing this some randomized trial, direct versus indirect way to prevent cancer, the tobacco way. Look at this is same way different. Now the important thing is, look at this. सकाळी पेशंट घेऊन म्हातारी आली सून म्हणजे डॉक्टर साहेब ही रात्री ताप भरायला पेशंट पडली आणि नंतर म्हणजे केस इझी उपडता येतं व्हॉट इज दिस इझी रिमूव्ह हेअर कधी पण हायपोथायरॉइडिझम fever precipitated hypothyroid coma, mesometer coma, lupus myxedema, put an ICU, 1,000 leothyroxy, patient woke up and improved. Next, look at this side. This girl was brought to her mother, that is a dollar in Nozam. It is a delayed objection open. Here, pursue the material, but the objection too late because of delayed operation. Delayed contract, delayed relaxation of deep relaxation. Similar phenomena. What one side? It is nothing but hypothyroidism. I've got a fatty mark. I've got low voltage pattern. Confirm the hypothyroidism. We treated the patient with hypothyroidism and patient improved totally. आता CT स्कॅन सगळं पण भानगडी करा, सगळं करा, न्यूरोलाइज करा, सगळं करा. नंतर मग सगळं झालं की लॅब रिपोर्ट बघू So this again, see, this is the hypothyroidism, very rare. We studied hypothyroidism. In my OPD, the TSH level was highest of the normal, routine patient. Anti-TB was the highest, but in tribal community, TSH and anti-TB was normal. Why? I asked them, they use raw salt. कारण 4 रुपये किलो आहे, हे आर्टिन सॉल्ट 28 रुपये किलो, 7 पट कमी हो. मग त्यांनी काही परत नाही काय. Now, this iodine salt, iodine is Inorganic iodine. Inorganic is antigen. When you consume that, because iodine salt is prepared for the cold stage like Himachal Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, where the iodine is leached out from the land and no iodine in the crops and grains at all. In Maharashtra, iodine is enough in the grain and crops. No need to take iodine, and this inorganic iodine will form antibody, and again, thyroxine peroxidase, antibody level are great, and these antibodies kill the thyroid without antithyroid. Why the person is raw salt is prepared for C, and it is organic salt, is non-antigenic at all, doesn't form antibody against thyroid, and that is the reason which I published in International Journal of the Clinical Medicine. The endocrinologist saying with the congratulations, but you have no courage to advise the government of India that in Maharashtra doesn't need iodinated salt. We must have guts like that, because this needs a guts, which are published in the International Journal. It's a big voice. Next important, look at there are various hypothyroidism. Thyroid म्हणजे आपलं म्हणताय exam thyroid सगळं no, sometimes euthyroid. There is no exam thyroid, depression, weakness, fatigue because of ACTH depression, which cause the hypothyroid complications also that we have to depression. That is the reason why ACTH is also used for the treatment of depression. Now very important thing, diabetes. Why diabetes is increasing? Because of stress and strain, sedentary life. 12 वाजता पण सिरियल बघायची, 1 वाजेपर्यंत सकाळी 10 वाजता उठलं. काय उठलं का मी 1 वाजता झोपलो. कशासाठी झोपलो विचारायची हिंमत नाही आपल्या. का झोपला 1 वाजता विचार, जेव्हा आपली हिंमत होईल त्यावेळी डायबिटीस होतो. बसेल ठेवायचं नाही. दहा इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. दोन्ही नोकरीला आहे. डबा घेऊन जा बाहेर, फास्ट फूड घेऊन जा, पैसे आहे तिथे डबावर देते, पण टाईम नाही. दॅट इज द रिझन. ओबेसिटी, सिडेंटरी लाईफ, स्ट्रेस अँड स्ट्रेस, प्रोफेशनल स्ट्रेस अँड स्ट्रेस. अहो कशाने प्रोफेशनल स्ट्रेस अँड स्ट्रेस करायचं. माझे 2 पेढे 2च पेढे ठेवले मी शेवटपर्यंत. माझी काय मी 4 वर्ष 10 वर्षाने बदलतो. आय एम हॅपी, नो डायबिटीस, नथिंग हिअर. ठेविले आनंदी पैशाची राहावे, चित्ती असू दावे समाधान. एवढा जरी पेशंट माझा नेला तर डायबिटीस, हायपरटेन्शन, इश्यू हार्ट डिसीज मित्रांनो होणार नाही. बिकॉज दिस इज द बिगेस्ट एनिमी ऑफ आवर नेशन. No stress and stress, nothing. Share your knowledge, share your contribution to the young doctors, young people. Contribute them. मोठे हॉस्पिटल बांधू नका. मुलं डॉक्टर होतो म्हणून 10 बिल वाढवू नका. फार त्रास होतो. मुलांना सेटल करायची आपली जबाबदारी. जन्म दिला सर्व संपलं. मुलांना सेटल करायचं, त्याच्यासाठी आणायचं, नागवासाठी ठेवत करायचं. न कळत सकाळी उठतच नाही बाबा. This is important. Family. Those who got a diabetes in the family, they should do hard work at all of the family members. Consanguinity marriages. माम बहीण करू नका, नात्यात लग्न करू नका. मी हे मुस्लिम कम्युनिटीमध्ये जाऊन सांगितलं परवा. They were happy. Diabetes, cerebral palsy, very common. Hypertension. Now remember, your diet, exercise reduces health to sugar and diabetes. आणि 3 फीट ठेवून तुम्हाला डायबिटीस बरं असं समजू नका. आणि 40 नंतर तपासायलाच पाहिजे सगळ्यांनी. कोलेस्ट्रॉल मला होणारच नाही. बायोलॉजी 300 कोलेस्ट्रॉल द्यायचं नाही. एव्हरीथिंग ट्रीटमेंट नाव. And you must do regular exercise. Now this again. Now this is fluorosis, which everybody know. We can diagnose easily by dental fluorosis. Now important. This patient I did 2001. Hypertension, त्यांना दिलं, मेटाबॉलिक दिलं, ॲक्वाझाईड दिलं, आणि 2023 ला एव्हरीथिंग इज नॉर्मल. काय ॲडव्हान्स झालं नथिंग. वी आर गुड डायबिटिक, वी आर गिवन AC inhibitor, we are बीटा blocker. So rationally, when a physician or surgeon going to the community, there should be rapid reduction of stroke, ischemic heart disease, gangrene, and renal failure. आमच्या भागात कमी झालं, पण हायपरटेन्शन पेशंट एकच विजिट. पेशंट औषध बंद करून गेलं की यायचं नाही. रेग्युलर ट्रीटमेंट, रेग्युलर घरी बीपीचे करा. 4000 बीपी गेलं परवडलं टाकते ते 2000 बीपी दिल्यापेक्षा. ते एक्झामिन कम्फर्टर ते कोण असतो. दॅट इज बिकॉज हायपरटेन्शन डायबिटीज लाईफ. आपल्याला हायपरटेन्शन 10 वेळ मुंबईत बोललं तर कसं वाटेल, तसं पेशंट वाटतं. So again, lead toxin is a very common way to this is what now button line, which at lower T comes the button line, cerebral edema, deposit of lead in the thalamus, one of the cause of this is a bacteria come with headache, vomiting, weakness, and this is a typical. Now look at this patient, come mother of brought to patient, strawberry toes, diagnosis Kawasaki syndrome, sent to the pediatric cardiologist. Kawasaki is called coronary arthritis and infarction. Infantile nevus treatment is no surgery. You become doctor. propranolol will reduce the sympathetic activity and reduce the nerves. Now this patient was on methylprednisolone, methotrexate for psoriasis and symptom of the fungal disease, candidiasis. Stop immunosuppression, patient will improve. So drug this is very, very important. Look at the coronary strangulator. What is coronary, hypertension, diabetes, smoking, sedentary lifestyle. But another thing which is very important is height. Less than 180 centimeter height is more prone for ischemic heart disease, and that's how Western people have less ischemic heart than the Indian people. Because of our height, same plug will block our coronary, same size plug will not block the Western people. That's how we are more prone for ischemic heart disease when the cholesterol is raised. So our diet is more mismatched diet. Now this acanthosis nigricans, everybody know. Look at the neck and acanthosis nigricans, hyperglycemia, diabetes, ischemic heart is coronary, and this is very important. Now ear crease, which are seen is very important. The ear crease, a ear crease is one of the premature diagnosis of ischemic heart disease. Look at this again, ear crease is a 3-vessel disease. Homocysteine is raised, and this is very important. Suppose I say do exercise, without running like I say you will drop dead. Sudden unaccustomed exercise can kill a victim. Cricket कधीच खेळला बॅटिंग करायला लागला सडन ड्रॉप डेड, व्हॉलीबॉल रनिंग करायला सडन ड्रॉप डेड रनिंग. सो यू मस्ट हॅव everyday exercise. At least hypertension, diabetes, diabetes should be rule out that you should have greater exercise. Certain days can be prevented. That is very, very important. Look at very important. It's a day before yesterday. Patient come to only paresthesia. I just misdiagnosed. And after 3 days they go, doctor, my shoulder to dukto. 3 days was in what coronary angiography, so 3 vessel disease. What I wish in first ECG is the biophysic premium. Look at the biophysic premium, the diabetes. त्यामुळे ECG सुद्धा पाहिजे. 3दा वाचला, 4दा वाचला, 5दा वाचलाच पाहिजे. Visit to the patient, visit to the ECG, visit to the pilgrimage. पंढरपूरला जाऊ नका, हा रस्ता माझ्यासाठी बंद झालेला आहे. वंडरफुल विठ्ठल माझ्या वेळेवर झोपलेला आहे. हा मी उदबत्ती अजून लावली नाही. फुलाचं वाचून घेतो नंतर जेवण वाटतो. So now we got a very good thrombolytic therapy. Clinic based आपल्या हॉस्पिटलमध्ये ठेवा आणि द्या इन्फेक्ट झाला सर. पेशंट 8 दिवसांनी येईल, पण 8 दिवसांना टाइम भेटत नसतो आपल्याला. That's why it's very important, vital to give thrombolytic in the patient emergency. हे ठेवायलाच पाहिजे, दिल्या गेलंच पाहिजे. आमचे 1-2 लोकांनी पेशंट पैसे बुडवले, पण ऍटलीस्ट यू विल रिमेंबर टिल डे लाईफ. आणि ह्या करायलाच पाहिजे. 10 वर्ष प्रॅक्टिस झाली की तुम्ही ऑफर करा, कारण जमा करतच राहू नका. Now this is homocysteine. Look at the homocysteine. Raise homocysteine, ischemic stroke, DVT, and B12 is associated. Now look at this. Raise homocysteine with infarction pattern. Homocysteine were different. You see how many people know about homocysteine? Many cardiologists do angiography, angioplasty, send the patient to the consult doctor, do the needful. We do the serial hemostasis is more than 30. With the TSH is raised. Hypothyroid, homocysteine from ischemic heart disease. People they would have been treated, you would have no need to have angioplasty and bypass surgery. Look at this. Typical blood we can get homocysteine level. Now this is what stress-free life. काय करायचं? See these 2 people. स्वतःच्या भाकरी थांबते, बायको पोर दुसऱ्या गावाले आरामशीर 2 जण राहते, जेवते, 8 दिवसांनी घरी जातात, द्या घालती, बाहेर झोपतात, मस्त हॅपी राहते. तर त्यामुळे मी शीत डॉक्टर स्ट्रेस फ्री लाईफ, असं लाईफ भेटायचं आपण प्रत्येकाने प्रयत्न केले पाहिजे. कारण मी हेच सांगितलं, खेळल्यानंतर तैसे राहावे, सुखी असू द्यावे, समाधान व्हायला पाहिजे. यू शुड सॅटिस्फाय, यू शुड रिच इन अकॅडमिक, नॉट इन फायनान्स. I am rich in academic today in the world. जगामध्ये माझी इथलं ओरिजिनल कॉन्ट्रिब्युशन फार कमी. I am richest in academics. Though I may demand my taxi charges from these people, but I am so this is now ICT solution. I am now dementia. Taking beer water, go. I'm the beer water. Now patient has come to me with a dementia. सुनानी नातीचा सासरा 72 वर्षाचा डॉक्टर साहेब काय तपासायला आणला मग ती का बोलली डॉक्टर यांनी जीवनभर DMT केलं कुठे गुंतवले कुठे ठेवलं माहित so Dinesh she was worried about the DMT so no we'll see now then I took the history his mother died of dementia his sister is of dementia brother is dementia so what is now this dementia what about dementia occurs hippocampus the frontal temporal lesion where the hippocampus secrete acetylcholine acetylcholine concerned with the memory and choline is still destroyed also. Suppose when the MRI is come with the dissection of hippocampus, then the neuron is diagnosed as a dementia. The patient तुमच्याकडे डॉक्टर माझ्या लक्षात राहत नाही, it cannot be dementia. लक्षात राहत नाही हे कसं लक्षात राहतो? So how this can be a dementia? Remember, लक्षात राहणे हा लक्षात कसं राहतं? So this cannot be dementia. So dementia will be given by the relative of close relative. So ultimately I studied in that. So we studied decreased choline because brain cholesterol cannot be done. So I studied in journals, the various journals, and they come to know RBC cholesterol equal to the brain cholesterol. So RBC cholesterol we studied and we found RBC cholesterol very high RBC cholesterol. Yeah, in case of Parkinson's or dementia, where nementine is a drug of choice, nementine, not the cholesterol inhibitor, because RBC cholesterol is high. When the RBC cholesterol is low, then the cholesterol should be increased, then the drug of choice becomes like that, and this is important. Now look at this patient. This patient, हे बघा इथली इंडस्ट्री या भारतामध्ये रिटायर्ड इंजिनियर रिटायर्ड बिल्डर 10 बंगले बायको BSc आहे माझा क्लासमेट मी सगळं डॉक्टर साहेब तो हरवला तो पोलीस केस झाल्यानंतर पोलीस नाम दिला आणल्यानंतर काय होतं तुम्ही रात्री फक्त बाथरूम भेटतच नाही आणि नंतर मी सांग त्याला औषध लिहून देतो इथले माझं औषध कोण तो दिसतं चांगला ते फक्त लक्षात राहत नाही So very important. Frontal temporal dementia. Very bad. A very commit homicide. With no demented patient can commit homicide. So it's very important. And yesterday I received patient. एक म्हाताराला दम लागतो डॉक्टर असा हात करायला लागला काय काय होतं म्हणे दम लागतो घरघर लागते संडास साफ होते गॅस होतो ही 3 लक्षणं हातावर So what is it? This is maybe dementia. Because you cannot connect. So this is the first sign of dementia. याला काय संशोधन काही ब्रेन लागलं का आपण काही विचार करणं पडे काही पैसे लागले फक्त ते कॅमेरा खोलून आपण आणि तुम्हाला दाखवतात सो दिस इज इम्पॉर्टंट नाउ लुक ॲट दिस पेशंट हा पेशंट मला 10 वर्षांनी भेटला तो डॉक्टर मला बोलता येत नाही राम बोलता येत नाही आणि वॉट व्हेरी हॅपी हेल्दी दॅट आय स्टडी म्हणजे जीप टाळली लागली तर तयार होतो जीप इज व्हॅस्क्युलर मोर व्हॅस्क्युलर स्ट्रक्चर सप्लाय बाय हायपर झालं मग हायपर असं बिगेस्ट मोटर ना biggest nucleus, the fourth floor is the biggest motor nerve. So it is a disease affecting the motor nerve. So RO was the first symptom, unable to talk was a motor neuron disease, diagnosed 10 years before. After 10 years, died of motor neuron disease. Regan was diagnosed 10 years before that he will develop dementia, he died of dementia after 10 years. So this is why this happens. Because we have to study like this. Now change in mood. See? सुप्रान्युक्लियर बाय 5 मिनिटं रडतं 5 मिनिटं हसतं तरी आपण रडतं हसतं नाव इम्पॉर्टंट इश्यू में खाते ओवर हाइपरटेंशन डायबिटीज the son dead body is brought in by the father of my cardiac. Remember, this should not happen on media today. And now let us this I think we should talk the last few minutes. Now this is concerned with how the research can be done. My son is in Buldana. He is a farmer. सगळे हसते तुमचा मुलगा कसं काय फार्मर झाला मग शेती कोणी करायची हो कृषी प्रधान देशामध्ये शेती कोणी करायची माझ्या मुलांना विचारायचं कोणी करायचं हा माझा मुलगा डॉक्टर झाला तो युजलेस he is not competent so he goes to farmer no problem he is happy so he used to send me the blood paper cutting every day किती वेळ किडनी खारपण पट्ट्यामध्ये किडनी आजारी थायमा किती 200 कोणी 300 why this I studied in detail discussed with nephrology and this was previously Amravati, Apollo and Buldana all this called खारपण पट्टा मी त्या विलेजला गेलो बोराळे विलेजला तिथले पेशंट 28 पेशंट किडनी केले होते 18 लोक मेले 2000 मध्ये 2 वर्ष मग ते 28 पेशंटचं ब्लड तिचं पाणी रक्त आणि क्रॉस घेतलं आणि मारला. एक हेवी मेटल अनालाइज करा 4,000 रुपये, 60 सॅम्पल 2040. मग पैसे कुठून? माझा ट्रस्ट NGO नाही, पण संशोधनाची खास आहे. मी भरले पैसे, आमच्या बायकोला भरले, मुलगा भरला काही काम. माय वाईफ नेवर गोज अगेन्स्ट मी. आम्ही नवरा बायको कधी साडी घ्यायला गेलो नाही दुकानातून, विरोध करता सकाळी. शी नेवर डिनाइड फॉर सर. माझ्या नावावर सध्या 8 ते 9 लाख रुपये पडलेले, किती खर्च करा आम्ही व्हॉलंटिअर करू शकतो. संशोधनासाठी ब्रेन लागतं, ज्ञान लागतं आणि पैसा लागतो. हे जेव्हा संशोधकाला माहिती असेल that these are 3 districts and these are the people of this village and how this water goes, now the research comes. The well water, blood and drops contains cadmium and lead. Now the whole from cadmium has come. Cadmium has come from phosphate manure. Now this phosphate manure prepared from Ganga rocks, and Ganga rocks contains rich in cadmium. जे phosphate manure cadmium काढायचं त्याची किंमत 10 पट वाढते, त्यामुळे फार्मर cannot afford. And all pesticide contain lead. Lead cause anemia, and this anemia, because of anemia, fertility level is raised and cadmium is absorbed rapidly. So this is symbiosis action of both. Now, why this happened in this three district only? Because this is Harpanpatta, this is the clay land, now this can be absorbed and leave the water. Now, what is the solution for this? Now, solution, the first which was published in the International Journal, Clinical Toxicology, Assembly, MLA has raised the question, and then I advise them to do the surface water and reverse osmosis. The reverse osmosis and surface water is given, and see that the mortality is dropped, renal failure never. The farmers have survived. आता ती माझी वाट बघावं भाव कधी येतात तुमचा सत्कार करायला, ज्या पेशंट सगळं काय करतात. 2.5 लाख रुपये काय केलं तुम्ही? एखादी गाडी दुसरी अजून घेतली असती फॅट आलं करून, पण दिस इज लाईफ. चालणारी फॅट सुरू ठेवले आपण. सो माय डिअर फ्रेंड, दिस इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट. But kidney failure and this we can say, and now kidney failure very important, and this one we say Platelet. Now last you say this is important. हे बघा, मी कुठे सरकारचं संशोधन करायचं ना, मी पत्र द्यायचं, मला लेक्चर द्या, तुम्ही तुमच्या खर्चाने आमचं काही घेणं देणं नाही. बरोबर आहे, किशन की दिसले तर. आणि एका कॉन्फरन्सला गेलो, मला भाडे ते जायचंच 500 रुपये दिले मला. तसंच चेक करा, तुम्ही तसं करू नका तो भाऊ, तुम्ही तर 500 रुपयात खुश होणार आहे. So now this, look at this 500 rupees. And Corona, we have to discuss why I treated Corona, you know. No, balat ka bal ko. नहीं now Corona is Wuhan मध्ये 2019 चा कोरोना. मी स्टडी केला, नंतर चॅनल आली अमेरिकेत सगळं कोरोना. आय स्टडी कोरोना भारतात येणार आणि माणमध्ये येणार. जे बॉम्बे होतं ती माणमध्ये रिमोट याच्याही बॉम्बे मारलं इथे. This is important. Now I studied in 2020 ला जानेवारी ते जून. All NGO, Lancet and BMJ was flooded with the COVID only. No other subject. मी डिटेल्स स्टडी केला. आणि जुलैमध्ये पेशंट यायला सुरू झाले. आम्ही दोघांनी ठरवलं आपल्याला पेशंट ट्रीट करायला. How to prevent myself? We took MMR vaccine. We took BCG vaccine. MMR is known to prevent. It is because of children. We took that. And next there was a publication in Lancet Journal from America that proved an iodine prevent or kill this one COVID virus attaching to the receptor, nasal receptor. We started putting nasal drops, you know, morning, evening, corona ID. We do not get a corona. आमच्या तोंडावर पेशंट कोरोना पण पेशंट सगळ्यात रांगला 100-150 पेशंट. फ्यू ॲडमिशन, मिनिमम ॲडमिशन. जे बॉम्बे पुण्याचे मेले इंट्युबेशन केलं मेले इंट्युबेशन डेथ. You see, ignorance and illiteracy of medical science has killed many victims. Number one, bypass is a ventilator choice in case of corona because there is no neuroparalysis, no muscle loss. You help with the muscle by bypass and improve. No intubation, secondary infection. No steroid, no more than 1 week steroid. If the steroid देतच पडले 7-8 दिवस, 15 दिवस, 2 महिने चालले and come with a black mucormycosis. Diabetes, you see, HbA1c normal, blood sugar 300, we treated with insulin. This is a recent onset of diabetes. We are shown right on because this virus, beta cell of pancreas destroyed by this virus. Hypothyroid can occur in this patient. So that is the reason. What we treated, one is metformin. Metformin त्यावेळेस सुरू केलं आणि आता पब्लिक हे झालं. Metformin is antiviral. Metformin is anti-inflammatory. Drug of this century is a metformin. Is a telomere increases. Is a good anti-inflammatory drug. Next with colchicine, good anti-inflammatory. Then with endomethacin. Then with statin, then aspirin, and this anticoagulant were used. And minimum steroid, rest and regular exercise. That's very important. Regular exercise. What we did, the patient is coming with artificial poison. त्यांचे नाते घेत जरी आलं तर घरात किती 5 लोक त्यांना आम्ही बेटरीन त्यावेळेस कंपनीकडून स्पॉन्सर करून घेतो 2 ते 3,000 बाटले आले तुमच्या 2 घरी 5 लोक 2 बाटले दिले नाकात कसं टाका सांगायचं 500 पेशंट रिलेटिव्ह नॉट डेव्हलप those become artificial. From that time become artificial poison. So prevention is mother of cure. हे खास शिकलो मी. सावित्रीबाई फुलेने प्लेग असताना काही ट्रीटमेंट नसताना हडपसरला झोपड्या बांधल्या आपले यशवंता भरून घेतलं ट्रीटमेंट केलं आणि शेवटी कार्यकर्त्याला कोणी आणत नव्हतं स्वतःच्या पाठीवर घेतलं आणि ऍडमिट केलं सिद्धायक आपले हे नॉन मेडिकल दिस इज अ कॅलॅमिटी राष्ट्रावर आलेलं संकट होतं मित्रांनो काही लोकांनी तुमच्या इन्शुरन्सची 10 लाख 9 लाख होईल पण आपलं इम्प्रेशन खराब झालं काही लोकांना भेटले गावात पण मेडिकल प्रोफेशनलचे ह्या कोरोनामुळे खूप इम्प्रेशन खराब झालं भयंकर यू आर सत्तेसाठी दिस इज नॉट हॅपन दिस वुड हॅव हाऊ हाय बिकॉज दिस इज अ नॅचरल हे राष्ट्रीय संकट होते वाढ जशी असते तशी वाढ होती आणि फॉर आवर INA has done many but Dr. INA has done a good job but few of them has destroyed our morality. So next we are with our medicine was everything was good. Now we are getting what herpes post corona syndrome like this. Now this is one last slide what I did. You see scorpion bite. No religion is higher than religion of humanity. And no service higher than service to motherland. पण आपल्या डॉक्टरना मंदिरात जायचंच नाही हो ते पंचांग काय घालून पूजा करते काही डॉक्टरला फोटो पाठवले व्हॉट फॉर पेशंट आपला देव तुमचा बेर वाचून देतो आलो विठ्ठल आलो तुझ्याकडे विठ्ठल येतो आपल्याकडे पूजा करत समज तुम्हाला दॅट इज व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट नाव एक्सरसाइज एव्हरीबडी शुड डू एक्सरसाइज रेग्युलर एक्सरसाइज व्हाय नंबर 1 it increase the endothelial function. It improve the pericardial. तुमचा 100% ब्लॉक झाला हार्ट अटॅकला तर जास्त इम्पॅक्ट येणार नाही सडन डेथ होणार इट रिड्यूस द फ्री रॅडिकल डिप्रेशन कोरोनरी हार्ट डिसीज कॅन्सर रिनल फेल्युअर ॲथेरोस्क्लेरोसिस प्रिव्हेंट होतं त्यात इम्पॉर्टंट मॅलिग्नन्सी होत नाही नेक्स्ट इम्पॉर्टंट व्हाय डाय हेल्दी बट नॉट प्रीमॅच्युअरली डाय हेल्दी बट नॉट प्रीमॅच्युअर 80च्या अगोदर डॉक्टरनी मरायचंच नाही समजलं आणि एकाने मला प्रश्न विचारला रिटायर कधी व्हायचं when you become demented then retire age is not criteria to be retired as a doctor memory कमी झाली लक्षात येत नाही बायकोला ओळखू येत नाही बघ so now we must have friendship look see some friends are selfish समजलं सगळे काही दोस्त काही असतात त्याचा स्वार्थ असतो look at some are bosom friend Goite is my bosom friend निस्वार्थी friend and next important some are academic friends so these are academic friends आणि तुमचं लाईफ जर वाढवत असलं ज्याचं 100 वर्ष झालं त्यांना विचारा तुम्ही 100 वर्ष कसे जगले देवीला झोपतो किती वाजता उठतो किती तास झोपतो काय खातो गोड किती खातो मला गोड किती आवडतं भात किती खातो हे गिव्ह द लेसन माय डिअर फ्रेंड यू मस्ट हॅव लेसन what in England people got slave England expect everybody should do his duty why not we India this is very important my dear friend ultimately this is outcome my classmate माझा दुसरीतला मित्र हा माझ्या गावामध्ये गेल्यानंतर माझा बैलगाडीतून माझा सत्कार केला आणि आल्यानंतर तो शेतकरी माझी गाडी उघडली म्हणे हिमतराव हे 50 रुपये तुला दॅट वॉज बिगेस्ट अवॉर्ड मी त्याच्यावर ऑटोग्राफ घेतला आणि माझ्या हॉस्पिटल प्रिंट करून सो दिस इज अ व्हेरी इम्पॉर्टंट माय डिअर फ्रेंड रिमेंबर कार्पोरेट हॉस्पिटल PRO पाठवते आमच्याकडे डॉक्टर आमचं मला आमचं हॉस्पिटलमध्ये की अँजिओग्राफी 10,000 होती मी तो पुढे होती ती काय पण पाठवत नाही कारण ते अँजिओग्राफी पुढे जाते त्यात घेते नाव दिस बिकॉज यू सी BSc is heavier than the corporate hospital. Research is heavier. And my dear friend, Padma Shri gold medal is lighter than my research. It cannot be compensated by the original contribution. Why we study? Why we give? Give them chance to see the beauty of the world. They survey patients, they serious with this survey. Give them chance to see the beauty of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavasar, sir. And in respect of him, I request all of you to give him a standing ovation. Because he has exemplary work in the Oncology region, especially not only as sir has said, not only in the Parkinson's and snake bite, but he has worked a lot in hypothyroidism, cardiovascular diseases, toxicology, and all other things. Even in the corona, he has worked a lot. And how the patients can be treated at a very low cost, he has taught us. Instead of only academics, how we should focus on the common people, and affordable healthcare are the key points in this lecture. So I again thank on behalf of IIM Indapur and Indapur 2023, and I request my senior colleague Dr. M.A. Hegde sir to felicitate Dr. Immunotherapy with memento. Thank you all. We remain seated in the audience hall. I request my colleagues, Dr. Sunil Tandale and Dr. Abhijit Thombre, to continue with the next session. And the next panelists for the session are Dr. Sachin Kulkarni, Dr. Aniket Mohite, and Dr. Sharvil Mohite. Now the mic is to Dr. Abhijit Thombre.
May I request Dr. Prasad Kole sir, President IIM Down, to chair this session, and Dr. N. Chakthap sir from Vascular. Sir, please come on the stage. Dr. N. Chakthap sir, please come on the stage.
I'm sorry.
एवढं तुमचं बूट
असले की तुम्ही काय नाही वाटलं काळ इकडे पुढे
तू पहले वर्क कर होमवर्क
इथे बघा
All of you please sit down. We are starting the next lecture.
Hello everybody. Everybody is supposed to come inside. Please come inside. We are starting the lecture.
I welcome Dr. Sachin Kulkarni sir for his talk on IVF, truthfully more of an art than a business. Sir has done his MBBS MS Obstetric Gynecology from GMC Mumbai in 1992. He won gold medal in Obstetric and Gynecology at MBBS and MD as well. He has done reproductive medicine and IVF at Warwick University of UK and London Women's Clinic. He is consultant in reproductive medicine and IVF at Jahangir Hospital, Pune. He is international faculty for reproductive medicine and IVF training at IGC Dubai and Uganda. He is reproductive fellowship program faculty at Sunanda IVF Academy at Kolhapur. He has conducted an epidemiology study of Indian PCOS and was published in American Society of Reproductive Medicine Journal. Sir, please welcome on the stage.
Thank you so much. At the outset, let me thank Indapur Association for this invitation to us, and I'd like to pay my greetings from Jahangir Hospital, and because of these invitations, probably I could have made an opportunity to listen to legendary Bhavastar sir's talk. It was such a fantastic oration. Thank you very much again. So I'm going to put forth a very small deliberation on the reproductive medicine practice. Probably as you grow senior, you realize that you will preserve the academic part of practice whenever you do any medical practice as such, and not go go into the commercial passion. So I'm going to put forward a few arguments in that favor to all of you. The IVF, ICSI, IUI over the last 3 decades have become a very layman terminology and everybody knows about it. If you think of the city of Pune, it goes beyond 65 IVF units. Any peripheral taluka place, even in Indapur would have one. There are many more places, so many IVF centers will be there, opening up all the time. We sometimes wonder why a populous country like India needs IVF. Isn't it? Such a paradox. But I feel we are recognizing infertility as a disease. And we recognize a particular thing as a disease, we need to prevent it, and we need to have modalities to correct that disease, because that maintains the social and physical and emotional health of the society in general. And obviously, with so many units, there is a little bit of competition, and that goes to a soft online propagation of services is something so unavoidable. And a lot of us would be having a business WhatsApp accounts and business Facebook accounts through which we do propagation of our services. And it's always when the science gets published and the newer things get published, the evidence comes in a very fragile manner. But the clinical practice takes over it. In a tortoise and hare race, it is the clinical practice which overrides the evidence. And by the time a few people go through clinical practice and then they realize, well, there are some issues, then a meta-analysis will be published that talks about the heterogeneity in the published trials, and fewer trials will be published later. So every evidence-based medicine, when it goes to an execution, there is always a clinical practice which overrides it, and then that causes a lot of problems as well to the couple. So the ethos of our practice is to provide childless couples with the best possible management to achieve pregnancy and assure no unnecessary risks are taken. And assisted reproduction practice is increasingly commercialized with overdiagnosis, overuse and overtreatment. I'm sure all of you are also witnessing a lot of young couples are going through IVF. Like all our centers are called IVF. Like it's called Jahangir IVF or Sunanda IVF or Indira IVF or Nova IVF. We don't call reproductive medicine center. It's called IVF. So as if IVF is the whole ethos of the place. But believe me, at Jahangir IVF, hardly 10% of the client truly would require IVF. Most of them will achieve pregnancy with a lot of lifestyle measures, ovulation induction, a lot more therapies or fertility enhancing surgeries for that matter. I think we should stop calling ourselves an IVF consultant. We are demoralizing ourselves. We are reproductive medicine consultants in general. We always talk about success rates, and they all talk about 60% and 70%. We can't have a blanket success rate. How can you have a blanket pricing? We say 70,000 rupees for an IVF center or 2 lakh rupees for an IVF center. No. Some patient may have to spend lakhs and lakhs, and some patient may be possible to do the whole cycle in a lakh of rupees. It all depends upon the age, indication, what kind of medicine you choose, and why is she going for IVF, and what is the add-ons on the IVF you're doing. So success rates cannot be blanket success rate quoted. Somebody who's coming at 39 years of age with an AMH of 0.5, if I'm saying 60% success rate, I'm cheating her. And that is what will happen. So we have to have individualized success rate quoted realistically to the couple in front of us. Again, fertility treatments, repeated treatments are needed. Scientifically, we are a part of animal kingdom. But sadly, as we have got more civilized and more intelligent, the God has bestowed us to achieve pregnancy through the year. We can achieve the pregnancy through the year. But the fecundity rate of achieving pregnancy, the chance of pregnancy per year, per month has come down to just 15% when only 1 egg is formed. With millions of eggs which are available with the girl, only 400 ovulate in her lifetime. Unlike in the other parts of the animal kingdom, like your dog, cats and cow, they can have procreation only 1 month in a year, but they have a certain procreation. They don't have abortions. They don't have defective babies. If there's a defective cow, it comes in the newspaper. But defective babies are very common, as it's 2.5% of all babies born are defective when it comes to humans. So as a part of animal kingdom, the God has done a little injustice, given us a lot of intelligence and civilization, but has not bestowed us with the best of the reproductive potential. Obviously, every IVF, there could be a lot of increasing costs of add-ons or treatment are there, and that really inflates the price. Why I'm doing this add-on? Because the earlier doctor missed upon it. Earlier doctor did not do it. So is there an evidence of giving progesterone for threatened abortion? Believe me, no evidence. The National Health Scheme in UK does not give progesterone for threatened abortion. And here, if I don't give progesterone for threatened abortion, they said I've done neglect to the patient. I should have done it, isn't it? So I think the evidence, we are not following the strict evidence. So, but that really adds to the cost. Each Dufaston tablet is going to cost you about 75 bucks. If you do 3 tablets, it's about 200 rupees a day, and that goes for 3 months. So just imagine an add-on of that cost. And the client would take it because they think that this is going to prevent abortion. So, you know, all these non-evidence-based practices have become consensus-based practice in India. What I'm telling all of you is forget the evidence, forget the consensus. Look at how you can do a value-based practice, what is important for a client. And to do a value-based practice, you have to have a shared decision-making, and that's what I'm going to talk to you about. IVF is initiated quite early in the couple who still has a reasonable chance of conception because of an inpatient population which we have. Couples who are very fragile with the oligospermia, 14 and 16 million, they would be advised that if you have oligospermia, go for HC. But for all you know, maybe offering some treatments or even patiently waiting or improving fertility potential of the wife, she would still be able to conceive herself with 12 to 16 million pounds. Technological arm race is there, new companies come up, new technologies are introduced, and every technology is looked upon as, well, let me have it first and then I will prove myself better, but without realizing that technology may not be adding any benefit to the whole scenario. For that matter, IVF. The IVF pregnancy rates are lingering over the last 2 decades to about 60%, and they are not skyrocketed to 90%. Neither they have fallen to 30%. So even addition of technology has not done great. Novelty and apparent sophistication takes precedence over the proof of effectiveness and safety when it comes to treatments. And showcasing dreams and miracles is what is done by everybody. But I think that's not the right thing. What we have to have a shared decision making, realistically telling the couple what's his chance and what are the ways forward. So we at Jahangir follow a very cafeteria kind of approach. But any given couple, for their medical element, trying for pregnancy, we will give them choices how to achieve natural pregnancy in this scenario, how to achieve chances with minimal treatment, and if IVF, what could be the problems for the IVF and how we can get a better success or not a better success. For example, for somebody who is 40 years having a very low anti-malarial hormone, just seeing 1 or 2 antral follicle count, is your IVF going to give you 10 eggs? No, it's still going to give you 1 or 2 eggs. And even if your clomiphene is going to give you that 1 or 2 eggs only. So we need to be very realistic when we advocate treatment for these couples. Most important part we feel, which is very important for us in Jahangir Reproductive Medicine Unit, is an emotional connect. Because that emotional connect is the ethos of our practice in Jahangir, and that's why probably of 78 years, Jahangir is standing tall in ethical practices when it comes to any part of medical practice. Few attempts, like I'll give an example, unless you spend some more time, like Dr. Bavaskar was telling about taking history, the eliciting histories, unless you spend some time with the couple, you wouldn't get a proper sexual history. Well, unless the patient develops an emotional connect or a trust, they won't give you a proper sexual history. And believe me, 30% of the IUIs what we do are because of sexual inadequacy. So taking a proper sexual history and correcting it is very, very important. And we also do at Jahangir Hospital very proactive inquiry about their stressors of infertility. And unless you ask them the stress factors, you wouldn't be able to correct it. We are not going to give blanket alprazolam or blanket therapy of fluoxetine for all these patients. You have to ask the stress factor and they need counseling. So as a fertility consultant, I feel we are just not prescribers of medicines. We are coaches of fertility, trying to improve their lifestyle and mentoring them how to achieve their natural conception faster. So let's look into a few examples of the gap between the evidence-based treatment and the clinical consensus practice. Every cycle, when it's started in a fertility unit, will be converted to an IUI cycle. The moment they give gonadotropin, they say, let's do an IUI. But there is ample or huge evidence published in a woman with polycystic ovary syndrome. If you have corrected the ovulation induction and continue the correction for a period of 1 year, at the end of 1 year, 78% of the women will achieve pregnancy. And an addition of an IUI does not improve the pregnancy rate. And what they will do? They will give IUIs with just 1 follicle. When the evidence says IUI only with 2 follicles is more successful. Because anyway, naturally, the couple is forming 1 egg. So what is the rocket science in putting some therapy, developing 1 more egg, just 1 egg, and then doing an IUI? So we prefer doing 2 eggs development if you are doing an IUI. a total motile semen concentration of 20 is essential, or an insemination motile count of 5 million is essential. Let's say somebody who has 16 million count and the IUI washing is done and the insemination motile count comes to 3 million. We say, halt, give me one more semen sample. Add on together. Take the insemination motile count beyond 5 million. Well, then your success will be high. So look at the predictors of success for IUI and execute that. And that is our ethos of practice at Jahangir Improvement. Transferring more embryos. I see commonly people transferring 3 and 4 embryos. We run a very busy fetal medicine unit also in Kolhapur, and we realize a lot of clients come from Baramati and all that area to us for selective fetal reduction because they have a habit of putting 3 and 4 embryos. What an injustice we are doing. Because we are putting 3 or 4 embryos, the lady is emotionally attached, they have spent a huge amount of money, they again go through selective abortions, take the risk of aborting the whole fetus. What is the risk of selective abortion? Aborting the whole pregnancy. And even if they have no choice of continuing, because continuation triplets will deliver at 26 to 28 weeks, huge expenditure will be 3-4 lakh per baby. Okay, and what is the cost? And on top of that, the risk of mental retardation and retarded growth and behavioral problems is different. So we have a very strict policy. We don't transfer beyond 2 embryos. And if there is blastocyst, just one euploid blastocyst or 2 embryos. Very rarely we will transfer 3 embryos or 2 blastocysts in women who are beyond 38 years, women who are facing their 3rd or 4th failure. Otherwise, we have a very strict policy, and that's why getting single pregnancies is the ethos of our practice and not just transferring more and more embryos. Antioxidant treatment for oligospermia. I'm sure a lot of you could be also heard of this. The moment you say oligospermia, the first thing comes to my mind is, give carnitine or lycopene or vitamin E, or all those antioxidant combinations are given. But too much of antioxidant is harmful. Certain oxidative stress is necessary for the sperm to function better. A high doses of selenium given for a long time is a risk of renal cell carcinomas. And the evidence published in the Barcelona 2018 ESHRE meeting says that antioxidants have no role in male infertility, oligospermia. So, we do a test called MOSI in Jahangir Hospital, which is assessment of reactive oxygen species in that given subject. So the male undergoes MOSI test, so we know the oxidative stress existing in that person. And only if the oxidative stress is excess, they will be given antioxidants. If it is not excess, we will not give antioxidant, because that is no way related to improving sperm. We are just giving false hope. The most problematic part of that story is, you give antioxidant, shift to an Ayurvedic consultant, they give something, shift to another consultant, another antioxidant. And they are saying, well, it's a 12 million count, with my drug it has become 14, but there is no difference in pregnancy between 12 and 14. Okay, and sperm counts are known to be varying. There's a study done in UK where certain people were told to give semen sample every week for a period of 1 year, and they realized the counts varied from 6 million to 120 million. So everyday variation of semen count is there, and they feel as if the treatment has made any difference. The actual treatment has not made any difference to them. So, oligospermia, we have a completely different pathway we go on investigating. And believe me, we look into the estrogen and testosterone hormone ratios. And all those men who are having tummies, I said beer bellies or chicken 65 bellies, you can say, and who are nearing about 30 to 40 years of age, they maintain a very high estrogen level. And that estrogen has a negative feedback, taking the FSH down, and hence they have low sperm count. So they have FSH comes down, so testicular input is less. So the best treatment is to decrease estrogen, and that is letrozole. So we commonly use letrozole for obese men to improvise the sperm count and not antioxidant treatment. So we will go very evidence-based. Commonly, after the IVF, they will say IVF will be done at 90,000 rupees or 70,000 rupees. Somebody fractionates it to 76,000 so and so rupees. But no IVF prescription talks about the cost of the luteal support. And in the luteal support, there will be LMWH, which is costing about 300 rupees a day at injection minimum. Okay, there will be immunotherapy in the cycle phase. The lady is sick of it. She says, so many injections, nobody told me. And the whole atmosphere of one IVF cycle is very sad. So we do a very realistic counseling to our clients. We exactly tell them what therapy, what drugs are going to be given to you. We have a proper payment agreement which explains what is included, what is excluded. We run a special clinic for, we call it a second opinion clinic, or we look at a clinic called implantation clinic, because we look into a lot of patients of failed IVF cycles. And at our implantation clinic, we counsel them that we will not give so many injections. We can do you a progesterone-free luteal support. So all those choices are discussed. We go more for not HRT cycle embryo transfer, but we go for stimulated cycle or natural cycle embryo transfer. Hence, we get a better pregnancy. With HRT cycle embryo transfer, the pregnancy rates are low world over, that is proven. But just for the convenience sake, everybody does HRT cycle embryo transfers. So all these add-ons are more used as a scoring point, but that doctor did not do it, let me do this and try it out without any evidence, so no point practicing that way. What is actually needed? We need to do a complete embryology counseling. You know, I see commonly patients for the 2 IVF cycle, both the times the transfer is not done. I said, why is it not done? They said, well, the blastocyst did not form. But was it informed to you before? They said, no, it was not informed to us. So at Jahangir, we have a special consent. If no egg is obtained, what do we do? If no embryo is formed, what would be the reason and what do we do? So all those consultations are done prior. And in patients who can have less number of eggs and less number of embryos, a proper realistic counseling is done. What we should do to get maximum before, what we treatment, and during the course what we can do to have more number of eggs. Well, IVF is a number game, and it is a number game about getting more number of eggs. If you have more eggs, you will have more euploid embryos, and more euploid embryos, more pregnancies. So it is sad that a lot of women beyond 35 and 38, they go IVF after IVF without having one counseling done for transfer of euploid embryos. I ask you all of you a question. What is the structure of all the people sitting here and living on this planet? We are all euploid, and that's how we are living. Then why not test an embryo for euploidy and then push it to the uterus? Obviously, the pregnancy rate will be high. The fact is, the younger women, the euploidy rate is so high, so even if you don't test for euploidy, your chance of pregnancy remains the same. But the women beyond 38 years of age, your euploidy rate will come down. It is better to test the euploidy. Then the problem is to reach the euploidy. One IVF cycle does not guarantee you to reach the euploidy, but this is not told. They are just attracted. 70,000 mein sab. So we never do that. We tell them we have to reach a euploid egg. We may take 1 cycle, 2 cycles, maybe 3 cycles. Then look at the cost now. How can we maneuver? Can we go minimal stimulation? What is the need? If you are seeing a low FC, why give high doses? All those things are discussed, and then a protocol will be thoroughly evaluated and executed, and that's what optimizes the couple for pregnancy. Again, have you given lifestyle measures? Patient spends 1 lakh rupees and she comes, why is the failure? Well, I don't know exactly why you failed, but probably you're obese, why not reduce weight? Oh, that should have been done before she embarked into IVF. So we have a very thorough discussion. We and Dr. Sharif will have a thorough discussion on what could be the probable reasons of your failure and what have we done for that. Like, for example, women are very reluctant to reduce weight. Am I right? All of us are reluctant to reduce weight. But then we don't use the drugs which probably our metabolic syndrome experts are using, like liraglutide and semaglutide. We are using liraglutide and semaglutide for the short-term use for just 2 months, cuts the weight down, and then go through fertility treatments, and obviously you get better results. So all the pre-treatment is very, very important. Pre-treatment is not about giving some growth hormones and things like that. That is just I would say a fancy thing. But what pre-treatment is more about is achieving proper vitamins, folic acid, maybe giving DHEA for somebody who's older. You know, individualized pre-treatments are very necessary. So we give information on pre-implantation genetic testing of aneuploidies to every couple. And suppose in our implantation clinic, which is a special clinic to look after the IVF failures, we look into the endometrium in great details. Besides the ultrasound and Doppler parameters, we look into certain immune testing of endometrium, like we do CD56 and CD16. CD56 is a Th2 marker, or it's a marker for acceptance of an embryo. CD16 is an inflammatory marker. You require a good amount of inflammation for the embryo to be attracted to the endometrium, but you require a good amount of Th2 immunity for the embryo to implant. And that takes place in a period of 12 to 24 hours, and is entirely regulated by progesterone. So we analyze the endometrium for the proportion of cells which are exhibiting CD56 and CD16, and depending upon that, an individualized therapy can be done. And obviously, embryo pooling in multiple IVF cycles can be done to offer a better pregnancy rate. I was just talking to Dr. Borse who had come from Sassoon Hospital in the morning. I requested him that we would like to take a lecture and discussion in Sassoon Hospital on why the women or the girls with medical disorders should be told about elective egg freezing. Women who are suffering from gout, or women who are suffering from rheumatoid diseases, or SLEs, or who could be having anemias, or who require long-term infectious conditions like MDR tuberculosis for that matter. All of them could be improving at a point of time. But by that time, the body has witnessed so much amount of inflammation that the eggs just go down drastically and their accumulated hormone levels and the egg reserves come down drastically. Now she comes to you at 30-32 age with a very low ovarian reserve. Then why not make fertility preservation a part of at least a counseling? But for this, more than the community, I feel the doctors need to be educated also. Somebody who's having thalassemia, going to require multiple blood transfusion, and she wants to have, she's going to go for a BMT or some, later on she has a better survival rate, why not preserve her eggs now, rather than going through BMT, taking all that therapy, by that time the eggs would have exhausted. So in today's world, we need to educate the doctors in general also, that who all needs fertility preservation. Fertility preservation is just onco. People just think of oncology, testicular tumors respond very well. So fertility preservation is necessary for onco, breast cancer patients as well as testicular tumors, but also widely for various medical disorders they would need. So optimizing the couple is very important before the treatment. Just because the patient has come to you through a PRO does not mean she needs an IVI. So optimize the couple for her fertility treatment. Thorough information for shared decision making is the essence of our therapy, and thus the couple know the failure reasons and actions taken therein. That has to be counseled to the couple. They don't really embark onto IVF or advanced treatment. See, everybody has a right to try. Every couple has a right to try for a faster pregnancy, but that does not mean the one who is selling treatment gets all the benefits alone. Thank you so much. Any questions and queries are there, we'll be more than happy. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for an excellent talk on reproductive medicine. May I call upon the stage Dr. Aniket Moite to enlighten us with topic Hematology in routine practice. He is MBBS from GS Medical College, Mumbai. He has done MD from Sion Hospital, Mumbai. He has done DM Hematology from GS Medical College, Mumbai. He has done fellowship in bone marrow transplant from Tata Memorial Hospital, Kharghar. He has done fellowship in BMT from Vancouver General Hospital, Canada. He worked as hematologist and BMT physician in Kolhapur Cancer Hospital. Currently, he is working as a consultant hematologist in BMT, consultant hematologist and BMT physician in Jahangir Hospital, Pune. I request him to start his lecture. Thank you.
A field which not many are aware of, and it is not only a disease which relates or relates with anemia, it is something which a lot beyond. So I think hematology is the epicenter of all the branches that we come across, be it a family physician to a specialist. Because in all our practices, one thing which always starts as an investigation modality when we investigate anything is a complete blood count or a CBC, where we look at the RBCs, WBCs and the platelets, and then come to the diagnosis of giving a fitness for a pre-surgical patient, or diagnosis infections, or diagnosis of hematological malignancies. I thank the entire team of INDACON 2023 for giving me an opportunity to talk about and enlighten about hematology. So each one of us has a busy OPD. Will have been hundreds of patients waiting outside, and we'll have a team of doctors, nurses, ICU physicians, and specialists. And each one of us is an expert in his own or her own field. So if there are any questions, you can drop me if we don't ask me yet because of time. So what we always try to find out is find out the root cause of any blood investigation that we do or any symptoms that are present with. Do a certain investigations, look at microscopy, see all the funny cells under the microscope, see if they are normal, they are abnormal, whether they look like cancer or whether they look like any benign disease as like sickle or thalassemias, and platelets, which could be funny, there would be pseudo-thrombocytopenia, so the patient would be panicking with a platelet of 10,000 on the counter. So CBC is what we do on day-to-day basis. So let's try to read it completely and learn a bit more with a few case scenarios. So first case, a 27-year-old female presented with symptoms of anemia with fatigue and breathlessness, history of heavy menstrual bleeding for the last 4 to 6 months, 10 days per cycle. CBC is HbH 4.7, platelets are 6.7 lakhs and MCV 65. So probably a case of iron deficiency where the hemoglobin is low, there is a reactive thrombocytosis so that the body can avoid further blood loss. So how will you treat? A common scenario or a common question that I am asked by a number of doctors as well as patients is, I am advised iron injections or should I go for iron tablet? Iron tablet to build up any particular store, be it any formulation that we give, has to be given for such kind of anemia if the patient is not having signs of failure for a minimum of 5 to 6 months with GI upsets, constipations, black color stools, and sometimes having irregularities of treatment or shorter treatments which will cause recurrences. Iron IV, which could be pericarboxymaltose or iron sucrose or iron dextran. Iron dextran and iron sucrose have a lot of risks of allergy. And in the last year, we have read or heard a lot of news about FCM or Orofer brand typically causing a lot of anaphylactic shocks in medicos as well as in hospitals in Mumbai, which had caused a lot of legal issues. So, as we know, it's all anaphylactic shock is a known reaction even with penicillin. So we don't stop using penicillin in all the rheumatoid heart disease patients or the RSDs. We still give them intravascular every 21 days. So similarly, that doesn't discourage us from using penicillin. So similarly, we just take precautions to give iron. We just be watchful for any anaphylactic reactions. Sit beside the patients or monitor them for 30 hours post the injection when the risk of anaphylactic reactions is high. So FCM versus iron sucrose, if you go by the cost, the single time cost of giving FCM, the medication cost will be higher. But the cost of coming every now and then, iron sucrose can be given maximum 300 milligram in a week, whereas FCM can be given maximum 1 gram in a week's time. And the responses are more or less would be same or better with FCM because there are less allergic reactions, which is 1 in 10,000 versus around 1 to 5% with iron sucrose. So cost-wise, they are better. There are less number of infusions required, and there are rare chances of hypersensitivity. There is no test dose ideally required, whereas test dose would be required with other preparations. And you can give quick infusions as quick as 10-15 minutes, where the patients would require a dose of 1.5 to 2 grams for the total correction. So what we always try to harp on is the total dose of iron that the patient requires. Based on the hemoglobin, based on their ferritin status, based on their weight, we have to calculate how much is the dose of the correction which we have to give them. And based on that, give them either 500 milligram or 1 gram or 2 grams based on what their levels of hemoglobin, ferritin and their weight will be. As also to check the correction if it has happened, and if there is an underlying cause which has not been corrected. So if the patient is still having PV bleeding and that has not been corrected after the hemoglobin has risen, the patient is again going to have recurrence of anemia. Similarly, patients with PR bleedings or piles are going to have a similar scenarios. So next case, 65-year-old gentleman with a history of fatigue, breathlessness, intermittent chest pain, hypertension, diabetes, IST, and on dual antiplatelets. We always presume that they will be having blood loss anemia because of antiplatelets. So it is expected that the stool local blood will be positive, but we don't ask them to do an oligoscopy or a colonoscopy, because we consider it is a myth that will be having this because of the antiplatelet drugs. But if you go on the scrutinized basis and do an upper GI, or especially the young ones where the chances of having H. pylori related GI ulcers would be high, and as you age, you know that the risk of colon cancer would be high. You would diagnose not only patients who have pylori related upper GI disease, but also a lot of IBDs as well as colonoscopy diagnosis early CA colons. So in our practice, around out of 10 patients, we might detect 1 or 2 early colon cancers where curative intent treatment can be given despite having all these comorbidities. Because once they metastasize at this age and with these comorbidities, they would not be fit for intensive chemotherapies. So as Sir had already highlighted, Sir, that history is something which is very important, and the detailed examination and detailed history is very important. Similarly, history would sort out a lot of issues in our practice. A 35-year-old gentleman, vegetarian diet, history of fatigue, breathlessness, we presume that this CBC picture is going to happen because of megaloblastic anemia, as vegetarian diet is low in B12. But on detail asking or interviewing, they said that they had similar history around 2 years back. And just to check whether they had pernicious anemia, and antiparietal antibody was done, which turned back as positive. So they will require lifelong, not only the vegetarian diet is having low B12 source, but they also have antibodies which will make them a diagnosis of pernicious anemia, where oral B12 is not going to give them the direction. They will require lifelong B12 supplements. So this is the dose that you will require for pernicious anemia treatment. Usually falter between the daily doses or weekly doses, and do not complete or do not keep them lifelong dosages which leads to recurrences. So daily dose of 10 days, then weekly for 4 weeks, then monthly for 6 months, and then every 3 monthly for lifelong, because B12 will not deplete within 2 years. So a lifelong source of B12 is what is required not only for the hematological perspective but also for the neurological or neuropathy problems. So next case, a 25-year-old man, history of fever 10 days back, received some treatment in outside hospital and platelet count had dropped. That is when I was brought to picture. So the platelet count was 25,000, HB is normal, platelets are large, they are not giant, and LDH is slightly raised, Coombs test is negative. So on detailed examination and going through the previous medical records, it was the penicillin tazobactam that was the causative culprit. So we all know that there are a number of penicillins and cephalosporins that can cause an amnestic response and cause thrombocytopenia or running thrombocytopenia. Stopping of the drug will dramatically improve. So this is the typical curve. We study this commonly with heparin. So whenever we do, or whenever a cardiac patient comes to us, we always check the platelet count to see whether they have heparin-induced thrombocytopenia. Because it is something which is always in our mind when a patient undergoes angiography or angioplasty, that they have received Toxin or whether they have received heparin. And we always try to find out hit cases, but we never try to find out the drug-induced thrombocytopenias, especially when they are given antibiotics or antivirals. So stopping of the culprit drug will take care of the thrombocytopenia. So like any other case, 90% of the thrombocytopenias can be considered with a good history. So Coming to the next, this is an interesting case that many of us would have encountered in their practice. A 35-year-old female, she came with some panicky symptoms. A CBC was done, platelet count is 20,000. And looking at that count, she is much more panicked. So a platelet count was repeated that this could be an EDT-related pseudothrombocytopenia, and it was done from cytatin or heparin. And then the next report was the platelet has dropped further to 15,000. So both the doctor and the patient are panicked. So now what to do? Sorry. So they did a peripheral smear and did a manual platelet count. So this, what you can see, there are platelet clumps or pseudothrombocytopenia that would be detected on the manual platelet. So the machine counts only those platelets which are not in clumps, not in the grapes. So the machine will count only the platelet count of 15,000 or 20,000, whereas those in the clumps will not be counted and they will be manually counted. And the peripheral smear examination will give this as an adequate platelet count because each platelet would signify around 10,000 platelet. In the clump you can see around 10-15 easily. So this will count to around 3 to 3.5 lakh of platelet count, whereas the machine will give a platelet count of 10,000. So looking at the peripheral smear, you can completely change the panicky situation in the patient, and many of the pre-surgical patients come with this where they absolutely have no symptoms of bleeding. They just come with a report of low platelet count, and many of them would be pseudothrombocytopenia. This is a pan pseudothrombocytopenia which is not related to EDTA. Some of the other reasons where we see commonly is the EDTA-related pseudothrombocytopenia, that is why a citrate sample was run in the previous case, and what we commonly call as giant platelet syndrome. So giant platelet syndrome, as you can see in the F slide, where we have small platelets as well as giant platelet, and in the E slide you have an NRBC or a nucleated red blood cell, and the platelets which are almost of the size of the NRBC. So the machine counts only the smaller fractions as platelets, and the giant platelets are missed. They are almost 4 to 5 times the size and are functionally more than the normal platelet. So the functional platelet count even with a single giant platelet would be around 40-50,000. Secondly, in the northeastern states from Jharkhand to Nepal, we have this as a common platelet variant which we see in many of the northeastern states, where we call it as Bengal thrombocytopenia in the hematology textbooks. Because this is common in the northeastern states, it is a genetic variant which is there, just like thalassemia where we have a HPE thal variant in the northeastern states. So this is a benign thing, doesn't require treatment. You have to just see whether they have a number of giant platelets in the peripheral smear, and the diagnosis is done. So you don't require to treat the thrombocytopenia. They live a normal life with a platelet count of 50,000 because they are functionally around 2 to 2.5 lakhs. So this is a case of which was recently in our ICU, a 25-year-old female PCOS diagnosed with colloquial urine, jaundice, PTH is normal, LDH is skyrocket high, 7,000, bilirubin is indirect hyperbilirubinemia. So there is an ongoing hemolysis, and a haptoglobin which is done is low, and the plasmic score, which is to rule out HSTTP, is high. And the peripheral smear when seen is showing fragmented RBCs or schistocytes. So this is a typical case of microangiopathic hemolytic anemia or MAHA, and because they were having symptoms related to this is labeled as TTP, that is thrombotic thrombocytopenia purpura. HIT, thrombotic thrombocytopenia purpura, are contraindications for platelet transfusions, because if you add platelets in these patients, unless they are having intracranial bleed, you will add fuel to fire, and you are just going to increase the thrombotic problem and increase the end organ damage or increase brain damage or increase renal damage in patients with HOS. So ADAM-TS fatigue was done, which was low, and the patient responded well to plasma exchange or therapeutic plasma exchange with steroids. A common myth that whenever a patient has low platelet count and leukocytosis, it is either a leukemia reaction, which is because of sepsis, septic shock, or it is leukemia. So this is a 42-year-old female with fever, dengue is positive, had dengue shock syndrome. Platelets are 35 are 1,29,000, but the TLC is neutrophilic, which is commonly lymphocytic in dengue, and it is with a high WBC count. Fever persisted. Usually fever doesn't persist beyond 5 days in dengue fever. Leukocytosis persisted with neutrophilic predominance. Cultures were sent, which was normal. Ferritin was slightly higher, 2,500 in LDH of 7,500. Line grew Staph aureus, which was sensitivity course, it was removed. Still fever persisted. Sepsis panel was done, which came back as OXA48 Enterobacter C, which was given Janaceptastronam and Casper was empirically added. A bone marrow was done, which showed this Paul Bunel cell, which is predictive of EBV, and Eber is confirmed that is this is Epstein-Barr virus related HLH with a viral load of 15 lakhs, was treated with rituximab, and the patient got completely cured. So sometimes the last key would open the lock and give us the diagnosis. So we still should continue working up until we find the root cause. So going to a few more cases, which would be uncommon presentations for common symptoms. 12-year-old pancytopenia, indirect hyperbilirubinemia. Peripheral smear shows microvellocytes and schistocytes. And physical examination shows knuckle pigmentation and hypersegmented neutrophil. B12 levels are low, so this is a B12 deficiency anemia, and severe B12 deficiency will present with hemolytic, as we all know, but it can also present with pseudo-TTP like macroangiopathy picture on the peripheral smear, and you can see cystocytes. So, our bread and butter, commonly seen or commonly referred to as 12-year-old girl, petechial ecchymosis. Subcontinental hemorrhage, platelet count is 8,000, no other significant abnormality. Peripheral smear, there are no abnormal cells, there are low platelets, thyroid function is normal and the viral markers are negative. Mandatory investigations for diagnosis of ITP. ITP is a diagnosis of exclusion after we have done the entire workup, ruled out a lot of viral bacterial infections. So ruling out HIV, HCV, and normal thyroid functions. So ruling out whether it is primary or secondary ITP, to rule out SLE, you do an ANA blot. We do not need to do antiplatelet antibodies. A common scenario is, do you need to do a bone marrow? A bone marrow is not normally indicated for diagnosis of ITP. It is only indicated if the patient has pancytopenia, has abnormal cells on PGS, which is seen by a hematologist or a hematopathologist, or has hepatosplenomegaly or lymphadenopathy. So then it would be secondary ITP to either a lymphoma or it would be a leukemia per se, where ITP is not diagnosed. So every blood drop count, despite patients coming with CBC reports of the same day, I'll still like to repeat a CBC, see the slide myself, and then give them the battery of investigations based on what is seen on the peripheral slide and go to the root cause of the diagnosis and treat them. So each one of us has a power to fuel someone's life by donating stem cells. Every blood donor can be a stem cell donor. So we have two major registries. One is in MDRI, that is in Mumbai, and two in Chennai, that is Dadri. So each one can give life to a new person. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aniket, for the wonderful session. First of all, I thank IMA Indapur for honoring me as chairperson for the session. Aniket and me work together in KM Hospital, Mumbai. Aniket, I would like to ask you a couple of questions. When to suspect secondary HLH in a patient of dengue fever?
In dengue fever, like in the last dengue fever which we had, the reason why I published the article of dengue HLH in the Indapur Souvenir was the same reason, because we had a lot of dengue HLH in this last dengue type 2 virus. The genotype of this virus was type 2 and it is known or predisposed to cause a lot of secondary HLH. Fever, so HLH is a diagnosis where you have fever which is not settling down. Commonly dengue fever will last for 4 or 5 days and it will settle. When the patient is still having fever, you don't commonly see thrombocytopenia. Thrombocytopenia is seen in the perfebrile part of dengue. And the LFTs and all the immunological process. So it is, the organ damage doesn't happen in the viremic phase, it happens in the immunological phase. So the antibody mediated or post viremia phase, whatever damage occurs, that is when typically you can have dengue related to multi-organ failure. But if these things are occurring early, so you have cytopenia occurring on day 2 or day 3 of the patient, if you do the ferritin and LDH, you obviously know that ferritin and active phase reactant, but having a ferritin of 1000, 2000 is expected with any febrile viral illness. But in this way, we have seen ferritin of 20,000 to lakhs on day 2 or day 3 of the viral illness itself, cytopenia occurring on day 2 or day 3, fever not resolving beyond day 5, and the LFTs or the derangements of organ functions occurring early in the case, or they have coagulopathies early in the case. So all these are parameters that where you suspect. What we did in Jamir was we did serial ferritin LDH every 48 days as per the HLH protocols and keep monitoring them till the patient is discharged. So having a very low threshold, because they hardly gave 24 to 48 hours timeline and they were resistant to steroids. This way we had required etoposide or chemotherapy agents like cyclophosphamide while treating the HLH. So this was a very hard to treat HLH. Like the usual dengue, we gave them paracetamol, Dexa as a general physician. This dengue was resistant to a lot of steroids, even a dose of 20 milligrams steroids was not active. So, an early occurring of all these manifestations, you would suspect HLH indeed.
Do you think if most of the physicians use dexamethasone if the fever is not settling?
Yeah.
So do you think it may cure most of the HLH?
So, in the earlier case, when Dexa was given, this is always 4 milligram once a day or 4 milligram twice a day. So we are not giving the dose which is expected or required for treatment of HLH. So we are increasing the risk of having a steroid resistance. One, we are reducing the cytokine storm. So we may not like what we were seeing in COVID storms also. The cytokine storm which was occurring in the second wave was more disastrous, and early steroids will lead to later on infections also. So it will further worsen or make it steroid resistance, requiring it to have more of chemo medications to be initiated. But yes, early steroid, when the ferritin is still not hiking up, a lower dose can treat or prevent the organ damage from occurring, from going into deaths or even having multi-organ dysfunctions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mote sir, for very informative talk on hematology in routine practice. It will definitely help all of us. Thank you. May I request Dr. Mrs. Shari Moite to discuss with us an interesting topic, why women should bear the burden of infertility. Welcome, madam. Dr. Shari Moite has done her MBBS from GMC Kolhapur. She has done DJO from PJMC Pune and with gold medal. She has done DLB from Narayana Hrudayalaya, Bangalore. She has done fellowship in endoscopy at Women's Hospital under Dr. from Mumbai. She has done fellowship in reproductive medicine under Dr. Sachin Kulkarni sir. She is fertility consultant, gynecologist and endoscopy surgeon. Nurse at Kharadi. She is faculty consultant at Jahangir Hospital, Pune and Sunand Ayurved, Kolhapur. She has done diploma in reproductive medicine at IBC Dubai and in first rank with distinction. She is international faculty for IVF courses at IBC Dubai. Ma'am, you please start with the lecture. Thanks.
So thank you for this kind invitation. And good evening everyone. Thank you IMA INDACON committee for giving this opportunity. So when it comes to infant treatment, we always say it has to be a holistic approach for a couple. So we can't treat only female parameter or only a male parameter. It should be a holistic approach. But the sad part of it, the woman has to bear the maximum burden of the whole infant treatment. And as we are aware, since the time the female has been born, because biology is only evolved in such a fashion that the picture is exactly like this, whether it can cope, whether it's come to infertility treatment, or whether it's come to responsibilities also. So I would like to take this opportunity that when it comes to infertility treatment, what is the role of female factor and how, though the biological burden is on the female, as the reproductive period in a female is very less compared to what male is having. So we should know that how the psychological burden we should lessen in female and how we can actually improve the holistic approach to give the better care to the couple. So women deserve a serious credit for the backbreaking work of human reproduction. And if women are not getting pregnant, she assumes something is wrong with her. This is a let it be in a rural area, let it be the many first consultation can be this situation. Tell them that it has to be a contribution from male and female both. So when it comes to a hypothetical picture, so we always depict this side in our lecture. If we see in a biological way, age is almost 70 to 80%. Contribution is only 10 to 15%. Because once the fertilization happens, if there is some DNA damage of the sperm is there, that will be corrected by the oocyte. So the oocyte competence, if the lady is young, she is having very good ovarian reserve. So that competent egg is having capacity to correct that DNA fragmented sperm and still the fertilization will be better. So many of the correction will be happening after the fertilization even if the sperm is having a poor quality. The uterus contributes only around 10 to 15%. So whole contribution to live birth rate is maximum by egg, that is almost around 70 to 80%. Sperm contributes only 10 to 15%. So when the hypothetical biological relation is such, so that explains that the maximum burden of the fertility is going to be on the female partner only. So when the woman gets pregnant, the man gets the credit. But when she cannot get pregnant, the whole burden is on the female partner only. So we live in a culture celebrating male virility and protecting masculinity, and that is the truth. Though we have a civilized era, and though we talk about gender equality, this is very, very important and true in today's time. So in this particular lecture, I would like to highlight on these 4 factors. So regarding the poor ovarian reserve, PCOS, male infertility, and social age freezing. When it comes to poor ovarian reserve, we all should aware that in India, 12% of the women will be having premature menopause at below 40 years, almost. And that is why we are more worried when she attending 35 years. Late marriage is very common now, and that is why the infertility in a couple is on rise. So when more than 35 years we face a low ovarian reserve, sometimes the ovarian reserve is so low, her FSH is already gone beyond 10, and where the quality and quantity of the ovarian reserve has been suffered. Many times we have to discuss with them that to give IVF cycle and to give a live birth rate with a self egg is very difficult. So sometimes we have to go for egg donation option. So when it has to be a holistic approach, and a holistic assessment for a lady will be depending on the ovarian reserve test. And this ovarian reserve test, in our first consultation, we point out the AMH, which is the egg producing capacity, E2 level, FSH level, and ALH level. So only AMH is not going to give us any parameter. AMH, believe me, is not a fertility test. we are very much misguided by the AMH. Let's say if it's AMH of 0.5, you have to do her day 2 FSH level, do E2 level also. If AMH is 0.5 but her FSH is less than 10, she is 25 or 27 years old lady, then if at all she is having regular cycles, do her natural cycle monitoring. Call her on day 3, see she is having all small follicles. Call on day 13, see that she is developing her dominant follicle. And again call after 7 days whether she is ovulating or not. That is more than sufficient. Even if her AMH is 0.5 and she is ovulating every month, she is having better chance of conception. We should not divert her directly to go for IVF treatment, because her young age and that FSH is a qualitative marker is in favor of spontaneous conception. In other way, if the lady is more than 35 years, she has been married since long, they have tried enough number of therapies, AMH is 0.5 but FSH is gone beyond 10, that reflects the quality of oocyte has come down. And that is why in these patients we can't allow them to go for spontaneous conception. We need some faster treatment related to her pregnancy outcome. So it has to be correlation of AMH or E2 level or FSH level on day 2 and a natural cycle monitoring, and age is the very important parameter which we have to take into consideration. AMH alone is not a fertility test as you mentioned. So then the IGA study was done. So what they have analyzed, the pregnant patients initially before they were trying for pregnancy, the blood levels were taken for AMH value, and when they got conceived whether over a 1 year period, they analyzed their AMH retrospectively. So what they analyzed that 0.7 AMH and 3.2 AMH got same pregnancy rate. So we should not get biased on the AMH value alone. We should take that holistic approach. And as we know, as the age advances, the AMH drastically falls, and that no one can change. So in a female, typically, as age advances, the egg reserve goes down, and that is why many times, even at the age of 35 years, we have to ask her to go for donor egg cycle, because her cells, egg is not in that quality and quantity to offer herself, which we can use for her ICSI treatment. But in the same way, if we see in a male partner, the spermatogenesis process is throughout the life. Even at the age of 60-65 years, the sperm producing capacity is still good. So we rarely face any such problem. So we can't counsel any 35 years male person that your quality and quantity of the sperm will go down with your age as it advances. Many times, even if they are diabetic, even if they are having some addictions, their sperm count is still good. So that is why biological difference is there, and even the lady is healthy, she has to go something called as donor egg program for her ICSI treatment, which is a psychological, emotional and financial burden for a couple and her family. When it comes to a male infertility treatment, zoospermia male, and nowadays with the ART law, it's very difficult to go for donor egg cycle and donor sperm cycle. So donor ICSI and donor egg ICSI is very difficult. And in that case, when we opt for azoospermic patient, we actually see we have a criteria whether we can obtain sperm in surgical sperm retrieval way related to a azoospermic patient. So we know that there are two kinds of azoospermia. One is obstructive, one is non-obstructive azoospermia. Obstructive azoospermia means the spermatogenesis is there. So inside the testis, the sperms are still there, but they are not in the ejaculate it's absent. So we can advise them to go for surgical sperm retrieval like TISA and TC, and we still have sperm retrieval which we can use for ICSI treatment and from their own embryos and transfer to have a better pregnancy outcome. In patient with non-obstructive azoospermia, we do FSH level. If the FSH level is less than 7.6, testicular volume is more than 4 ml, and clinical examination, the testicular size is good, still we can tell them that even though you have a non-obstructive azoospermia, FSH value is all normal, and we can still use your sperm for ICSI, and you can have your own genetic baby. Micro TC is one of the modality which is available, and that we practice at Jahangir in azoospermic patient. And when it comes to FSH level in azoospermia, it's a global picture. So it's a serum level of FSH which we are analyzing. But in the testes, there is seminiferous tubules, and at some focal areas, the spermatogenesis is still going on. So which value I mentioned, that is overall the scientific data is telling that 7.6, less than 7.6 value, still the sperms are able to generate in the testes. But when the 7.6, the FSH value goes beyond 7.6 and patients are hell-bent, no doctor, I want my own genetic baby. So there is something called as global focal spermatogenesis. So some seminiferous tubules are still functioning. So in those patients, if we take them for a micro TC, but that has to be a trial TC, because we have to see that whether we can have sperm with the micro TC in these particular patients. If at all the sperms we can be able to retry, though the FSH level is 15 or 20 in that matter, we can preserve that sample, stimulate his wife, and then we can do ICSI and they can have their own genetic baby. And in those particular patients who are hell-bent on their own genetic baby, we do something called as histopathology of this TC tissue. So when we analyze the tissue, initially the urological approach of diagnosing azoospermia, they used to take testicular biopsy and they used to tell that whether it's a hypospermatogenesis or whether it's a germinal aplasia or whether it's Sertoli cell only. So if it is a hypospermatogenesis, then we can still give the FSH injection to that azoospermic person and we can still again go ahead with one more round of micro TC if the histopathology is in favor of hypospermatogenesis and not germinal cell aplasia. In PCOS, as we know that there is increasing AMH and with Rotterdam criteria, we all are aware that oligo or anovulation, irregular menses, then PCO morphology, biochemical or clinical hyperandrogenism. So out of these three, if we have two criteria, we diagnose as a PCOS. So the paradox is, as in a PCOS lady, initially she is anovulatory because she is having very high AMH and that not allowing the FSH to act. So she is anovulatory. So for her, we have to give some kind of a therapy to modify. Sometimes it could be a weight loss only, but sometimes we have to take them for stimulation to have the dominant follicle, and then for ovulation, then they can have a spontaneous conception with ovulation induction or in IUI cycle. But as the age advances, the AMH is going to come down. So in those particular girls, we can always counsel at the age of 25 years, though their AMH is very high. As her age advances, when they goes beyond 30 years of age, the AMH is going to go down. So their chances of spontaneous pregnancy is going to be very good, even at the age of 30-35 years. After 35 years, we will be again worried of decreasing the egg quality. But in PCOS, this is like a paradox. As the age advances, AMH becomes normal and there are spontaneous chances of pregnancy. This PCOS comes along with a depression disorder. So there is a Hamilton depression scoring which we analyzing PCOS patient, and this is known to a science that PCOS does come with depression. So to give an example, we always consider and counsel that a lady PCOS, we face two kinds of picture, a lean PCOS and a obese PCOS. So we tend to counsel that decrease your weight and then we can take you further. But believe me, it's very difficult. If at all the doctors she has consulted telling her decrease weight first and then go for treatment, you are again building some psychological depression in her. Because she has enough tried, then she has consulted you. It's very difficult. If at all you take a PCOS lady and non-PCOS lady, you give same diet and exercise to both of them. The non-PCOS will have a decreased decline in the weight compared to a PCOS girl. And that is how the depression sets in. And the consistency is very important. She always give a history that doctor, I am having very less meal, I am having very infrequent meals, and I am irregularly exercising. But after 1 month of doing all these things, I am just losing 1 kg of weight, which is very depressing for me. So the counseling is, lifestyle modification is one part of it, but the medical therapy also we should suggest. As Sachin sir was mentioning that liraglutide, that is a GPL agonist injection, which will help her for her diet and exercise, and this will decrease her weight more drastically. And semaglutide 7 mg tablet is available. If we advise them to take daily over a period of time, over 3 months of period, if we combine all these medical therapies together, she will be able to achieve this weight loss more faster compared to only the counseling regarding lifestyle modification. So PCOS urgent pregnancy, if at all she wants, the best treatment is IVF, because if we take that lady for ovulation induction, maybe we have to give, if she is not responding to letrozole, we will give her gonadotropin injection. If at all she is not responding for 4 injections, we will increase the dose. But increasing dose will be having a side effect of going for hyperstimulation, and then it's very difficult on the go to counsel that lady to go for IVF treatment. So one can override the hormonal imbalances with IVF, but PCOS is not treatable condition. So burden of the male infertility is totally borne by women, and male get antioxidant treatment, as sir was already mentioning that we prescribe antioxidant to a male partner for oligospermia and asthenospermia. But we should take into consideration that we are wasting the precious female time. If at all she is young, she is having very good ovarian results, then treating a male partner is okay. But if at all she's already 35 years, her reserve is low, then there is no point giving therapy for male partner. We have to go for advanced treatment. And as in typical or medical history, we first take history, then we go for clinical examination, then diagnosis, and then we ask for investigation. But in male partner infertility, it's totally opposite. As soon as the couple comes in, we advise them semen analysis. So the diagnosis is retrospective. Once the semen analysis is telling us he is having oligospermia, he is having azoospermia, then clinical examination comes into picture. So it has a retrospective way of analyzing when it comes to male partner evaluation. And there are many oligospermic men are there, but which has not been investigated because their wife is young. She is having very good ovarian reserve. So even a 5 million count person can have a natural pregnancy if the wife is having a good ovarian reserve and her user competency is very good. ICSI is a paradox because initially the male infertility treatment, the treatment is going to be ICSI. So patient who is having oligospermia of less than 10 million, 5 million, many times we used to advise ICSI, but that is because we had andrological ignorance. We never evaluated male partner. So we are not treating the root cause of it. We are just overriding that cause and advising. But that girl has to go through 12 or 13 injections of gonadotropins. She has to undergo anesthesia. The male has to just give one semen sample, that's it. So some injustice we are doing. If at all the female is young and she is having very good ovarian reserve. Obese males will be having 41% chance of oligospermia and 81% chance of azoospermia, and diabesity in India is very, very important, and that is one of the root cause of oligospermia or azoospermia nowadays which we are facing. So obesity and diabetes combination when it's a long standing that can make that person azoospermic. So added onset of male hypogonadism is because of high estrogen, as Sir was mentioning, because of the high E2, the HPO, hypothalamus pituitary testicular, that becomes malfunctioning and the spermatogenesis hampers. So letrozole we give for 3 months for such patients. So TE ratio we calculate. If TE ratio is less than 10, our treatment of choice is letrozole. If TE ratio is more than 10, our treatment of choice is chloroquine citrate. And we have to give it for 3 months because spermatogenesis will take at least for 80 days, and then semenesis will be done after 3 months of period. And social life freezing sir has already talked about. I just included in my slides because the female burden is so much. If at all she is targeting her career, though the medical conditions like oncofertility and autoimmune disorders are there, if she is targeting her career, she is having endometriosis, she has not found the right partner, she is planning pregnancy after 5 years. Let's give her freedom to go ahead with social life freezing. Then once she finds the right partner, she can use that egg for ICSI and transfer after 35 years with better pregnancy outcome. So we have to take that consideration. Though we know biologically females are burdened with the treatment of infertility, if we treat the root cause, give her psychological support and take the all advanced modalities, we can make difference to this holistic approach for infertility. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Cardiology ma'am, for enlightening us with the various aspects of infertility treatment. Thank you.
Now, I would like to call Dr. Amit Dravid on the stage. Dr. Amit Dravid sir, he is an infectious disease specialist from Pune. He has done his MBBS from Vijay Medical College and Sasun Hospital, Pune. He has done MD Medicine from LDMC and Sain Hospital, Mumbai. He is the Director of Infectious Disease and HIV at Nobel Hospital since 2010. He has many national and international publications. Some of his achievements are scholarship to attend advanced course in HIV medicine, which was held at Montreal, France. Awarded scholarship to attend research course in HIV medicine, which was held at Zagreb, Croatia. Junior Research Award. 11th International Congress on Drug Therapy in HIV Infection held at Glasgow, UK. ESA scholarship to attend 15th European AIDS Conference held at Barcelona, Spain.
felicitations now. May I request Dr. N. Jagtap sir to felicitate Dr. Sachin Kulkarni sir. May I request Dr. Prasad Kole sir to felicitate Dr. Aniket Mohi. I request Dr. N. Jagtap sir to felicitate Dr. Sharyu Mohi. I request Dr. Manoj Wangmode to felicitate Chairperson Dr. N. Jagtap. I request Dr. Manoj Wangmode to felicitate Dr. Kole. Thank you very much. Now may I request Dr. Amit Dravid sir to start with his lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. I am INDACON. Thank you for inviting me. And I will speak in English and Marathi. I will keep the topic simple because व्हायरल निमोनिया असा टॉपिक आहे की जो 20 मिनिटात तर संपू शकत नाही. मला तो 20 मिनिटात संपवायचा आहे. त्यामुळे आय स्टार्ट. सो बेसिकली आपण मागच्या वर्षभरामध्ये दोन मोठे व्हायरल निमोनियाचे एपिडेमिक्स बघितले, कोविड-19 आणि H1N1. आणि याच्यातून आपण काय शिकलो की व्हायरसेस आपल्याकडे साधारण 3000 वर्षापासून आहेत. आपण इथे फक्त 300 वर्षापासून आहोत. त्यामुळे व्हायरल पॅन्डेमिक्स हे आपल्याकडे होतच राहणार आहेत. ते काय आपण थांबवू शकत नाही. फक्त त्याची मॅनेजमेंट कशी नीट करता येईल ते आपण बघू शकतो. त्यामुळे कोविड-19 निमोनियाबद्दल आपण काय शिकलो की आता आपल्याकडे BA4 आणि BA5 हा व्हॅरियंट सर्क्युलेट होतोय. आपल्याकडे केसेस खूप कमी आहेत. इनफॅक्ट इंडिया इज रिपोर्टिंग ओनली 100 केसेस पर डे. What does that mean? That we have controlled the COVID pandemic because of our good vaccination and the earlier pandemic which led to a lot of infections. याचा अर्थ असा आहे का की आपल्याला पुढचं कोविड वेव्ह आपल्याकडे येणारच नाही? तर पॅन्डेमिक प्रपोर्शन मध्ये येणार नाही, पण एपिडेमिक प्रपोर्शन्स मध्ये येऊ शकते. जसं H1N1 आपल्याकडे आला, हळूहळू छोटे छोटे स्पॉट्स गावांमध्ये येतात, तसे कोविडचे स्पॉट्स आपण बघू शकतो. आणि का बघणार आहे आपण? कारण की आता काय होतंय की त्या व्हायरस इज नाव टेकिंग ऑन अ शेप वेअर इट कॅन इवेड आवर इम्युनिटी, इट कॅन इवेड आवर नॅचरल इम्युनिटी, इट कॅन इवेड आवर वॅक्सिन इंड्युस्ड इम्युनिटी, अँड आवर वॅक्सिन इंड्युस्ड इम्युनिटी इज गोइंग डाऊन. रिमेंबर, आपण जे वॅक्सिन घेतलंय ते आयडियल वॅक्सिन नाहीये. आयडियल वॅक्सिन हे नेझल वॅक्सिन असतं, पण ते बनवायला खूप वर्ष लागतात आणि त्याला खूप जास्ती रिसर्च अँड डेव्हलपमेंट लागतं. ते शक्य नव्हतं म्हणून आपण इंजेक्टेबल वॅक्सिन बनवलं. सगळ्यांनी इंजेक्टेबल वॅक्सिन घेतलं, पण त्या वॅक्सिनची इम्युनिटी राहते फक्त 6 महिने. Severe disease against it can give you protection for at least 5 years, but mild to moderate infection ला it can only give you immunity for 6 months. त्याच्यामुळे आता आपण सुद्धा तिसरं वॅक्सिन घेऊन वर्ष झालंय. So already our immunity is waning, our age is increasing, and the virus is now getting more and more mutations to evade the vaccine immunity. So we can get small spikes, but pandemic level ला जे आपल्याकडे ऍडमिशन झाले ते काही परत होतील असं मला वाटत. आणि हे का महत्वाचं आहे कारण की आता नवीन नवीन रिसर्च पेपर्स आले की लोक जे म्हणतात की मी घेतले 3 वॅक्सिन होऊ दे मला परत कोविड. तर आता क्लिअर झालंय की एव्हरी न्यू इन्फेक्शन ऑफ कोविड यू गेट, your risk of dying and your risk of having serious comorbidities goes on increasing. त्यामुळे तुम्ही वॅक्सिन घेतला असो का नसो, जर तुम्हाला दुसरं तिसरं चौथं इन्फेक्शन झालं, आणि आपल्याकडे बरेच असे लोक आहेत जे मला सांगतात की मला 5दा कोविड झाला, मला 4दा कोविड झाला, तर मी बऱ्याच जणांना सांगतो की काही भूषणावर गोष्ट नाहीये. कारण की एव्हरी ऍक्ट ऑफ कोविड इन्फेक्शन विच यू आर गेटिंग, युअर बॉडी अँड युअर बॉडीज इम्युनिटी इज गेटिंग हॅमर्ड, and your risk of dying and your risk of getting hospitalized by any other effect. म्हणजे आपण जे म्हणतो की मॅरेथॉन पळत होता, कोलॅप्स झाला, यंग लोकांना स्ट्रोक झाले, यंग लोकांना मायोकार्डियल इन्फेक्शन झालं, बऱ्याच लोकांना किडनी फेलियर झालं, बऱ्याच लोकांना लॉंग कोविड झाला, बरेच लोक डिप्रेशन मध्ये गेले, बरेच लोक कामावर कॉन्सन्ट्रेटच नाही करू शकले. हे का व्हायला लागले? कारण की कोविड नॉट जस्ट हॅज ॲक्यूट इफेक्ट्स, it also has long term effects which we call as long covid. आणि त्याच्यामुळे every prevention of every covid infection is very important. Not just covid, any viral infection has to be prevented because this virus is going to play with your immunity and it is going to cause long term effects. तर आपल्याकडे कुठले थेरॅप्युटिक एजंट्स आहेत हे माहीत करण्यासाठी आपल्याला कोविड मध्ये होतंय काय हे माहीत असणं गरजेचं आहे. मी नेहमी ही ग्राफ दाखवतो की कोविड मध्ये 2 वेव्हज आहेत. पहिल्या 1 आठवड्यामध्ये व्हायरस आपल्या शरीराला त्रास देतो, पुढच्या 7 दिवसामध्ये बॉडीची इम्युनिटी स्वतःला त्रास देते. त्यामुळे पहिल्या 7 दिवसामध्ये व्हायरस शरीरामध्ये मोकट फिरत असतो, तो सर्दी, खोकला, ताप, अंगदुखी हे सगळे प्रॉब्लेम्स क्रिएट करतो. 7 दिवसानंतर ज्याला आपण व्हायरल फेज म्हणतो, त्यामुळे तुम्हाला जे अँटीव्हायरल्स द्यायचे, तुम्हाला जे काय रेमडेसिवीर द्यायचे, तुम्हाला जे काय पॅक्सलोविड द्यायचे ते पहिल्या 7 दिवसात देऊन टाका. 7 दिवसानंतर अँटीव्हायरल्स घेऊन काही फायदा नाही. आणि हे इन जनरल कुठल्याही व्हायरल इलनेससाठी महत्वाचं आहे. 7 दिवसानंतर आपली इम्युनिटी जागरूक होते, ती इम्युनिटी नॉर्मली त्या व्हायरसला डिस्ट्रॉय करते, पण 5% लोकांमध्ये ती इम्युनिटी हेवायला जाते, हायपर इन्फ्लेमेटरी कॉज करते, आणि मग त्यानंतर पेशंट व्हेंटिलेटरवर जातो, त्या पेशंटला निमोनिया होतो, त्या पेशंटला ARDS होतो, आणि मग लोक म्हणतात की मी घरीतले झालो, व्हेंटिलेटरवर गेलो. सो अशा फेजमध्ये जिथं हायपर इन्फ्लेमेशन ट्रिगर झालेलं आहे तिथे तुमचे अँटी इन्फ्लेमेटरी एजंट्स काम येणार आहेत. त्यामुळे जे स्टिरॉइड्स तुम्हाला द्यायचे किंवा टॉसिलुझुमॅब द्यायचे किंवा तुम्हाला कॉल्चिसिन द्यायचे, बार्सिटिनिन द्यायचे, हे सगळं 7 दिवसानंतर. प्रॉब्लेम काय होतोय, आपण सगळ्या पेशंटला स्टिरॉइड पहिल्या दिवशी देतो. कुठलाही व्हायरल इन्फ्लुएन्झा असणार, सर्दी खोकला ताप, की लोकांना डेक्सोनाचं प्रिस्क्रिप्शन मिळतं किंवा ओमनोकॉर्टिलचं प्रिस्क्रिप्शन मिळतं, आणि तेव्हा स्टिरॉइडचा काही रोलच नाहीये. पहिल्या 7 दिवसामध्ये स्टिरॉइड दिलं तर जसं भावस्कर सर सकाळी म्हटलं की म्युकोरमायकोसिसचा एपिडेमिक येईल. आला का म्युकोरमायकोसिसचा एपिडेमिक? कारण की पहिल्या 7 दिवसामध्ये आपण सगळ्यांना स्टिरॉइड द्यायला लागलो. त्यामुळे पहिल्या 7 दिवसामध्ये अँटीव्हायरल, पुढच्या 7 दिवसामध्ये जर हायपर इन्फ्लमेशन ट्रिगर झालं, पेशंटला ऑक्सिजन लागलं, तरच अँटी इन्फ्लमेटरी एजंट्स द्यावे, हे मेन आहे. So what are the drugs which are now available? Thankfully now Paxlovid is available in India. Some of the companies have brought out. त्याच्या आधी आपल्याकडे मोलनुप्राविर पण होतं आणि आपल्याकडे रेमडेसिवीर पण होतं. So what is Paxlovid? It is one of the best treatments available for COVID now. त्यामुळे ह्याच्या पुढे जर कोविडचा कुठलाही एपिडेमिक आला किंवा कुठेही स्पर्ट ऑफ केसेस आल्या तर आपल्याकडे अवेलेबल आहे Paxlovid. It's a protease inhibitor. Just like we had protease inhibitors for HIV infection, we now have protease inhibitors for COVID-19. And Paxlovid is actually Nirmatrelvir plus ritonavir. Remember, ritonavir हे नाव तुम्ही HIV मध्ये लोपिनाविर रिटोनाविर बरोबर ऐकलं होतं. त्यामुळे the mechanism remains the same. Ritonavir is boosting the Nirmatrelvir. Nirmatrelvir is blocking the protease inhibitor of the COVID virus. And by giving it within the first 5 days, म्हणजे कोविड झाल्याच्या 5 दिवसाच्या आत जर तुम्ही Paxlovid दिलं तर your risk of progression to severe disease and death reduces by 90%. So now, if in case, in future, a COVID epidemic or say increase in COVID cases does occur in Indapur and the patient is elderly or the patient has had one infection or gets a second infection and you are worried that he might progress to severe disease, the Paxlovid is available. Giving it within the first 5 days will prevent progression to severe disease, and the dose is 3 tablets in the morning, 3 tablets at night for 5 days. That's it. So we now have a good oral therapy which is available. and it has shown that given properly 90% risk is reduced. आधी लोकांचं म्हणणं होतं की वॅक्सिनेशन जर झालं असेल पेशंटचं तर पॅक्सलोविडचा उपयोग होईल का, तर डेफिनेटली होईल. इवन इफ युअर पॉप्युलेशन इज वॅक्सिनेटेड, triple vaccinated, and after that he gets COVID-19, still Paxlovid will work, and it will work best in elderly population. त्यामुळे आपले जे 60+ लोक आहेत की ज्यांना अजून सुद्धा रिस्क आहे कोविडची, त्यांच्यामध्ये Paxlovid will definitely work. What about Molnupiravir? Initially Molnupiravir came and it showed that Molnupiravir given within 5 days also reduces risk of progression to death and hospitalization. Again, this is an antiviral, but over time we have found that the efficacy is only 30%. त्यामुळे hopefully Molnupiravir will gradually get phased out and Paxlovid will remain as the treatment of choice for COVID-19. What about Remdesivir? आपण नेहमी Remdesivir आधी आपल्याला शिकवलं होतं की जेव्हा पेशंट ऑक्सिजनवर जातो तेव्हा Remdesivir वापरा. आता तो पण कन्सेप्ट चेंज झालाय. आता लोकांचं म्हणणं आहे की जर तुमचा पेशंट 60च्या वर असेल, तो कोविड पॉझिटिव्ह असेल आणि तुम्हाला भीती आहे की हा पेशंट प्रोग्रेस होऊ शकतो, तर पहिले 5 दिवसामध्येच का पहिले 3 दिवसामध्येच तुम्ही रेमडेसिवीर देऊ शकता. आणि रेमडेसिवीरचा डोस 5 दिवस द्यायची पण गरज नाही, 3च दिवस द्या. 200 मिलीग्रॅम पहिल्या दिवशी, 100 मिलीग्रॅम दुसऱ्या दिवशी, 100 मिलीग्रॅम तिसऱ्या दिवशी. जर तुम्ही पहिल्या 5 दिवसात रेमडेसिवीर देऊन टाकलं तर तुमच्या पेशंटची रिस्क ऑफ प्रोग्रेशन टू डेथ अँड डिसीज ऑल्सो रिड्युसेस बाय 90%. So as of now, if there is a COVID surge in India, we have 2 good antivirals available with us. One is a tablet, one is an injectable. One is Paxlovid, which we can give in OPD basis. If the patient doesn't want to take Paxlovid, we can admit the patient and give him 3 days Remdesivir. It will do the same job. So we have now 2 good antivirals available, and we should use them. What about monoclonal antibodies? मध्ये खूप फॅड आलं होतं की let's give monoclonal antibodies. That is also an antiviral. And it worked well in the Delta variant, but unfortunately, Omicron कुठल्याही अँटीबॉडीला, मोनोक्लोनल अँटीबॉडीला जुमानत नाही आणि कुठलीही मोनोक्लोनल अँटीबॉडी देऊन फायदा होत नाही. त्याच्यामुळे आता ह्याच्या पुढे कुठलीही मोनोक्लोनल अँटीबॉडी जरी कुठल्याही कंपनीने ऍडव्हर्टाईज केली तरी ती ओमायक्रॉन विरुद्ध काम करत नाही. कृपा करून कुठलीही मोनोक्लोनल अँटीबॉडी पेशंटला देऊ नका. इट इज व्हेरी कॉस्टली आणि ओमायक्रॉन इट इज ऑफ नो यूज. जर पेशंट ब्रेथलेस झाला, ऑक्सिजनवर गेला, व्हेंटिलेटरवर गेला किंवा NIV वर गेला तर मग स्टिरॉइडचा रोल येतो. आणि तिथे सुद्धा डेक्सामेथासोन इज द ट्रीटमेंट ऑफ चॉईस. 6 मिलीग्रॅम फॉर 10 days इज द ट्रीटमेंट. And if given, especially in patient who requires oxygen, only then the risk of mortality will reduce by 30%. Remember, before a COVID patient requires oxygen, there is no role of steroids, there is no role of tocilizumab, there is no role of colchicine, there is no role of baricitinib. त्यामुळे अँटी इन्फ्लेमेटरी एजंट्स हे जरा जपून वापरा. जर आपण पहिल्याच आठवड्यात स्टिरॉइड वापरून टाकले तर त्याला म्युकर होणार हे नक्की आहे. कारण की कोविड पण शुगर वाढवणार, स्टिरॉइड पण शुगर वाढवणार आणि तो इम्युनिटी पण कमी करणार. आणि त्याच्यामुळे अँटीव्हायरल्स इन द फर्स्ट 7 days. If you want to use steroids, only use them if your patient requires oxygen, and this is true for any viral pneumonia. त्यामुळे आता ह्याच्या पुढचे जे व्हायरल निमोनिया मी सांगणार आहे हेच पॉलिसी वापरावी लागणार. अँटीव्हायरल्स when there is viral phase and anti-inflammatory when the patient goes into cytokine storm or hyperinflammation. जर स्टिरॉइडने काम नाही केलं तर मग आपण काय वापरतो? टॉसिलिझुमॅब. म्हणजे पेशंट ऑलरेडी निमोनियाचा आहे, त्याला आपण स्टिरॉइड दिले, 48 hours बघतोय, पेशंट इम्प्रूव्ह होत नाहीये, NIV ची रिक्वायरमेंट वाढत चालली आहे, देन वी यूज टॉसिलिझुमॅब. आणि टॉसिलिझुमॅब दिलं तर ऍडिटिव्ह इफेक्ट आहे. म्हणजे स्टिरॉइड्स अँड टॉसिलिझुमॅब आर कॉम्प्लिमेंटरी टू इच अदर. स्टेप वाईज पॅटर्न आपण इम्युनोसप्रेस करत जातो पेशंटला. आणि रिमेंबर की डोस बेस जर आपण दिलं तर पेशंट ह्याच्यातून सुद्धा इम्प्रूव्ह होऊ शकतो. जर टॉसिलिझुमॅबने पण फरक नाही पडला तर आपण काय वापरू शकतो? तर तिसरं ड्रग आले बार्सिटिनिब, विच इज अगेन अन ओरल ड्रग. त्यामुळे नाव वी हॅव 3 immunosuppressive agents and 2 antivirals now available for COVID-19. If the patient is in viral phase, you use early Remdesivir or Paxlovid. If the patient goes into hyperinflammation phase, requires oxygen, requires ventilator, then first use steroids, then escalate to baricitinib, then escalate to tocilizumab. Then even these 3 given together can help and help the patient. So this is what we follow at Global Hospital. Graded pattern of anti-inflammatory agent. सगळे एकत्र वापरून टाकू नका कारण सगळे एकत्र वापरलं तर पेशंटला तोटाच होणार आहे. त्यामुळे दिस इज व्हॉट वी लर्न. सर्वात महत्त्वाचं हे असं होतं. सो पेशंट हू कम्स विथ ARDS, if given correct steroid dose, given correct tocilizumab dose, given correct baricitinib dose, can get wind of even invasive mechanical ventilation and can go home. पण सर्वात महत्त्वाचं आहे की हे सगळं प्रिव्हेंट करता येऊ शकतं. आणि अजून सुद्धा आपल्याकडे 20% असे लोक आहेत जी फुल्ली वॅक्सिनेटेड नाही आहेत. आणि स्टडी आफ्टर स्टडी हॅज शोन that if you don't take 3 doses of the vaccine, you are still at risk for COVID-19, especially when the virus is changing its color, acquiring more mutations. If you don't have 3 doses in your body, you are at risk, and your risk of dying and hospitalization is 17 times higher. सो मी 1 डोस घेतलाय आणि एकदा इन्फेक्शन झालंय असं याच्यावर हे मानू नका. 3 वॅक्सिनचे डोसेस सगळ्यांनी घ्या, ते फ्री मिळत आहेत आणि आता अनयूज येऊन डिस्ट्रॉय होत आहेत. लिटरली गव्हर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज डिस्ट्रॉइंग द व्हायरल डोसेस. So if you are not fully vaccinated, remember up-to-date vaccination is the only way of preventing this. 3 doses is must, and now it is also shown in the US that for those who are 60 years and above, 4 doses have to be given, because it is very clear that those who are 60 plus or 65 plus, they are perennially at risk of COVID-19. तुम्ही त्यांना किती डोसेस द्या, त्यांची इम्युनिटी एज मुळेच इतकी वीक झालेली आहे की त्यांना नेक्स्ट इन्फेक्शन पण होऊ शकतो. सो इफ यू आर 65 plus, please take a 4th dose. If you are 65, less than 65, 3 doses of enough. But 1 dose, 2 dose for please bharosa mano naka. Complete your vaccination. You want to prevent this, because in the US only 80% of people have taken, 70% have taken vaccination and they are still getting admissions with ARDs. So remember, we don't want that scenario happening in India. ऑल्सो माझ्याकडे बऱ्याच प्रेग्नेंट विमेन येतात, ते सांगतात की आम्हाला डॉक्टरांनी सांगितलं वॅक्सिन घेऊ नका, तुमच्या बेबीसाठी खराब आहे. सो रिमेंबर, दिस इज ऑल्सो अ मिथ. इफ यू डोंट टेक कोविड वॅक्सिन फॉर अ प्रेग्नेंट लेडी, her risk of dying, her risk of stillbirth, her risk of miscarriage, her risk of fetal abnormalities is much higher. If you take the COVID vaccine, actually her risk of preterm birth, preeclampsia, stillbirth, neonatal birth actually goes down. Therefore, please don't advise your pregnant ladies don't take COVID vaccine. Please encourage them to take COVID vaccine. The complication, people keep telling me is a complication to get vaccine. I'll repeat it again. जे कॉम्प्लिकेशन आहे हायपरकोएग्युलेबल इव्हेंट्सचं, ते 1 in 20,000 लोकांमध्ये होतं. सो प्लीज कीप दॅट इन पर्स्पेक्टिव्ह. एकीकडे कोणाला तरी डीव्हीटी झाला, कुठेतरी सेंट्रल व्हेनस सायनस थ्रॉम्बोसिस झाला, दॅट डझंट मीन दॅट द वॅक्सिन इज युजलेस. द वॅक्सिन हॅज अ साइड इफेक्ट प्रोफाईल अँड द साइड इफेक्ट्स आर इन 1 in 20,000 people. मूव्हिंग ऑन टू H1N1. H1N1 मध्ये काय आहे, आपण ऑलरेडी जुलैमध्ये आपल्याकडे एक H1N1 चा छोटा स्पाइक येऊन गेला, ज्याच्यामध्ये ऑलरेडी पेशंट्स व्हायरल निमोनिया ARDS मुळे ऍडमिट व्हायचे. आपण त्यांची कोविड टेस्ट करायची होती, निगेटिव्ह यायची. H1N1 करायचं होतं, पॉझिटिव्ह यायची. सो रिमेंबर, पुढे कोविडचं पण असंच होणार आहे. दर थंडीमध्ये एक थोडेसे 50-60 केसेस प्रत्येक गावामध्ये वाढतील, जे आपल्याला मॅनेज करावं लागेल, जे आता आपण H1N1चं करतोय. व्हॉट अबाउट द गाईडलाईन्स ऑफ H1N1? इट इज व्हेरी क्लिअर की एकदा तुमच्याकडे स्पाइक दिसायला लागला तर एव्हरी पेशंट हू गेट्स फीवर, कफ, कोल्ड, ब्रेथलेसनेस should have a COVID-19 and H1N1 टेस्ट कर. आता काय करतो, आपण टेस्टच करत नाही, त्यामुळे आपल्याला कळतच नाही की आपल्याला टेस्ट काय होते. आणि मग पेशंट व्हायरल निमोनिया मध्ये गेला, ARDS मध्ये गेला की आपण हायर सेंटरला पाठवतो, तेव्हा ते PCR ची सेन्सिटिव्हिटी ऑलरेडी कमी होऊन जाते. त्यामुळे आम्हालाही कळणार नाही की नक्की कशामुळे झालं. सॉरी अरे ते सॉरी फॉर द इंटरप्शन. सो सगळ्यांना इन्फ्लुएन्झामुळे टेस्ट करा. आणि रिमेंबर की जसे कोविडचे कॉम्प्लिकेशन्स आहेत, कोविडमुळे लॉंग कोविड होऊ शकतो, H1N1 चे पण कॉम्प्लिकेशन्स आहेत. राईट फ्रॉम ओटायटिस मीडिया टू ब्रॉन्किओलायटिस टू क्रूप टू ऍक्टिव्हेशन ऑफ एअरवे डिसीज टू सिव्हिअर निमोनिया टू मायोकार्डायटिस टू एन्केफलायटिस टू रेस सिंड्रोम टू हिपॅटिक फेलियर. Everything which occurred in COVID-19 can occur in H1N1. So it is still a big killer and we are just not worried about that. We should be worried about H1N1 as well. आणि असे पेशंट निमोनिया घेऊन आमच्याकडे आले होते जुलैमध्ये, जेव्हा असं वाटलं की हा कोविड आहे का, पण जेव्हा H1N1 केला तेव्हा H1N1 पॉझिटिव्ह आला. सो रिमेंबर, ऑल व्हायरल निमोनियाज आफ्टर सम टाइम आर गोइंग टू लुक द सेम. द etiology might keep changing, but our treatment also should be against the disease, and sometimes we need to give blanket therapy for viral pneumonia as well, because the pathologic mechanism is more or less the same. So which are the groups at high risk of influenza complications? The same which were at high risk of COVID complications. Extremes of age, heart disease, liver disease, kidney disease, CKD, dialysis patients, oncologic malignancies patients, या सगळ्यांना इन्फ्लुएन्झाचे पण कॉम्प्लिकेशन जास्त होणार आहेत आणि ते हॉस्पिटलाइज पण होणार आहेत. So how do we treat? Again, the treatment remains only one. We have only one antiviral, oseltamivir. Again, oseltamivir should be given within 48 hours. Remember that viral phase for H1N1 जी कोविड मध्ये 7 days राहते, ती H1N1 मध्ये हार्डली 2 to 5 days राहते. सो इट इज मच फास्टर. त्यामुळे इफ यू लुक ॲट एन H1N1 पेशंट, तो सांगत नाही की 7 दिवस सर्दी खोकला ताप होता आणि नंतर दम लागायला लागला. तो म्हणतो 2च दिवस सर्दी खोकला होता आणि मला दम लागायला लागला. सो व्हायरल फेज फॉर H1N1 is even shorter. When it comes in viral phase, we have to give oseltamivir. Remember, those who progress, त्याच्यामध्ये काय करायचं? प्रेग्नंट पेशंट्स कॅन प्रोग्रेस, इम्युनोकॉम्प्रोमाइज पेशंट्स कॅन प्रोग्रेस. अशा पेशंटमध्ये आपण अँटीबायोटिक देतो बिकॉज मेनी टाइम्स COVID-19 enters your body alone, but H1N1 enters with Staph aureus or Streptococcus pneumoniae. There is many times bacterial co-infection. त्यामुळे आपण oseltamivir बरोबर ceftriaxone plus azithromycin पण देतो बिकॉज बऱ्याचदा there is co-infection together happening. So their antibiotic selection is important. आणि असे मग पिक्चर येतं ज्याच्यामध्ये बायोफायर केलं तर H1N1 पण पॉझिटिव्ह येतो आणि स्टाफ ऑरेस पण पॉझिटिव्ह येतो किंवा H1N1 पॉझिटिव्ह येतं आणि स्ट्रेप न्यूमोनिया पॉझिटिव्ह येतं. सो विथ दिस ट्रीटमेंट वी कॅन गेट बेटर. What about steroids? Steroids are controversial. They are not controversial in COVID-19, but they are controversial in H1N1. Some studies say that given during inflammatory phase, they help. Some people say if given during inflammatory phase, they can increase your infectious complications. So the jury is still out. But मला असं वाटतं की steroids are helpful, especially when the patient is on oxygen or on NIV, not before. So if your patient is on oxygen or NIV, the steroids, especially low dose hydrocortisone, 100 mg TDS, does make a difference. And we have given steroids and found benefit where the patient's X-ray has improved. Sometimes we had to use tocilizumab for influenza pneumonia also, and we got benefit there as well. But there are no studies. It's just anecdotal expert opinion. We need more studies for that. Other immunomodulatory agents like tocilizumab or baricitinib again are not studied for H1N1 pneumonia. Again, the main thing is prevention. हे सगळे जे व्हायरल निमोनियाज आहेत त्याच्यासाठी अप टू डेट वॅक्सिनेशन रेडी आहे. ऍटलीस्ट जे 60+ आहेत त्या सगळ्यांनी इयरली वॅक्सिन घेणं इन्फ्लुएन्झाचं फार गरजेचं आहे. आणि जे हेल्थकेअर प्रोफेशनल्स आहेत त्यांनी सुद्धा ऍटलीस्ट इयरली इन्फ्लुएन्झा वॅक्सिन, ते पण क्वाड्रिव्हॅलंट इन्फ्लुएन्झा वॅक्सिन. आणि कुठल्या महिन्यात ते पण क्लिअर आहे की साधारण तुम्ही मे जून मध्ये हे वॅक्सिन घेऊन टाका सो दॅट इयरली तुम्हाला प्रोटेक्शन राहील. कारण की इन्फ्लुएन्झा सीझन चालू होतो आपला पावसाळ्यामध्ये आणि मग तो वाढत जातो तेव्हा थंडी वाढत जाते तेव्हा. सो लेट्स बी अप टू डेट विथ कोविड वॅक्सिनेशन. लेट्स बी अप टू डेट विथ H1N1 वॅक्सिनेशन. टेट्राव्हॅलंट वॅक्सिन इज अवेलेबल. इफ टेकन इंजेक्टेबल we can prevent all these complications, and we as healthcare professionals are going to see these patients every year. It's not going to stop ever. So let's be up to date with vaccination as well. And remember, it's not just H1N1 and COVID-19 which are causing viral pneumonia and ARDS. We have seen RSV causing ARDS in kids. We have seen adenovirus. We have seen influenza A, H3N2. We have seen parainfluenza virus. We have seen rhinovirus. We have seen enterovirus. So we have seen patients coming, CT scan looking like viral ARDS. When we have sent the PCR, COVID-19 and H1N1 has come negative. When we have sent the expanded multiplex PCR, we have picked up all these bugs. Although the numbers are less, H1N1 causes much bigger number, COVID-19 causes much bigger number, but this is also important. So, and the treatment remains the same. Only these drugs have these viruses have no antiviral, but we have given steroids when the patient has ended up on NIV or has required oxygen. So more or less, the pathology is similar, antivirals during viral phase and immunomodulatory agents during inflammatory phase. And remember, so just last minute, there is now a pandemic going on in Vietnam of bird flu, H5N1, and WHO will mostly declare it as a virus of concern because 2 12-year-old girl children have died because of H5N1 in the last week. And initially it started with a lot of poultry getting killed, and then people having breathlessness, fever, and they have diagnosed it as avian flu H5N1 in Vietnam. And remember, these viruses don't respect boundaries. They can go from one country to other in no time. So watch the space. So in conclusion, with drop in temperatures in India, with the arrival of the winter season, there will every year be an uptake of viral pneumonias. We have to be ready about it. Although COVID-19 is under control, we need to be wary about its immune escape variants and our waning immunity and our some amount of no-nonsense attitude to vaccination. We should be 100% vaccinated, triple vaccinated by now, and above 60 should be 4 times vaccinated, is my humble opinion. Standard guidelines need to be followed for management for COVID-19 and H1N1. Remember, steroids not on the first day for everybody. Please let's not do it. And remaining up to date with adult vaccination is the need of the hour, and is the only way to prevent all this nonsense which happens every winter season in India. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ravi sir, for an excellent talk on viral pneumonia, your trends and changing scenarios. Thank you very much, Jagtap sir and Kole sir for chairing this session. Now may I request Dr. Naik Nimbalkar sir and Dr. M. A. Hegde sir to chair the next session.
Now may I request Dr. Gorse sir to please come on the dais for the next topic. Next topic is interesting cases in medicine. Our next speaker, Dr. Gorse sir, he is professor and HOD of medicine in PG Medical College. He has completed his MBBS and MD medicine from PG Medical College, Pune. He has a vast experience of teaching for last 33 years. He has published many original articles in various national and international journals and presented many research papers in national and international conferences, including COVID research. He has also received first prize in research article presentation for 4 times in national conferences, and he has been awarded with Dr. Ratna Puraskar in 2006. Over to Gorse sir.
Good evening, all of you. 2 days of the conference, and this seems to be the tail end of the whatever today's scenario that is there. Dr. Bhavaskar has taken us all through the internal medicine, right from cardiology, right from respiratory, neurology, so many common cases he has presented. And it was really a wonderful presentation. Dr. Amit has taken us through the journey of viral pneumonias, whatever we faced in COVID-19, also in H1N1. Friends, let me thank the organizers of this particular conference for inviting me, specifically Dr. Manoj, who happens to be my PG student in PG Medical College. I basically, certain interesting, Amit has already said that, okay, viral cases are going to be plenty in coming future. And I repeat, this century is going to be of the viral illnesses. All this century is going to be viral. We have to be prepared as far as these viral illnesses are concerned. Amit also has said, there are different types of viruses. Adenovirus is going to be there, rhinovirus we come across, COVID-19, influenza, so many. Here I am going to present certain cases which really we faced in our, PG Medical College, Pune and Hospital. Dear friend, this is the compilation of the 5 cases. The case 1 is 45 years female who is coming to us with the fever, headache, vomiting, body ache since 2 days. 2 days history only, chest discomfort, irritable behavior since 1 day. Irritable behavior for the last 1 day. On examination, she is found to have tachycardia. She was febrile. The blood pressure was 96 by 50 millimeters of mercury, and SpO2 was 88% on room air. Respiratory rate, there was tachypnea. There was ejection systolic murmur and bilateral fine crackles were there. Patient was drowsy, altered with neck rigidity. Once it is a neck rigidity that is there, the first thing that in presence of the whatever febrile illness that is going to be there, we consider always that could be a meningitis that is there. Okay. As far as the investigations are concerned, CPK-MP was high, 37. While the creatinine was 2.1 and urea was 59. Obviously, it's not the process that is going on in the meninges, but the process also is going on in the myocardium and also some process that is going on in the kidney. Could be because of the hypertension that is there. This is the first case. This is the X-ray that is there. And if you look at into the X-ray, whatever on the right side you see multiple infiltrate spores are there and a consolidation type of thing that is there at the right base. Not only the right side but also the left side is also showing certain reticular shards. This is the ECG, nothing much, there is a sinus tachycardia that is there. This is the first case. This is a compilation of 5 cases, those are there. And these cases, they have happened with us in a period of 4 months, which might be having, let us see, a different types of presentation, those are there. This is a case 2. She is a 70 years old female, dry cough, breathlessness on exertion, low grade fever since 15 days. She is confused. There is tachycardia, the blood pressure is 76 millimeters of mercury, SpO2 is 83, the respiratory rate is 32 per minute, JLP is raised, and there is a bilateral pain feeding edema. Pansystolic murmur is there, pericardial wrap is there, and bilateral forced repetitions, those are there. On EBGA, what is found was the type of respiratory failure with metabolic acidosis, and the CPK-MDA also is high in this particular case of 65.7. There is today a suggestion of moderate pericardial effusion, mild MR, trivial TR, and pulmonary arterial hypertension. This is how the X-ray that is there, and X-ray beautifully showing that there is some mitralization, there is a cardiomegaly, there is a cross pulmonary artery dilated that is seen, and what you can see is certain infiltrates, those are there on the right side. Not only on the right side, also, but also on at the left base. ECG is showing again some evidence of the pulmonary arterial hypertension, otherwise nothing is there. So this is the second case that is there. Third case that is there is 26 years male, easy fatigability coming to us with generalized weakness for last 1 month, breathlessness fever lasts for last 4 to 5 days. There is tachycardia, SpO2 is 76%, respiratory rate is 34 per minute, and there is a pallor, and there is a bilateral submental and submandibular lymphadenopathy. Again, the ejection systolic murmur is there, bilateral cough repetitions are there, hepatosplenomegaly is there. All these things we see in our day-to-day practice, in all the cases. We see hepatomegaly, we see pallor, we see fever, we see altered sensory, we see knuckle rigidity. So nothing new as far as the clinical presentation and nothing new as far as the clinical signs are concerned. But let us see what is going to be there later. EBG is showing in this case type 1 respiratory failure with metabolic acidosis. WBC count is, prelax. And 60%, 66% are the blasts. The platelets are 1 lakh, CPK-MDA again is high in this case. Creatinine is 2.4, AGOT is again high, 311, 305. This is the X-ray chest. If you see the X-ray chest, both the lungs are flooded. And there are infiltrations here and there, top to bottom, all 6 zones are getting affected. And the story that is happening for the last 4 to 5 days, the fever that is there. These are the blasts, those are there in the peripheral blood. So there is no doubt, there is hardly any doubt that the patient is a case of leukemia. This is the 4th case, 75 years old male, known case of hypertension, bilateral osteoarthritis, fever cough, expectoration, 4 days, breathlessness for last 2 days. If you see the pulse rate, again there is tachycardia, the patient is febrile, the BP is low, the SpO2 is low, 78% that is there, the respiratory rate is 36 per minute, bilateral coarse crackles are there, the patient is anxious and is having excessive sweating. The EBG is showing metabolic acidosis with type 1 respiratory failure. Again, the creatinine is high, AGOT is high, D-dimer is 4.5, very high. The UEG is suggestive of raised renal cortical echogenicity. This is the X-ray, the classical lobar pneumonia that is there on the left side, and again some infiltrations, those are there on the right side. In all these particular patients, the history is of short duration. Only 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, mainly the pulmonary. But if you realize, it is not only the pulmonary manifestations those are there, but also the heart manifestations are there, some kidney manifestations are there. This is the case 5, diabetic, hypertension, 53 years old CV history for last 5 years, cough expectoration 4 to 5 days, bilateral lower which is 2 to 3 days, tachycardia, blood pressure 160/90, SpO2 82%, respiratory rate is 34, BAC is high, found to be diabetic, bilateral crackles, those are there, type 1 respiratory failure is there, creatinine is 3.42, UA is 62, D-dimer is 2.04, this is the X-ray, again lower consideration, bilateral infiltrations again on the right side. So, dear friends, these are the 5 cases. To summarize, these are the cases. The case 1 has no comorbidity. It is a viral meningoencephalitis case presenting again with the MODS. Case 2 is female, 70 years, has got mitral regurgitation, has got pulmonary arterial hypertension, and now presenting with acute myopericarditis with shock. Case 3 is young male, there is hematological malignancy as a comorbidity. Patient is presenting to us with ARDS and MODS. Fourth case, 75 years, has got hypertension, has got osteoarthritis, and is now presenting with ARDS with sepsis and MODS and shock. Fifth case is diabetic, hypertension, old CV, coming to us with ARDS. You must have seen all these cases. ARDS you must have seen, AKI you must have seen, hepatitis, the liver getting damaged, the patient is developing renal failure, febrile illness, 2 to 3 days duration, multiple organ dysfunction syndrome, all these types of presentations you must have seen. And you must have thought of various etiologies. Various etiologies those can be there. And here, first thing that should be coming in our mind, either it is a bacterial infection that is running or viral infection. Predominantly, what I am going to consider is the viral infection that is giving rise to all pulmonary, the very pulmonary. On top of it, certain 2 patients they are showing the lobar type of consolidation, that means some bacterial infection is also happening in them. So no doubt when such type of patient they come to us, without hesitation we start the patient on antibiotics. We don't think further what it could be. What is happening in this particular patient? What is there is respiratory rate is very high in this particular patient, SpO2 is very low, X-ray chest is showing homogeneous, non-homogeneous opacities, infiltrates here and there, think bacterial, atypical organisms, viral, fungal less likely because fungal, acute fungal infections coming in only 2 to 3 days or 5 days, less likely, but then can happen in patients with leukemia like. If at all we are suspecting a viral pneumonia, as Hamid already has said, so many viral illnesses they present with the pneumonia-like presentation. It could be influenza virus, SARS, adenovirus, rhinovirus, respiratory syncytial virus, parainfluenza virus. So friends, what is your experience tells you? What are these cases? Most likely it is a viral case, multi-organ dysfunction. But then what are these cases? What is the underlying etiology for this? Have you thought of hearing? Can it be influenza? Can it be adenovirus? Can it be something like say SARS-CoV-2, SARS? It's for last 2 to 3 years now. Similar types of presentation. Pneumonia, something like say infiltration here and there, multiple organ dysfunction syndrome, coagulopathy, all these, right? But then what is it? Is it COVID? Is it influenza? Is it H1N1? Is it adenovirus? Is it rhinovirus? Is it something else? And dear friends, let me tell you, over a period of 4 months, we have come across these 5 cases. Not only these are the 5 cases are the presentable cases, rest of them are not presentable, they just coming to us with the sore throat like presentation. What could it be? And the patient was subjected for, it's not going up? Yes, it is. Patient was subjected for biofire, and what we could come across. We could come across human, not monkeypox. It is one of the virus that is there. Metapneumovirus. And it is a metapneumovirus that we have come across. Have you heard of this metapneumovirus? Must have not heard before. But this exists. So many cases we have come across in a period of 4 months. And these are very few of them are the presentable ones. We should know this thing. So the standard line of treatment that is going to be there for the viral pneumonias, we are supposed to practice that thing because there is no antiviral that is available for the treatment of metapneumovirus. What is required is take care of whatever ARDS that is, take care of whatever acute kidney injury that has happened, take care of whatever, MODS picture, and take care of whatever secondary infection that is there. Question mark is going to be there in all these cases, whether the steroids are going to be useful. 2 dilemmas, COVID-19 steroids really are going to be useful when there is a cytokine storm. In H1N1, steroids are still question mark that is there. Here again, some sort of question mark is there as far as the management of ARDS. These are certain cases. I have plenty of cases. The organizers are supposed to stop me whenever they want to stop. Because, the thing, already it is 6 o'clock and the inauguration ceremony is waiting for us. other gala, banquet is waiting for us. So whenever you want. Okay. I will not be going into the details of this thing or theoretical aspect of it. Let me present one more case. 66 years old male, resident of Borbodi Pate, no known comorbidities, presently with complaints of URTI-like presentation, rhinitis, sore throat for 5 to 6 days, breathlessness on exertions in 3 days, chest pain, retrosternal, intensified with coughing and lying down, relieved by sitting up position, radiating to the left shoulder since 3 days, and fever for last 2 days. Nothing significant as far as the other symptoms are concerned. Has received 2 doses of the COVID-19 vaccine. No family history or past history is going to be. When such type of presentation is there, pain getting referred to the left shoulder, first thing that acute coronary problem is going on. Why should it happen in a patient who is having febrile illness? Then second thing we can give a thought could be a pericarditis, not only myocarditis, but also the pericarditis type of thing. Or it could even be the pleuritis type of presentation. Nothing significant as far as the general examination is concerned, but SpO2 was 90% on room air. And there was neck veins were distended. On serious examination, obviously, what Dr. Bavaskar said was concentrating on the history, concentrating on general examination science, concentrating on systemic, which we nowadays are lacking. We are not doing it perfectly. But then if we go really with the systemic examination, general examination, we can get certain clues in the diagnosis. So here, what is happening is, there is left border that is dull, and that is not corresponding with the apex beat. And standard teaching, when the left border is not corresponding with the apex beat, is going beyond the apex beat. First thing that, though the percussion nowadays in cardiology we are missing, we are not doing at all, right? But then sometimes it may give clue to us. And what it was the left border was not corresponding with the apex beat, was going beyond. And first thing that always comes in our mind is what? It should be a pericardial effusion and nothing else. So the patient was investigated, nothing specific. Again, the MC was 126. The ferritin was 141, which was high. The CRP was 15.3. The LDH was 875. The dimer was 0.57. CPK-MB was 41. Again on higher side. This is the X-ray that is there, typically showing that it is a pericardial effusion. Right, and then obviously when it is a pericardial effusion, we have to find out the cause. So even today we consider pericardial effusion as one of the important cause. Always we think is what tuberculosis. The rest of the things, viral and all the things, we keep on thinking and thinking and thinking. So first priority when it is pericardial effusion is there, we always keep in mind about the tuberculosis. And obviously the pericardial tapping was done. The pericardial fluid was yellow and turbid, and proteins were 1.368. The sugar was 120, total liquid cells were 320, volume ox were 30%, lymphocytes were 30%, and reactive vegetable cells were 40%, 100 RBCs were. Pericardial fluid was subject for AD, which was negative. AD is going to tell us about tuberculosis. So it is it is negative. Pericardial fluid. The CBNet was also done, which was negative. And the pericardial fluid culture was also done, which was also negative. Then what it is? Then what it is? Can it be judged? Any guess? What can it be? What can it be? There is no evidence of the tuberculosis that is there. What can it be? Any other specific cause that you would like to consider? Any physicians here? Yes? Patient is not inferior. Patient is not inferior. Autoimmune, okay. Autoimmune workup, always we can go for ANA, DSGNA, etc. Okay. Okay. Anything else that can, any physician, let us be little interactive, no problem. So that thyroid, okay, yes, thyroid can give rise to pericardial effusion. The TFTs are normal. Here, what was done was, as the pericardial fluid was sent for the RT-PCR. And the RT-PCR in the pericardial fluid was consumed. So this we consider as a COVID-19 pericardial effusion. Because, article nasopharyngeal swab that was sent, which was negative. Antigen was also negative. antigen was negative, the throat swab, the nasopharyngeal swab that was sent for RT-PCR was negative, and there was no suspicion, but then everything was happening during the COVID era. The case belongs to 2021. So everything was COVID. So we thought, why not to send a pericardial fluid when, for the RT-PCR, and the pericardial fluid was sent for the RT-PCR. To our surprise, it came positive. So it was isolated pericardial effusion because of the COVID-19. As Dr. Amit said, the COVID-19 can create problem anywhere in the. It could be in combination or it could be isolated also. We have seen cases having, acute kidney injury because of the COVID-19 without any other manifestations, right? So the thing that the pericardial synthesis was done, the steroids were given, patient was managed from, and this is how the thing that has happened. The pericardial effusion, X-ray wise also you see there is a reduction in the fluid quantity, and patient became absolutely okay. The repeat echo that was done was not showing any pericardial effusion. And these were the lab parameters which improved over a period of almost 14 days, day by day, they went on improving. And on 14th day, the patient happily going home without any manifestations, without any sequelae of either pericardial effusion or not developing any other symptoms. This is how the isolated case that was there of the COVID pericardial. Shall I continue? No. Yes. Yes? Okay. Then I'll stop. Thank you so much.
May I request? Thank you, sir. Hello. Thank you, sir. Now, next presentation is Dr. Yadav Munde. It's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Yadav Munde, a renowned international radiologist. Once we enter into the blood vessel, you can reach anywhere in the body from head to toe. And this is a typical catheter which is needed for most of the vascular interventions. This is our other catheter. This is a hybrid catheter where two intervention as well as surgeries in the same place. So as I told, we can treat any vessel in the body from head to toe. So I will show two interesting cases, one of brain and one for toe, and then move on to the neuro advances. So this is a case of stroke with right hemiplegia. You can see there was a complete occlusion of the left MCA and there is no flow in that region. And we did mechanical thrombectomy to this patient within 4 hours, and this vessel was opened up. And you should, I wanted to show this, that this patient was having dense hemiplegia on the right side, but immediately after the procedure he regained power to normal. You can see after procedure the upper limb as well as lower limb power was normal and he was able to talk. So this is the magical result which can be given to the patients who can present to us within stipulated time, and that guidelines you can get anywhere. Coming to the next interesting case of peripheral vascular disease. This is a 60-year-old male, diabetic, chain smoker, and having non-healing ulcer of the left lower limb. You can see this. So we did the angiogram. There was some stenosis in the superficial femoral artery. There was complete occlusion in the popliteal artery, and there was very poor distal runoff. So these are the findings. You can see there is a stenosis in SFA, occlusion in the popliteal, and no runoff distally. So we did angioplasty to superficial femoral artery, and this after that it was opened up, but still there was occlusion down. So earlier that we used to try from above. In this case also we tried from above, and we could not cross the lesion in the popliteal artery, and we could not go down. So most of the people interventions they stopped here, but we do extreme interventions. What we did was we went from down.
we punctured the dorsalis pedis artery. You can see the seed in the dorsalis pedis artery. We entered into the anterior tibial artery. Then from down we crossed the lesion into the popliteal artery. And then the wire was caught from the above. The artery was dilated with balloon. You can see there was some acute thrombosis in the ATA and popliteal artery. It was also aspirated. And this is the result. The popliteal artery as well as ATA was opened up. You can see. And this is the post-tenting of the superficial femoral artery and popliteal artery. And this is the result. You can see this ulcer was completely within 6 weeks. So this is the advantage of intervention. We can go extreme and treat any vessel in the body from head to toe. So I can't, there is no time to show more images of other cases. So I will quickly move on to the newer advances in intervention radiology. So newer advances means these are the newer procedures, but these are in practice in our hospital and we are doing these procedures routinely. But many people and many doctors are not aware of these procedures. These are the prostatic artery embolization for benign prostatic hyperplasia, varicocele embolizations, lupine artery embolization for fibroids, newer treatments for varicose veins. We know, most of us know laser, but there are few more treatments which has come and they are in practice. Newer methods to deal with thrombosis of arteries and veins, shock wave therapy for peripheral vascular diseases, and some embolizations for knee pain and shoulder. So first we will discuss about prostatic artery embolization. So all men who have been diagnosed with BPH who experience symptoms that are not controlled well with the medication or not fit for or not willing for surgery, these are the candidates for the prostatic artery embolization. So here what we do, we can go from the groin or from the radial axis. We go into the prostatic artery and we identify the prostatic artery. My catheter goes down into the prostatic artery, and once we reach there, we put the particles and block the blood supply to the prostate. And once that is done, the prostate shrinks in size and the effects will start within 2 weeks. And patient's symptoms will vanish within few weeks, and these results will be there till 1 year. Like the size of the prostate will decrease till 1 year, and the results can remain there forever. So how I do it? So we go in the prostatic artery here, then the and then put the PVA particle in the prostatic artery. Once that side is done, we go on that side also. I will just skip for saving time. And this is the patient done last like 2 years back. He is still doing good. And you can see the prostate volume was 150 cc, was increased to 140 cc within 2 months. So I will skip this. We have done up to 22 patients till now, and all patients are doing good. So skip the testimonial. This was our patient who was waiting for discharge next day morning and without any complaints. Then similarly we do varicocele embolization. Again, there are 2 types of treatments available: surgery versus embolization. The advantage with the embolization is there is fast recovery. The patient can return to normal activity within 1 or 2 weeks. Can resume sexual activity within 1 to 2 weeks compared to surgery which takes 4 weeks. So here again we go into the renal vein. And then internal traumatic vein, and then put the coils and block the blood supply.
this is our patient. This is intratraumatic vein blocked by the coils. Similarly, we block on the right side, and the procedure is embolization. Coming to uterine fibroid embolization, can be done for patients with menorrhagia, pelvic pain, bladder outlet obstruction, fibroids with undiagnosed infertility, etc. So again, this slide you can see the results are comparable to surgery. There are many advantages compared to surgery. So here what we do is go into the uterine artery which supplies the fibroids. So fibroids can be intramural, submucosal, and intramyomaterial and subserosal. The results are better for fibroids in the myomaterial region. And once we block the blood supply to the fibroids, you can see fibroids shrink and the symptoms will vanish. So this is one testimonial of my patient. Then we do genicular artery embolization for knee pain. This can be done for any patient with knee pain without joint deformity. Directly go to the video. We go into the genicular arteries and block the blood supply to the synovium so that the inflammation comes down and pains will vanish. This is one video we did first genicular artery in Maharashtra, and this patient is very good. We go inside the genicular artery. These are the small PVA particles, 100 microparticles. Once the particles are put, the genicular artery gets blocked, inflammation comes down. When we do glue for varicose veins, it is similar to laser. Only thing is here there is no need of tumescent anesthesia. We can directly put the catheter into the varicose veins and block the veins by putting glue. And this can be done on OPD basis. These are the results. Even for DVT, we go in. The patient presents to us with acute DVT. We can take out the thrombus from the blocked veins if they come to us within 3 weeks. So this is a postpartum DVT, 23 years old female. You can see the vein was completely gone. There is no flow seen here. And we did the thrombectomy with angiogen system, and this is the cleared thrombus burdens. The iliac vein was opened up, but there was narrowing here, which was treated by balloon angioplasty and then stent. And this is the result. The vein was opened up, and next day the edema and redness of the leg was come down within 24 hours. Similarly, we can do thrombectomy for patients with pulmonary embolism who are hemodynamically unstable. You can see there is a big thrombus in the right as well as left pulmonary artery. So we go in with the catheter, thrombectomy catheter, and suck out the thrombus. And this is the result. Both the veins, arteries were opened up, and the patient could be saved. So intravascular lithotripsy also can be done for calcified regions. The principle is same as we use for kidney stones. We break the calcium in the vessels and open up the vessels. And these are the results you can see. The ulcer was completely after angioplasty. In patients who doesn't have reconstructable vessels, we can use stem cell treatment. We can inject stem cells in the leg, and it will lead to neovascular formation and can save the leg. And this is not possible because we have advanced intervention tools in our equipment, which contains smart CT. You can do CT scan in the cath lab itself, 3D rotational angiography, 3D road map. You can put MRI or CT images on screen and combine with the PSA images and do the intervention which increases accuracy. So let's stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav, for wonderful presentation.
Now may I request Dr. Prashant Konfe to deliver his lecture on recent advances in joint replacement. He is the HOD of Orthopedic Arthroscopy and Joint Replacement Department, Director, Sterling Multi-Specialty Hospital, Pune. Yes. He has 20 years of experience in arthroscopy and joint replacement surgery. Invited as a faculty and speaker for teaching courses at international, national and state level conferences and seminars. More than 10 international and national publications in bullet journals.
Thank you. I am Indacon for inviting me for this talk. Actually, this recent advances of joint replacement is very vast topic. Because of the time constraint, I will just highlight on knee and hip joint replacement. So there are so many recent advances. We are artificial surgery.
Mike, little closer.
Hello.
Yes.
So as we are orthopedic surgeon, we have a choice which joint to be replaced and what to be done for the joint. So there are, you can do hip arthroplasty, knee arthroplasty, shoulder, elbow, ankle, spine, radial head, and carpo-metacarpal joint, and PIP joint. We can do this many joints. We can do the replacement. So I will just highlight some hip and knee joint. They are more prone for some degeneration. You know all about anatomy of the knee joint. I am not going into detail. So the knee joint anatomy is very specific. That is it's articulated round on flat bone because the femur is goal and tibia flat aspect. It's like so. It is the largest weight-bearing joint which is not protected by muscle like hip joint. So it is more prone for the degeneration. And unlike animal, in humans we are getting this arthritis because we are walking on only on two limbs. So there is more stresses, more degeneration of the joint. And our changing lifestyle, you know, for any reason we are just taking काहीतरी आणायचं म्हणलं तर आपण नेक्स्ट बाईक काढतो लगेच जाऊन घेऊन येतो चालत नाही चालल्यामुळे तर वजन वाढणार वजनामुळे पुन्हा आर्थरायटिस होणार जॉईंटवर स्ट्रेस येणार अपडेट होणार आणि जंक फूड खातो जंक फूडमुळे पुन्हा असे वजन वाढणार ओबेसिटी वाढणार आर्थरायटिस होणार इंडियन लाईफस्टाईल आय जस्ट स्पेसिफिकली दिस स्लाइड बिकॉज वी इंडियन आर मोर फॉन्ड ऑफ स्वीट्स वी आर लाईक सो ईटिंग मोर स्वीट्स अगेन सेम ओबेसिटी अगेन देयर इज स्ट्रेसेस ऑफ द जॉइंट degeneration. Then Indian sitting, we are sitting for this long time prosthetic sitting. So again there is a more after menopause there is a degeneration of the joint. This Indian toilet, sitting in this position for at least 10 to 15 minutes, it causes more stresses on the joints and again more degeneration. I am putting this photo because of sari, woman wearing sari, which is camouflage the weight gain. In Western country to fit the Western outfit. There is people can't hide the weight, but in sari the weight can be hidden. I am not against the woman wearing sari, beautiful actually, but that is the fact. So in our India, the woman wearing sari, we are not but sitting the arthritis down because of the weight. So what is the arthritis? You can see, as you compare the joint with this banana skin, so this is the erosion of the joint. Erosion of the joint like the skin of the banana, and then there are a lot of causes of arthritis like osteoarthritis, rheumatoid arthritis, urine infection. I am not going to detail. So in osteoarthritis there is some typical pain, swelling, locking, difficulty in walking. There are the 3 stages. I am not going to detail of the arthritis, and you can see that here a lot of general practitioners are maybe there. Again, I will tell you this is the you have to ask any patient to refer before. Okay, you are having joint pain. Ask the X-ray like weight bearing X-ray, standing X-ray. of the knee joint. That is very important. So again, suppose a patient will come to us and then again he has to bear some cost of X-ray because there is not a standing X-ray. So that is stand. A lot of general practice giving first patient will come to them only and having arthritis, having swelling, they will do NSAIDs. But it is very dangerous. You have to use cautiously. You know about the disadvantage. Intra-arterial injections are very important right now. We people are giving, previously a lot of people are giving steroid injection. But steroid injection is useful in arthritis, but it is only in rheumatoid arthritis, not in osteoarthritis and all. We can use steroid. Nowadays we are giving a visco supplementation, that is hyaluronic acid for in the joint for the lubrication, and this has a very great effect. So there is a physiotherapy role. I am not going to detail physiotherapy. You can do all exercise, quadriceps training, muscle exercise. There are newer physiotherapy. You can have multidisciplinary approach, Ayurveda, homeopathy, and all, but use for the joint replacement. But the only answer is the knee replacement. After all this failed, you only have a knee joint replacement. So there is in arthritis, you can give the 3 types of surgery. You can do arthroscopy, then high tibial osteotomy, and total knee replacement. So like in for the scopy, we can take the debridement of the joint, then we can do the lavage, and then it is useful only for the stage 1 and stage 2. For the in high tibial osteotomy, upon गाडीचं balancing or tubular alignment, like that same thing, you can just align the joint, the weight. You can transfer the weight from the medial compartment to the lateral compartment, so there is a less wear. So this is how we can do the high tibial osteotomy. So the best thing happened in the last 30 years is the joint replacement. From 1891 till now, the still joints are evolved. The scientists are evolving the joints. Newer joints are there forming. I will not go into detail. I will tell you some. So what exactly we are doing in joint replacement means what people अक्का गुडघा काढून बसवणार का काय सगळे क्वेश्चन्स असतात सगळ्यांच्या आता इथं भरपूर जणांचे आई वडील सरांचे भरपूर आहे भरपूर त्यांना जॉईंट रिप्लेसमेंट तुझा आपला गुडघा बदलून घेऊ पण काय लाईक तर आय एम जस्ट गिव्हिंग यू फर्स्ट वी आर टेकिंग distal femoral cut, then we are taking anterior femoral cut, then posterior femoral cut, then that is the chamfer cuts, then again tibial cut, then we are taking this is joint we are fitting for the femoral prosthesis, then for the tibial prosthesis and for the patellar prosthesis, and this is how you can see in the X-ray. So this is exactly what we are taking, the just cover of the arterial cartilage we are removing and putting the prosthesis. So this is a small video that I will go through. You can take the incision, take the patellar back and with cement, after taking the cuts, as I showed you before, you can fix the joint. The newer thing is like after putting the joint, you can see this X-ray and alignment of the joint. So coming to the another is the UKI, means unicondylar knee replacement, means only one compartment of the joint you can replace. Whenever that is for this is for a limited indications, whenever the patient is like young patient not ready for the total joint replacement, having only middle joint involvement, you can give the you can do this unicondylar joint replacement. So this is unicompartmental joint again UKR. So there is a particular femoral joint replacement also there, but this prosthesis is not available in India still. Again, there are design, polyethylene design. Now I wanted to stress here because this is a zirconium or oxanium coated joint. These are the joints. Now the companies are claiming it can last for the 30 years, and I am using since 2011. This joint came only in 2011. With that time I am using this joint. We are doing, for the young people we can do this joint because the life process is more. Now newer technology like computer assisted surgery and gas, I'm not going into detail, we can do now robotics. I wanted to tell you, we have better facility for the joint, like laminar airflow is very important, HEPA platelet filters are important because to prevent infection, and then body exhaust system is also very important. So I will just show you some cases. This lady, 84-year lady having a valgus deformity. We did a bilateral knee replacement, same sitting, and she can sit cross-legged very comfortably. She can go, she walk from the Ebu Road to the Hadapur with palki. After the replacement, she is 84-year lady. This Ajoba is a farmer. He can, I use here all poly implant. There is no metal implant in the tibia. He can walk and he can go to the work in the field. I'm not going in detail. Last, I will show you the few slides. For this, I wanted to tell you that just now 2 lectures are more on the COVID and the viral infection. If they are consistently and emphasizing that the use of steroid. But use of steroid, what happened since we are getting right now after the 2 years, last 2 years, I changed almost 37 joints, and I helped I did the core decompression for the joints due to the steroid complication, AV and vascular necrosis. Around 30 to 35 patients we did a core decompression, and 150 patients we examined because of the in my practice. Okay. So other doctors are getting more patients. So this is the because of the steroid. This person having rheumatoid arthritis taking steroid long term. He got bilateral AVN. So we did the bilateral hip replacement with ceramic implant. You can sit cross-legged. No problems. But this I wanted to tell you because of this COVID, a lot of people, so many people, to save his life, the physicians given steroid like that, but he saved vascular necrosis of the head, and we are now with last. I want to tell you just one thing. You can use any processes for the just last one slide I want to show you. Any for the ligament laxity, we can use the intra-osseous rods for the extension rod for the process. For the robots, just now people are asking, okay, I wanted to, as your doctor's father and mother, they wanted to do the robotic surgery, and they are not, you can see, but the robots are made by the human only. It is not, there is some perfection, whenever there is any very severe deformity, having a previous trauma of the femur or tibia, then the robot is only useful, otherwise you can do only with the conventional method. I did the first training in India for the robotic, and when the robot came in 2017. So I just want to tell you, our arthritis senior citizen can live like to the fullest, keep smiling, keep standing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable lecture.
Our next topic is by Dr. Vijay Daipare, sir. He is a renowned urologist, andrologist, sexologist, and stem cell therapist practicing in Mumbai since 2000. He has performed a large number of penile reconstruction and endoscopy surgeries in urology, prostate, stone, female urology, pediatric urology, renal transplant, endoscopic surgeries are his areas of interest. Treatment of sexual dysfunction and male infertility are areas of interest. He has been operating and giving treatment of sexual dysfunction patients since years together successfully. I invite Dr. Daipare sir to give his insights.
Good evening to all of you. सर्वप्रथम या ठिकाणी हे सर्व बस गॅदरिंग जे आहे इंडाकॉन IMAचे स्टेट लेवलचे जे प्रेसिडेंट आहेत रवींद्र कुटेजी, त्याचबरोबर INDACONचे
जे पूर्ण ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटी आहे, डॉक्टर राम सर, त्याचबरोबर डॉक्टर मनोज शिर्के, आणि एकच वाक्यात सांगेन एवढी मोठी ऑगस्ट गॅदरिंग घेण्यासाठी फार मोठे एफर्ट्स लागतात. म्हणजे ऑनलाईन सुरू असताना देखील ऑफलाईनला तुमचा हॉल हा पूर्ण भरलेला असतो. आणि राम सरांनी फार छान आयडिया केली, गाला डिनर शेवटी ठेवून. नाहीतर मी पहिल्या दिवशी झालं की सगळेच्या सगळे गायब होऊन जातात. म्हणजे हे नवीन मॉडिफिकेशन पुढे सर, म्हणजे इनॉग्रेशन आणि गाला डिनर हे नेहमी एंडला ठेवायचं. आपल्याकडे शॉर्ट टाइम आहे. तुम्ही नेहमी मला साम प्युअर पाहत असाल. सुखी गुणाचा मंत्र दर शुक्रवारी रात्री 11 वाजता हा नेहमी असतो. 6वं वर्ष आहे, हे रेकॉर्डेड सुरू आहे आणि तो लाईव्ह शो असतो. यामध्ये सेक्स एज्युकेशन, सेक्शुअल अवेअरनेस आणि सेक्शुअल सेफ्टी एक असा विषय ज्या ठिकाणी हा टोटली अनटच्ड आहे. आणि सेक्सॉलॉजिस्ट, युरोलॉजिस्ट आणि एंड्रोलॉजिस्ट ह्यांनी हा टॅकल का करणं आवश्यक आहे, तर A to Z सोल्युशन जे असतं सेक्शुअल डिस्फंक्शन मध्ये ही अतिशय डिफिकल्ट असणारी ब्रँच असल्यामुळं बरेच जण या ब्रँच पासून दूर करतात. आणि आपण मग अशा कंडिशन मध्ये एंट्री करतो की त्या ठिकाणी तुम्हाला दुसरे कुणीतरी त्याला टेक ओव्हर करून जी प्रॉपर ट्रीटमेंट मिळायला पाहिजे ती त्या ठिकाणी मिळत नाही. या ठिकाणी थोडक्यात इमिडिएट टॉक सुरू करूया. आज सर्वात महत्वाचा टॉपिक आहे सर्जिकल मॅनेजमेंट ऑफ सेक्शुअल इरेक्टाईल डिस्फंक्शन. त्या ठिकाणी विल गो स्टेप बाय स्टेप. मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टंट थिंग, हाऊ ऑफन we have discussed about erectile dysfunction. India is labeled as a important capital of the world. Anybody has seen like this? These are the direct papers. And how important subject is this? That is the reason we have gone ahead. What we discuss about the sex? How often have you heard people close as discuss with their sexual problems? Only people discuss about how they are active, how they are heroic, but nobody discuss how they are dysfunctional. And most important thing you must know, first step is that you have to accept the dysfunction. And most important thing, with aging there is graying of hairs. With aging we use spectacle. With aging we become bald. With aging you require maintenance. Then why you should not think of your main organ like other muscle? This is also an organ which is the generator of your universe, which is a creator. And since 6 years what I am observing, the rate of fertility, infertility, what IVF presentations we are observing, most important thing whenever patient comes to me, whosoever is advised IVF, I advise them first male sexual dysfunction treatment, and you will not believe near about 30 to 40% of IVF I am cancelling only due to treatment of the sexual dysfunction. Imagine natural process ला pregnancy होणं नैसर्गिक प्रोसिजर आहे, डिलिव्हरी होणं नैसर्गिक प्रोसिजर आहे. It is converted to disease. Why it is converted? Because day by day you are getting defunct. And when this corona has happened, what happened when corona has happened? Like lungs, every organ, testicular tissue, day by day hormones are going down. Every patient is telling, sir, I was too much active before corona, now I became down day by day. Now what next? What is the most important thing I will tell you? Leave the time apart. What is the present situation of India? In this case, 53% of men are not aware of ED, while 78% of women are aware of it. माणसाला स्वतःची पॉवर एकटा मैदानात किती पळाला, कोण जिंकलं कोण हरलं काही कळत नाही. युअर पार्टनर इज युअर व्हायोलेटर, whether you performing or not performing due to some reasons. In our area people don't discuss. Even you are so happy you are in India, you are performing, not performing, nobody is asking. Otherwise your partner would have ran out of till now. But you still feel I am happy what's happening. 35% of men and 47% of women think that stress is the major catalyst of ED. 56% of men would like to discuss ED with their partner or fix their relationship. This fourth point is most important. What? With this my show I am avoiding so many divorces, so many family conflicts, so many family problems. Now after marriage, within 1 month, so many cases come to me for the divorce only. Why? Lifestyle changes, alcoholism. You are not the sector of LGBT. People are converting day by day towards the additional thing like homosexuality, masturbation, addicted for pornography, and that is actually affecting their sexual life. And what happens after marriage also? 28% of women might consider separation if their partner does not take any corrective measures. 61% of men would consult the doctor and get treated by medication prescribed by the doctor, and 40% of men, 42% men are willing to substitute medicine prescribed by their doctor with a cheaper option or opt for what their pharmacist suggests. And most important, 21% of women are not sure their partners satisfy them physically, and 70% of men believe that they can sexually satisfy their partner. Is a feeling of male, not female. And most important, 87% of men believe sexual intimacy is very much required in a relationship. Friends, most important thing, every OPD you tell me, in our teaching, you are taught by ask for personal history. तंबाखू खाता का, बिडी खाता का, दारू पिता का, याच्या पलीकडे personal history, sexual life असते, and this has to be asked by every person to everyone, because first, when 25% of blood supply is lost in the penis, it gets dysfunction. And for the same thing, 50% block when you get in the heart, then you get a symptom. So first time of ED, first symptom of your heart disease, first symptom of any type of dysfunction is the penis, and that is the one indicator. Without investigation, if you get that, you can't treat anyone, you cannot treat yourself. So imagine your morning erection is not getting, your erections automatically are going down. Just imagine that your vessels are getting blocked, because real fact, in day hours, penis tissue doesn't get blood supply. Only in morning hours, if you stop sleeping for 8 hours, that time testosterone is raised, and that time erection comes. People tell me in morning I get a very nice erection, but it is not for your sex, it is for his sake. Because in that time only that penis is getting the blood supply. So in short, we are going to interesting videos for the treatment. Directly should not go for any type of surgical thing. And only penile implantology is the option. There are any type of congenital deformity that we are coming one by one. Some molecular medication first we have to start for 3 months. If suppose it is not working, every diabetic and hypertensive patient, everyone has definitely 101% effect of blood vessel. They get the dysfunction. Just imagine when blood supply is going off towards the penis, it might be going off towards the every organ. So by increasing the doses, and it is not going to the target organ, it doesn't work. So first, sexually, you have to be active. If you ask up to what age, from 22 years to 82 years, I am getting patients in my OPD, and in 1 week in total Maharashtra, I see more than 300 clients, I will say, not patients, who are suffering from ED. Because unless you recognize that you can treat, why anybody will come and tell you that I am defunct? Because after listening all the story, what will say? I don't know anything. That is the reason people don't come with you, and there is a history. Now, one by one we'll see conditions. Penile implant is the most important thing. Like this now, Dr. just you are told for orthopedic from where that knee joint has came and where it is got. People ask me, whose implant? From where you have to take the penile implant and implant over there? It is not like that. What are the types of implant? Rigid implants, semi-rigid implants, 3-piece incredible implants, 2-piece implant, and 1-piece malleable implants. So about side effects and see. Apart from implant, what other conditions they affect ED? Congenital anomalies, hypospadias, cordy, even phimosis also, superficial obstruction, post-traumatic pathological vascular, and organic causes also. So end-stage dysfunction is after all treatment. Never ever directly go to dysfunction or implant. If patients tell you or somebody refers you that do implant, because to treat the erectile dysfunction is very, very challenging job, and the person who can treat A to Z is from medicine, from pre-short therapy to implant, they should go for the treatment of sexual dysfunction. Now we are moving, these are the routine investigation to be done for implant, CBC, routine count, Doppler, and fitness. Then procedure after catheterization, we'll go to the procedure only. Before that, I will show you very important cases. लहानपणी बाळ जोपास झोक्यामध्ये टाकून जात असतात शेतामध्ये, ते टाकून गेल्यानंतर त्यांनी सू आणि शी केल्यानंतर एक कुत्रा आला आणि कुत्र्याने त्याचं पेनिस आणि स्क्रोटम हे दोन्ही बाईट करून काढून घेतलं. ते झाल्यानंतर तो मुलगा जेव्हा मोठा झाला त्यावेळेस त्याच्या फिलिंग सुरू झाल्या. बिकॉज फक्त टेस्टिस हा सोर्स नसतो की टेस्टिस्टॉनचा, अदर सोर्सेस आर ऑल्सो देअर. सो ही स्टार्टेड गेटिंग द फिलिंग. त्यावेळेस जनरल डॉक्टरनी जाऊन कम्प्लीट पार्ट सील करून टाकला, क्लोज इट. मग घरच्या लोकांनी याला आपण सिक्सरच्या गॅनमध्ये घेऊन सोडून देऊ हे डिसिजन घेतलं. पण त्याच्या आजीनी व्हाय इट इज इम्पॉर्टंट टू रीच टू द सोसायटी, त्याच्या आजीने पाहिजे की डॉक्टर जीवर येतात आणि ते त्याला नीट त्याला तो मुलगा म्हणतो मला सिक्सर व्हायचं नाही, मला बनायचंय, मला पेनिस तयार करायचंय आणि मला जगायचं नाही, तुम्ही जगणार नाही. जस्ट विल सी दॅट सर्जरी ओव्हर हिअर स्टेप बाय स्टेप. सी ओव्हर हिअर. दिस इज द स्टम्प आफ्टर while when he reached to me at the age of 18 years, this is nothing was there. That every time you have to remember, if any trauma occurs, bulbo cavernous strictures pulls the penis inside, and at that time it was buried inside. Probably your tip might have left, and that risk we have taken. So we are able to give the penis to this fellow. See the dissection by what we were meaning. Ventrally we have dissected till the maximum bulbar tissue. We have taken it out. Maximum penis is not more than 1 inch. See the length what we are doing. But for these cases, you have to take a very big risk. You have to take the people's in confidence, because if suppose we cannot able to stop, we have kept one option. I will do partial implant also is possible. I can pull it out. So dorsally also we have started the dissection. See, this is the dissection of suspensory ligament, but suspensory ligament in few cases for penile lengthening this operation is done. But one should not remove the suspensory ligament because of the erection, it may dangle in lateral direction, and by impact it can be fractured. So this is the not way. There are so many other ways like P-shots, vacuum therapy to increase the length of penis. Friends, you must know penis length is definitely can be increased. Now after this dissection, you can see over here. Maximum part is taken out. See the length we have achieved now up to 4 inches. And next slide you can see over here. So that area was supposed to cover. So this is the skin graft taken by Dr. Ujjwala Detra, my better. She is a plastic cosmetic surgeon practicing in Aurangabad and Mumbai also. We have taken a big graft to give a total cover to the penis because there is no any other tissue was remaining to cover that penile part. To give the appearance, we have taken this single graft, and with this grafting, we have decided to proceed. We have to take somehow thicker graft because it should not contract after application to the recipient area. Now see the dissection limit and how much penis we have taken it out. See the length up to dorsum here. You have to stop over here, and now we are going further, putting a skin grafting. We have put a graft very nicely on the penis, and now at the end of the putting of the graft, healing has taken 8 to 10 days. We have taken total good cover, good length was achieved with this. See, this is the final appearance. We did the dressing with Sopra tool, and at the end of 10 days. And after that, that person you can see is a very happy and very short. Within 5 minutes, I will show you the penile implant because so many people might have not seen the case. See, this is the rigid penile implant, how we are supposed to. Just we'll see the procedure, and after this we'll be finishing because we are eagerly waiting for inauguration and gala and what is and what not. But unless and until you will understand this is most important. After infiltration, we go for the incision. Venoscrotal junction incision you have to take over here. This incision you have to take at least 1.5 inches. You have to dissect layer by layer. Now next step you can see over here, till carpora you have to go. You have to directly open the carpora on both sides. You can see up to 2 to 3 centimeter incision you have to take across. We have to cauterize it very carefully. You know that once carpora start bleeding, it's very difficult to stop. But now here directly we are entering the carpora. So here I have taken the incision, we have totally coagulated, and this next step Once you open it, there is a gush of blood, and immediately in these cases you have to start dilating. Unless and until you start dilation, this will not stop, because I have to compress the tissue, and once we put in a dilator, we have to put in a scissor, we have to dilate till the tip of penis, because the length should not be short also, should not be more also, because if short length is there, there is a dangling of penis, and more length is there, overfitting is there, there are its own complications like this. After dilatation, we move for the measurement of the distance proximally and distally. This is a proximal dilation. Proximally we go up to crura till the pubic symphysis level, because again stiffness and erection is only maintained if it is a totally snugly fitting in the carpora till the tip. Now here you can see this is a proximal dilation. We are dilating till 10 number, because the implants are, you can say, in millimeter 9, 10, 11 according to the health of that penis. We have to decide. Now see here is the implant. You can see this implant is totally covered by 2 sheets, because from foreign patients the girth is more, so we take out the implant sheet according to the fitness. We have to remove this, the extra part we have removed. We have taken the proximal measurement, distal measurement, both are taken. The extra part is cut over here. Then this part is sutured. This part is sutured because we did a capping, because it should not erode on the pubic symphysis side. We cut it over there. We put the stitch. This stitch is important, because if you put in the implant and by any means there is a problem in the length, we can again take it out. Now see how we are putting an implant. Sometimes it is a proximal method, sometimes it is distal method. First we are putting in a distal part till tip of the penis, till mass of the penis, because coronal part is the most difficult when there is constriction due to circular muscles. Here it is there, and after putting in a distal part, we are going for the proximal part. All this is blind one. We have to push it inside, and once that's why the measurement and fitting is most important. And after this, we have to go for suturing of the carpora. You can see again we are on opposite side. Right side we have completed. Now we are going on opposite side. We have put in the implant. See, this is the way, layer by layer we have started suturing, and this is the post-operative result. Here, post-operative you can see the length, you can see the girth, and in such a case, post-operative, this fellow, his wife has ran away at the age of 25 years. We have convinced, wife came back, again they have consumed, they got a child now. See, imagine this type of surgeries is such a boon. You have to prevent that person from depression, you have to prevent that person from diagnosis, every social problem, including pregnancy and by sexual activity. Definitely, this is the post-op pictures. And now, here is one simple case where we are showing, even if we put in an implant, yes, I am finishing, and directly, these are the post-op, you can say, these are patients from Bahrain, especially from there we get a maximum patients who require a large size of implant. Here you can see the before and after pictures. And now here we will stop because all are eagerly waiting. And again, congratulations to such a big hall which is filled till last moment, to Dr. Ram sir, organizer or president should take note of this for next conferences. If required, we can take double dinner. Let it be first and second time, so that all will be there. So it's a very nice one. So thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful session. And we now conclude the session. We are going ahead with the felicitation now.
Now, may I request my Imbalkar sir to felicitate the advisor. I request Dr. Amit Dravid sir to please come on. I request Dr. M.A. Hinde sir to felicitate Dr. Prashant Kolkar sir. I request Dr. Borse sir to come on the stage. I request Dr. Naik Nimbalkar sir to felicitate Dr. Borse sir. Dr. Yadav Mali. I request Dr. Sudhir family to felicitate M.A. Hinde sir. I request Dr. Amol Raster to felicitate Dr. Naik Nimbalkar sir. Now we are proceeding for inaugural function.
वन्दितपादपद्मम् लोके जरा भयमृत्युनाशनम् दातारमीशं विविधौषधीनाम् शङ्खं चक्रं जलौकां ददरमृतघटं चारुदुर्भिश्चतुर्भिः सूक्ष्मस्वच्छातिरुद्यां शुकपरिवीरासन् मौलिकं भोजनेत्रं कालाम्बोधोज्ज्वलाकं कटितटविलसित चारुपीताम्बराढ्यं वन्दे धन्वन्तरिन्दं निखिलगगवन् प्रौढदावाग्निलीलं प्रौढदावाग्निलीलं प्रौढदावाग्निलीलम्.
Thank you, Dr. Bharati and Mr. Jyoti. Now our organizing chairman and president, Dr. Chandan Shive, will welcome the guests.
I welcome Honorable President Dr. Ravindra Pute and all the office bearers of Indian Medical Association Maharashtra and all the delegates present for the conference. I request Dr. Santosh Kadam, Honorable State Secretary, IIM Maharashtra, to preside the conference.
Now Dr. R.R. Shinde will second the suggestion.
I second the suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shinde.
Now Dr. Ashwini Thomre will conduct IMA prayer.
Now I will read IMA prayer. Please everyone follow me. May everybody be happy. May everybody be healthy.
May everybody be healthy.
May everybody be free from pain.
May everybody be free from pain.
May everybody be free from sorrow.
May everybody be free from sorrow.
May we be the healing cure.
May we be the healing cure.
Beyond every greed and lure.
Beyond every greed and lure.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Dipali Kabale, ma'am, will read the flag salutation.
Now I will read the IMA flag salutation. No will follow me. Nobody. We, the members of Indian Medical Association, stand here to salute our national flag. Its honor and glory shall be our light and strength, and its course shall be our course. We pledge our allegiance to it and realizing our responsibilities as the accredited members of the national organization. We swear we will dedicate everything in our power to see it fly high in the Committee of Nations. Jai Hind. Long live IMA.
Thank you, ma'am. Friends, now let us felicitate our guests. The felicitation will be done by organizing chairman, Dr. Eknath Chandan. I request sir to felicitate Dr. Ravindra Pute, President IMA Maharashtra State. Dr. Santosh Kadam, State Secretary, IMA Maharashtra State. Dr. Shivkumar Utture, Member, National Medical Council and National Vice President, IMA Headquarters for the year 2023-24. Dr. Santosh Khadtare, Chairman, AMS, IMAMS. Dr. M.K. Namdar, Managing Director, Ashwini Hospital, Akluz. Dr. Ram Arankar, Patron, IMA Indapur Branch and past President, IMAMS. Dr. Mrs. Vibhavari Solunke, Vice President, IMAMS. Dr. Ashok Tambe, past President, IMAMS. Now our co-chairman, Dr. Avinash Pangude, will felicitate our special invitees. Dr. Anil Paksnekar, National Past Vice President, IMA. Dr. Ramesh Bharte, Vice President, IMAMS. Sorry, Dr. Ramesh Bharate, sir. Dr. Avinash Bondwe, past President, IMAMS. Dr. Dilip Kamath, Patron, IMA Pimpri Chinchwad Branch. Dr. Jayant Naurange, Chairman, Social Security Scheme, IMAMS. I request Dr. Shivajirao Khabale to felicitate further invitees. Dr. Sanjay Patil, past President, IMA Pune Branch. Dr. Harbe, past President, IMA Pune Branch. Dr. Pankaj Gaikwad, IMA Pandapur Branch. Dr. Masnurkar, IMA Pandapur Branch. Dr. Santosh Kulkarni, IMA Kurdwadi Branch. I request Dr. Thorve sir to come and felicitate our further invitees. Dr. Santosh Kulkarni sir, IMA Kurdwadi branch. Dr. Laila Tambane, IMA Gashi branch. Dr. Padma Iyer, past president, IMA Pune branch. I invite Dr. Sanjay Saha sir to felicitate further guests. Dr. Deshmukh, past president, IMA Pune branch. Dr. Aarti Nimkar, president-elect, IMA Pune branch. Sorry sir. Senior Vice President, IMA Pune branch, Dr. Aarti Nimkar. Dr. Abbas Jable, Secretary, IMA Chiplun branch. Dr. Avinash Atole, President, IMA Baramati branch. I request Dr. Sudhir Tambile to felicitate our invitees. Dr. Ashish Shah, IMA Kurdwadi branch. Dr. Nitin Rane, Secretary, IMA Clues branch. Dr. Kole, President, IMA Daund branch. Dr. Jyoti Chidgupkar, past President, IMA Solapur and Chairman, Ladies Wing, IMA MS. Dr. Anil Rajan Nimbalkar, IMA Nira Nolan branch. Dr. Nitin Sawant, IMA Nira Nolan branch. Dr. Raut, President, IMA Fulton branch. Dr. Marathe. Dr. Prakash Marathe sir. Dr. Alka Shirsat, Secretary, IMA Pune. Sorry ma'am, Dr. Alka Shirsagar. Now we will. I also invite Dr. Pramod Kamble from IMA Karmala branch. I request Dr. Panbude, Dr. Tambile sir to felicitate me. Now we will have two special felicitations by our patron Dr. Ram Arankar sir. I request Dr. Anil Patsnekar. He has done exemplary work in Dharavi area in COVID-19 pandemic, which has been recognized by WHO. Please sir, come on the dais. Pachnekar sir to have few words.
इनफॅक्ट रामानंदकर सरांनी आज जी कॉन्फरन्स ऑर्गनाईज केलेली आहे आणि त्याच्यानंतर असं आहे जे इंदापूर मॅनेजिंग कमिटीतर्फे जे फेलिसिटेशन चालू आहे ते लोक खरोखर कौतुकास पात्र आहे. तर मला वाटतं त्यांच्याकडे इथं जवळजवळ टाळ्या होऊन जाऊन द्या. आता करोनाचं काही असं मोठं राहिलेलं नाही आहे, पण त्यावेळेची जी परिस्थिती होती आणि धारावी केंद्रबिंदू होता. धारावीमध्ये 2.5 किलोमीटरच्या परिसरामध्ये न्यूयॉर्क एवढी लोकसंख्या राहते, 8 ते 9 लाख रुपये लोकांची. आणि एव्हरी कॉर्नर्स ऑफ द इंडिया पीपल कम टू द धारावी. धारावीमध्ये एवढे कुटीर उद्योग आहेत की आणि गरीब लोक आहेत, पण सगळे मेहनती आहेत. आणखीन सगळ्यांना भीती होती की धारावीमध्ये जर करोना शिरकाव झाला तर लोक दाटीवाटीने राहतात आणि प्रत्येक भागातून, जिल्ह्यातून, देशातून आलेले असतात, नॉर्थ ईस्ट टू साऊथ पडून. म्हणजे अनुभवासारखं बाउन्सफोट होऊ शकतो. मुंबईच पेटणार नाही, महाराष्ट्रात पेटणार नाही, पण पूर्ण देश पेटू शकतो. आणि सगळ्यांना भीती होती. मग अशा वेळेला राहुल शिवाय मेंबर ऑफ पार्लमेंट माझ्याकडे आले. मला म्हणाले, पाचनेकर साहेब आपल्याला काहीतरी धारावीसाठी करायचं आहे. आय एम प्रॅक्टिसिंग धारावी फ्रॉम द लास्ट 38 years. सो आय कॉन्टॅक्टेड डॉक्टर शुभर उतरे सर. He also came immediately. Municipal Commissioner Mr. Kiran Nigavkar came. We plan idea that we'll do the door-to-door survey, because त्यावेळेला काय होतं की सगळेच घाबरलेले होते. सगळीकडे वातावरण संशयास्पद होतं, कुणाला काही कळत नव्हतं. मग अशा वेळेला फक्त पब्लिक अवेअरनेस करणे आपल्या हातात होतं की करोना कशामुळे पसरतो, मास्क का वापरावे, जो सोशल डिस्टन्सिंग का ठेवावे, हात का धुवावे, सॅनिटायझेशन का करावे आणि कसं स्वतःला वाचवायचं आणि सगळ्या समाजाला वाचवायचं. आणि अशा पद्धतीने आम्ही सर्वे केला. आम्ही जवळजवळ 10 दिवसामध्ये 5 एरिया निवडून 50,000 लोकांना तपासलं. त्यातल्या 4,000 लोकांना आम्ही आयसोलेशनला पाठवलं आणि त्यातले जवळजवळ 480 लोक पॉझिटिव्ह आहे. 20% पॉझिटिव्ह निघाले पहिल्या 10 दिवसातच. म्हणजे जर पहिल्या 10 दिवसात जर आम्ही काम केलं नसतं तर पूर्ण धारावीच पेटली असती. आणि त्यामुळे ह्याची दखल प्रवीण परदेशी म्युन्सिपल कमिशनर होते त्यांनी घेतली. उद्धव ठाकरे साहेबांनी आमचं अभिनंदन केलं, माननीय उद्धव साहेबांचं. आणखीन मोदी साहेबांनी अभिनंदन केलं आणि वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गनायझेशनच्या सेक्रेटरीनी अभिनंदन केलं की तुम्ही कौतुकास्पद काम केलं म्हणून. अशा वेळेला आमच्यावर PMC पण होती, पोलीस डिपार्टमेंट पण होतं. माझं भरपूर कौतुक झालं की जेव्हा सरतं मी कसं होतं की मी त्या एरियात होतो, काम करत होतो 38 वर्ष, त्यावेळेला लोकांचा माझ्यावरती विश्वास होता. लोक मला माहिती देत होते स्वतःहून येऊन की काय चाललंय आणि काय नाही. त्यामुळे ते पटापट स्क्रीनिंग होत होतं, आयसोलेशन होत होतं, क्वारंटाईन होत होतं. अशा वेळेला आमची PMC बरोबर भरपूर भांडणं झाली, पण PMCने आम्हाला परत संपूर्ण सपोर्ट केला आणि आम्हाला अथॉरिटी दिली. त्यामुळे आम्ही सगळं सांभाळू शकतो व्यवस्थित पद्धतीने. उद्धव ठाकरेंकडून आम्ही ते डॉक्टरांच्यासाठी पण भांडलो की डॉक्टरांना पण इन्शुरन्स द्या म्हणून वगैरे, की त्यांच्या पण प्रायव्हेट तुम्ही गव्हर्नमेंटच्या डॉक्टरांना इन्शुरन्स देताय 50 लाखाचा, मग आम्हाला का नको, आमचं काय आयुष्य असं चुचुक्यासारखं आहे का, हे आम्ही त्याला विचारलं होतं. आणि त्यांनी त्यावेळेला 250 कन्फर्म केलं होतं, पण नंतर गव्हर्नमेंटचा कारभार कसा असतो ते आपल्याला कळून येतो. आता इथे मला BBC आणि CNN आणि प्रत्येक टीव्हीवरती दिसत होतं, प्रत्येक टीव्हीने मला अप्रिशिएशन केलं. त्यावेळेला मला फक्त एकच विचारलं गेलं होतं BBC आणि CNN वरती की आता तुम्हाला कसं वाटतं, यू आर गेटिंग सो मेनी ॲक्युरेट्स. मी हसलो. तर बरखात तर खास दिल्लीवरून आली होती माझी इंटरव्ह्यू घ्यायला कार घेऊन, आणि 3 दिवस ती माझ्यावर फिरत होती धारावी एरियामध्ये. तर ती मला म्हणाली, अरे पोलीस पर्सनल. तर म्हटलं वाय युअर असतील. तर म्हणे तुम्हाला बघून नसे लोक घाबरून पळून जातात. म्हणजे तर माझा माणूस एकदम कडक आहे, फटके मारणार जर रस्त्यावर फिरताना बघितलं आणि काही कोण कॅरेट खेळत असायचे, कोणी पत्ते घेत असायचे. तर मला BBCने विचारलं होतं की हाऊ डू यू फील नाउ आफ्टर गेटिंग सो मेनी ॲक्युरेट्स अँड ऑल. तर मी म्हटलं ॲक्युरेट्स अँड ऑल. म्हटलं प्रश्न असा होता माझ्या बालबुद्धीचा की मी त्यावेळेला 35 वर्ष धारावीमध्ये काम केलं होतं. आज माझं काय नेम फेम अँड मनी आय हॅव अर्न दॅट इज फ्रॉम दॅट एरिया ओनली. आणि अशा वेळेला त्या 2.5 वर्षाच्या प्रसंगी मैदान सोडून पळून जाणं म्हणलं पाचनेकरच्या रक्तात नाही म्हटलं. आणि फॉर दॅट पर्पज म्हणलं आय स्टँड ओव्हर देअर. इट वॉज माय नोबल ड्युटी. इफ द सोल्जर विल रन अवे फ्रॉम द वॉर, हाऊ यू आर गोइंग टू विन द वॉर. आता माझ्या जीवनामध्ये काही होऊ शकलं असतं, पण आय वॉज नॉट अफ्रेड. आय वॉज जस्ट थिंकिंग टू सेव्ह माय पीपल अराउंड मी अँड ऑल. So the take home message is that now MMC election is coming. IMA want to make it strong. We have so many issues pertaining to the alleged attack on the doctors, mix of it and all. During the corona, how we win the war? We have to win this war again. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your experience with us. Our next special felicitation is of Dr. Sadanand Raut. He is well known for his zero death mission due to snake bite, is member of International Council and awarded by Government of Maharashtra with Vandaniya Balasaheb Thackeray Arogya Ratna Puraskar. I request Dr. Sadanand Raut sir to express his views.
I am a president, state president, Dr. Ravindra Pute, Dr. Ram Arankar sir, and all the dignitaries on the dais. I am not wasting valuable time. सर्वप्रथम मी इंदापूर IIMचं मनपूर्वक अभिनंदन करतो. खूप चांगली कॉन्फरन्स झालेली आहे. वी एन्जॉयड ऑल द लेक्चर्स आणि सर्व टीम मेंबरचे मनपूर्वक अभिनंदन. मला सत्कार केला त्याबद्दल IIMA इंदापूरचे मी धन्यवाद करतो. आणि तुम्हाला सगळ्यांना माहिती आहे की स्नेक बाईट इज मोस्ट निग्लेक्टेड ट्रॉपिकल डिसीज. आपण एकीकडे खूप ॲडव्हान्स टेक्निकल सगळे लेक्चर्स बघितले, कार्डियाक बघितले, नेट ट्रान्सप्लांट बघितले, रोबोटिक सर्जरी बघितली, अनेक गोष्टी ॲडव्हान्स होत आहेत. परंतु स्नेक बाईट अजूनही डिसीज ऑफ पुअर आणि खूप डेथ्स आपल्या भारतामध्ये होतात. 80% ऑफ द डेथ्स आर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड आर ऑकरिंग इन आवर कंट्री ड्यू टू स्नेक बाईट ऑफ द टोटल ग्लोबल डेथ्स. आणि म्हणून मी तिकडे गेल्यानंतर अडचणी आल्यानंतर काम करायला सुरुवात केली आणि यश मिळत गेलं. सगळ्यांच्या सहकार्याने टीमवर्क झालं आणि आमचा 3 प्रकारचे आम्ही मोटो ठेवले की पब्लिक अवेअरनेस, मॅसिव्ह पब्लिक अवेअरनेस, इमिजिएट आणि इफेक्टिव्ह ट्रीटमेंट आणि डॉक्टर्स ट्रेनिंग, स्पेशली गव्हर्नमेंट सेक्टरमधल्या, कारण ते डेअरिंग करत नाही ट्रीट करायला स्नेक बाईट. आणि हे 3 मोटो घेऊन आपल्या जिल्ह्यात आपण काम सुरू केलं आणि आमच्या परिसरात 0 स्नेक बाईट डेथ अचीव झालेले जवळजवळ मोर दॅन 6,000 लाईव्स. आणि आता हे ICMRने प्रोजेक्ट हातात घेतला. आपल्या जिल्ह्यात पण आपलं काम चालू आहे. मी इंदापूरला पण मागच्या 6 महिन्यापूर्वी गेलो. आशा वर्करला आपण 3,000पेक्षा जास्त आशा वर्करला ट्रेनिंग दिले आणि आमच्या कार्याची दखल WHO घेऊन मला मेंबर ऑफ तज्ज्ञ समितीवर मला मेंबर म्हणून घेतलेलं आहे. एक चांगलं आपल्याला एक्सपिरियन्स शेअर करायला संधी मिळाली. त्यातनं अनेक गोष्टी आपण शेअर करतोय. ऑक्सफर्ड युनिव्हर्सिटी पण आमच्यावर काम करते आणि जगातल्या डॉक्टरांसाठी टीचिंग व्हिडिओज करायचं काम सुरू झालेलं आहे की हाऊ टू ट्रीट द स्नेक बाईट. आपल्या हॉस्पिटलला हे काम सुरू झालेलं आहे. मागच्या आठवड्यातच एक UKचे डॉक्टर मायकल वॉन येऊन गेले आणि चांगलं काम सुरू झालेलं आहे. माझी सगळ्या आपल्या रुरल भागातल्या सगळ्या डॉक्टरांना विनंती आहे, न घाबरता तुम्ही स्नेक बाईट ट्रीट करायला सुरुवात करा. डॉक्टर इनामदारांचा अनुभव आमच्यापेक्षा चांगला आहे की तिथं डेथ होत नाही. गिव्ह टाइमली ट्रीटमेंट, यू विल बी 100% सक्सेसफुल. आणि आपण आपल्या जिल्ह्यापासून हे सुरू करू आणि हे लोक पूर्ण इंडियामध्ये नेऊ की मिशन 0 स्नेक बाईट. WHOचं टार्गेट आहे 2030 पर्यंत मॉर्टॅलिटी 50% कमी करायची. पण वी हॅव अचीव्ड इन दिस इन आवर एरिया सिन्स लास्ट 15 years. तर हे जर लोन सगळीकडे पसरलं तर स्नेक बाईटची डेथ इंडियात होणार नाही. आणि IIMAने स्नेक बाईट फोरम जरा चांगला ऍक्टिव्ह जर केला तर अजून चांगलं काम या माध्यमातून होऊ शकतं. पुन्हा एकदा आपल्या सर्वांचे मनपूर्वक धन्यवाद. थँक्यू.
Thank you, sir. Thank you all the dignitaries for accepting our token of respect and love. We have arranged such a great event, so we must have nice memories with us, and Souvenir is the representation of these memories of today's program. Let us I request the chief guest of Dr. Ravindra Pute sir and dignitaries on the dais to release the souvenir. For this event, I request the editor Dr. R.R. Shinde and co-editor Dr. Mrs. Shubhangi Shinde to come on the dais. their efforts and the reflection of the thoughts of our IMA members is coming to you in the nice form of souvenir. I request them to release these golden memories of the conference. I request Chief Guest Dr. Ravindra Kutte sir to release the souvenir. Dr. R.R. Shinde and Dr. Mrs. Shinde has taken a lot of efforts for this souvenir. So the souvenir will represent all the golden memories of these 2 days. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you all the dignitaries for releasing the souvenir.
एक सेकंड ना होल्ड करा.
Thank you all the dignitaries for releasing the souvenir. Now I invite our patron.
दोघांनी केलं सर.
Now I invite our patron, Dr. Ram Arankar sir, to address us. He breathes IMA. It is his oxygen, I must say, sir. He is the honest soldier of IMA, and for IMA Indapur, what he is, I need not tell you. He is the founder and patron of IMA Indapur branch, past president IMA Maharashtra, past president Social Security Scheme IMA Maharashtra State, and winner of many state and national IMA awards. We are really proud of you, sir.
Very good evening. Indian Medical Association Maharashtra State चे सन्माननीय अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे, सचिव डॉक्टर संतोष कदम, इंडियन मेडिकल असोसिएशन नॅशनल चे 2023-24 चे व्हाईस प्रेसिडेंट आणि इंडियन मेडिकल काउन्सिलचे सदस्य, महाराष्ट्र मेडिकल काउन्सिलचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर शिवकुमार उत्तुरे, त्याचप्रमाणे महाराष्ट्र राज्याच्या आयएमएच्या उपाध्यक्षा डॉक्टर सोळुंके, आयएमए एएमएस चे चेअरमन डॉक्टर खडतरे, अश्विनी हॉस्पिटलचे डायरेक्टर सर्वे सर्वा डॉक्टर M.K. इनामदार, आज या ठिकाणी उपस्थित झालेले आयएमए महाराष्ट्र स्टेटचे उपाध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रमेश बराटे, आमचे मित्र आणि महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे माजी अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर अशोक तांबे, आमची सगळी ऑर्गनायझिंग टीम, या ठिकाणी उपस्थित असलेले नुसते आमचे मित्रच नव्हे तर इंडियन मेडिकल असोसिएशन इंदापूरचे मित्र, पुणे, मुंबई, सोलापूर, कुर्डवाडी, करमाळा, दौंड, त्याच्यानंतर निरा, लोणा, पंढरपूर, बार्शी, ह्या सगळ्या ठिकाण, ठाणे, या सगळ्या ठिकाणाहून आलेले आमचे सन्माननीय मित्रमंडळ, खरोखर हा आजचा अमृत योग ज्यांनी घडवून आणला त्या माझ्या आयएमए इंदापूरला शतशः धन्यवाद. मित्रहो, मी अध्यक्ष असताना साधारणपणे 1987 साली आम्ही हा प्लॉट घेतला. त्याच्यानंतर 2004-5 ला मी महाराष्ट्राचा अध्यक्ष म्हणून निवडून आलो. साधारण 2015 मध्ये आमचं असं ठरलं की नाही, आपण या ठिकाणी वास्तू बांधायची, आणि त्याप्रमाणे आम्ही कामाला सुरुवात केली. त्यावेळी आमच्या प्रत्येक सदस्यांनी कमीत कमी 50,000 रुपये इतके डोनेशन म्हणून आम्हाला दिलेले आहेत. त्याचप्रमाणे आमच्या 6-7 लोकांनी खालचे जे आपल्याला गाळे दिसत आहेत, हे गाळे 51 लाख रुपयाला विकत घेतलेले आहेत. आणि परमेश्वरी कृपा आणि पुणे ब्रँचची मदत, विशेषतः डॉक्टर नवरंगींची मदत, याच्यामुळं डॉक्टर श्रीमती अलका नीतू मानके यांनी आम्हाला एका बैठकीलाच 25 लाख रुपये मंजूर केले. आणि अशा तऱ्हेने 1 कोटी, लाख चुकून म्हणलो कारण कोटी म्हणायची काही कधी सवयच नाही ना, 1,35,00,000 रुपयाची ही इमारत वास्तू उभी राहिली. वास्तू उभी करताना संपूर्ण आयुष्यभर पुढे ती वास्तू जाणार असल्यामुळे तिच्या मेंटेनन्सचा विचार करणं हे अत्यंत आवश्यक अशी गोष्ट ठरते. आणि त्यामुळे आपण काहीतरी हालचाल करणं गरजेचं आहे हे लक्षात आल्यामुळं दोन्ही दृष्टिकोनातून, एक तर म्हणजे आपल्या दृष्टीने फंड्स जमा करणे आणि दुसऱ्या दृष्टीने आपल्या फ्रॅटर्निटी करता काहीतरी आपल्याला वैशिष्ट्यपूर्ण करून दाखवता येईल अशी व्यवस्था करणं, याच्यातून हे कॉन्फरन्स घ्यायचं ठरलं. आणि ही संपूर्ण कॉन्फरन्स मला सांगायला अतिशय आनंद वाटतो की ज्या वेळेला आमची पहिली मीटिंग झाली त्यावेळेला आपले महाराष्ट्र राज्याचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे आणि आमची ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटी या ठिकाणी हजर होती. आणि आम्ही जवळजवळ 4 ते 5 तास प्रत्येक दिवसाची, प्रत्येक तासाची, प्रत्येक गोष्टीची चर्चा करून पूर्णपणे त्याचं स्ट्रक्चर ठरवलं होतं. आणि मला खरोखर सांगायला अभिमान वाटतो की आमच्या ब्रँचच्या प्रत्येक मेंबरनी जीव तोडून काम केलेलं आहे. त्यांच्याकरता स्वतंत्र टाळ्या व्हायला पाहिजे. खरोखर अशा तऱ्हेचं सौमडी, अशा तऱ्हेचं मित्र मिळणं हे एक भाग्याचं लक्षण आहे. या प्रसंगी मी आता जास्त काही आपला वेळ देऊ इच्छित नाही, कारण पुढे सुद्धा काही मंडळी बोलणार आहेत. अशीच आपली सदिच्छा यापुढेही राहील अशी अपेक्षा करून मी थांबतो.
Thank you very much, sir, for narrating the great event, how it happened and how this hall was built. Now I request Dr. Shivkumar Utture to express his precious thoughts. He is the member of NMC, National Vice President for 23-24, ex-President MMC.
Thank you, madam. Good evening, everybody. Respected Maharashtra State President Dr. Kute sir, and the person who my generation of IMA activists take him as our guru, Dr. Aronkar sir, because we have learned a lot about IMA and how to give one's time, money, everything for IMA. We have learned from this person who has been there. Secretary Dr. Santosh Kadam sir, and the President and organizing Chairman Dr. Chandan Shive. I'm not going to tell everybody's name, sorry, because paucity of time is there, and everybody who's sitting on off the dais and colleagues. I think it is indeed my privilege to be there today
because I still remember in 2017 when you all inaugurated this building. I was there over here, and that was for the inauguration, and today I believe this is the first conference which is being held by IMA INDACON, and I have the privilege of being there even for that. So thank you very much for calling me. You know what is the best part? I have been in hundreds and thousands of inauguration ceremonies, installation ceremonies. But as soon as the inauguration starts, and that's what I was scared of, we were discussing, when the lectures were going on, we see half the crowd moving out of the hall. But let me congratulate you. I am finding more people sitting in the hall now than they were during the lecture. So that speaks volumes for what your commitment as, INDACON IMA is concerned. So as far as IMA, I have spoken a lot in the morning also during the session. So now I'm not going to talk too much on that. But IMA is nothing but our extended family. Means to the extent that, when we have our fights at home, my wife, I think everybody has a fight at home. Then she says, then why do you come home? You stay in IMA only. You have got place over there. So, that is the respect, that is the love that we get when we work for IMA. So don't feel that when you are giving so much of your time and efforts for IMA that is going a waste, because you are helping your own family people, because these are the same people who will stand by you even, whenever there is a problem. I'm not talking about only medical problems, but I'm even talking about other than medical problems. You can depend on these people to come and help you out in everything. So I think I won't talk much because you have to still hear the president and everybody, but let me congratulate this whole branch today. And Dr. Arankar sir, I already spoke to him and I told him, another advantage, let me tell you, of being an active IMA. I have seen the energy with which he is working today, and I think he looks like he's just around 40 or 50 years today. So you won't believe it, because when we walked up the stairs, 3 stairs, we were feeling tired, but Dr. Arankar was, going up and down the whole day. So this is what IMA makes you. IMA makes you young also. So enjoy IMA, come to IMA, make use of this second home that you have over here, and definitely all are going to have that, enjoyment that is there, which comes when you enjoy things with your family. Thank you again, everybody. And another thing I would like to tell you, very rarely in a branch I see so much of woman power. And when there is so much of woman power, 100% that branch is going to go places even in the future. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you for having invited me here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We are very lucky to have such a great personality like you over here as our guest, who is totally dedicated to IMA in spite of the things going on at home when you return home. And one more thing, we are having our patron like Amarantkar sir, who is very young, of only 79 years, I think. Now, I invite Dr. M.K. Inamdar sir, the legend, for his valuable guidance. Sir, आपली ओळख करून देणं मी म्हणजे काजव्यानी दीपकाविषयी बोलणं किंवा एखाद्या दीपकानी सूर्याविषयी बोलणं. He is the managing director of Ashwini Hospital, Akluz. We are blessed by God due to his presence with us in any critical condition. He is known for his skills doing procedures in all branches of medicine, single-handed and under one roof. Please, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais and dear friends. मला आज इथं आपण बोलावलं आणि माझा बहुमान केला याबद्दल खरंच आभारी आहे. तसं तर मी कोणीच नाही, कुठल्या पोझिशनवर नाही आहे, तरी पण मी IMAचा एक पाईक आहे आणि एक सैनिक आहे. मी 1980 साली प्रॅक्टिस सुरू केली, तेव्हापासून मी IMAशी निगडीत आहे. 1980 ला मी प्रॅक्टिस सुरू केली आणि 82 ला आमची IMA ब्लड बँक सुरू झाली. 2 वर्षाच्या प्रॅक्टिसमध्ये डोनेशन देणारमध्ये मी पहिला होतो. त्यावेळेस मी 5,000 रुपये डोनेशन दिलेलं होतं की इतर बऱ्याच लोकांनी 35 वर्ष प्रॅक्टिस झालेल्या लोकांनी सुद्धा 1,000 रुपये दिलेले होते. पण मला IMA तर्फे काम करायचं होतं आणि लोकांची सेवा करायची होती, त्यामुळं ते मला करता आलं. त्यामुळे कदाचित त्या प्रेमापोटी मला इथं बोलावलं असेल असं मला वाटतं. आत्ताच राऊत सरांनी सांगितलं त्याप्रमाणे नीड ऑफ द आवर याप्रमाणे माझी प्रॅक्टिस होत गेली. 1980 पासून जी जरुरी आहे, मी मार्चला प्रॅक्टिस होती 17 मार्चला, आणि मग त्या दिवशी मी वरच राहतो, छोटासा हे होतं. दररोज एक पेशंटचं सकाळी की बोलता येत नाही, लाळ येते, डोळे घातले जातात वगैरे. मी नुकताच MD पास करून आलो होतो. त्या जुजबी नॉलेजवर मी पॉलिन्युरायटिस, क्रिनियालिस, इन्फेक्टिव्ह पॉलिन्युरायटिस असं डायग्नोज करायचो. म्हणजे ज्याला बऱ्याच वेळा स्नेक बाईट मी पाहिलेले होते, पण तो जेव्हा माझ्या लक्षात आलं तेव्हा काही क्रेक बाईट आहे हे मला समजलं त्यावेळेस. आणि मग तेव्हापासून राईट फ्रॉम दुसऱ्या तिसऱ्या दिवसापासून इंटिमेशन करणं, त्यावेळेस काही नव्हतं, ॲम्ब्युन करणं आणि पेशंट सोलापूर सिव्हिलला पाठवून देणं, सोलापूरला पाठवून दिलं. एक 8 महिनाभर मी ती प्रॅक्टिस केली. त्याच्यामध्ये माझ्या 4 त्यावेळेस पिवळ्या असणाऱ्या त्या ट्यूब्स गेल्या तशाच, आणि अँटूबॅग गेल्या. मला परत विकत घ्यायला लागलं. तुम्हाला त्यावेळेस लक्षात येईल की 1980 साठी एवढं मोठं मटेरियल लॉस, ते सुद्धा नवीन प्रॅक्टिस सुरू करताना, तर ते कसं असेल म्हणून मी लगेच निर्णय घेतला. आणि 3ऱ्या महिन्यामध्ये मी MME स्टँड मॉडेल म्हणून होतं, ऑक्सिजन सिलेंडरवर चालणारा व्हेंटिलेटर, तो मी घेतला आणि स्नेक बाईटचे व्हेंटिलेशन सुरू केलं. आणि त्या छोट्या व्हेंटिलेटरवर मी जवळजवळ 500 ते 600 रुग्ण मी बाहेर काढले. त्याच्याबरोबर ऑर्गॅनो फॉस्फरसचे पण तेवढेच असायचे. आता माझ्याकडं म्हणजे व्हेंटिलेटरचा स्टोरेज आहे, माझ्याकडे 46 बेडचा ICU आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये माझे 25 हाय एंड इन्व्हेजिव्ह व्हेंटिलेटर्स आहेत, 25-30 नॉन इन्व्हेजिव्ह व्हेंटिलेटर्स आहेत, सगळे HFO आहेत, सगळं आहे. परंतु त्या क्षणी मला मिळालेल्या ऊर्जेतून मी हे केलेलं आहे. माझं पोळ पाहिलं की असं काही त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्ही माझं कौतुक केलं तर मला आठवतं की आपण काय केलं. म्हणजे कित्येक पेशंट्स, म्हणजे 15,000 ऑर्गॅनो फॉस्फरस पॉइझनिंग, 10-15,000 स्नेक बाईट्स, पॉइझनस स्नेक बाईट्स, 20,000 अँजिओग्राफीज, 10-12,000 अँजिओप्लास्टीज, त्यातले प्रायमरी अँजिओप्लास्टीज 7,000 ते 8,000. हे एवढं सगळं करताना आता कधीतरी 40-45 वर्षानंतर थकल्यासारखं वाटतं नक्कीच. कारण मी आता 72 वर्ष 71 पुढे 72 वर्षांमध्ये जाईल. परंतु तुम्ही लोकांनी माझा असा सत्कार केला होता तेव्हा माझ्या लक्षात येतं की आपल्याला नाही अजून बरंच जायचं. डार्क अँड डीप, बट आय हॅव प्रॉमिसेस टू कीप अँड माइल्स टू गो बिफोर आय स्लीप, माइल्स टू गो बिफोर आय स्लीप.
बोनसायचा वटवृक्ष कसा झाला हे आपण सांगितलं सर. तर आपण माणूस नसून एक प्रेषित आहात, एक देवदूत आहात, हे निश्चित. लॉंग लिव्ह सर. थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. नो आय रिक्वेस्ट डॉक्टर संतोष खडतरे टू डिलिव्हर हिज स्पीच. ही इज द चेअरमन AMS IMA MS.
गुड इव्हनिंग. व्यासपीठावरील सर्व मान्यवर, आत्ताच माझं नाव घेतल्याचा निरोप पण मिळाला. थोडं बोल आपल्याचा चान्स झालेला आहे. सर मी 1 मिनिट बोलतो. महाराष्ट्रातील छोट्या IMA ब्रँचने घेतलेली अशी एकमेव कॉन्फरन्स असेल की जी स्टेट आणि नॅशनल कॉन्फरन्सला सुद्धा कॉम्पिट करते. आणि अतिशय सुंदर सायंटिफिक इव्हेंट काल आणि आज आपण सर्वांनी पाहिला. हॉल हाऊसफुल आणि प्रत्येक लेक्चर देणाराही अतिशय एन्थुसियाझम लेक्चर देत होता आणि ऐकणारे ते शेवटपर्यंत ऐकत होते. मला आजच्या या दिवशी माझा गेल्या महिन्यात बऱ्याच वर्षानंतर बसनी प्रवास करायचा क्षण आला. मी बसमध्ये होतो, बस स्टँडवरती बस थांबली आणि एक सहप्रवासी गृहस्थ आले आणि माझ्या शेजारी येऊन बसले. कंडक्टर ड्रायव्हर चहा प्यायला गेले होते. तोपर्यंत त्या सदग्रस्तांनी खिशातून चिल्लर काढली, हातामध्ये घेतली, चिल्लर मोजली, खिडकीतून बाहेर पाहिलं. बाहेर पाणीवाला होता, खाद्यपदार्थवाले होते, पेपरवाले होते. पण त्यांनी काय विकत घेतलं नाही, परत चिल्लर खिशात ठेवली. परत बस थांबलेली तशीच, कंडक्टर ड्रायव्हर आले नाहीत. परत 5 मिनिटांनी चिल्लर काढली, परत एकदा मोजली, परत बाहेर पाहिलं. मला वाटायचं की यांना काहीतरी घ्यायचं असेल, परंतु ते काहीच घ्यायचं नाहीत, मोजायचे आणि परत खिशात ठेवायचे. मला काही समजत नव्हतं. तोपर्यंत आले कंडक्टर, आले आणि खणखण खणखण बेल वाजवायला लागले. बेल वाजवायला लागले, ड्रायव्हर आले, ड्रायव्हर पण सीट वरती येऊन बसले. मग बस सुरू करण्यासाठी त्यांनी डबल बेल वाजवली आणि बस सुरू झाली. बस सुरू झाल्यानंतर परत त्या सदग्रस्तांनी खिशामध्ये हात घातला, परत कॉईन काढले, मोजले, खिडकीतून हात बाहेर काढला आणि पेपरवाल्याला आवाज दिला. पेपरवाल्याला आवाज दिला, तो पेपरवाला पळत पळत आला. बस सुरू झालेली, बस हळूहळू सुरू झालेली. त्या पेपरवाल्याने खिडकीतून पेपर आतमध्ये दिला, यांनी चिल्लर त्याच्या हातामध्ये दिली आणि बस निघाली. मला राहिले ना म्हणून मी आवर्जून त्यांना विचारलं की 15 मिनिटं आपण बस स्टेशनवरती बस थांबलेली, तुम्ही खिशातून हात घालून चिल्लर मोजलेली, त्यावेळेस आपण पेपर का नाही घेतला विकत? तर त्यांनी सांगितलं, ती जी चिल्लर होती ना, त्या चिल्लर मध्ये 1 रुपयाचं कॉईन खोटं होतं आणि जर मी बस स्टेशनवरती असताना जर ती त्याला दिली असती आणि त्याच्या जर लक्षात आलं असेल हे कॉईन खोटं आहे, तर त्यांनी मला परत दिले असतं ते. म्हणून मी ते त्याला चालू बसमध्ये दिलं. आता जरी त्याच्या लक्षात आलं की कॉईन खोटा आहे, तरी तो काय बसच्या पाठीमागे काय पळत येऊ शकत नाहीये. मी विचारच करत बसलो की फक्त 1 रुपयाच्या कॉईन साठी किती हुशार आहेत हे सदग्रस्त. विचार करतच होतो. करत असताना अगदी 5 मिनिटानंतर परत एकदा सदग्रस्त हसले. मला काहीच कळेना. मी परत एकदा त्यांना विचारलं की आता काय झालं अजून? तर त्यांनी सांगितलं, त्यांनी मला कालचा जुनाच पेपर दिलाय. आजच्या या सर्व जगामध्ये अशीच परिस्थिती सुरू आहे. खोटं नाणं हातावरती टेकवलं जात आहे आणि वर्तमान काळामध्ये सुद्धा भूतकाळात असा ठेवला जातोय, दाखवला जातोय. आज एकमेव IMA इंदापूर ही एकमेव IMA ची छोटी ब्रँच आहे की जी खणखणीत नाण्यासारखी या ग्रामीण भागामध्ये टिकून आहे आणि आजही या वर्तमान काळामध्ये भविष्याचं या सायंटिफिक माध्यमातून भविष्य काळात दाखवण्याचं एक श्रेय या IMA इंदापूर या ठिकाणी घेतलेलं आहे. अतिशय कौतुक करण्यासाठी या ब्रँचनी काम केलेलं आहे. ही जी सर्व टीम आहे, त्या टीमचं कौतुक करावं तेवढं कमी आहे. मी आपल्या सर्वांचं पुन्हा एकदा आभार मानून मी माझे 2 शब्द संपवतो.
Thank you for praising us, Doctor. Now I invite Dr. Santosh Kadam, President of the function, for guiding us. He is the Secretary of IMA MS, past Vice President MS, ex-member MMC, member PCOS MTP Audit Committee by Thane Municipal Corporation.
Thank you, Madam. Good evening, friends. I know today's day was very hectic, and you had too many stalwarts over here. I will be very, very short. Chief guest of today's inauguration function, respected President of IMA Maharashtra, Dr. Ravindra Kute, stalwart and Bhishma Pitama of IMA, Dr. Ram Arankar, Encyclopedia of Medical Science and IMA, Senior Vice President of IMA Headquarters, Dr. Shivkumar Utture, Dr. Jayant Navrange, Dr. Santosh Khadre, Sharad Pawar of IMA, Dr. Ashok Tambe. Vice President of this region, Dr. Vibhavari Salonge, another Vice President, Dr. Barate. Being Secretary, I have to take all the names, friends. Then stalwart sitting over here, Dr. Dilip Kamath sir, Dr. Santosh Kulkarni, whom you just now heard, Dr. Anil Pasnekar, Dr. Arti Nimkar, Madam Senior Vice President, we are forgetting her name again and again. But she is the Senior Vice President of IMA Maharashtra State, Dr. Ramchandani, Dr. Prakash Marathe, celebrity urologist Dr. Vijay Daipade. As I entered this place and when I get down from my car, I saw a big building on a standalone plot. मला 1-2 मिनिटासाठी फार हेवा वाटला की माझी एवढी मोठी ब्रांच आहे ठाण्याची, 1600 मेंबर्स. आता ठाणेकरांकडे थोडं वेगळ्या नजरेने पाहिलं जातं. 2 मिनिटासाठी हेवा वाटला की सेपरेट बिल्डिंग IMA इंदापूर वरती हेडिंग. परंतु राम सरांकडे त्यांचं आत्ता नरेशन ऐकल्याच्या नंतर याच्या पाठीमागचे सगळे एफर्ट्स हे मला कळले. मला त्यांना धन्यवाद द्यायला पाहिजे. आजच्या या कार्यक्रमासाठी मला त्यांनी प्रिसाइडिंग ऑफिसर म्हणून बोलवले, जे की मान मला वाटतं संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्रामध्ये पहिल्यांदाच मला मिळालेला आहे. आणि या इंदापूर नगरीमध्ये मला यायचा चान्स मिळाला. इंदापूर म्हणजे इंद्रदेवाची नगरी असं म्हटलं जातं. आणि आय केम टू नोट दॅट देयर इज अ बिग टेम्पल ऑफ इंद्रदेव. बरोबर, देवाचा राजा इंद्रदेव, इंद्रेश्वराचं मंदिर आहे. तिथं ऐकले की मी तिथे मालोजी राजांची पादुका सुद्धा आहे. बिग मेमोरियल ऑफ मालोजी राजे भोसले आल्सो, द ग्रँडफादर ऑफ स्वराज्य संस्थापक शिवाजीराजे छत्रपती शिवाजी महाराज. तर अशा या पुण्यनगरीत मला यायला मान मिळाला, आपल्यासोबत इंटरॅक्शन करायला मिळालं. मला लेट मी कॉंग्रॅच्युलेट दिस IMA इंदापूर ब्रांच. कारण साधारणतः 350 रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑलरेडी झालेले आहेत. हॉल फुल होता सर्व लेक्चर्सला. 700 ऑनलाईन रजिस्ट्रेशन झालेले आहे. आणि मला वाटतं की स्टेट लेवलची कॉन्फरन्स सारखे झाल्यासारखे झालेली आहे. दुपारचं जे पॅनल डिस्कशन होतं ते लाईव्ह जात होतं. आणि या स्टेजवरून जे काही वक्ते बोलत होते त्यांनी कसलीच आठबीट बाळगलेली नाही. इव्हन ॲडिशनल SP त्याने सुद्धा सांगितलं की पोलीस आम्ही कसं म्हणजे डॉक्टरांना मदत करतो. तर अशा पद्धतीचं फार छान पद्धतीचं डिव्हेन्शन आजच्या कॉन्फरन्समध्ये झालेलं आहे. जगदीश हिरेमठ, डॉक्टर बावस्कर अशी स्टॉलवर्ट मंडळींनी आज इथे टॉक दिलेला आहे. सर आता हे हॉल आणि हॉल पण मोठे करायची वेळ असं मला वाटते. कारण अकॅडमिक हॉल तर भरलेलाच होता, पण इन्स्टॉलेशनला एवढी गर्दी. आणि इन्स्टॉलेशन म्हणजे खरं म्हणजे निग्लेक्टेड कार्यक्रम असतो. परंतु आता लक्षात आलं की सॉरी मी नंतर त्यांचं नाव विसरलो. पण अशा कार्यक्रमामध्ये अशा लोकांचा सत्कार केल्याच्या नंतर जी एनर्जी मिळते ते व्हायलाच पाहिजे असे इन्स्टॉलेशन कार्यक्रम. सर म्हणाले की मी काहीच नाही, परंतु त्यांची कीर्ती सर्वदूर पसरलेली आहे. ठाण्यापासून मला सेल्फी काढून घ्यावा लागला त्याच्यासोबत. कारण त्यांचे एवढे मित्र आहेत तिथे, त्यांना दाखवावं लागेल की खरंच मी त्यांना भेटलो म्हणून. आता आणि खरोखर हा हॉल मोठाही होऊ शकतो. तुमच्याकडे फार मोठी मोठी मंडळी. एका बाजूला प्रेसिडेंट तुमचे एकनाथजी चंदनशिवे, परत दुसऱ्या बाजूला तर आणखी वास्तू होऊ शकते एका बाजूला. कुठेतरी चुकून सरांचं काही सांगितलं रामानंद सरांचं. मला माहिती आहे आपल्याला तर लेट मी कॉंग्रॅच्युलेट हिम. ही हॅज कंप्लीटेड 52 years as practice. We had him as a president of IMMS in 2004-05. He had worked very well on RNTCP, Social Security Scheme, got many national awards. You may not, many of you may be knowing, he is an actor, director, orator, writer. अतिशय शिस्तप्रिय असलेले हे. आणि या वयातही आम्हा तरुणांना, तर मला तरुण म्हणता येणार नाही, तरुणाला लाजवेल असा उत्साह असणारे राम आरणकर सर या ब्रँचला लाभलेले आहेत. तुम्ही म्हणाला होतात की राम आरणकर सर आमच्या ब्रँचसाठी काय आहे. तुमच्या ब्रँचसाठीच नाही, संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्र IMA साठी विश्व पितामह आहेत. एवढं मला या प्रसंगी आपल्याला सांगायचं आहे. आणि विशेष म्हणजे त्यांनी जो GSTचा इश्यू होता, एक अपॉर्च्युनिटी मिळाली आणि त्यांनी बरोबर निर्मला सीतारामन यांच्यासमोर तो GSTचा विषय संपूर्ण महाराष्ट्रासाठी मांडला. अशी तळमळ असणारे राम आरणकर सर आज या इंदापूरमध्ये आहेत. आणि ते आपल्याला महाराष्ट्र स्टेटला सुद्धा प्रेसिडेंट म्हणून लाभले होते, याचा मला अत्यंत आनंद वाटतो. IMA बद्दल IMA चे अध्यक्ष भरपूर बोलणार आहेत, तर मला वाटतं की माझं भाषण फार लांबलं नाही पाहिजे. फक्त एकच सांगतो मित्रांनो की आपण फार टर्माईल मधून जातोय. सगळे कंझ्युमर फोरम, कंझ्युमर ऍक्ट, नर्सिंग होम एका बाजूला अमेंडमेंट झालेली आहे. आणि आपल्या पाठीशी आज कोणी नाही, फक्त IMA आहे. तुम्ही बघितलं असेल अकॅडमिकसाठी आपल्या वेगवेगळे असोसिएशन आहेत, परंतु जेव्हा प्रॉब्लेम येतो तेव्हा सगळेजण IMA कडे येतात. ही IMA मोठी झाली पाहिजे. इथं असणाऱ्या प्रत्येक मेंबरनी 5 मेंबर बनवले पाहिजेत असं मला वाटतंय. आपल्याकडे महाराष्ट्र मेडिकल काउन्सिलच्या रजिस्टरवरती 1,60,000 डॉक्टर्स आहेत. पण IMA मेंबर आता आम्ही भयंकर भरपूर प्रयत्न करून 48,000 क्रॉस केले, परंतु आणखी 2/3 डॉक्टर्स IMAच्या मुशीमध्ये यायचे. एव्हरी डॉक्टर वी हॅव टू प्रोटेक्ट टू दिस IMA फोरम. एवढं मी बोलतो आणि माझं भाषण कंटिन्यू करतो. थँक्यू. जय हिंद, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Thank you very much, sir, for your short but sweet presidential speech. You have not only guided us, but you have boosted us a lot. Now I invite our chief guest, Dr. Ravindra Kutte, to guide us. He is the president of IMA Maharashtra State. He has brotherly relation with our branch, known for his tremendous work at local, state and national level in AMS and CGP work. He has met 2,000 life members, AMS members and CGP members, opened 60 new branches of IMA, organized 10 conferences at Fertility. We are very eager to hear your precious words, sir. Let us have a clap for our IMA president. He is with us right from the day one.
Thank you very much, madam. सर्वांना नमस्कार. आणि डॉक्टर राम आरंकर सरांच्या आदेशानुसार एक सत्कार राहिलेला आहे डॉक्टर राजूभाई यांनी. मी विनंती करतो का लवकरात लवकर पुढे यावं आणि ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटीने सत्कार करावा. डॉक्टर सुनील इंगळे, डॉक्टर अमरसिंह पवार, डॉक्टर महेंद्र जोशी. प्लीज फास्ट, बी फास्ट. डॉक्टर विजय सातव, प्रेसिडेंट IMA PCB ब्रांच.
सर एक सेकंड. सर
थँक्यू व्हेरी मच. आपल्यामध्ये आणि थँक्यू मध्ये मी फार काळ राहू इच्छित नाही. 9:15 हा कार्यक्रम संपलेला असेल. नतोहम कामय राज्यम स्वर्गम कामये दुःखात्मानाम प्राणिनामार्थनाशम. या वृत्तीप्रमाणे काम करणारी आपले IMAची सर्व मंडळी, IMA इंदापूर शाखा त्यांच्या पुढाकाराने व इतर संलग्न शाखांच्या सहकार्याने इंदापूर येथे INDACON 2023 ही परिषद संपन्न होत आहे. गेले 2 दिवस 24 आणि 25 फेब्रुवारी उत्कृष्ट नियोजनासह एक चांगली कॉन्फरन्स इंदापूर येथे बघायला मिळालेली आहे. आणि आजच्या या उद्घाटन सोहळा तथा समारोप कार्यक्रमाच्या प्रसंगी उपस्थित असलेले डॉक्टर संतोष कदम, सेक्रेटरी IMA महाराष्ट्र, डॉक्टर शिवकुमार उत्तुरे सर, नॅशनल व्हाइस प्रेसिडेंट, डॉक्टर जयंत नवरंगे सर, चेअरपर्सन सोशल सिक्युरिटी स्कीम, डॉक्टर अशोक तांबे सर, पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट, डॉक्टर MK नामदार सर, मॅनेजिंग डायरेक्टर अश्विनी हॉस्पिटल, डॉक्टर विभावरी सोळुंके व्हाइस प्रेसिडेंट, डॉक्टर RK लिमकर व्हाइस प्रेसिडेंट, डॉक्टर रमेश बराटे व्हाइस प्रेसिडेंट IMA महाराष्ट्र, डॉक्टर संतोष फडतरे चेअरमन AMS, डॉक्टर अनिल पाचवणकर पास्ट नॅशनल व्हाइस प्रेसिडेंट अँड व्हाइस चेअरमन आवगावचे प्रोग्राम हेडक्वार्टर, डॉक्टर राम आरंकर सर, पैट्रन अँड पास्ट पैट्रन IMA इंदापूर, पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट IMA महाराष्ट्र, डॉक्टर अमरसिंह पवार आणि बरेच जण या ठिकाणी ऑफिस बेअरर्स, कमिटी मेंबर्स IMA महाराष्ट्राचे मोठ्या संख्येने उपस्थित आहेत. त्यामध्ये ज्योती चिटगुपकर मला इथे दिसत आहेत, संतोष कुलकर्णी या ठिकाणी आहे, डॉक्टर दोशी आहे, डॉक्टर मराठे आहेत, डॉक्टर संजय पाटील आणि अनेक ऑफिस बेअरर या ठिकाणी उपस्थित आहेत. त्याचबरोबर ज्यांचा खरोखर उल्लेख करावा, मॅनेजिंग टीम चेअरमन डॉक्टर एकनाथ चंदनशिवे, को चेअरमन डॉक्टर अविनाश पानगुडे, ऑर्गनायझिंग सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर शिवाजीराव हवाले, जॉईंट सेक्रेटरी डॉक्टर अनिल शिर्के, ऑर्गनायझिंग ट्रेझरर डॉक्टर संजय शहा, जॉईंट ट्रेझरर डॉक्टर महेश Rupanwar, Chairman, IMA Foundation, Dr. R.R. Shinde, entire organizing team of IMA, INDACON 2023, members, esteemed members of IMA Indapur branch, and office bearers and members of Daun, Baramati, Akluz, Purdwadi, Sangola, Mundalveda, Pandarpur, Halton, and all adjacent branches, learned speakers, delegates, those who have attended offline, online, press reporters, invitees, and of course, the dress code MOCs. सर्वांचं या इंद्रनगरीमध्ये इंदापूर या ठिकाणी हार्दिक स्वागत. I declare that the conference INDACON 2023 is duly inaugurated. It is a highly successful conference and memorable conference. IMA इंदापूरची स्थापना 1978. डॉक्टर राम आरोलकर सर आणि त्यावेळेस सदस्य संख्या होती 12. डॉक्टर राम आरोलकर सर अध्यक्ष 2004-05, सदस्य संख्या 35. IMA हॉल उद्घाटन 2017 आणि आज 2023 मध्ये या ठिकाणी INDACON कॉन्फरन्स which is equivalent to state and national level and सदस्य संख्या 91. एक ब्रांच 100 पेक्षा कमी सदस्य संख्या असून किती मौलिक मोठं काम करू शकते हे उदाहरण आज या ठिकाणी इंदापूरने दाखवून दिलेलं आहे. याचबरोबर डॉक्टर राम आरोलकर सरांनी जे रोपं लावलेलं आहे याचं पुढील संवर्धन करण्याचं काम या पुढच्या ऑफिस बेरर आहे, तरुणावर आहे. INDACON कॉन्फरन्सने काय दिलं तर या 2 दिवसात अनेक सायंटिफिक प्रोग्राम, मोटिवेशनल टॉक्स, ओरेशन्स, पॅनल डिस्कशन्स आणि या सगळ्या कार्यक्रमासाठी लर्नेड स्पीकर्स 38 पेक्षा जास्त स्टॉल्स या ठिकाणी उपस्थित होते आणि एक उत्तम दर्जाचं सोवेनियर आजच्या या प्रसंगी या ठिकाणी रिलीज झालेलं आहे. आणि आय डिक्लेअर दॅट द सोवेनियर इज पब्लिश्ड. ज्यावेळेस ब्रांचेस आणि ब्रांच मधले पदाधिकारी जेव्हा म्हणतात का आम्हाला IMA कॉन्फरन्स दिले नाही, कॉन्फरन्स दिले नाही, पद दिलं नाही, कुठलंही पद नाही, कुठलंही कॉन्फरन्स स्टेटने दिले नाही, आपल्या बळावर सामर्थ्यावर आज या ठिकाणी इंदापूरच्या या सदस्याने ही कॉन्फरन्स घडवून आणलेली आहे. आपला ओन IMA हॉल आणि स्वतः पुढाकार घेऊन सर्वांना एकत्र करून डॉक्टर राम आरोलकर सरांनी जे शिवधनुष्य उचललं ते पार पण करून दाखवलेलं आहे. मित्रांनो, भारतीय संस्कृती ही श्रम संस्कृती आहे, श्रमाला प्रतिष्ठा आहे आणि IMA चे सदस्य आणि विशेष मला काल आणि आज जे आढळलं ते कष्टाळू सदस्य आहे. IMA चे गेले 2 दिवस या ठिकाणी पूर्ण संख्येने या ठिकाणी सर्व उपस्थित आहेत. काही ठिकाणी आम्हाला बाकीचे सदस्य दिसतात कष्ट टाळू आणि कसं टाळू अशा प्रकारचे दिसतात, परंतु मी खात्रीने सांगतो या ठिकाणी IMA चे जे सदस्य आहेत ते कष्टाळू सदस्य आहेत आणि आज 9 वाजता सुद्धा या सर्व मोठ्या संख्येने या ठिकाणी उपस्थित आहे. ही अभिमानाची गोष्ट आहे. तन मन धनाने हे कॉन्फरन्सचं नियोजन केलेलं आहे. या ठिकाणी एक छोटं उदाहरण मला द्यावंसं वाटतं. जेव्हा पांडव वनवासात होते तेव्हा जंगलातनं प्रवास करत असताना ते एका आश्रमापाशी आले आणि माहिती घेताना समजलं की ते मातंग ऋषींचा आश्रम आहे. चमत्काराची गोष्ट, खाली रखरखत ऊन, गरम झालेली आणि कडक असलेली भूमी, वर आग ओकणारा सूर्य, आजूबाजूला पाण्याचा स्रोत नाही, हिरवळ नाही, परंतु आश्रमाच्या बाजूला चांगली फुललेली बहरलेली बाग दिसते. आणि अर्थातच धर्मराजाला राहवलं नाही, त्याने विचारलं आश्रमातल्या या व्यक्तीला, तर हे कसं शक्य आहे, इथं तर पाण्याचा लवलेश नाही आणि ही भरलेली बाग या ठिकाणी दिसते. त्यावेळेस तो आश्रमातल्या व्यक्तीने सांगितलं की ही बाग या मातंग ऋषींनी आणि त्यांच्या शिष्यांनी श्रमाने कष्टाने भरलेली आहे आणि ही पाण्याची नाही, त्यांच्या घामाच्या द्वारे वाढलेली आहे. आणि म्हणून ही भरलेली बाग ह्या परिसरामध्ये परिमळ, त्याचा जो सुवास आहे, परिमळ आहे, तो पसरवत आहे. मित्रांनो, असंच काहीतरी महाराष्ट्रातील इंदापूर या ठिकाणी बघायला मिळतंय. या ठिकाणी ओएसिस करणारे डॉक्टर राम आलनकर आणि त्यांनी भरलेली बाग या ठिकाणी दिसून येते. आपण चांगलं काम केलं तर आपण अभिनंदनास पात्र ठरतो. आपल्याला टाळ्या मिळतात, परंतु मित्रांनो काही क्षणात त्या टाळ्या, त्याचा आवाज विरून जातो. आपल्याला ट्रॉफीज मेडल मिळालं, काही दिवसांनी ते गंजायला लागते, त्याची चकाकी नाहीशी व्हायला लागते. परंतु असं काही दीपस्तंभासारखं आपण काम केलं तर ते कायम पथदर्शक महाराष्ट्राला नॅशनल लेवलला राहतं. हे देखील इंदापूरकरांनी दाखवून दिलेलं आहे. डॉक्टर आरणकर सर, आपली अध्यक्ष कारकीर्द अतिशय उत्तम झालेली होती. सोशल सिक्युरिटी असेल, RMDC असेल, लक्षणीय आणि उल्लेखनीय काम आपण त्या ठिकाणी केलेलं आहे. आजही IMAच्या कामासाठी आपण तत्पर असता आणि खऱ्या अर्थाने नेतृत्व, वक्तृत्व, कर्तृत्व आणि दातृत्वाचं परिपाक आणि परिपूर्ण उदाहरण असेल तर डॉक्टर राम आरणकर सर. महाराष्ट्रातील वारकरी हा वर्षातून एकदा पंढरपूरला जातो आणि विठ्ठलाचं दर्शन घेतो. IMAच्या वारकऱ्यांनी सुद्धा इथे पंढरपूरला यावं आणि आपल्या कर्मयोगी विठ्ठलाचं दर्शन घ्यावं असं मला IMAच्या सर्व सदस्यांना सांगावं वाटतं. पुढच्या वर्षी आपल्याला परत इथे यावं लागणार आहे. पुढच्या वर्षी 80 वर्षांनी सहस्त्रचंद्र दर्शनाचा मोठा कार्यक्रम या ठिकाणी होणार आहे. आणि जाताना आपण म्हणतो टेक होम मेसेज. अनेक ब्रांच पदाधिकारी आहेत, प्रेसिडेंट आहे, सेक्रेटरी आहे, मेंबर्स आहेत, ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटी आहे आणि बरंच काही या ठिकाणी घेऊन जाण्यासारखं आहे. महाभारतामध्ये राजसूय यज्ञाबाबत आपण सर्वांनी ऐकलेलंच आहे. या यज्ञानंतर एक मुंगूस त्या ठिकाणी आलं आणि यज्ञविधीत एका बाजूने ते लोळलं आणि त्याचं अर्धांग सोन्याचं झालं. इंदापूरच्या या यज्ञविधीमध्ये आपण 2 दिवस या ठिकाणी सामील झालेला आहात, तर आपलं पूर्ण अंग सोन्यामय झालेलं आहे असं मला निश्चितच सांगावं वाटतं. अनेक पुरस्कार सरांना मिळाले. आजच्या या आनंदमय क्षणी IMA महाराष्ट्र देखील त्यांचं कौतुक करावं असं वाटतं. मी माझे सहकारी डॉक्टर संतोषांना विनंती करतो, एक मानपत्र आणि साई वस्त्र देऊन आपण सरांचा या ठिकाणी सत्कार करूया. एक लक्षणीय घटना या ठिकाणी घडलेली आहे. मी त्यांचा शिष्य आहे, ते माझे गुरु आहेत. ज्या शिष्याला वाढवलं, मोठे केलं आणि अध्यक्षपदापर्यंत पोहोचवण्याचं काम केलं, त्यालाच ह्या कार्यक्रमामध्ये आपण गेस्ट म्हणून बोलवलं, याच्यापेक्षा मोठं उदाहरण असू शकत नाही. डॉक्टर राम आरणकर सर एक सुंदर मेसेज नवीन IMAच्या सदस्यांना आपण या ठिकाणी दिलेला आहे. IMAला आपल्या कामाबद्दल कौतुक आहे आणि एक छोटासा सत्कार IMA महाराष्ट्रातर्फे आम्ही करू इच्छितो. आपण त्याचा स्वीकार करावा असं मी आपल्याला विनंती करतो.
जोरदार एकदम
IMA इंदापूरच्या उज्ज्वल भवितव्यासाठी शुभेच्छा, नवीन वर्षाच्या हार्दिक शुभेच्छा देऊन मी थांबतो. जय हिंद, जय IMA, जय महाराष्ट्र.
Thank you so much, sir, for your great words. Now I request Dr. Ravindra Kutte, sir, to felicitate organizing committee members of INDACON 2023. Dr. Kutte, sir, there is a felicitation of organizing committee by your hands. Dr. Eknath Chandan Shive, organizing chairman. Dr. Avinash Panbude, organizing co-chairman.
कोड मागून घ्या तुम्ही घ्या
Dr. Shivajirao Khabale, organizing secretary. Dr. Anil Shirke, organizing joint secretary. Dr. Rakesh Kardile, organizing joint secretary.
सर
Dr. Rohidas Thorve, organizing joint secretary. I request Dr. Santosh Kadam sir to felicitate further committee members. Dr. Sanjay Shah, organizing treasurer. Dr. Mahesh Rupnawar, organizing joint treasurer. Dr. R.R. Shinde, president IMA Foundation Indapur.
एक सेकंड सर
Dr. Samir Magar, Dr. Kalpana Khade, chairperson, ladies wing. Dr. Khade ma'am and Dr. Rohit Kandarkar.
Dr. Artinikar madam, please join. पुढे
डॉक्टर रोहित कांडलकर. Now I request our co-chairman, Dr. Avinash Panbude, to give vote of thanks.
गुड इव्हनिंग फ्रेंड्स. आता खरं तर बँकवेट आणि याच्यामध्ये फारच कमी अंतर राहिले. फार वेळ न लावता आभार प्रदर्शनाचा कार्यक्रम अतिशय थोड्या वेळात आटोपतो. आज या आपल्या इंडॉकॉन 2023च्या कार्यक्रमासाठी आवर्जून उपस्थित राहिले ते आपले महाराष्ट्राचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर रवींद्र कुटे सर यांच्या कार्यक्रमासाठी उपस्थित राहिल्याबद्दल मी आभार व्यक्त करतो. त्याचबरोबर या कार्यक्रमासाठी आवर्जून उपस्थित राहिलेले डॉक्टर शिवकुमार उत्तुरे, डॉक्टर जयंत नवरंगे सर, डॉक्टर संतोष खडतरे, डॉक्टर संतोष कदम, आमच्या बारामतीचे डॉक्टर अशोक तांबे, डॉक्टर एम के इनामदार सर, डॉक्टर रमेश भराटे आणि आमच्या IMA इंदापूरचे अध्यक्ष डॉक्टर एकनाथ चंदनशिवे सर, हे सर्वजण व्यासपीठावर उपस्थित राहिल्याबद्दल मी इंडॉकॉन 2023च्या ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटीतर्फे आपण सर्वांचे आभार मानतो. त्याचबरोबर या कार्यक्रमाच्या निमित्तानं वेगवेगळ्या ब्रँचेसचे बारामती, अकलूज, लोणंद, टेंभुर्णी, करमाळा, दौंड, फलटण, लोणंद या सर्वच नियर बाय आमच्या आईन असोसिएशनचे पदाधिकारी याबद्दल या ठिकाणी उपस्थित राहिले. त्याचबरोबर बारामतीच्या डॉक्टर विभावरी सोळंके मॅडम सुद्धा या कार्यक्रमाला उपस्थित राहिल्या. त्याबद्दल मी आपणा सर्वांचे आभार व्यक्त करतो. आणि सगळ्यात महत्वाचं म्हणजे आपण सर्व माझे सहकारी या कार्यक्रमासाठी पहिल्या दिवसापासून फार मोठ्या संख्येने उपस्थित राहिला, कार्यक्रमाची शोभा वाढवली आणि स्पीकरचा त्याचबरोबर IMA महाराष्ट्राच्या पदाधिकाऱ्यांचा सुद्धा उत्साह वाढवला. इंदापूर सारखी एखादी लहान ऑर्गनायझेशन स्टेट किंवा नॅशनल लेवलच्या थोडीशी कॉन्फरन्स या ठिकाणी भरू शकते हा एक आत्मविश्वास त्यांच्या मनामध्ये जागवला. त्याबद्दल आपणा सर्वांचे आभार. आणि लास्ट बट नॉट लिस्ट की आमची लेडीज विंग की ज्यांच्या सहकार्याशिवाय हा कार्यक्रम होणं शक्य नव्हतं, तर त्या सर्वांनी फार मोठ्या प्रमाणावर आम्हाला सहकार्य दिलं आणि म्हणूनच ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटी हा कार्यक्रम इतक्या चांगल्या पद्धतीने करू शकली. त्याबद्दल मी ऑर्गनायझिंग कमिटीतर्फे या सर्व आमच्या डॉक्टर महिलांचं आभार मानतो.
एक सेकंड ना. एक सेकंड.
मी सर्वांना विनंती करतो की 2 मिनिट आपण सभागृहात उपस्थित राहावं. नॅशनल अँथेमने या कार्यक्रमाची सांगता होईल, तर आपण नॅशनल अँथेमसाठी सर्वजणांनी उपस्थित उभं राहायचंय. थँक्यू. मी आपल्या सर्वांना विनंती करतो की ज्याची आपण खूप आतुरतेने वाट पाहतो तो बँक्वेट आणि इंटरनॅशनल गायक अभिजित कोसंबी यांचा ऑर्केस्ट्रा आपल्या सर्वांची वाट पाहतोय. तर आपण सर्वांनी शिवन्य लॉन्स अकलूज रिंग रोडला प्रस्थान करावं अशी मी आपण विनंती करतो.